He's asleep in class when the teacher finally notices. All his classmates laugh, calling him a loser who can do nothing but sleep. Only his friend knows the truth. When Lu sleeps, he has nightmares. Just like this time. He can never get proper rest because he has the same dream over and over again, a scorched wasteland where only monsters roam. But what Lu and no one else knows is that in this dream world, he can gain skills and memories from the monsters he kills. When class finally ends, he goes home hoping to get some real sleep. Instead, he finds his parents waiting for him. They've spent their last savings on a potion that's supposed to increase his abilities. Lu doesn't want to disappoint them, so he drinks it and goes to train in his room. But no matter how hard he tries, nothing works. The cursed nightmares have drained even the little strength he had left. When he sits down to rest for a moment, he immediately passes out from exhaustion. Once again, he finds himself in the same nightmare. This time, a zombie attacks him right away. It nearly bites him, but Lu kicks it away and smashes its head with a rock. When the zombie finally falls, he relaxes, hoping it's over. That's when black energy starts flowing into his body straight from the corpse. Lu suddenly sees all of the zombie's memories, its entire life and death. At the same moment, a second zombie attacks from behind. Without even realizing it, Lu tears it apart. Shocked, he understands what just happened. He didn't just gain the zombie's memories, he also inherited its strength and skills. Even better, this nightmare world wasn't just a random illusion. It was set 10,000 years in the future, meaning the foundational body-refining methods he could obtain there were thousands of times more advanced than anything in the present. Lu Shen could hardly believe what he is experiencing. He considers that perhaps it's just a dream. But everything feels far too vivid, too real. As the second zombie's memories surface in his mind, Lu sees a vision of a nearby military base. He deduces that such a place must exist nearby in this world. If he finds it, maybe he can finally understand the strange truths hidden within his dreams. Strangely, absorbing this second memory doesn't cause him the same pain or confusion as before. Instead, it enhances his combat awareness. He feels stronger, faster. The memories of the zombies prove surprisingly useful, feeding him battle instincts he never had. But just as he's starting to process this, something unknown strikes him, and he collapses to the ground, unconscious. When he awakens, he finds himself safely back at home. A familiar voice calls out to him, snapping him out of his daze. It's his younger sister, summoning him for dinner. He opens the door to find his sister, Lu Xinghe, waiting. She scolds him for napping instead of practicing, but stops when she notices his sweat-soaked shirt and the muscles underneath. Trying to hide her surprise, she quickly turns away and reminds him about dinner. As she walks off, Lu watches her go, thinking back to when they used to play together all the time. Things changed after she topped the school. Her attitude shifted, and the distance between them grew. But it's not surprising. Her ki blood level is already a perfect one, and her combat ability is likely over 100. She's on track to enter one of the top martial arts universities. Compared to her, Lu considers himself just a useless brother. Still deep in thought, he lifts his shirt and checks his reflection in the mirror, only to be shocked. Somehow he has developed well-defined muscles. He doesn't feel weak at all, despite just waking up. In fact, he feels completely refreshed, as though filled with vitality. The memories from his dream remain crystal clear. He begins to wonder, could the powers and memories he absorbed in his dream have crossed over into reality? Is it possible to become stronger through dreams alone? The real world he lives in is a supernatural one, where people wield inhuman powers that transcend normal human limits. Around 300 years ago, dimensional cracks appeared across the world, unleashing terrifying monsters that wreaked havoc. At the same time, humans began awakening strange powers within themselves, exponentially boosting their strength. This marked the beginning of the martial arts era. People trained hard to unlock their hidden potential, striving to master the martial arts buried deep within them. At the dinner table, Lu devours his mom's rice bowl like a starving pig. It's just too good. He can't stop and quickly asks for more. Even after several dishes, he's stuffed and a bit confused about why he's eating so much. His dad chuckles, saying they won't let him leave the house hungry. He tells his wife to cook more for Lu and promises to get him some tonics tomorrow, urging him to use this time to get his health back on track. Qinghe, unimpressed, points out that Lu is already 18 and that the last time he had a checkup, his ki blood level was only 0.8. Their father snaps at her, reminding her that there's a massive difference between standard martial arts universities and the elite institutions. Meanwhile, Lu reflects on everything that's happened. If just dreaming could increase his health status, is this still a dream, or is it something more? He decides that he needs to test his strength. After dinner, our boy goes to a local judo club. He recalls that this club is run by Master Hong Chuan, whose family is renowned for a specialized boxing technique. The club itself is one of the top 10 martial arts academies in Baihe City. Master Hong Chuan holds the title of a rank 4 martial artist and is a recognized black belt under the combat system. In this system, a rank 1 martial artist has 1.5 ki and 150 combat power. Rank 2 jumps to 15 ki and 1,500 combat power. Rank 3 is even crazier. 100 ki and over 10,000 power. Rank 4 warriors break 200 ki and can hit over 100,000 in combat strength. Lu grows nervous thinking about this steep power scale. Rank 1 martial artists are already treated with immense respect in society, but those at the highest tier are viewed almost as superhumans. As he studies the registration board at the club, he notes the high tuition fees. It's clear only wealthy families can afford this kind of training. He knows that if Qinghe had been the only child, his family might have been able to afford her admission, but now they're stretching themselves thin. As Lu is thinking about it, a receptionist greets him, asking if he's here to register for classes. Lu instead states his intention to check his ki power and combat status. The receptionist, noticing that the boy lacks a personal instructor and seems to be from an ordinary background, quietly assumes he isn't from a wealthy family. Still, she directs him to room 8, informing him that there is a machine there to measure his stats. Lu confidently heads to the designated room, already familiar with how the system works. Once inside, he approaches the machine and places his hand on it to check his health status. The display shows a reading of 0.9. This result both surprises and excites him as his ki status has increased by 0.2, and all of it just from a 1-hour dream. He's amazed that such a short nap boosted his stats so much. Maybe he's finally catching up to his genius little sister, and if this keeps up, he might actually go far in the martial arts world. Next, Lu decides to test his combat power. He strikes the machine with focused force, channeling the battle techniques and experiences he absorbed from the zombies. The machine vibrates under the impact, and the screen reveals his combat power has reached 113. This leaves Lu stunned. His combat strength has skyrocketed, even though his ki status saw only a modest increase. He realizes he might actually be on the path to becoming a real martial artist. He starts calculating, if sleeping just 1 hour led to this much growth, what would happen if he slept for 3, 9, or even an entire day and night? However, at nighttime our boy is unable to sleep, despite wanting to. This frustrates him. He used to fall asleep during classes easily, so why is it so difficult now? Glancing at the clock, he notes it's only 9 p.m. and suspects it might simply be too early for him to fall asleep. Deciding to tire himself out, he gets up to train. Lu begins practicing the techniques he remembered from the zombies' memories. As he repeats the movements, he notices how clearly he now understands where he had been going wrong before. The memories he absorbed are filled with techniques that the zombies must have learned while they were still alive. As his training continues, Lu completes the same sequence 200 times, pushing himself to his limits. With each repetition, he feels his strength increasing. He acknowledges that this power growth isn't just from physical training. There's something deeper at play. The memory and energy absorption from his dream seems to be having a direct impact on his development in the real world. After a tough training session, Lu's hit with a hunger so intense he can barely stay on his feet. It's clear his stronger body now burns through energy like crazy, and regular food just isn't cutting it anymore. He figures he needs herbs or supplements, but with his family's tight budget, that's not happening anytime soon. Worried that a lack of proper nutrition might slow down his physical development, Lu realizes he needs to start earning money. He considers aiming for performance-based rewards from school, such as scholarships. The next day at the men's locker room at the gym, Ming expresses his frustration that the teacher hasn't even graded their papers yet. However, as Ming looks at Lu, he's stunned to see well-defined abs on his friend's body. Lu's physique has changed dramatically in just a few days, to the point where Ming barely recognizes him. He jokes about how Lu must have built that body just to impress girls, doubting he would train this hard just for the day's combat session. Lu, however, encourages his friend to focus on the upcoming exams and not assume everyone trains for the same shallow reasons. As Lu and Ming walk off, our boy sees it as the perfect opportunity to prove himself. In the martial arts hall, Instructor Zhang is coaching them on live combat. Ming shares that he's heard Zhang is a rank 2 martial artist who has actually fought beasts on the battlefield. He points out the scars on the instructor's face and hands as proof. Lu, observing quietly, finds Zhang's techniques surprisingly simple. Though the class struggles to follow along, Lu has already mastered these movements more effectively through the dream memories he absorbed. Instructor Zhang continues to teach the class with precision and care. He ends the session by calling on a student named Yang Yifei to demonstrate what was taught. Yifei confidently steps forward, assuring the teacher that he understands everything. As he walks up, many girls in the class admire his good looks and strong presence, whispering that no one else in class seems as powerful. Ming gets jealous as Yifei steals the spotlight again, like always. With his good looks, money, and that premium pill boosting his ki to 1.2, it feels like everything just falls into place for him. Even the teachers seem to favor him because of it. Master Zhang and Yifei begin sparring in front of the class, demonstrating combat techniques. Watching them, Ming starts to feel disheartened, questioning how ordinary students like them could ever compete with someone like Yifei. Meanwhile, Lu thinks back to how he used to feel the same, but not anymore. Now he's ready to fight for what he wants. As the demonstration ends, Master Zhong evaluates Yifei's performance, stating that while it wasn't bad, he struggles with maintaining balance. The instructor promises to give him more guidance in future sessions to help refine his movements, and assures him that a bright future lies ahead. Master Zhong then calls for another student to join Yifei for partner practice. Yifei thanks the instructor politely, but internally, he thinks little of him. To Yifei, Zhong is just a low-ranking martial artist who doesn't even come close to the standards of his elite family. He believes his future is already set and far superior to anyone else in the room. As soon as the instructor asks if anyone wants to spar with Yifei, tension spreads across the class. Ming mutters to himself that there's no one capable of taking Yifei on. He sees the whole thing as a setup to humiliate the rest of them. Master Zhong, observing the silence, grows frustrated. This happens every time. No one wants to spar with Yifei. He sees most of them as cowards, too afraid to push themselves. They expect to learn, but how can he teach students who won't even try? With just basic training, most of them are headed for supply duty, not real combat. He knows Yifei's his top student, no one else really comes close. But then he spots Lu, and it catches him off guard. That steady gaze, calm posture, there's real strength there. Curious, he calls Lu up. As the boy steps forward without hesitation, Master Zhong can't believe he's overlooked a student like this until now. Ming tries to stop his friend, urging him not to risk injury so close to exams. But Lu reassures him that he's trained hard and walks toward the instructor with confidence. Master Zhong tells the group he will allow just 10 minutes for the sparring session, emphasizing that neither participant is to cause injury to the other. Lu and Yifei take their positions, standing face to face. The instructor announces the start of the power test. Watching Lu closely, Master Zhong notes that the boy shows no sign of fear. His face remains completely calm. He wonders how he had failed to notice someone like him earlier. He asks Lu about his key status, and the boy says it was 0 point last time he checked. That seems low, but looking at the boy's build, the instructor starts to wonder if he's missing something. Still, he warns Lu to be careful. It's a real combat test, and injuries can happen. Then he signals for the match to start. As they prepare, Yifei begins outlining the dangers of the fight. He warns Lu not to break his fall with his hands, or he could fracture them. Pressure on the joints could be intense. He advises Lu to protect his core, especially his head. Meanwhile, our boy silently assumes his combat stance, calm and focused. Without wasting time, Yifei launches an unexpected strike on Lu. As he moves, he runs through his strategy: control the distance, watch the opponent, and time the counter. From there, it's all about keeping your guard, turning the fight in your favor, and sizing up their strength. Only then does a real powerful attack come in. That, to him, is true vitality, speed, and power working together. Yifei intensifies his assault and confidently assumes this match is one-sided, with victory always favoring the stronger. He sees opponents like Lu as destined for shameful defeat. But to everyone's surprise, Lu dodges the attack and counters with a powerful punch that sends him flying through the air. He crashes far away, motionless. The students freeze as the master rushes over and lifts Yifei's limp body, seeing that everyone is in disbelief that the boy just defeated Yifei with a single punch. Even Lu looks a bit stunned by the force of his own hit. Meanwhile, the master quickly orders the crowd to disperse and tells someone to fetch the medical team immediately. With that, Yifei is put on a stretcher as he's carried away. Lu, visibly shaken, approaches the master and admits he didn't intend to go that far. He simply lost control of his strength. The master reassures him, saying injuries during comeback training are common, and tells him not to worry. The injury isn't too serious. He then instructs Lu to follow him to the office for further discussion. Lu agrees and, on his way with the master, informs Ming to let the next class teacher know about it. Meanwhile, the students are still in disbelief. Some wonder if Lu's using enhancers, while others can't believe he's the same guy they used to know. Yifei had a 1.2 key status and still got dropped in a second. Now everyone's thinking the same thing. Just how strong has Lu become? Meanwhile, Lu enters the master's office. While waiting, he notices a tree and comments on the master's unexpected hobby. The master confirms it is indeed a hobby and adds that everyone has their secrets, implying that Lu might understand, given what he just pulled off with a 0.8 key score. The master brings up the obvious concern that Lu used drugs to artificially boost his health status. He reminds him that such substances are banned in school due to their harmful effects and that, if discovered, the consequences would go beyond a simple warning. Hearing this, Lu starts to panic and denies knowing anything about such drugs. He swears that he hasn't used any illegal substance. Hearing this, the master pulls out a glowing orb and says they will recheck Lu's key status. If Lu is telling the truth, his health reading will be stable. After checking the QI, the master plans to test his strength. If both readings are clean, Lu will be proven innocent. Without hesitation, Lu places his hand on the orb. The moment he touches it, the orb begins to radiate an intense surge of energy. The master's eyes widen in disbelief as the numbers appear. Lu's key status now reads 1.5. Shocked, the master's thoughts race that a 1.5 reading qualifies Lu as an official martial artist, and he's only 18 years old. This has never happened in the school's history. Next, Lu steps up to test his strength and punches the machine really hard. It flies off, smashes through a tree, and slams into the wall. The master sees his poor tree destroyed and starts tearing up. Alarmed, Lu rushes over and pulls the broken device from the wall, apologizing and insisting it wasn't intentional. But the master remains on his knees, clutching the damaged tree, unable to contain his emotions. His thoughts spiral. This strength-testing machine is specifically built for student-level use and can typically handle even entry-level martial artists. But Lu's raw power has surpassed even that of a rank 1 martial artist. Now seated across from each other, the master probes further. Lu had claimed his last recorded key status was 0.8. The master asks him how long ago that was. Lu replies that it was when he received a recent assignment. That statement alarms the master. It's been only half a month since then. In utter disbelief, the master tries to process this. In just 2 weeks, Lu's key status has more than doubled, surpassing even official martial artist levels. The master suspects he must be from a noble family or perhaps trained by a grandmaster, but Lu dismisses both. He says he comes from an ordinary family and has no elite teacher. As for his rapid growth, he claims it stems from a secret he cannot share. The master sits in silence, overwhelmed. In just half a month, this boy has done what takes others years. His combat strength alone exceeds that of a rank 1 martial artist. The master reflects on his own journey. He had good results during his school years and trained relentlessly for years before finally becoming a rank 2 martial artist. Only then did he qualify for military service. But after entering the battlefield, he faced the horrifying truth that defeating monsters is nearly impossible for ordinary humans. Against such creatures, people are like insects. Only those with extraordinary power can stand a chance, people whose strength transcends comparison. These are the kinds of individuals who belong to elite groups, often called monsters themselves because of their overwhelming might. Taking a deep breath, the master accepts the reality. He now understands everything. Given Lu's current capabilities, he deserves a place in the school's elite gifted class. Lu, however, expresses his gratitude for the concern, but insists that the class he's currently in suits him well. Deep inside, though, he believes he can become incredibly powerful through his dreams alone and doesn't really need any class at all. Recognizing his exceptional talent, the master assures that the school will offer its full support. If Lu ever faces challenges in his training, he just has to ask. The school will provide him with everything he needs. Lu then requests 2 things. He wants to apply for a martial arts scholarship and also asks for permission to take more time off from school. The teacher, sensing there might be financial issues behind the request, agrees without hesitation. He promises to submit the application right away and talk to the dean about easing Lu's attendance. The scholarship will take about 2 days, so he tells Lu to keep training and not waste time. Handing Lu a card in advance, the master tells him to return it once he has the funds. Lu, startled, realizes it's a martial arts black card, something that typically holds at least 100,000 units of currency. Grateful, he thanks the master for his generosity, and the master simply encourages him to keep working hard, explaining that his success will reflect well on the school itself. With that, he sends Lu back to class. As Lu leaves, the master slams his desk in excitement as he's found a real gem. He also realizes he needs to keep Lu under wraps. They might finally have a secret weapon, someone who could survive that dreaded place. After the class is outside in the busy marketplace, a shop employee promotes a new supplement called Orchid Heart, a specialized nutritional tonic developed by the medical hall. It is designed specifically for female martial artists. The product becomes effective once the user's key status reaches 0.8, helping it improve even further. Priced at 30 grand, the tonic catches a customer's interest, and she decides to buy it. As Lu walks by, he spots the same customer holding the tonic she just bought. The woman reminds her daughter that since it's so expensive, she'll have to train harder to make the most of it. The girl grins and says she's got it. She'll take first place in the next exam. Hearing that, Lu can't help but face the reality, 30 grand for a tonic? Even if he trained day and night, there's no way he could earn that much. His parents might be able to scrape together a little, but nowhere near enough. Top martial artists make big money and spend even bigger on nutrition, but for kids like him, just getting by is tough. He thinks of Chinghe. She's a real genius, someone who could actually change her future, and yet she still shares what little they have with him. Deep down, he knows he's nowhere near her level and admits he isn't putting in enough effort to change his destiny. In thoughts, he noticed 2 students talking about PC games and remembered he was once like them. He realizes that he's glimpsed an entirely new world of martial arts, yet all he's done is waste time playing games. Deep down, he's always felt tied to his old life, trapped in a fish tank, clinging to safety and too afraid to face the harsh realities of the world. But now, something shifts within him. He shattered the surface of that tank and stepped out, finally confronting reality. For the first time, he sees the real world and makes a decision to change his fate. Though unsure of what lies ahead, he knows one thing: he can't afford to make the wrong choice anymore. Suddenly, a surge of energy rushes through his body. He realizes that the memories of all the monsters he fought in his dreams are merging into him. This unexpected fusion makes him aware that his fighting techniques have improved significantly. As he walks forward, he reflects that he's taken another step into the world of martial arts. He silently promises his mother, father, and Qinghe that he will continue to grow stronger and fight for what he truly desires. Later, Lu finds himself back in a dream. This time, a zombie attacks him, but he quickly deflects the strike using his martial arts technique and knocks it down with a single punch. Observing the zombie's movements, he deduces that it must have been a martial artist in life, as it still uses counterattack techniques even in undeath. Soon, the zombie's memories integrate into his mind, revealing that a base lies nearby. He estimates that the base must be close, but he finds it strange that he has only encountered one monster so far, even though the base should be surrounded by them. As he moves forward, 2 more zombies approach. Without hesitation, Lu charges and eliminates them both. Then, he spots the base in the distance and approaches, thinking to himself that he has finally reached it, base number 1359. When he reaches the base wall, he notices massive cracks. He realizes it's broken, leaving him astonished by its sheer size and intricate design. It's not just a base, it looks more like an entire city. He can't shake the feeling that something strange must have happened here. Climbing up the wall, he observes its sheer 20 meters thickness. Our boy can't even imagine the scale of the battle that could have shattered something so strong. The destruction of such a well-fortified and technologically advanced base leaves him stunned. It's far more advanced than anything from his own world. The thought troubles him. If a civilization this powerful couldn't stop the monsters, then what hope does the future hold for them? As he surveys the base, his eyes land on a damaged headquarters building. As Lu examines the building, he notices a humanoid figure lying in it. At first glance, it appears to be a zombie, but before he can process it further, the creature releases a wave of power so intense that even from a distance, Lu feels it. A surge of fear runs through him, and he collapses to the ground in panic. The shockwave, it isn't ordinary. It radiates psychic force. The intensity of the energy terrifies him. He immediately realizes this place is far beyond what his current abilities can handle, so he decides he must leave, for now, as it's too dangerous. Our boy shifts his focus elsewhere, looking for another area to explore. Nearby, the zombies seem less threatening. With a leap, Lu heads toward a different building and slips inside. It appears to be a standard apartment complex. No signs of zombies here. As he walks around, he picks up a spoon, thinking that the residents must have used it for meals before disaster struck. Despite the ruin outside, the doors and windows remain intact. It seems likely that a virus transformed the people into zombies, not physical destruction. Just then, his eyes catch a strange device resting on a nearby surface. On a hunch, he activates it. Suddenly, a digital interface flickers to life and welcomes him to Havenly Law's technology. Lu watches in awe. It looks like a hologram of an instabaddie, but it feels so real. Then he notices something startling. The AI speaks the same language he does. This makes him wonder if the device has some kind of built-in auto-translator, allowing it to communicate perfectly in his dialect. The AI introduces itself as a product of Havenly Law's technology, a 16th-generation artificial intelligence assigned to manage the network systems of Base 1359. Lu is stunned, as an AI of this caliber clearly comes from a highly futuristic civilization. Thinking about it, the boy wonders if she can provide him with any recent reports. AI immediately begins processing her internal database, searching for relevant data. Within moments, she compiles the information into a digital book and hands it to him. The database details the Martial Alliance world's history, noting that 13 martial artists have reached the 10th rank. It also contains a lot of other critical information about the base. Lu reads all this with growing anxiety. The existence of a 10th rank martial artist shocks him. He realizes that this ranking system mirrors his own worlds, but the levels here are far beyond anything he's ever imagined. As he flips through more pages, AI opens a screen to show him the destruction caused by monsters. In the video feed, monsters pour into the base in overwhelming numbers, destroying everything in their path. Witnessing the devastation, Lu breaks into a nervous sweat. This world thrives on both martial arts and advanced technology, with each domain having evolved to extreme heights. Powerhouses of rank 10 reside here, and cities are protected by towering fortified walls. Yet even with such defenses, these people fail to hold back the monstrous invasion. As Lu studies the AI computer, he discovers that when the people realized they can't stop the monsters, they abandoned their homes and escaped into space, seeking a habitable planet they can call their new home. That same day, the entire civilization collapsed. Since then, no signals or signs have ever been detected from this place. Lu reflects on the situation, believing that when destruction is written into destiny, it cannot be changed. This civilization was incredibly advanced, yet even it couldn't survive. The thought weighs heavy on him. He sinks into a nearby couch, overwhelmed, and asks the AI to show him the history of this world. AI begins retrieving and displaying the data from her archives. As Lu observes, he grows more uneasy. This once powerful civilization still fell, and he realizes he must learn from its history. Maybe that knowledge could help change his own fate. Lu starts reading the records titled First Year of the Martial Arts Era. It marks the appearance of the monsters and the arrival of many strange creatures into the world. This event takes place in the year 34, when the first martial artist possessing inner ki is born in the ancient Dagger Kingdom. That same year, the One Martial Alliance was also founded. A cold realization creeps over Lu as he reads. This isn't some alien world's history, it mirrors his own. Even the language spoken by the AI is just like theirs. The martial art ranking system is identical. Slowly, he grasps that the destruction he witnessed might not be of another world. It could be a vision of their own planet, 10,000 years in the future. He tries to rationalize. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Maybe it's a parallel universe. Trying to find clarity, Lu stands and requests information about his personal details. The AI begins searching and pulls up a record under the name Lu. As the profile loads, Lu stares at it. It's his own. According to the data, he was born in the year 325 and will live only 28 years. Nothing more than an ordinary citizen. This confirmation hits hard. He quickly asks the AI to search for someone named Qinghe in the year 299. The AI begins its scan but shows error that he don't have sufficient authority. Then it asks for a blood sample to complete the registration process first. Lu wonders how a blood sample can be used in the registration process. Before he can react, the AI bites his finger and extracts a sample. As she collects it, she begins analyzing it while he waits in anticipation. Suddenly the AI starts glitching, and Lu can tell something's off, especially when she says the blood sample's processed and connected to base 1359. Then she adds that the revolution plant is activated, leaving Lu stunned, thinking if it could be part of the plan made by those who left Earth for another planet. As he questions this, a full biodata profile of Lu appears on the screen. Upon seeing it, confusion takes over. His profile picture looks unfamiliar, and his future looks changed. Determined to verify, he recalls his academic and career path. He had excellent grades in school, graduated from Baihei Academy with the 23rd rank across the outer city, and went on to enroll in Baihei's Martial Arts University. After completing his graduation, he served 3 years in the military. During his service, war broke out in the South Zone, and he died in combat. At the time of his death, he was 37 and unmarried. He had held the position of a lieutenant and contributed nothing beyond that. These revelations unsettle Lu even more as he realizes the future shifted the moment he became stronger. He notices that the data before age 18 remains the same, including the recorded strength boost before his exam. However, he also knows he's not considered a genius in that database, despite his history, because it's already filled with many exceptional talents. There are also flaws in his personal records. His ki level was just 2, and his battle strength was 257 at the time of the exam. But he knows that by using his dream world, he can reach those stats in no time, far faster than through normal training. Lu isn't someone who will settle for 23rd place in the city. He knows he should be at the top. His future shouldn't be limited like that. If he keeps growing stronger, he believes he can stop the destruction threatening humanity. Getting up in the morning, our boy joins his family for breakfast. His mother notices something and questions why he isn't wearing his school uniform. Lu simply responds that his teacher instructed him to study from home from now on. No need to attend classes physically. This puzzles his sister. She wonders since when school has offered a self-study option. Why had she never heard of it? Meanwhile, Lu finishes his meal and heads out, announcing that he has training to do. His mother wishes him well, but his sister can't help but notice how much he's changing with each passing day. He's no longer the weak, clueless boy she once knew. Just as our boy returns to his room, his phone begins to ring. He answers the call. It's from his teacher, Master Zhang. He informs Lu that his scholarship money has arrived and instructs him to collect it from school in the afternoon. Lu agrees to come but quickly ends the chat, saying he doesn't have time to waste when Master Zhang asks about his absence from school. Internally, Lu acknowledges he doesn't have the luxury to think too much. He resolves to elevate his strength to the highest levels and shock everyone. By showcasing his progress, he hopes to attract more resources and, with that, change the future. Later, he enters his dream once again, where he finds himself with AI. He gives her permission to access the database and search for all cultivation methods and martial arts notes. AI begins scanning the database, and soon the search completes, returning an overwhelming 465,000 results. Lu panics momentarily, stunned by the sheer number of entries. He refocuses and instructs the system to find the most suitable and powerful technique specifically for a rank 1 martial artist. AI filters the data, narrowing it down to 34,000 relevant results. She then continues refining the results by power impact, and finally isolates 3 top-tier techniques. Seeing this, Lu breaks into a sweat. These are the top 3 techniques developed over the course of 10,000 years. The first is Star Body Refinement, created by Wang He, a rank 11 powerhouse. The second is Natural Breathing, developed by Yang Yi, also rank 11. The third is the Crystal Visualization Technique, created by Duan Yifeng, yet another rank 11 powerhouse. Lu becomes overwhelmed. Each of these creators belong to rank 11, a level currently unheard of in the modern era, where the strongest martial artists barely reach rank 9. Though these are only entry-level techniques, they remain incompletely documented. Still, their nature is unlike anything from existing project-based cultivation methods. Lu begins to suspect that the great powerhouses of the One Martial Alliance must have predicted the future, yet chose not to change it. Instead, they left behind their life essence, not as salvation, but as seeds of knowledge. They hoped that someone would one day continue the plan. However, our boy knows that he isn't from the future, he's from the past. Motivated by this realization, he begins his training. He starts by practicing the Star Body Refinement Technique, committing fully to the path. In his mind, he understands that now is the time to concentrate. He must focus completely, sharpen his thoughts, and embrace the transformation that lies ahead. Lu is currently refining his ki and blood, a process that puts immense strain on his physical body. His goal is to channel this refined energy into every cell of his heart and mind, pushing each part of himself to absorb the essence of the stars. He aims to transform his physical form into a celestial galaxy and eventually elevate his inner body into an unstarred field of limitless potential. As Lu reflects, he recalls how his earlier body refining efforts had only marginal effects, but this new star body refining technique is having a far more profound impact. He realizes that for now, he's the only one practicing this rare technique, which makes it even more important for him to understand it deeply. With this in mind, he shifts his focus toward mastering the natural breathing technique. As he exhales, flames begin to escape from his mouth, only to draw them back in with his next breath. A moment later, he opens his eyes, alarmed by what he felt, like countless fires ignited inside him. His blood seemed to boil, overwhelmed by the heat. And yet, this is only the first stage of the breathing technique. There are several more, each linked to a different elemental force. Excited by the potential, Lu then turns his attention to the next visual crystal technique. This one focuses on purifying the mind and involves a spiritual martial art discipline known for its profound power. He contemplates what it truly means to cultivate spiritual power, recognizing that it might be essential for any martial artist striving for mastery. He decides to try it. As he practices, he eventually opens his eyes, only to see his soul floating outside his body. The sight shocks him. He wonders if this is some kind of mindscape, but the realization hits. Spiritual power is critical in martial arts. It allows one to grow stronger without distraction, and whether it's for combat readiness or peaceful cultivation, everything hinges on one's willpower. Desires, distractions, clarity, each element defines the path forward. Though tempted to explore it all, Lu accepts that he must take things step by step. For now, he decides to pause and learn more before diving deeper. When he finally opens his eyes, he finds himself back in his original world, exhausted from all the practice he's done in the dream realm. Yet, it doesn't feel like just a dream. His entire body is drenched in slime and grime. The overpowering stench shocks him. It's not just sweat, it's a result of the spiritual training's impact on his real body. Somehow the dream has triggered real physical changes, and to him, that's a great sign. He strips off his clothes, thinking it's time to bathe. The star body refining technique and natural breathing technique are clearly working. Both have one core effect, purging the body of impurities. While it's hard to believe such things are even possible, Lu is now living proof that they are. His cultivation is progressing at an unusually fast pace. Once he receives the scholarship money, he plans to refine a few tonics and elixirs for himself. Elixirs that originate from a future 10,000 years ahead. These aren't just meant to boost his physical condition, they're capable of shaking the very foundations of the current medicinal practices in this world. The next day at the Baihei Academy, Master Zhang gives Lu a card, asking him to notify in advance if absent, and Lu apologizes but firmly says he won't be attending for the next few days. The master agrees but insists he should at least attend once a week. As Lu turns to leave, Master Zhang silently reflects that it's only been 2 days, yet he already feels he can't gauge the full extent of the boy's power. Outside the school gates, Lu walks with determination. Now that he finally has some money, addressing his poor key status becomes a top priority. In his possession lies a future medical prescription, one he obtained through the revolutionary database. The tonics he plans to craft with it will help with bones and muscles. Yet even with the perfect formula, crafting these tonics requires professional-grade equipment. No matter how advanced the prescription, without the proper tools, he can't proceed. He doesn't have the funds to purchase an entire professional setup, so renting the equipment from a medical hall becomes his only viable option. He begins visiting various halls, only to face rejection at every turn. At the 7th location, the response is no different. The man scoffs at his request to rent the alchemy lab, accusing him of either joking or underestimating the importance of such facilities. Lu remains unfazed. He had already anticipated this outcome and had bought all the ingredients needed to create the strength-boosting medicine. The card master Zhang gave him holds 880,000, likely a combination of scholarship funds and the master's own contribution. Regardless of how it got there, Lu knows he has no other path now. Buying the necessary equipment online and assembling it himself is his only option. As he continues walking, his eyes catch a glimpse of a small medical hall tucked away in a quiet corner of the city. He steps inside, curious. The place feels different, less formal, more neglected. He approaches the counter, but before he can say much, the shopkeeper instructs him to browse on his own and only bring items to the counter when he's ready to pay. Lu clarifies that he's not there to make a purchase, but the shopkeeper immediately becomes defensive. Every corner of the store is covered in surveillance cameras, and any wrong move will be caught. Lu, watching it all, realizes that despite being rude, the last pharmacy dude was actually trying to help him. As the guy behind the counter is busy gooning around, our boy suddenly slams his phone on the table. The guy looks confused, but Lu doesn't waste time. He asks straight up if they've got a pharmaceutical lab there. The guy's still baffled, but Lu makes it clear he's ready to strike a deal. After a few minutes, they stand together at the lab's entrance. The shopkeeper confirms they've made a deal and that both sides have agreed to it. He sets a condition. Lu can use the lab for a charge of 500 per hour. As he begins to list further terms, Lu cuts him off. He already knows the rest. Of course, the shopkeeper wants advance payment. Shortly after, Lu enters the lab. The shopkeeper, satisfied, gives him permission to begin. Lu puts on the lab coat prepared for alchemic procedures and steps up to the workstation. He begins by prepping the ingredients, starting with a mutant green lizard, which he skins to activate its properties. After liquefying it to the right concentration and condensing it with a moonstone, he hits the mix with a radioactive laser to break it down. Finally, he adds 30 grams of camellia branch, balances the mixture, and pours it into a tube. The result is a dense, powerful liquid, an advanced muscle and blood-strengthening tonic. As Lu stares at the glowing solution, a sense of disbelief washes over him. He never expected to succeed on his first attempt, but here it is, complete, stable, and ready. He decides to test it. He drinks the tonic and waits. At first, nothing happened. The taste is strange, and he wonders if he has failed. But suddenly, a surge of violent and overwhelming energy hits him. In the next moment, he collapses, gasping, but is relieved to find the tonic works even better than expected. His ki skyrockets, strength surges, and his body transforms, hardened, stronger, and side effect free, thanks to a formula born from a civilization 10,000 years ahead. Just then, there's a knock at the door. Someone is calling out to him. Lu stays calm as he opens it, explaining that he still has time left. However, the receptionist insists he must leave immediately through the back door as his boss has returned. Meanwhile, a luxury car pulls up outside, and a woman steps out, heading toward the store. Inside the medical shop's private office, the woman in charge, his boss, is already at the counter. She opens several containers, examining different medicinal products one by one. As she tests each tonic, her expression turns sour. None of them meet her expectations. Their effects are far too weak, so ineffective that even a poor person wouldn't bother buying them. Calling these formulas tonics would be an insult to the word itself. Just then, a commercial begins playing on the office television. On screen, a martial artist shares his journey to promote the Dragon Lake testosterone pill, claiming it gives martial artists the power they need to move forward. It's advertised as both effective and beneficial. Hearing this, the woman grows visibly frustrated. She realizes the world is evolving rapidly. Martial arts is progressing, and so is the medical industry. Every day, new, more powerful medicines emerge, each one quickly outclassing the last. Her family business, however, lags far behind. She blames this on their unwillingness to break old habits and their constant need for internal discussions before starting anything new. This hesitation prevents them from conducting independent research. Due to all that, the entire business now stands on the brink of collapse. If they fail to produce a new and powerful medicine soon, their presence in the industry will become unsustainable. This shop, passed down to her personally by her father, is now in jeopardy. As she walks toward the back door, she makes a decision. If they can't develop a new medicine themselves, then they'll need to collaborate with someone who can. Her thoughts turn to Mr. Zhang, a researcher in the neighboring city, who recently developed a promising new product. As she approaches the back room, the shopkeeper greets her nervously, but she walks past him, heading straight for the lab. The shopkeeper starts to panic. In his mind, though, he finds himself drifting into fantasy. He gazes at her, thinking how beautiful she looks. To him, she seems like a princess straight out of a dream. But just as his daydream begins to unfold, reality crashes in. The woman starts yelling at him, holding up the now clearly used and stained lab coat, and demands an explanation. She wants to know who he allowed into her lab and why the equipment is in disarray. Despite her yelling, the shopkeeper finds her even more beautiful when she's angry. Trying to hide his guilt behind a nervous expression, he insists he did nothing and pretends to have no idea how the mess happened. But the woman cuts him off. She tells him to forget everything and not to show up for work the next day. Panicked, the shopkeeper begs for a chance to explain, but she has already begun cleaning the lab herself. She angrily gathers all the scattered tools and broken equipment, dumping them into a trash bin. While sorting through the mess, her eyes fall on a strange tube. A sudden realization hits her. The contents involve a mutant green lizard. She examines the liquid closely, noticing that the lizard's skin has been completely removed, an essential and potent part of the creature, now stripped away to activate its hidden powers. She's stunned. She's never heard of a method like this before. From the looks of it, someone here has tried to develop an entirely original medicinal process. Whoever it was didn't just use her equipment, they attempted to create their own formula. And that kind of undertaking requires a deep understanding of medicinal chemistry, access to advanced tools, and a significant amount of funding. But then she remembers she is also doing the same herself? Her thoughts trail off as her eyes land on another tube, one that clearly doesn't belong to her. She picks it up. It's filled with a thick liquid, an unfamiliar concoction. As she brings it closer, a faint smell reaches her nose. She immediately recognizes it, the distinct aroma of moonstone condensation, and there's camellia branch mixed in as well. She's shocked. Suddenly intrigued, she dips a small amount onto her fingertip and tastes it. A jolt runs through her body. Something in this medicine catches her completely off guard. Meanwhile, outside the shop, the dismissed shopkeeper walks away in frustration, muttering to himself and blaming everything on Lou. As he gives the store one last look, he's shocked to see the boss rushing toward him, yelling for him to stop right there. He is unable to believe that she might actually have feelings for him. But before emotions get the better of him, she grabs him by the collar, determined to uncover who had been using her lab without permission. Shaking him slightly, she makes it clear, if he finds the person responsible, she'll not only reinstate him, but also double his salary. Dizzy but cooperative, the guy mentions he has a contact number. Hearing that, the boss instantly takes his phone, scrolling through the list. She already knows the tonic she sampled earlier is far superior to anything on the market, at least 10 times stronger than the usual blood fortifiers sold for 100,000. It even improves skin tone. And yet the ingredients are surprisingly basic, with a total production cost under 5,000 yuan. To her, this isn't just a tonic, it's a breakthrough. Without wasting time, she dials the number. Meanwhile, Lou is deep in training. When he opens his eyes, he marvels at the sheer power of the star body refining technique. As a rank 11 martial method, its ability to awaken the body's potential is astonishing. Alongside it, the natural breathing technique enhances the effect even further. His health metrics have improved dramatically, and the strengthening decoction he brewed earlier is already showing great results. He has 12 portions, enough to sustain 2 doses per day, and is determined to refine even more in the coming week. Just then his phone rings. It's the boss lady, introducing herself as Susu, the head of the medical hall. She expresses interest in his formula and proposes a collaboration. Lou, however, declines an immediate meeting, asking for a week's time before any further talks. Susu isn't satisfied with the delay. Frustrated but focused, she turns back to the Gooner and assigns him a mission to find Lou within 6 days, and a handsome reward awaits. The Gooner agrees, slightly confused by her urgency. When asked about the person who used the lab, he explains it was just a student. This revelation puzzles Susu further about who exactly this mysterious young man is. Elsewhere, Lou drifts into sleep, where he dreams of battling a massive zombie. In the dream, he sends the creature's head flying, only for a rank 4 martial artist zombie to catch it midair and crush it effortlessly. Lou charges in, meeting the zombie head-on, but its first strike hits with a force far beyond his own. Though he manages to block it, the impact sends pain through his arms. The creature swings again, but Lou dodges and slips behind it, delivering a sharp kick to the back of its head. The zombie crashes down, and Lou follows up with a swift, slashing kick that ends the fight. With the battle won, he absorbs a portion of the zombie's power and memories. From what he sees, the zombie had once been a martial artist, someone who lost their life defending the city during a monster invasion. Lou silently acknowledges that this was not just an opponent, but a fallen warrior whose strength and bravery lived on. The realization explains the power behind its punches. If not for its missing arm and lack of awareness, Lou admits he probably wouldn't have stood a chance. Nearly a week has passed since he began practicing advanced techniques, star body refinement, natural breathing, and crystal visualization. Combined with the blood and muscle-enhancing decoction, his physical condition has improved rapidly. Thanks to the zombie's memory, he's now mastered a new fist technique as well. Lou understands that if he manages to perfectly merge his physical arts and breathing methods, his strength could multiply exponentially. Later, when more undead attack, he channels all his energy into a single punch, his own newly created technique called Fixed Star Outburst. The ground fractures beneath his feet as the shockwave knocks back his enemies. After the grinding session, our boy heads to the dojo. Inside, he approaches the attendant to request use of the testing machine. Though she raises an eyebrow at his return, suggesting it might be due to the upcoming exam, Lu keeps things casual. Inwardly, he knows most people only check their stats once or twice a year, and this is already his second time this month. But with how fast his power is evolving, staying updated makes sense. He's assigned room 206 and proceeds with the evaluation. The numbers flash on the screen. A key score of 15.6, well beyond the threshold for a rank 2 martial artist. With techniques and tonics thousands of years ahead of their time, Lu figures this result is only natural. Next comes the combat assessment. He rolls up his sleeve and throws a heavy punch. The system calculates a combat power of 3,100, more than double the required mark, thanks to his newly acquired fist technique. Realizing that certain techniques might influence his combat rating, Lu decides to test the limits of his strength. He resets his stance, focuses deeply, and channels energy into a refined version of Fixed Star. As he channels, his eyes gleam with power, and in a flash, the entire testing area shifts with the force of his strike. Outside the room, the attendant notices his exit and remarks on his satisfied expression. Her daydream is cut short by the voice of a boy, who snaps her out of it. The boy's older sister, Ni Shuang, is the daughter of a renowned martial arts academy master and immediately inquires about the young man who had just left. Embarrassed, the attendant brushes off the moment, casually labeling him as a regular student, though an attractive one. His brother, unimpressed, comments that appearance means little without real strength. In their society, martial prowess defines value, and based on the stranger's modest attire, he assumes he's from a normal background. He argues that such individuals have little chance of advancing, regardless of how often they test their stats. Ni, though aware of the societal divide, frowns at her brother's arrogance. Despite his early access to expensive tonics and advanced training, she reminds him not to underestimate others. She even knocks some sense into him, literally, and tells him that privilege should push him to strive harder, not boast over minor progress. Still curious, the boy pleads to view the assessment results of the mysterious student. Ni agrees, on the condition that he uses the comparison to improve himself, not to belittle others. The attendant, still slightly flustered, brings up the records, confirming that only one student had visited that day. As the result appears on the screen, Ni's jaw drops. A cold sweat forms on her face as she snatches the tablet for a closer look. Her brother, overwhelmed, stumbles back in disbelief, questioning whether the machine is malfunctioning, but the attendant assures them everything is functioning properly. Shocked by the verified data, Ni immediately shifts into action. She orders the staff to gather the details of every student in the area, determined to uncover the identity of the mysterious powerhouse they had just underestimated. The attendant quickly begins gathering student records as ordered, while Ni remains determined to track down the mysterious Lu. Meanwhile, outside the Martial Artists Association building, Lu steps out of a taxi. The driver, clearly fond of their earlier chat, is so taken with him that he even considers introducing his daughter next time. Lu walks away with a faint smile, knowing the driver would have thought he was crazy if he'd mentioned the Level 2 exam. Inside the building, Lu accidentally brushes past a frustrated man who seems shaken by his test result. Apparently, the combat index machines at home had shown much higher numbers, but the association's equipment, custom designed by the authorities, was far more accurate. This detail actually excites Lu. He's eager to get a clearer reading of his true abilities. At the reception, he's directed to fill out a form before heading to the room for his Rank 2 certification. As he waits in line, he initially finds the process slow and uneventful, but his attention shifts when he overhears two other candidates talking about a young woman, elegant, confident, and surprisingly young for someone attempting a certification test. Her presence stands out, especially in a room mostly filled with adults in their mid-20s. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. A towering man enters and strides straight past the line, sparking a wave of confusion and whispers. One hopeful candidate, clutching his form with excitement, is shoved aside without warning. He's literally the center of attention for all the participants. However, some complain that he cut the line, until they find out he's there for a Level 3 martial artist certification. That revelation stuns the crowd, silencing complaints. While the crowd buzzes in shock, Lu remains calm. In the world of martial arts, he understands that strength speaks loudest. Power, after all, brings privilege. The staff then call the large man, Zhao Changfeng, forward to begin his key status evaluation as the room quiets down, anticipating the outcome. Despite the confirmation process not being complete, the young woman still finds it hard to accept that Zhao was allowed to skip the line. However, once his key index flashes on the screen, in 107, it becomes clear he's not just qualified, but far above the minimum for a Rank 3 martial artist. The next test begins. As Zhao unleashes his strike, the sheer force sends a shockwave through the room, knocking several applicants off their feet. While most struggle to remain upright, Lu stands firm, unfazed. The examiner, surprised but composed, announces an extraordinary result. Zhao's combat power registers at 10,800. He's awarded his Rank 3 certification on the spot, along with a generous monthly stipend of 30,000 yuan. Zhao glances back, noticing the few who weren't overwhelmed by his attack. while the girl stares in disbelief, shaken by how effortlessly he demonstrated the strength to flatten a rank 1 martial artist. Lu then steps forward, drawing attention. His calm demeanor intrigues the examiner, who grants him the next turn. The crowd watches with curiosity as he prepares. The test begins and his key rating appears, 15.7. Shock ripples through the room. Whispers of disbelief spread. No one expected such a result from someone so young. Some speculate he's been raised on rare tonics. Even Zhao finds it hard to believe an 18-year-old could possess stats that surpass the rank 2 threshold. Before moving to the final part, the examiner gently reminds him he can attempt the combat assessment multiple times. Lu simply nods but insists once is enough. As he strikes, radiant energy bursts from his body, lighting up the room. As the strike lands, the glass behind him shatters under the pressure. Everyone stares, speechless. When the result finally settles, it reads 15,700. His fusion of the advanced breathing method, the refined star impact, and the martial memory of the zombie fist technique has pushed his power far beyond what's expected at his level. The staff congratulates him for passing the rank 1 test, but Lu's stats clearly exceed even rank 3 standards. Recognizing his exceptional ability, the examiner apologizes. His current position doesn't allow him to grant higher certifications or official recognition beyond rank 1. He rushes off to report the case to senior officials, determined to bring this rare talent to their attention. He even vows to put his own career on the line to ensure Lu gets the recognition he deserves. Just as Lu prepares to leave, a shadow looms behind him. It's Zhao, and as he swings his hand, looking like he's about to strike, it turns out he's just extending it for a polite greeting. Lu responds with the same gesture, drawing quiet satisfaction from Zhao. One by one, others in the room also greet Lu, who shortly after makes a quick exit from the assessment chamber of the Martial Artists Association. Outside, Qinghe and her friends wait for their senior, Yang, who's also taking her certification test. One of the girls, wearing a purple jacket, boasts confidently about how easy the rank 1 assessment will be for someone as gifted as Yang. Qinghe nods in agreement, but her attention shifts when she notices her older brother stepping out of the building. Lu walks up and the two siblings exchange tense glances. Qinghe is surprised to see him there, knowing full well he usually avoids school and spends his days sleeping. Lu, caught off guard by how much she knows, brushes it off, claiming he has business to handle. Her friend, the girl in purple, introduces herself as Feng, though everyone calls her Fan, and points out that Lu doesn't seem at all like the lazy brother Qinghe described. That earns a sharp glare from his sister, but Lu just pats her head and walks away. After he's gone, the group spots their senior Yang returning from the test hall. She looks visibly drained and reveals that something unusual happened. Assessments have been put on hold until later. Curious, the girls press for details. She shares that someone around their age showed stats far beyond anything expected. Key at 15.7, combat power above rank 3 levels, and a CPI exceeding 15,000. It shook her confidence. For a moment, all her self-belief felt insignificant. When she mentions that the person responsible was Lu, her juniors are left speechless. Meanwhile, Lu, munching on his favorite snack, halts in his tracks when he notices 3 old women whispering about a group of men in black suits. Their hushed words suggest these men are scouts from the prestigious Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy, searching for someone. Lu glances at his ringing phone. It's the medical hall guy calling. He ignores it while knowing that any future medicine formulas he holds could bring him enormous wealth. But for now, he needs to investigate more before choosing whom to trust with them. At home, Lu falls asleep quickly and drifts into a familiar dream. Inside the dream, he activates a holographic interface and instructs AI to display his biography. The screen lights up with data about his life. According to the timeline, he reached level 2 martial artist status at 18, an achievement that stunned Baihe City. He later joined the Dongning Province Prodigy Training Camp, recommended by the Baihe Martial Arts Association, and ranked among the top 20. After graduating from Dongning Martial Arts University, he served in the military, retiring honorably as a captain 5 years later. He then founded the Sacred Martial Arts Academy in Baihe City. By 45, he achieved rank 6. At 50, he attempted to break into rank 7 but failed. Eventually, he died at 87 in a monster ambush. Reflecting on this future version of himself, Lu realizes just how much has changed. Only a week ago, he was a rank 4 martial artist, fated to die at 37. Now, this future paints a longer life and higher accomplishments. Yet, he knows it's not enough. In the grand scheme of things, even a rank 6 or 7 warrior can't influence the fate of the world. If he truly wants to alter humanity's path, he must aim higher, perhaps rank 10 or even 11. It's a nearly impossible dream, but Lu is determined. The future is still malleable. Meanwhile, across Baihe City, a man named Xiao works late in his office, scribbling calligraphy while discussing martial arts progress with someone on a screen. The person on the other end compliments his writing and expresses confidence that Xiao will soon break through to rank 7. Xiao, though polite, feels the sting of truth. He's been stuck at rank 6 far too long. Despite his efforts, Baihe City struggles to produce new martial talent. Without strong martial families or rich resources, young fighters often leave for better opportunities. As the call ends, Xiao is reminded that the training camp is fast approaching, and without a strong participant, Baihe City's reputation will suffer. Frustrated, he crumples the paper in his hand. He longs to rise higher, not just for glory, but for the power to actually make a difference. Just then, a young woman rushes into his office, flustered and holding a tablet and documents. She in panic reveals that there's been a problem at the martial arts assessment zone. Xiao is startled when his secretary bursts in without knocking. She quickly apologizes and explains that the assessment examiner has just delivered some shocking news about a student named Lu. Curious, Xiao grabs the tablet from her and plays the assessment footage. As he reviews the data, he's stunned to discover that Lu has mastered a fist technique to the perfection stage, an extremely rare achievement, especially for someone so young. In the entire world, fewer than 10 individuals at his age could claim the same. But then a puzzling detail catches his attention. Lu's combat power is over 15,000, even though his key status is only 15.7. That doesn't add up. Even with a perfection stage fist technique, the boost shouldn't be that extreme. Realization dawns on him that this boy may be more than just talented. He may be what cultivators call gifted. Xiao's excitement is hard to contain, and he lifts the secretary off the ground in a celebratory gesture, causing her to blush in surprise. He explains, mostly to himself, that gifted martial artists are born with exceptional potential. Upon awakening, they gain massive ki boosts and unique talents. Some gain incredible strength, others lightning speed. They are rare, and Lu fits the profile. Wasting no time, Xiao wears his signature red suit and heads straight to visit Lu's family. He sees it as his duty to thank the parents for bringing such a rare gem into the world. Meanwhile, at a separate location, Ni's Jr. reports that they've identified the boy. He shares basic background info. Lu is a student at Baihe High. His father works for a delivery company, his mother is a supermarket cashier, and he has a younger sister still in her first year of high school. They live in the Sapphire Estate Block 15. Just as the report ends, Ni gets a call that Xiao has already made his move. She immediately instructs her junior to buy elegant gifts for both the parents and the younger sister, leaving no room for hesitation. Back at Lu's home while meditating, Lu hears his sister call out, surprisingly polite, something he's not used to. He follows her to the living room and is stunned to see Xiao sitting between his confused family members. The guy stands up to introduce himself while Lu greets him politely with a calm and composed demeanor. Xiao, impressed by the boy's poise, takes note, this isn't someone ordinary. Sitting nearby is a girl with a ponytail, whom Lu's mother casually introduces as Ni, a representative from the renowned Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy. Ni greets Lu politely, reminding him they'd previously met at the dojo. Lu acknowledges her, and soon after, Xiao from the Baihe Martial Arts Association steps forward to explain his visit. He's there to officially grant Lu his rank 2 martial artist badge, along with a monthly stipend equal to that of a rank 3 martial artist. But that isn't the only surprise. Recognizing Lu's extraordinary talent, the association decides to award him a $1 million bonus as encouragement. The announcement stuns everyone. Lu's parents are practically speechless, and his younger sister still struggles to grasp just how far her brother has come. Though grateful, Lu remains cautious. He understands that such generosity often comes with expectations. Curious, he asks about the catch. Xiao then presents him with a formal invitation to the Dongning Province Prodigy Training Camp. This camp, while prestigious, is notorious for breaking even the most promising martial artists. Ni is visibly shaken, recalling a once promising senior from their academy who returned from that same camp completely defeated. She believes someone with Lu's potential shouldn't take such a risk. Even Xiao admits the camp is brutal, but he believes Lu is different. His current abilities are only the beginning of what he might become. He promises to respect whatever decision Lu makes. Lu accepts the invitation, determined to chase his limits no matter the risks. Xiao is visibly relieved and assures him he'll return in 2 days to pick him up. Just before leaving, Ni hesitates. After a brief moment of nervousness, she extends a separate offer, inviting Lu to become an honorary disciple of the Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy. It's a flexible title with no real obligations. He would have access to all facilities, free training, and even personalized guidance from her father. The academy, she believes, would gain enormous prestige if someone like Lu is affiliated with them, even in name alone. Just as her thoughts begin to wander, she notices Lu turning down the offer. Ni quickly rises, insisting that they could always revisit the terms, and that his refusal feels too abrupt. Lu calmly states that he's fine being seen as a regular visitor, someone who often trains at their academy, which is true, but he doesn't want to be labeled as one of their disciples. He makes it clear that unless they can respect that boundary, he'd rather walk away. However, he also mentions he'll still drop by for assessments now and then, especially since the academy is close to home. Ni eventually agrees to his terms and promises to send over his monthly stipend as soon as she returns, roughly 100,000, to be delivered straight to Lu Shang's residence. After she leaves, Lu's parents sit in disbelief. The chairperson of the Baihe City Martial Arts Association had just visited their home, and now their son has a generous reward and a high-paying stipend. They ask when he even reached rank 2. Lu gently reassures them, holding his mother's hand, confirming everything is real and that from now on, they no longer need to work. Meanwhile, at the medicinal hall, Susu is fuming. A week has passed, yet she's found no clues about the mysterious alchemist. She's scanned every newly registered alchemical master, but none match. What bothers her most is that Lu's tonic outperforms even standard grade 3 tonics on the market, despite costing less than 3,000, compared to the usual price of several hundred thousand. Frustrated, she slams her desk, startling her assistant. Just then, the guy notices something on a screen. It's Lu's face. He alerts Susu, who's stunned to see the so-called genius alchemist is just a student. Elsewhere, atop the rugged terrain of Sea of Trees mountains, a blur cuts through the sky faster than a bird in flight. It's Lu, racing across the peaks using a refined body technique powered by star impact. With dream insights and fourfold energy amplification, his speed now far exceeds most rank 2 martial artists. He names this movement style Cloud Chasing Step. Upon reaching the summit, he begins cultivating using the natural breathing technique. With each breath, he draws in energy, strengthens his stamina, and awakens his body's hidden potential. His senses stretch outward, attuned to every shift in nature. As he unleashes a focused strike, the sheer force of it sends shockwaves across the mountaintop. Lu feels a surge of joy after a major breakthrough. His ki status has risen, and his star impact technique now holds at least 6 times more force than before. Originally, he'd only come to Sea of Trees Mountain to collect ingredients for a marrow-nourishing elixir, but his unexpected cultivation leap has made the trip far more rewarding. His earlier supply of muscle and QI strengthening decoctions is nearly depleted, and with his rapid progress, they're starting to lose effectiveness. It's time to move on to the next level of refinement. Among the ingredients he seeks is a rare herb, overlooked by this era but recognized by Lu thanks to his system's knowledge. Without that insight, he would have passed it by entirely. He has already arranged for the remaining herbs to be prepared at the base of the mountain and assumes they should be ready by now. Activating his cloud-chasing step, Lu swiftly descends toward the base, where he meets a vendor, the one who took his herb order. The man assures him the herbs are ready and claims they are fresh and of proper maturity for alchemical use. Lu reaches for his payment, recalling the agreement, 10 pieces at 500 each. But the vendor suddenly changes the price, demanding double the amount and insisting that Lu buy everything. Suspicious, Lu asks for clarification. The vendor, recognizing Lu as an outsider unfamiliar with their rules, hints that he should simply accept the new terms. Behind the vendor, a few men eye Lu coldly, one in an orange tank flexing his knuckles, another running his tongue disturbingly along a knife. The vendor implies that things might get ugly if Lu doesn't comply, mocking him with a warning about knowing when to back down. But Lu doesn't flinch. He releases a portion of his martial aura with unwavering confidence. The vendor ignores it and still tries to intimidate him, bragging that they're all rank 1 martial artists, and reminding him that there's no surveillance in the area, meaning no help will come if things go south. As the thugs begin to close in, the trap becomes clear, but Lu steps forward and places his hand on the large boulder. With a light push, the massive rock splits, sending a visible shiver through the group of thugs nearby. Their confidence vanishes, replaced by the immense fear. Seeing that our boy opens his palm and brushes the remains away calmly, silently suggesting it's time they reconsider their stance. The thugs quickly drop to their knees, stumbling over apologies and calling him father and dad while admitting they were blind to his strength. Realizing the fight is over, Lu asks the vendor if he can have the herbs. The vendor, now deeply respectful, salutes him and says he can take everything for free. Carrying the basket, Lu leaves them with a final lesson, reminding them that honesty should be at the core of any business, regardless of who the customer is. The 5 youths raise their hands, thank him for the wisdom, and promise to change. In his mind, Lu still wishes to pay them, but knowing they won't accept it now, he lets it go. The next day, he steps off a military vehicle in Dongning Province, where the Prodigy training camp awaits. The setup resembles a military base, and as he walks through it, he recalls that his badge, left behind by accident, had been put on display by his mother. A nearby guard stops him, curious about his arrival alone. Lu explains he's from Baihe City, and that some delay caused his late arrival. Meanwhile, a girl in pink quietly points out to her companion that Baihe City's participants had already arrived the previous day, making her question Lu's appearance. The boy beside her assumes Lu must have been added at the last moment and mocks him for not wearing a badge. He comments that Baihe City hadn't sent anyone in years, and now, strangely, they've sent 2. Seeing Lu's name, the guard recalls a mention from the chairman and grows stern, cutting off further mockery. The boy in yellow laughs again, speculating that Lu's presence is purely due to the chairman's personal backing, possibly through private gifts, and not martial rank. The guard, now clearly irritated, snaps at them to quiet down and instructs Lu to join the group from Qingshuan City. At the entrance ceremony, Lu is told to leave his luggage behind. Staff will handle it. He obeys and steps inside, eyes drawn to something on the ground. As he moves further, the gate begins to close, catching the other participants off guard and stirring confusion in the hall. The group of new arrivals finds themselves locked in without explanation, confusion written all over their faces. The guard then briefly reveals that it's a test, and now their goal is to reach the corridor's far exit alone. Those who succeed would be accepted, and the rest will be sent home. With that vague warning and a half-hearted wish of good luck, the test begins. Without warning, the floor beneath them collapses, sending everyone tumbling. While most hit the ground hard, Lu lands with surprising control. A young guy, however, ends up bruising his chin and whining like a child. Lu quickly regains focus. Closing his eyes, he scans the environment with his psychic abilities, something he'd only read about in fiction, but now confirms as real. What lies ahead isn't just a simple corridor, it's something much more complex. Tension brews among the group. One of the participants complains about the test being dull, expecting something grander. Another, in blue, snaps at him, frustrated for not being warned. The orange-clad man responds with arrogance, claiming a true martial artist should adapt without relying on others. He even mocks the blue one's status back in their city, warning him not to disgrace it. A blonde girl steps in, trying to de-escalate things. She reminds them of how difficult it was to get here and urges unity. Another participant agrees, stressing the importance of passing the exam for their city's reputation. Yet the orange-haired man suddenly turns his attention to Lu. Something about him seems out of place. He sarcastically suggests Lu take the lead in exploring. Though some see it as a trap, Lu doesn't hesitate. He steps forward, pushes the guy aside, and says if they want him to lead, they should give him space. The orange-haired guy takes it as arrogance, but quickly grows uneasy when Lu explains that predators move alone, while prey gathers in groups. As he steps forward, small pink spheres descend from the ceiling, slowly assembling into a towering mechanical puppet. Everyone freezes. The arrogant one, now nervous, realizes the danger. These puppets are powerful enough to match rank 1 martial artists, and this one doesn't look like a beginner's toy. The crowd begins to panic. Some wonder if this test is designed to eliminate them outright. Lu, unfazed, recalls from earlier readings that top-tier puppets can execute advanced martial techniques, some strong enough to rival rank 4 warriors. But building such machines costs far more than training actual fighters. Clearly this place is not meant for the weak. However, the group feels relieved when the puppet senses Lu's movement, assuming he's about to get beaten to a pulp. Meanwhile, our boy watches in awe as the puppet suddenly launches a powerful punch, but instead of dodging, he faces it head-on. Smoke bursts and wind rushes from the impact. Yet when the dust settles, Lu is still standing, unscathed. He has stopped the attack with a single hand, and that too with his fingers now crushing the puppet's metallic fist. Silence falls over the onlookers as he lifts the puppet effortlessly and slams it into the ceiling, leaving the group stunned. Doubts about his abilities quickly shift to awe, though some, like the arrogant guy, claim the puppets were low-grade fakes all along. He argues no real grade 1 puppet could have been defeated so easily, suggesting they were only for show. But his theory is short-lived. Another overconfident participant leaps forward, mimicking Lu's move, kicking the puppet's head and boasting. Before he can finish his display, the puppet suddenly retaliates, landing a solid punch to his face and sending him flying into the wall. Now hanging there like an UNC on fentanyl, he realizes too late that the puppets are far stronger than expected. Despite the chaos around him, Lu moves ahead with quiet precision. He understands the design of these machines, knows exactly where their core is, and disables each one with ease. The robots fall before him like discarded tools that are no longer threats, just debris. Meanwhile, the examiners grow increasingly puzzled. The puppets are new and built for higher-level combat, not something first-rank rookies should handle. Yet here stands Lu, tearing through them without breaking a sweat, leaving everyone wondering if he's even human. After completing the first trial, Lu steps out and mistakenly assumes that the examiner standing nearby is the gatekeeper for the next round. The examiner, still processing what just happened, silently wonders when he got reassigned to guarding trial gates. Without hesitation, Lu uses a swift move, blending his cloud-chasing steps with the powerful tenfold star impact, clearly expecting the gatekeeper to offer a real challenge. Elsewhere, in a quiet monitoring room, a young officer keeps her eyes fixed on the surveillance screen while typing away. Her focus is briefly interrupted by a cheerful man who enters with coffee in hand, humming casually. Just then he notices the lady and refers to her as Qingshu. Qingshu gives him a cold glance, clearly unimpressed. She refers to him as Qin, and he responds accordingly, dropping the casual tone as he joins her at the monitor. As they review the data, Qingshu expresses frustration. This year's Prodigy training camp has only 8 participants who truly meet the standard, each already awakened as martial artists. The majority show physical strength-based gifts. Only 3 display rarer traits. one with speed, another with high defense, and one with psychic potential. That last one catches attention. The girl, Xia Lin, is just over 18 and already near rank 1 in psychic abilities, a rare feat given she awakened her powers less than 2 years ago. Her physical skills are nearly rank 2 as well. Qingshu quietly marks her as the top priority for this year's program. The man at her side, impressed, compares Xia to how Qingshu once was, but she brushes the comment aside. As they are yapping, suddenly the guy gets hit with a shock as a new monitor feed comes up. Qingshu's eyes widens too. Meanwhile, in the test, a powerful mechanized puppet crashes into the wall, defeated by Xia's psychic force. But before she can catch her breath, her senses spike. Something is watching from the opposite side, something with strength on par with a rank 3. Xia doesn't sense hostility, so she assumes it's a test supervisor. But as she exits the hall, she notices armed guards gathered tensely, as if waiting for someone dangerous. Curious, she uses her abilities to scan through the wall, and is stunned to find not a puppet, but 2 humans preparing to fight. One of them radiates a heavy, oppressive aura. When their eyes meet, her body freezes. This isn't just a participant, but someone truly terrifying. She quickly steps back, using her psychic ability to shut the door. The guards exchange puzzled looks, but it's clear Xia is really terrified of what she saw. However, the guards' tension eases once they spot Qingshu and Qin arriving. The guy quickly assesses the situation, asking about the current state and the supervisor in charge. The guards inform him that all entrance cameras have been destroyed, and they lost contact with the supervisor 3 minutes ago. No one knows what's going on inside. The guy immediately orders a list of everyone who entered passage 12. But before the guard can respond, the wall opens. Qingshu quietly tells him there's no need anymore. A wave of sweat breaks across the guards' faces as they instinctively ready for a fight. But instead of an enemy, it's just a student Lu, walking out. Relief washes over the group, only to vanish the moment they notice he's dragging the unconscious supervisor. Recognizing that the boy isn't from Qingsuan Academy, Qingshu questions his identity. Lu drops the supervisor and calmly introduces himself as someone from Baihe City. The guy scoffs, impressed by the audacity. After all, this boy took down the mechanical puppets and even the supervising instructor. Lu tries to explain, claiming he mistook the supervisor for a test opponent and didn't hold back since the man was strong. Qingshu releases her aura, a wave of intense purple energy meant to intimidate. But Lu remains unaffected, simply staring back. Satisfied, the lady closes her eyes and accepts him into the academy, telling a nearby staff member to guide him to the dorms. The femboy, still watching Lu closely, remarks on the absurdity. According to the records, the kid has a key score of only 15 and combat power of 15,000, yet he made rank 2 puppets look like toys. Qingshu quietly admits that her psychic scan showed nothing unusual, and Lu didn't even flinch. She has no plan yet for how to handle someone like him, but she's certain the recorded stats are outdated. He should be prioritized like Xia. This year's selection might be more interesting than expected. Meanwhile, Lu reflects on Qingshu's power, realizing it's far stronger than his. He had pulled back all his energy earlier and wonders if she noticed anything. Soon after, a staff member tells him it's time to eat. Grateful and hungry, Lu politely asks if he can eat as much as he wants. Given a yes, he dives into the meal like he hasn't eaten in days, ordering massive servings and devouring everything while someone nearby watches in disbelief. To Lu, the food is excellent and he's far from done. A girl walks over to Lu, trying to confirm his identity. It turns out she's Yang Yuan, the senior of his sister and another participant from Baihe City. She introduces herself and mentions that they briefly met during the martial artist evaluation. Without waiting for a reply, she asks to sit, but Lu, focused entirely on his food, comments that food is unlimited and anyone can get their own. Yang, slightly annoyed by the cold response, tells herself she didn't come to steal his food anyway. Still, she hides her irritation behind a smile and brings up a puzzling detail. Despite what Lu heard from the chairman, Baihe City has been sending representatives every year. The problem, she explains, is that none of them have ever made it through the entrance assessment. Even the few who did were soon eliminated for failing to earn enough points, rendering all their efforts useless and their experiences unworthy of mention. Curious, Lu asks what she means by points. Yang explains that points are essentially the internal currency of the training camp. Everything, from training equipment and consultation with instructors to supplements and even housing, requires points. Even the special monster meat he's enjoying is reserved for those who can afford it through points. She then mentions that, as of now, only 3 participants in the entire camp have earned any points. Lu, still chewing, raises a brow at this. She lists them off. First, Chao Yang, a rank 2 martial artist from Yanglin City with the stone skin ability. Then there's Meng Jin from Donggang City, known for his speed-based skills. Before mentioning the third, she glances away. The last one, she says, isn't a martial artist in the traditional sense, but a rare type called a mentalist. Her name is Xia, and she's believed to be the most powerful psychic in this year's batch. At that moment, Xia, seated nearby, senses something and turns toward them. The moment she sees Lu, her whole body gets into a shock. She quickly uses her psychic energy to steady her food and slips away, trying to avoid being noticed. But Lu casually observes her reaction, wondering if that's just how her ability works. Yang, catching the gaze, asks if he knows Xia. Lu replies that they met briefly after his entrance test, and questions whether only 3 truly passed. That's when Yang remembers the rumors about a 4th contender. She points out that this individual reportedly wiped out all the rank 2 mechanical puppets alone, something that made quite an impression across the camp. She continues, casually mentioning that the 4th candidate in the rumors was supposedly a lunatic, someone who didn't just defeat the puppets but also thrashed the supervising instructor so badly he had to be hospitalized. Lu nearly chokes on his water when he realizes who she's referring to, while Yang laughs it off, saying she never believed such a man existed. Meanwhile, our boy is thinking about the camp instructors and staff being incredibly strong, far beyond even the powerful figures like the so-called monster who once shook Baihe City. Trying to be supportive, she offers Lu a handkerchief, encouraging him with a kind smile and saying he might become just as strong if he puts effort into his training. As he uses it, one of the staff members suddenly calls out his name, startling her. The staff informs him, loud enough for nearby participants to hear, that Lu has caused serious damage during the entrance test. 18 mechanical puppets destroyed, and the supervising officer still unconscious in the hospital. They've come to bring him in for further questioning. The entire cafeteria, including Yang, falls silent. Meanwhile, Lu, calm as ever, gets up and agrees to go, but not before politely asking if he can take some food with him. He's still hungry. The guard, holding back a scowl, grants permission. Lu says his thanks and bids farewell, leaving behind a room full of stunned silence and wide eyes. Even Yang, who had just been reassuring him, is left speechless. Inside the command center, Lu arrives to face Qingshu. As he approaches, she calmly explains the extent of the damage, half a year's budget gone in minutes. Each mechanical puppet costs tens of millions, and none of them can be salvaged. Despite this, the officials agree that Lu can't be blamed. He was merely responding to the assessment scenario as designed. Just then, the femboy enters with 3 others, announcing that all successful examinees are now gathered. Eyes scan the room and Xia visibly trembles. Qingshu praises the group for passing and introduces the training camp's internal ranking system. Points determine access to resources, and reaching certain thresholds will be rewarded with specialized cards. She presents golden cards to the top performers. Chao recognizes it as the very same elite reward his mentor once told him about, and is pleased to see 100 points on his card. Jin also feels satisfied with his lead. She calculates that her 100 points will be enough to request advanced psychic instruction, but her excitement fades when she notices Lu's card. It's not gold, but white. The other participants exchange confused looks. Even Lu, unfamiliar with the system, is unsure what it means. Lu flips his card over and scans the list of resources. Everything in the training camp, from meals to instructor sessions, has a price in points. Monster meat costs 5 points per serving. Training room access is 10 points an hour. Regular instructor sessions cost 30, and elite guidance from top instructors requires a full 100. But for Lu, the meat is really all he's interested in. The femboy nearly collapses in disbelief. With his finger jabbed in Lu's direction, he reveals that the card actually holds 1,000 points. He adds that if it weren't for the chief instructor stepping in and calming the higher-ups, Lu would be buried under the debt for the destruction he caused. The other candidates freeze in shock, trying to process what they just heard. Cao frowns. He's always believed this camp runs on talent, not favoritism, and now he's doubting that. Jin keeps quiet but wonders what kind of backing our boy has. Xia, however, trembles and finally asks them if they truly understood what Lu did during the assessment. But Cao, agitated, doesn't hold back, accusing Lu of manipulating staff and spreading lies, even claiming it's impossible for someone like him to take down rank 3 instructors. He rants that only a rank 4 could do that, and our boy doesn't even look like someone who's developed his vitality properly. With rising tension, Cao demands proof and challenges the boy to demonstrate his strength. The femboy tries to de-escalate, but Qingshu calmly signals to let it play out. Lu lets out a breath and confirms if Cao really wants this. The big dude, already brimming with arrogance, accepts the fight. Before he can finish boasting about his invincible stone skin ability, Lu raises a finger and gently flicks his forehead using a technique powered by star impact. The next instant, Cao is sent flying across the room, smashing into a wall hard enough to leave a dent. Lu casually glances at the destruction and wonders if he'll be charged for the damage. After all, Cao asked for it. Everyone is speechless. Qingshu and Xia stare in stunned silence at Chao's crumpled form. Meanwhile, the femboy hums quietly in awe. Lu, unfazed, simply asks if he's free to leave. Qingshu stops him and asks about his training plans. She suggests that with the number of points he has, he could receive personal guidance from her. Lu politely declines, saying he has other priorities. Everyone, including the other candidates and even the senior officers, looks surprised. What could possibly be more important than one-on-one training with the chief instructor? Lu turns halfway, glances back, and says he's going to sleep. The room falls quiet for a beat before the femboy bursts into laughter, completely unbothered by the absurdity. As the guards haul in the stretcher with Cao's unconscious body, Qingshu and the femboy watch Lu quietly walk into his dorm. It hit him then. Lu truly meant what he said. He wasn't joking about going to sleep. Qingshu, still puzzled, reflects on the oddity of his choice. There are no training facilities in the dorms, no resources to gain, yet Lu heads there as if it's exactly what he needs. To the boy, this unpredictability makes him even more fascinating. It's rare to encounter someone with that level of confidence and detachment, but Qingshu looks at it differently. She tells him that he doesn't fully understand the kind of individual Lu might be. She compares him to a high-grade whetstone, one that sharpens others just by existing among them. The guy wonders aloud if she's implying Lu is sharper than the rest, but Qingshu brings up a name from their past, Ding Peng. The mention of Ding Peng stirs something heavy in the guy's chest. He remembers how that man once dominated the training camp, rising above everyone with raw strength and leaving them all behind. Qingshu agrees that physical-type talents do offer a huge head start. They often reach extraordinary combat power early and can overpower stronger opponents. But she also points out that pure strength isn't everything. Combat requires awareness, skill, tactics, and adaptability. Without growth in those areas, strength alone becomes a dead end. She fears that might become Lu's fate too. Meanwhile, inside Lu's dream, a battle plays out. He's locked in combat with a zombie that proves far more difficult to defeat than usual. When the creature lands a devastating strike, Lu deflects it, counters with a piercing blow to the leg, then channels a powerful energy strike into its body. As he absorbs its energy, he realizes something unsettling. The zombie had once been a rank 6 martial artist, the same level as Chairman Xiao of the Martial Artist Association. That explains the struggle. It occurs to him that if he hadn't used all his psychic energy to guard against the attack, he might have lost. He sees now that real strength doesn't just come from raw power, it comes from accumulated experience, battle sense, and mastery of techniques. While he can draw from the memories of many before him, covering all angles with no blind spots, he also knows his psychic power is still basic, barely enough to defend against anything beyond dream zombies. Sitting quietly in his dreamscape, Lu reflects on how far he still has to go. Right now, he isn't strong enough to stand against a true rank 6 martial artist, but he believes his martial path won't be limited to strength alone. He's building something more complete, step by step. Lu enters a deep, meditative state, isolating himself from all distractions to train his psychic energy. He dives inward, focusing entirely on refining his mind. A radiant light forms around him, and he's drawn into the core of his consciousness. There, his physical body and psychic self converge, triggering a powerful surge that causes nearby glass to tremble under the pressure of his aura. The pain is intense, but within moments, the effort pays off. He successfully advances to the next level. Without delay, he taps his watch to summon AI, instructing her to fetch his updated biography. As the data appears, Lu feels a rush of satisfaction upon learning that he's now a rank 7 martial master. In the ancient world, such strength would rival that of a feudal lord, and even in his current era, it's a title of high status. With this advancement, he begins to wonder whether his permissions and access levels within the system have increased as well. Curious, he has AI search for higher-level techniques, particularly those tied to psychic energy, star body refining art, natural breathing, and crystal visualization. As screens light up with results, one technique catches his eye, divine illumination of the King of Hell. He reaches out to access it and is stunned. Unlike standard combat techniques, this one is tailored specifically for psychic users. It details not just battle strategies, but an entirely new approach to psychic cultivation. The core idea of this technique is revolutionary. It allows the user to use psychic energy to form a second self, a clone so precise it replicates even muscles, cells, and genes. The purpose is absolute. Eliminate all weaknesses by reinforcing the body from every angle. The first stage focuses on strengthening internal organs, directly enhancing vitality. And vitality is exactly what Lu currently lacks. While his combat power continues to rise, his stagnant vitality has kept him from reaching greater heights. Overcoming this would unlock the next phase of his growth. He silently admits that the depth of martial knowledge accumulated over 10,000 years had been vastly underestimated. In his own time, such an art wouldn't have even been imaginable. Upon seeing the name of the technique's creator, Duan Yifeng, he immediately recognizes the talent, someone far beyond ordinary rank 11 powerhouses. Yet even with such brilliant individuals, humanity still couldn't escape its collapse. Lu, however, refuses to dwell on that loss. For him, every moment counts. He trains relentlessly, fueled by the belief that strength is the only way forward. 1 month into her training, Xia stands in the psychic chamber, eyes closed, sensing her surroundings with growing control. As multiple yellow projectiles dart toward her, a shimmering purple aura bursts from her. the star-shaped cones she commands tearing through every target in sight. Once the task is complete, she draws the cones back to her side. The door creaks open and Qingshu enters with her arms folded, clearly impressed. Xi's ability to manage 3-star cones effortlessly is a sign of rapid progress, though Qingshu reminds herself that true mastery begins when 6 can be controlled without strain. That's the threshold of a rank 1 mentalist. Xia bows her head in quiet gratitude, aware that Qingshu's personal instruction has been invaluable. She brushes it off, crediting Xia's natural talent. But her sharp eyes catch something troubling, an instability in her mental fortitude, saying that she asks if she had some kind of mental trauma in the past. Xia, shocked, admits to having unresolved mental trauma and wonders if she can help her. However, Qingshu's response is that true healing only comes when the source of the trauma is confronted and either defeated or destroyed. This suggestion leaves Xia visibly shaken. Sensing her doubt, Qingshu attempts to reassure her, pointing out that her current growth could soon bridge the gap between them. That seed of hope lingers in her mind, especially considering Lu does nothing but sleep in his dorm all day. Outside the hallway, the femboy leans against the wall, asking about Xia's progress. Qingshu admits that the girl is gifted, but perhaps too soft. The guy reminds her that not everyone shares her temperament, and even jokes that she might have a better personality than the student he trains. Both instructors know they've given their best, and only 2 months remain before the camp's final assessment. When asked about Lu, the guy confirms he continues his routine of doing absolutely nothing, just sleeping through the days. The staff often find him in the same position each time they deliver his meals. He chuckles, recalling Qingshu's past words to the students about how no one would stop them if they chose to waste their time. Remembering that, Qingshu is already regretting that statement. The guy wonders aloud if Lu is still meant to be used as a whetstone to sharpen others, but she's already dismissed that idea. In her eyes, Lu isn't even worthy of being a stepping stone anymore. She turns and walks away, instructing the femboy to make sure Jin trains properly. Otherwise, Xia might seriously injure him during the upcoming closed camp assessment. The guy reacts with an unimpressed expression, claiming neither he nor his student fears her. Meanwhile, in the gym, Yang is catching her breath as she is cleaning the floor. Just then, a cheerful girl returns to assist her, and she quietly appreciates it. The girl casually mentions that Yang once helped her too, brushing off any need for thanks. She then sighs, envying those who scored a perfect 100, enough points to cover 2 months' expenses. Yang replies with quiet resignation, pointing out how people like them have to ration their food and stretch every credit, so there's no real comparison. Curious, the girl brings up Lu, saying Yang is often seen close to him. With a slight concern, Yang simply says she doesn't know what he's been up to. The girl recalls how Lu once stunned everyone with his overwhelming presence, only to vanish from the spotlight the very next day. Apparently, he's been locked in his dorm since, and she speculates he might be trying to maintain an air of mystery now that others are catching up. Maybe he's even scared. But Yang doesn't agree. She knows Lu isn't someone who runs away from pressure. Quietly determined, she leaves the girl behind, saying she'll finish things herself. Confused by her sudden resolve, the girl gets distracted by the noise outside. The crowd is buzzing because Cao is about to attempt quadruple gravitational training. The news makes Yang freeze, remembering how even double gravity once nearly knocked her out in under 20 minutes. Quadruple seems inhuman. The girl grabs her hand, urging her to come watch. As they move, her thoughts drift. What could Lu be doing at this very moment? Unseen by them, Cao is locked in a solitary battle inside a gravity chamber, enduring triple force training. He pushes himself past his old limits, staying in for over 4 minutes, breaking his personal record by more than half a minute. He finally slams the emergency stop with a trembling hand. Outside, onlookers cheer him for achieving that same feat. He enjoys their admiration, but privately thinks they're overhyping it. He wonders how they'd react if he ever stepped into quadruple gravity. Nearby, another trainee quietly notes that Cao may soon become unmatched in camp once he hits rank 3. But when asked about Lu, he shrugs, saying Lu is still the same, always found sleeping in his room when meals are delivered. He even jokes that Lu might be lost in some wet dream. Xiao recalls how he once stood no chance against Lu, but believes time has changed things. He thinks to himself that even a slow turtle will catch up to a sleeping rabbit, and Lu, in his eyes, has been asleep for over a month. With a hint of confidence, he smiles, assuming the gap between them has now closed. But before he can fully revel in the thought, Lu suddenly appears and walks straight toward the gravitational training room, leaving Cao stunned. Inside, Lu seems more intrigued by the training system than by Cao's presence. He quietly sets the timer for 3 hours on level 2 and begins the session. As the door closes, he glances back and asks aloud if it really has been over a month, adding that this might be a good chance to see how far he's come. Cao, feeling irritated, mocks him internally, thinking he's just been sleeping the whole time and can't possibly expect to have made progress. As the countdown begins, Cao comments to the others that jumping straight into gravitational training without warm-ups could cause serious harm, maybe even internal injury. Watching from outside, he can't decide whether Lu is ignorant or just arrogant. Still, he's convinced he won't last long. But as the pressure activates, something unexpected happens. Lu doesn't flinch. While everyone waits for a sign of struggle, he calmly moves, his body adapting with surprising ease. The onlookers grow confused. Some even rush forward, trying to get a better look. Lu then pauses and gazes at his hand, quietly impressed by how naturally his body is responding. Outside, Cao wonders if Lu is finally hitting his limit. But instead of stopping, Lu increases the gravity to 4 times the normal level. A loud beep echoes through the room, startling the onlookers. Their expressions turn from curiosity to disbelief, while Lu also braces himself and calmly places a hand on the ground, as if preparing for something even more intense. Seeing him go down, Cao and his companion are briefly excited, until shock hits them when they realize he's still holding on. Nearby, Xia strolls down the hallway after a long training session. She notices a large group gathered around the room and walks over, curious about the commotion. As she approaches, she's just as shocked as the others to see our boy holding a 2-finger handstand. The sight leaves everyone frozen, including Cao, who sits in stunned silence, his pride cracking as he clenches his jaw and fights back tears. He had believed that after sleeping for over a month, Lu would have fallen behind. Instead, he finds himself trailing once more, just like the tortoise that could never surpass the sleeping rabbit. But Lu isn't done. Still unsatisfied, he flips backward and increases the gravity. The moment he presses the red button, the panic spreads outside as Lu has raised the level to 5 times gravity. Inside, he remains steady, breathing naturally through the natural breathing technique, as if the pressure barely touches him. Word spreads quickly across the training camp that the monster student has awakened. As everyone rushes to the camber, Cao watches, sweating, as Lu moves with ease through the crushing force. For Lu, this level is now comfortable. As he flexes his fingers and steadies his breath, he realizes it's finally enough to attempt the star body refining technique movements. Yet even this isn't pushing him to his limit. He turns back to the control panel with his eyes narrowing. Outside, whispers turn into gasps as observers wonder if he's about to shut the system down in defeat. But instead, Lu slams the green button and the chamber jumps to 8 times gravity. Elsewhere in the control center, Qingshu shakes her head, disappointed. 2 more students have dropped out, unable to endure the harsh conditions. Beside her, the femboy remains calm. Handing her a glass of juice, he remarks that those who give up now were never ready to face the true horrors of battle. He's still confident that most will endure, however. When he glances at the monitor, he freezes. Inside the G-Force chamber, someone has shattered the previous record. Qingshu assumes it must be Cao, who was close to breaking into the 4th level, but the guy corrects her. It's not Cao, it's Lu. The glass slips from her hand, shattering as her eyes lock on the monitor. Lu, who everyone had dismissed, is now training under 8 times gravity. The guy, puzzled, asks about Lu's current rank, but Qingshu doesn't know. What she does know is this: they've finally found the one they've been waiting for. Inside the chamber, Lu stands soaked in sweat. 8 times gravity pushed his body to the edge. He's nearing collapse, but he doesn't stop. With a deep breath, he closes his eyes, preparing to activate a technique he's never used before. A surge of deep purple energy begins forming around Lu's heart, seeping through his veins like wildfire. His entire body starts to emit a faint purple glow, evidence of the mysterious power known as the divine illumination of the King of Hell. Though he's only reconstructed his heart, he can already feel his vitality rise, nearly a 10% boost. A faint smile plays on his lips as he clenches his fist, quietly amazed at this sudden transformation. He knows it's time to push further, to find the true edge of his abilities. Outside the training chamber, onlookers watch in disbelief as Lu approaches the gravity chamber again. Many speculate whether he'll be able to surpass the 8 times gravity limit. As the intensity builds, even those standing outside feel the overwhelming force leaking from the sealed room. Cracks form along the glass, and some fall to their knees, suffocated by the invisible pressure. Inside, under the brutal force of 10 times gravity, Lu's body nearly collapses against the wall. Each breath is a struggle. His bones feel like they're fracturing, and his blood threatens to stop flowing. It's a level of torment that should render anyone unconscious, but that's exactly why he's here. In his mind, he recalls an old question: what kind of person can rewrite a doomed future? Is it someone with unmatched martial skills, someone born with extraordinary gifts, or someone backed by endless resources? Back then, he answered none of the above. It's the one who breaks past their own limits. Slowly, he forces himself to stand. Bolts of electricity are flickering through the room as he rises. The others still kneeling under the pressure are stunned. Among them, Yang, who had been doubtful at first, now recognizes that the one inside was truly Lu, and that he had succeeded. When he finally emerges from the chamber, all eyes turn to him. A girl steps forward shyly offering him a towel, which he accepts with a calm nod. She exchanges a delighted high five with her friend, visibly thrilled by the brief moment. Lu, slightly annoyed that he had wasted training points for what turned out to be a quick breakthrough, regrets not saving them. But just as the thought crosses his mind, a system reward window appears revealing that a massive total 4,300 points, has been granted to him for shattering the previous record. As the crowd sees it, their mouths hang open in disbelief. Even combined, their points can't match his reward. With that, Lu calmly makes his way toward his next challenge. Many follow, curious to see what he'll do next. Amid the crowd, Yang senses his presence again. It's bold, untamed. He strides ahead like a powerful beast, and behind him trails a crowd, as if pulled by sheer force of will. A girl in yellow wonders aloud if Lu has strength-based talent, surprised he actually outdid Chao, a defense-type user. She guesses it might be because his vitality has reached rank 4. But when Yang sees him heading toward the footwork and movement studio, she is in utter shock. Inside the room, Jin is already finishing up his laser dodging session. He manages to complete the level with an 87% score, which places him above 52% of the global trainees in terms of agility. Proud of his achievement, he places his hands on his waist and daydreams about how far he's come. With a rare speed-type talent and one-on-one training from instructor Chin, he believes the gap between himself and others is now unbridgeable. He imagines that others watching him would feel inspired, having witnessed the intensity of his training. But that moment of pride doesn't last long as he notices that the crowd is focused on something else, even drawing in the two main instructors. Curious, Jin pulls aside a student to ask what's happening. He can't believe it when he hears it's Lu. Yes, that sleepy nobody from Baihe City, who's now inside the training chamber. Just as he scoffs at the idea, all the laser launchers power up to maximum. Lu steps into the danger zone with zero hesitation. Though the system doesn't give him any warning about the laser patterns, Lu effortlessly weaves through the beams. No sweat, no panic, just calm, calculated movement like he's been doing this forever. Seeing that Jin is left trembling as it looks like instinctive dodging. The lasers fire unpredictably from every direction, yet Lu glides through them like it's second nature. Unable to believe his eyes, Jin grabs the same student again, demanding to know if this really is Lu's first attempt. The answer stings. Yes, and not only that, Lu already shattered the G-Force training record before even stepping into this room. 10 times gravity. That's when Jin's legs give out. His pride collapses. For a moment, he wonders if it's better to sleep his life away like Lu and still somehow rise to the top. Meanwhile, Qingshu watches in disbelief. In her experience, even repeated attempts don't come this easy. Lu's movements almost look like he can see what's coming. Watching it unfold, she starts to wonder, could he be the one? Tempted to test him again, she's stopped by the femboy, who warns her off. Still, the question lingers in her mind that could he really have psychic powers that slipped past her the first time? Inside the chamber, Lu calmly finishes level 2 of the footwork training at 62%, quietly impressed at how much sharper and faster his movements have already become. As the training intensifies, the crowd outside can't help but watch in disbelief. Compared to the others, Lu handled level 2 with an ease that borders on unnatural. His calm expression and precise movements leave even seasoned observers unsettled. Meanwhile, the femboy, studying him carefully, notes that Lu's relaxed posture and exceptional body control are signs of something more advanced. Nearby, Qingshu, folding her arms, clearly wants to see how far he can really go. The guy shares the same thought, quietly entertained by the idea. Without warning, the system initiates level 3 training, focused on footwork and movement. Suddenly, clusters of yellow spheres are launched toward Lu as blinding lights reflect across the faces of those watching. Thousands of red laser beams erupt from behind while the yellow projectiles approach from the front. This isn't just a step up, it's an overwhelming leap in difficulty. Lu immediately senses the change. The beams are positioned strategically to corner him, leaving almost no room to maneuver. For the first time, he knows this won't be easy. With a sharp breath, he leaps high, narrowly avoiding a synchronized strike that ends in a violent explosion. The challenge isn't over, and he keeps moving, determined to push forward. Watching him from outside, the femboy begins to suspect that Lu might have already broken through to the inner discernment stage. He remembers how few rank 4 or 5 veterans ever refined their movement to that level. Even he didn't reach it until the age of 22. Qingshu quietly admits she only achieved it at 25. The guy brushes off her comparison, reminding her that his martial path focused on speed. Still, the fact that Lu is only 18 and already displaying this kind of control makes it hard to ignore. Inside, Lu is only 15% into the challenge, and his expression is now far from relaxed. Psychic foresight alone isn't cutting it anymore. Sensing the pressure, he shifts his technique, activating a form known as Breath of the Wind. A soft green aura swirls around him, and under the flashing lasers, that glow is the only sign of his presence. In moments, he reaches 62% completion. Those watching outside lose sight of him entirely, the system later announcing he's at 81%. The femboy explains that Lu is simply moving too fast for the naked eye. Eventually, the level 3 training concludes successfully. The instructor, assuming the day is done, turns to leave, believing Lu must be exhausted after such a feat. But Qingshu stops him as she's still watching. The system doesn't pause. It jumps straight into level 4. The guy is stunned that even he had only just begun level 4 recently. Yet here Lu is, standing calmly again, eyes locked on the screen in front of him. As his foot taps a black platform, the next challenge begins to unfold. A cluster of black objects forms swiftly and begins firing lasers, attempting to trap Lu. Though his reaction speed is impressive, the sheer number of beams makes dodging all of them impossible. Recognizing this, he comes to a halt, frustration showing on his face. The spectators, including Jin, are frozen in shock, realizing the danger he's in. Just then, the system broadcasts that his level 4 footwork has reached 30% completion. The femboy watching from afar gets curious about how Lu will manage the onslaught. Meanwhile, standing still amidst a storm of lasers, our boy focuses and activates a deeper power, his divine illumination of the king's hell pushing his limits. Boosted by the breath of the wind, a green glow surrounds him as a grayscale circle forms. Time seems to slow down. A phenomenon he remembers is called temporal sense. With heightened perception, the attacks are evaded by Lu in a blur of movement. From outside, the energy shift is recognized by Qingshu. She realizes that this kind of psychic transformation occurs only in those who have reached rank 3. Cracks are spread across the glass, walls, and floor as understanding narrows her eyes. Lu is perceived not as an ordinary student. Knowing Lu is on another level, Qingshu summons her spirit form and sends it into the chamber. Everyone's shocked to see this, while our boy is busy dodging lasers. In the middle of it, he suddenly senses her spirit, instantly dodges, and counters it with a single blow. Qingshu staggers slightly from the backlash, fully convinced now that Lu's psychic force matches her own. As she watches the fading spirit, her suspicions are confirmed that his abilities are both awakened and advanced. Though the temporal sense boosts his performance, the energy toll is immense. Meanwhile, Lu feels the fatigue setting in and realizes his vitality is nearing its limit. He's only halfway through level 4 training, yet he's already exhausted 2 of his strongest techniques. With no strength left to dodge, he lets the final beam strike him. The system chimes once again, revealing that the training is 56% complete, and Lu's movement proficiency now surpasses 97% of martial artists worldwide. Onlookers stare in disbelief. For someone still in training, Lu's mastery of footwork and spatial control puts him ahead of billions. Meanwhile, Jin also turns to stone, crumbling away in disbelief. He had just realized that Sleepy had surpassed him by a staggering 45%. The blow stings even more knowing Lu, someone he once underestimated, is a strength-type martial artist. Meanwhile, Lu stands in front of a performance screen. Despite his recent success, he feels far from accomplished, aware that 3% of the global population still outclasses him in footwork and agility. Later, Qingshu arrives praising him for shattering records in both the G-Force training chamber and the footwork studio. When asked if he plans to continue training in the combat or psychic department, Lu considers it, but seeing it's mealtime, he casually decides to head for the cafeteria instead. The femboy laughs out loud at his choice, and Qingshu can't help but wonder if eating and sleeping are his only real priorities. 3 hours pass. In the command and control center, Lu shows up after being summoned. Qingshu greets him with the femme nearby and explains they just need to run a simple evaluation. Holding a blue vitality needle, she mentions this is a standard tool in all dorm rooms. Lu admits he hasn't used it yet, because it couldn't pierce his skin. That response confirms femboy's suspicion. Lu has already advanced to rank 3. After all, without that level of physical endurance, breaking the G-Force records would have been impossible. To verify, Qingshu pulls out a golden blood testing needle, one typically reserved for rank 5 martial artists. She pricks our boy's finger and analyzes the sample. The result is an astonishing 24.65 vitality rating. The femme, clearly impressed, remarks he hasn't seen someone this young reach rank 3 in nearly a decade. Next comes the combat power assessment. Lu steps forward, channels his breath of fire, and launches an 8-fold star impact at the target. The machine displays his combat index, 271,000. The instructor stares in disbelief as that's nearly the level of a rank 5 warrior. Having witnessed enough, the femboy places a hand on Lu's shoulder and declares that he's officially graduated from the training camp. All that remains is for Lu to report his new status to the Martial Association once he returns home. As Lu prepares to leave, Qingshu stops him as there's one final test. She reveals a rare energy crystal discovered over a century ago in the Lion Country's Anstra Canyon. Highly reactive to psychic energy, it's now used to measure the mental strength of advanced psychics. To evaluate someone's psychic strength, they must place their hand on the special crystal and channel their energy into it. During her demonstration, her results show a notable improvement. The femboy observes the rising numbers, impressed by her progress. He clearly remembers her purity index being around 3 last time, and now it has reached 4. Qingshu, somewhat smug, reminds him that unlike him, she doesn't spend her days lazing around. The guy grumbles that she can criticize him all she wants, but not his lifestyle. When it's Lu's turn, he calmly rests his hand on the crystal. The instructor, half joking, whispers to Qingshu that he might believe Lu has half her strength, but nearly matching her. That he doubts. Qingshu, visibly annoyed, hushes him. Suddenly, the crystal emits a blinding yellow glow. Qingshu freezes in disbelief as the numbers are undeniable. Lu's psychic strength reaches 113, and his purity index skyrockets to an astonishing 20.3, more than 5 times higher than hers. With her mouth nearly hanging open, Qingshu recalls how hard it is to improve even a single point in purity, comparable to folding and compressing a towel over and over until it shrinks to a coin-sized disc. Yet somehow Lu's purity level has soared to unimaginable heights. She can't help but compare her own efforts. Despite 2 years of intense work, she's only managed to gain 1 point. Lu, barely 18, has already shattered expectations. Genius doesn't quite capture it. As she searches for a better word, the femboy begins rambling, loudly praising Lu and even likening him to a god, until Qingshu cuts him off with a sharp smack that leaves a puff of smoke rising from his head. Trying to collect herself, Qingshu then asks the boy whether he's had formal guidance. He confirms that he's been trained by a mentor who taught him unique methods for cultivating psychic energy. That answer eases Qingshu's mind. If Lu had reached this level without any guidance, she might have found it too difficult to accept. Now convinced of his exceptional talent, she probes a bit further, asking when exactly his awakening happened. Lu thinks back and recalls, "It's been less than 3 months." The moment sinks in. Both instructors fall silent, stunned by what they've just heard. After collecting herself, Qingshu informs Lu that even if the association waited another decade, they likely wouldn't find another anomaly like him. Despite awakening less than 3 months ago, Lu has already reached the 3rd rank in psychic ability, something nearly unheard of in their field. Qingshu explains that there's a separate institution dedicated to psychic users, entirely distinct from the martial association. While martial artists are more common, psychics are extremely rare. Less than 1% of the population possesses such abilities. The Psychic Association functions on a different structure, with fewer members but access to highly specialized resources. As she retrieves something from beneath her inner uniform, she reflects aloud that Lu's mentor may have deliberately withheld information to keep his focus sharp. Overloading a beginner with knowledge, she believes, can dilute the purity of their development. She pulls out a pendant, her personal token, and makes it clear that if Lu ever chooses to join the Psychic Association, presenting it would guarantee him support and cultivation resources. She genuinely hopes he accepts. When Lu sees the glowing token, he quietly admits to himself that he's never actually seen his teacher in person. His guidance always came in strange, inexplicable ways. Qingshu concludes that such a mysterious mentor must be someone truly remarkable, someone wise enough to guide a genius from the shadows, rather than possessively cling to him. What Qingshu doesn't know is that Lu's teacher isn't just mysterious. He's from 10,000 years in the future, and a rank 11 martial powerhouse named Duan Yifeng. Just then, the femboy breaks Lu's thoughts. He presents a reward card worth 5 million, stating that even though the training program hasn't ended, Lu's performance has already secured him the top rank. The bonus is simply a recognition of the overwhelming gap between him and everyone else. Lu stares blankly like a zombie at the reward card in his hand. Qingshu, noticing his expression, reassures him, this is the highest amount their department could offer. The Eastern Military District has always operated on a tight budget, she adds, with most of the funds going toward feeding the trainees. The instructor chuckles, patting Lu's shoulder, and reminds him he's known for his huge appetite and his food bill since arrival likely tops 7 or 8 million. Realizing just how expensive his appetite has been, Lu quietly vows to avoid indulging like that again. Qingshu gestures gracefully with her hand, explaining that while the reward isn't massive, it reflects the district's sincerity, and there's more they need to discuss. Lu glances at the card again, now suspecting there's a recruitment pitch buried in all this. Qingshu confirms it with a knowing smile. A rare talent like him, she believes, is destined for the front lines. After all, true martial sages aren't forged in comfort, they're shaped in conflict. The femboy follows up, reminding him that the country and the Martial Association don't offer privileges and resources without expectations. When the time comes to choose a military division, they hope the Eastern District tops his list. With a grin creeping across his face, the guy leans in, throwing in one final incentive that their district is known not just for discipline, but for its stunning female soldiers. Just as he's trying to lure our boy into gooning, Qingshu cuts in, smacking him with a chair. While the guy lies groaning on the floor, Qingshu refocuses the moment. She informs Lu that they've chosen him to represent the Dongning Prodigy camp in the upcoming Morning Star selection. At first, Lu is caught off guard by the name, but Qingshu explains it's an annual event where all the eastern provinces send their brightest to compete. Only one will be crowned a future martial master, a Morning Star. The femboy, still half-conscious, adds that this title marks the beginning of one's path toward becoming a true master. Lu reflects silently. If he is to live in this world, then some things can't be avoided. To rewrite the fate of humanity, he must grow stronger. There's no turning back now. The instructor rests a reassuring hand on Lu Shang's shoulder, letting him know that both he and Qingshu fully trust Lu's capabilities. In their eyes, no one else in this year's Dongning training camp seems more fitting to represent them. The Eastern Military District has even decided to provide rewards for those selected in the trials. Lu silently acknowledges this and reflects that if he hopes to gain more resources, he'll have to reveal even more of his strength. Qingshu casually notes that a few months remain before the official Morningstar selection begins, once all provincial camps have concluded. She promises to remind Lu of the dates so his preparation doesn't clash with the National College entrance exam. But in Femboy's mind, Lu's abilities surpass the need for such tests. Colleges from the Eastern District would be eager to recruit him regardless. Hearing all this, Lu wonders aloud if he even needs to remain in the training camp any longer. The guy had already said it's up to him. As he moves toward the exit, Lu mentions he'll stick around for a bit and leaves unless anything else is required. The instructor watches him go, half joking that Lu is probably staying just for the cafeteria meals. Qingshu, meanwhile, quietly admits that she never imagined a day would come when she'd envy someone's talent. The guy agrees, noting that Lu is different, someone meant to shape the future in ways few can imagine. Later, at the Baihe City Martial Association, Lu makes his way to a familiar floor, Chairman Xiao's office. It's been some time since his last visit. As he approaches, voices raised in an argument echo from inside. Just then, the chairman's secretary calls out and opens the door with her nervousness barely concealed. She notices the boy and escorts him in the office. Inside, the chairman sits looking troubled. An older man in a blue suit rises, giving Lu a mocking once-over, pretending to be impressed by the so-called genius the chairman had spoken about. He casually brags about his own granddaughter, Zia, showing off her photo on his phone while his other hand subtly scans Lu's physique, looking for something noteworthy. In his opinion, Lu is no different from countless others who fall short of Zia's level. The chairman, already on edge, snaps at Lu for returning before the training camp ends. In response, Lu calmly presents a sealed envelope. He explains that Chief Instructor Qingshu had instructed him to deliver it personally, requesting Chairman Xiao's review and approval. Hearing Qingshu's name, the old man immediately reaches for the envelope, puzzled as to why a minor city's martial association is being asked to approve something of such importance. The old man eyes Lu with suspicion, wondering if the boy has caused trouble at the training camp and whether the chief instructor has pushed the responsibility onto Chairman Xiao. Before the man can voice his doubts, the chairman abruptly rises and snatches the envelope from his hands, clearly irritated. Tearing it open, he scans the contents, and as he reads, his expression shifts from disbelief to surprise. Once finished, he quietly slides the document back into its cover with his face unreadable. The old man, trying to provoke a reaction, makes a mocking remark, suggesting he shouldn't take it too personally. But the chairman, ignoring the jab, turns to Lu and asks about his breakthrough. When exactly did he reach rank 3? The old man looks startled by the question, but Lu answers calmly. He advanced a month ago, under the supervision of Chief Instructor Qingshu, who personally evaluated his abilities. According to her, the military holds the authority to assess martial artists, and Lu only needed Xiao's formal approval for recognition. At this, the chairman's mood lifts. He confirms everything appears legitimate and agrees to sign off immediately. Not convinced, the old man grabs the documents to see for himself. He flips through the pages quickly, scanning Lu's records. Holding them up, he accuses the boy of forging them. Xiao, now visibly annoyed, snatches the papers back and sarcastically invites the old man to create a forgery himself, if he thinks it's that easy. He even points out the official seal of the Eastern Military District stamped on the documents. Still in disbelief, the old man questions how someone who supposedly got eliminated could have a combat power index of 270,000. Lu sighs. He never claimed he was eliminated. That was just the old man's assumption. To put any lingering doubts to rest, Lu suggests contacting Chief Instructor Qingshu directly, as she anticipated the chairman might need confirmation. Xiao, amused by the tension, glances at the old man with a smirk, and assures Lu there's no suspicion on his part, though he admits he'll still place the call. After all, Qingshu isn't just any instructor. She's one of the most trusted talents in the Eastern Military District. As the video call begins, Chief Instructor Qingshu appears on screen. Her eyes immediately catch sight of Lu, drawing her attention before anything else. The call is meant to be an introduction between the Baihe City chairman and Qingshu. He confirms his identity politely, but the moment he realizes he's speaking to the chief instructor, the old man nearly loses his balance in shock. It truly is her. Just then, Xia, Qingshu's student and the old man's granddaughter, hears her grandfather's voice and becomes curious why he's on a call with someone like Qingshu. Sensing her distraction, Qingshu sternly reminds her of her training goals and doubles her task for the day as punishment. The two beside the chairman watch the scolding quietly, as the chairman nudges the old man to use the moment to talk to his granddaughter. The chairman then assures Qingshu that he has received the necessary documents and will see everything through. Pleased with his quick response, Qingshu tells him to speed things up. Lu has been chosen to represent Dongning province in the prestigious Morning Star selection. She goes on to reveal that Lu is by far the strongest prodigy in this year's training camp, and that there's little point in having him continue with the regular sessions. The weight of her words hits the chairman hard. He stands frozen for a second before giving Lu a silent thumbs up. Meanwhile, the old man finally realizes that the terrifyingly talented student his granddaughter mentioned before was Lu all along. He quietly sits down to process it, while Qingshu scolds Xia for letting go of the dream of surpassing that very same boy. When she asks if she still clings to that goal, Xia, shaken, admits she wouldn't even dare face him again. As the call nears its end, Qingshu requests a quick word with Lu. She informs him that most of the materials for crafting his requested psychic weapon have already been acquired. She promises to share an itemized list with prices soon and offers to assist with any further purchases. Once he completes the psychic mentalist assessment, he'll be able to access StarWeb to handle acquisitions himself. With that, she ends the call. The moment the screen goes dark, Chairman rushes to Lu like a maniac, unable to believe what he just heard. He confirms that Lu is truly on track for the psychic mentalist assessment. Lu calmly explains that Qingshu personally recommended him after discovering his gift during the training camp. Overwhelmed but proud, Chairman gives Lu a firm pat on the shoulder. In his eyes, there's no doubt anymore, Lu isn't just talented. Meanwhile, just beside them, Xia's grandfather remains stunned, still processing everything he's just witnessed. Outside the building, Xiao offers Lu a ride home, but he politely declines. He has another place he needs to visit first. Xiao, in good spirits, invites Lu to drop by his house sometime, promising to cook for him and introduce him to a few people. As Lu gets into a taxi, he silently agrees with the chairman's earlier statement. Strength truly rules this world. Even the taxi driver picks up on Xiao's unusually cheerful mood and curiously asks Lu about their connection. Before responding, Lu reflects that the chairman probably feels proud for the first time in a long while. Out loud, he simply says that Xiao is just naturally kind and there's no personal relation between them. Their drive is suddenly interrupted when a large sign falls in front of the car, forcing the driver to brake hard. Lu steps out to check and sees that the fallen sign belongs to the Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy. Curious, he approaches to see what's happening. Inside the academy, things are tense. Master Hongchuan and his daughter are kneeling as a group of thugs, led by Lin, confront them. Despite being a rank 4 martial artist, Lin has come to openly challenge the entire academy, clearly looking to assert dominance. Ni, the master's daughter, accuses him of taking advantage of her father's injured condition. Though weakened, Hongchuan stands and reminds Lin that their academy had already agreed not to recruit new students for a year. But Lin brushes it off, pointing out that anyone bold enough to display a martial arts signboard should also be ready to defend it. Hongchuan doesn't back down. He recalls arriving in Baihe City 2 decades ago with nothing but his fists and built his academy from scratch. If he could do it then, he believes he can hold his ground again. However, his body betrays his resolve as he coughs up blood. Ni rushes to his side, worried, but he insists he's fine. Lin and his men mock the old man's defiance, questioning how a struggling academy could have attracted a rank 2 martial artist like Lu at all. The master's daughter quickly clarifies that Lu isn't even an official student, just someone affiliated with their school, but Lin doesn't care about the details. Fueled by rage, he slams his foot into the floor, venting that thanks to Lu's rising reputation, his own business has taken a major hit. As far as he's concerned, this dojo crossed a line by interfering with his profits, and he plans to make them pay. As he is threatening them, Ni steps forward asserting that the student who left Lin's academy had joined theirs willingly. Lin already knows this. He didn't come for explanations, but to destroy the academy altogether. In his mind, once it's gone, the students will have no option but to return to him. Irritated by his arrogance, Ni insists on facing him herself. Lin, amused, is more than eager to crush her spirit. From the sidelines, Hongchuan warns his daughter, saying that Lin isn't just some opponent. As a rank 4 martial artist, he's beyond dangerous. Even if Hongchuan were at his peak, the fight would have been uncertain. But Ni reminds him she's rank 3, and together they might stand a chance. Unimpressed, Lin grows impatient. The Martial Association's clock is ticking, and he has no intention of returning tomorrow, so he demands they fight now. Ni fires back with confidence, declaring that once they defeat him, they'll make him parade around carrying the dojo's signboard. That remark gets under Lin's skin. With a twisted smile and a dark aura surrounding him, he lunges forward. But before he can reach her, Hongchuan intercepts the blow. Despite blocking, the impact sends him crashing into the ground. Laughing cruelly, Lin mocks the old man, questioning if he's realized the truth, that Lin has already broken into rank 5. He accuses Hongchuan of hiding behind the academy to avoid real fights and demands to know who's next. At this point, Hongchuan, exhausted and defeated, announces that he will comply with Lin's wishes and shut the academy down. Hearing that, Ni's heart sinks, her eyes well with tears. She calls out to her father, knowing once he gives his word, there's no turning back. But just then, a familiar voice echoes through the entrance, cutting through the tension. It's Lu who steps in, surrounded by a faint blue aura, asking where he'll train if the academy shuts down. Ni, shocked and uncertain, barely believes her eyes. Lu greets her casually, as if no time has passed. Watching this, the two students from Lin's academy quickly blame Lu for their downfall, claiming it was his influence that made their peers leave. Now focusing on Lu, Lin changes his tone. He compliments his talent and attitude, offering him a place at his own dojo. After all, Hongchuan's academy, in his eyes, is worthless, led by a man who can't take a single hit. If Lu truly wants to grow stronger, Lin promises to personally pass on the secrets of his family martial style. Lu pretends to be impressed and curiously inquires about the so-called family secret technique. In response, Lin proudly reveals his chest, boasting about his nearly impenetrable defense. He claims the technique is a rare and restricted art, not casually passed down, and says even strong fighters like Hong Chuan couldn't break through his defenses. Few at the academy could. His confidence, however, leaves the dojo master quietly disheartened. Faking interest, Lu questions whether Lin truly intends to teach him such a prized skill. Lin confidently affirms, saying he'd share not just the technique, but everything he knows, if Lu agreed to become his disciple. But just as Lin begins preparing his next sweet-talking line, everything shifts. What Lin sees, or rather senses, feels monstrous. In his mind, it's like a beast with gaping mouths coils around him, and instinctively, he tears off his shirt to brace for impact. His legs buckle under sudden pressure, feet sinking into the ground, body drenched in sweat as he struggles to keep up. Lu, unfazed, playfully gives him a thumbs up for being durable, then immediately follows it with a devastating blow straight to the chest. The hit is so forceful, it sends Lin crashing into the wall, collapsing to his knees, unconscious. Lu mockingly questions how someone kneeling in defeat could teach him anything at all. As Lin lies there, one of his shaken companions becomes Steve from Minecraft in disbelief. How could an 18-year-old already wield this much power? Meanwhile, Lu calmly offers a hand to Ni, who blushes and takes it without speaking. Once things settle, he casually asks Hongchuan not to shut down the dojo, mentioning it's close to his home. Hongchuan gratefully agrees, offering any future support Lu might need. Lu just smiles, saying he only stepped in this once, reminding them that in this world, strength rules. Next time, they must defend their ground on their own. As he walks away, Hongchuan still struggles to grasp how someone so young could defeat a near rank 5 martial artist in a single blow, something only peak rank 5s should be capable of. Ni reflects on how quickly time has passed. Barely 3 months ago, Lu had just reached rank 2. Now she can't even guess his current level. As evening falls and night sets in, Lu returns home, greeted warmly by his family. His mother, worried by his delay, asks why he's late since he'd promised to come back by afternoon. Lu explains that he had stopped to help some weak and elderly people who were being harassed by thugs. This immediately raises concern in his mother, who fears he might have been hurt. But his father, calm and confident, reminds her that their son is now an official martial artist, and helping others is part of a true warrior's path. He believes Lu is destined for something greater, perhaps even to battle monsters one day. Later at the dinner table, Qingyi quietly asks her brother about the mysterious meat he'd sent earlier. After eating it, their father's health had improved noticeably, and her own vitality had risen to 1.1. She suspects it's more powerful than any tonic they've tried before, and jokingly wonders if Lu stole it from the training camp. Lu brushes her off, teasingly pinching her cheek, and assures her it was something he earned through hard work. Their mother, still concerned, asks if the camp is too difficult, reminding him not to overdo it. She's just happy to see him home, safe and sound. His father, however, insists there's more to his son than meets the eye. He believes that even if Lu stumbles or fails, their support will never waver. Hearing this, Lu can't help but smile. In that simple moment, surrounded by the warmth of his family, he quietly promises himself to grow stronger, not just for them, but to protect the world from ruin. That night, in his dreams, Lu finds himself in a familiar battlefield. With just a single punch, he effortlessly crushes zombies, absorbing their powers and memories. He's surprised at how easily he now handles foes equivalent to rank 6 martial artists. As he approaches the heart of the ruined base, he recalls a terrifying presence, a zombie cloaked in a crushing aura that he had once seen atop the central tower. Curious but cautious, he decides to observe rather than confront. Yet before he can react, the powerful zombie leaps down, shaking the ground with its landing. The creature radiates a divine energy, its body seemingly forged from molten metal and dense vitality. Even the strongest martial artists wouldn't stand a chance against its overwhelming pressure. Lu instantly recognizes it as a martial master-level being. Facing the monster, a dark urge stirs within him, a hunger to destroy, fueled by the battle memories he absorbed. He could suppress it with his crystal technique but refuses, not wanting to lose the edge. Steadying his breath, he shifts into the breath of the wind stance and unleashes Star Impact, ready to face the towering threat. Despite unleashing a fierce attack, Lu is caught off guard when the master zombie remains completely unharmed with its eerie smile still intact. He instinctively leaps back, keeping his distance, surprised that even though he hadn't gone all out, he had still used 6 rounds of his enhanced star impact along with buffs from his footwork. The force behind that strike had easily surpassed a combat power of 100,000, yet it failed to even move a finger of his undead opponent. Frustrated, he switches tactics and channels his energy into a more intense technique, Flame Breath, before charging in and striking with star impact tenfold. The resulting explosion rocks the area, and sweat pours from his body as he watches the dust settle. But once again, the zombie remains untouched. That's when it clicks. The master zombie is protected by an invisible force field. Lu recalls that all true martial masters possess such a barrier, and this one is so powerful that not even bullets could get through. Keeping his distance in case of a sudden counterattack, Lu notices something odd. The zombie still shows no intention of retaliating. Its stance remains defensive, unmoving. Letting out a quiet sigh, Lu finally accepts that he's outmatched. He sits down, exhausted, and begins to analyze the situation. Every time his attacks landed, the zombie's force field absorbed and reduced their power by nearly 99%. It's hard to believe that even in death, this martial master retains such terrifying strength. Yet Lu feels an odd sense of relief that the undead doesn't see him as a real threat, only defending itself. He knows if it attacked, he wouldn't stand a chance. In that moment, he truly understands the vast gap between rank 6 and rank 7, the realm of true martial masters. He thinks of retreating but reminds himself of the potential reward. If he can defeat this undead master, he might gain access to its knowledge and abilities. That thought reignites a spark of determination. He launches a series of relentless punches against the force field. When he delivers his final blow, he instantly retreats again, breathing hard and watching for a response. Strangely, the barrier seems slightly weaker. It's not much, but it's enough to give him hope. Even the smallest sign of progress is worth chasing. Lu decides he'll keep going, even if it means punching 1,000,000 times. With stamina almost drained, he knows a typical rank 3 would have collapsed by now. Only his mastery of natural breathing techniques keeps him standing. But the battle is far from over, and Lu isn't ready to quit just yet. As Lu glances at the fallen zombies around him, a fleeting thought of retreat crosses his mind. Perhaps it would be wiser to return after gaining more strength. But then he recalls something important. Ever since his psychic energy advanced to rank 3, eliminating zombies of rank 6 and below had become effortless. Entire swarms could be wiped out in a single sweep. Yet despite this advantage, he hasn't once tried using his psychic power offensively against the master zombie. He realizes it's because he never learned actual psychic combat techniques. He's always treated his abilities as support tools or as a means to channel the divine illumination of the King of Hell to amplify his vitality. Eyes shut, fully focused, he nearly forgets that his strength as a rank 3 psychic mentalist may even surpass his martial skills. Drawing in his power, he concentrates it into a crystal, a method he's never used as a weapon before, but it feels potent enough. He charges forward and strikes the master zombie directly. The impact lands, but the creature's energy shield remains intact. Undeterred, Lu leaps into the air, gathers his full power into another crystal and hurls it down. This time, the force field begins to crack, but still doesn't shatter. Pushing past his limits, he creates a crystal 10 times larger. As it descends slowly, it pierces deeper into the barrier. The master zombie watches it with a faint, almost relieved smile. Still, the shield holds. In a final burst, Lu combines his psychic energy with a burst of flame, the tenfold star impact, and his perfected martial technique. The explosion is massive, and it finally obliterates the force field. Lu moves in close for the finishing blow. Just before striking, he recalls the sacrifices of those who fought before him, those whose spirits never truly faded. As he delivers the final attack, the master zombie responds with a haunting smile. Lu freezes momentarily, struck by its deep sadness. As the creature falls, Lu begins absorbing its memories and abilities. Among the fragments, a scene plays out. Soldiers saluting a man named Shi Shengning, congratulating him on becoming a martial master. In another memory, panic spreads across the land. Despite efforts by elites from the Star Realm, strongholds continue to fall. A child pleads with him not to leave, but Shi Shengning, now a martial master, chooses to stay on the front lines, prepared to fight to his last breath. The memory shifts once more. Standing before a terrifying rank 9 monster, even a veteran like Xu Shengning feels fear. Yet soldiers cheer nearby, praising Master Wang for defeating such a beast. In their voices, hope still lingers, so long as warriors like him continue to rise. After mastering a new martial technique from Master Wang, Xu Shengning once believed he might break through to the legendary rank 8 Grand Martial Master, but that hope quickly faded as he clutched his bleeding wounds, coldness creeping into his limbs. He wondered if this was how death truly felt. Just before slipping into unconsciousness, he heard whispers that the Martial Alliance had launched the Fireseed plan. humanity's desperate gamble to raise an unprecedented rank 12 powerhouse. His final thoughts lingered on whether there was still hope for mankind. Now, Lu regains his breath after absorbing this flood of memories. More than any zombie he had encountered before, he now knows that this powerful corpse was once called Shu Shengning, a master of fist techniques. With Shi Shengning's insights, battle instincts, and lifelong training fused into his mind, Lu's own martial mastery begins evolving rapidly. A blue aura flares around him, and as it turns intense, he realizes he has stepped into the profound control stage. Divine energy seeps from his fingers, the result of decades of accumulated knowledge. Among the memories, a face keeps appearing, Master Wang. Lu wonders if this is the same Wang who developed the legendary star body refining technique. Known as the Eastern Evil Sun, this Wang was said to be one of the strongest martial artists from a distant future, someone even Shu Shengning revered. It's said Shu Shengning once watched Wang unleash a single devastating move that inspired him to craft a new, powerful martial art of his own. But strangely, Lu can't find this skill directly in Shu Shengning's mind. Determined, he delves deeper into the memory fragments, eventually stumbling upon a glowing yellow orb. As he touches it, the world around him shifts. He's pulled into a darker realm surrounded by glowing red eyes. A massive crimson eye with jagged teeth looms before him, and far off he sees a vision of Shu Shengning himself. Suddenly, a radiant beam of divine energy cuts across the void, annihilating everything in its path. Even Lu can feel its power from afar. Through this surreal memory, Lu learns the origin of a near-mythical technique, the 10 suns in the same sky, inspired by ancient legends of the Golden Crow, the celestial creature said to carry the sun across the heavens. When all 10 crows appear at once, the earth burns and reality tears apart. It was Shi Shengning's final masterpiece, intended to push him into the Grand Master ranks. As the memory ends, light returns. A new day dawns, and Lu, back in his room, sits calmly on his bed. He notices something within. His psychic energy has changed. Something fundamental has awakened. Lu focuses his energy and successfully compresses it into a small, solid pink crystal. While the total amount of his psychic energy remains roughly the same, the transformation in quality is staggering. Compared to others, Zia's energy like air, Qingshu's like water, his now feels like a dense ball forged from pure steel. The moment he clenches his fist, a subtle grin forms. His energy might be equal in volume, but its strength and density are on a completely different level. Lost in his excitement, Lu fails to notice that he has unintentionally lifted an entire building off the ground. Inside and outside, people panic at the surreal sight. Looking around in confusion, he's stunned at how effortlessly he did it. It leaves him wondering just how many times stronger his new psychic state has become. Still, despite the massive leap, he understands that true control will take time and practice. After gently placing the building back, Lu reflects that this level of power is far beyond what most martial artists could even dream of. In terms of raw psychic energy alone, he believes he could crush a rank 3, perhaps even a rank 4, without lifting a finger. But that's not all he gains. A faint psychic force field now surrounds his body, weak but real. With focus, he can enhance its density, though even at full strength, it's nowhere near what he witnessed from the master zombie back in training. Lu's own field is like the fragile shell of a chicken egg compared to the zombie's fortress-like ostrich shell. Still, this seed of power is a clear sign of evolution. It's the beginning of something far greater, his path to becoming a true martial master. Later that day, inside a high-rise suite at Grand Sea and Sky, Lu lounges while scrolling through his phone. A message pops up, someone apologizing for running late. With a thoughtful expression, he realizes that ever since leaving the training camp, he's no longer receiving meals made from monster meat. To maintain his cultivation, high-quality tonics are now essential. It's time, he decides, to meet with someone from the medicinal hall. Not long after, Susu, the alluring owner of the medicinal hall, arrives, slightly out of breath. On seeing Lu's youthful appearance, she relaxes. Assuming he's just another naive student, she mentally prepares to handle the deal with ease. But Lu is calm, focused. He gestures for her to sit as he flips through the menu. Rather than diving straight into business, he chooses to keep things relaxed. He places an order, 40 portions of the restaurant's finest steak, while Susu hands off her coat and takes a seat, still calculating how best to steer the conversation. Unbeknownst to her, Lu's already several steps ahead. While he casually places his order, Susu watches him with a mix of confusion and disbelief. She wonders if he's secretly a pig in human form. His appetite seems endless. Martial artists were known to eat more, sure, but 40 servings of steak? Each one costs over 1,000, so the total racks up to more than 50,000. The thought alone makes her nervous. What if he expects her to foot the bill? Just then, Lu glances up and checks if she wants anything. She politely declines, saying she's already eaten. Without wasting time, Lu asks the waitress to hurry with the order, claiming he's starving. Watching him, Susu silently scoffs, finding him really strange. Before she can say anything else, he tosses a file her way. As she skims through it, her face tightens. It's her background. Lu casually narrates the details. Her great-great-great-grandfather had once been an apprentice at the medicinal shop, who later rose to become a rank 5 alchemist and founded the now fading Xingshan Medical Hall. At its peak, the business had over 200 branches across Dongning province. But over time, especially by her father's generation, it crumbled under poor leadership. The longer Lu speaks, the more agitated she becomes. To her, everything he says is available online anyway. What's the point of flaunting it? But just as she's about to shut him down, the waitress returns with the food. Unbothered, Lu calmly begins eating while dropping another unsettling fact. He knows her mother, Chen Lan, hasn't returned to Dongning province in nearly 2 decades, and that she and Susu have never once met. He doesn't stop there. He brings up how their family has been subtly sabotaging the medical hall for years because of their outdated mindset and bad management. Susu finally snaps and demands to know where he's getting all this from. But Lu, still chewing, simply points out that whether it's true or not, all she needs to do is ask her father, Heji. His calmness only deepens her frustration. Memories rush in. Her mother left when she was just 2. After that, the business began collapsing fast. Her father, though not a strong leader, tried to keep it afloat. Stores were closing every other day during those months. Looking back, she had always felt that the fall was too sudden to blame on mismanagement alone. As if reading her thoughts, Lu casually remarks that every time she tried to launch a new partnership, it would mysteriously fall apart at the last moment. As Lu quietly chews his steak, he reflects on the risk he's taking, hoping Miss Susu won't hold it against him for digging so deep into her affairs. Surprisingly, Susu stands and calmly acknowledges his investigation, suggesting they discuss their potential collaboration. In this arrangement, Lu takes charge of developing medicinal prescriptions and training while Medicinal Hall oversees production and distribution. When it comes to profit sharing, Lu boldly asks for 90%. Susu is stunned, nearly offended. If he's going that far, why not just take all of it? Though tempted, Lu knows she wouldn't allow that. Instead, she offers 70%, the highest she's willing to go. Lu agrees, but adds that she'll still need to account for another 20%. He explains that the remaining 10% is for maintaining a long-term partnership, and the other 10% covers something far more personal, protection and revenge. For years, the Chen family in the capital has tormented her family. Lu promises to end that cycle and restore what rightfully belongs to her. To prove he's not bluffing, he unleashes a brief display of his mentalist powers. Susu is frozen in disbelief. An 18-year-old martial artist of the 2nd rank with psychic abilities is sitting across from her in Baihe City? Even though she lacks martial skills herself, she knows the weight those titles carry. She suspects someone powerful must be backing him, and Lu doesn't deny it. That additional 10%, he says, is for both his abilities and his connections. Faced with the reality that the Chen family might come after her again, especially if others use her new partnership as an excuse to strike, Susu realizes she'll have to face them eventually, whether she wants revenge or not. After a pause, she accepts Lu's terms. He then reveals a USB drive containing the formula for a muscle and blood-strengthening decoction. With a light smile, he passes it to her, calling it a promise in digital form. She quietly hopes he'll keep his word. Lu reassures her, encouraging her to file a patent with the Alchemist Association and offering support with the process if needed. He also mentions borrowing her lab in the future and asks her to prepare it. As Lu leaves, he casually says it's been a pleasure working together. Once alone, Susu sighs. She had assumed she could easily steer this deal to her benefit, but the balance of power shifted fast. It doesn't even feel like she negotiated with a student. Instead, it was like facing a seasoned leader. Just then, a waitress approaches, breaking her thoughts by asking if she'll be settling the bill. Susu touches her forehead in frustration. She didn't even eat. And Lu, of course, didn't pay. When she asks how much, the waitress pulls out an absurdly long bill, listing 90 items and totaling over 115,000. At the restaurant, Susu becomes frustrated when the bill shows 90 items, even though she remembers only serving 40 portions. The waitress, smiling brightly, explains that while Lu dined alone with 40 servings, he also placed a separate order of 50 items to take home for his family. As Susu quietly pulls out her card, holding back tears, the waitress warmly thanks her for the generous payment and continues on her way. Chapter 33. Later that evening, Lu arrives at his apartment with a towering stack of food boxes. His mother is caught off guard by the lavish meal and comments on the unnecessary expense. Lu reassures her, saying the bill wasn't his to cover. A wealthy girl insisted on treating him. To keep things simple, he pretends he tried to refuse, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. His mother gently warns him not to take advantage of others' kindness again, regardless of their insistence. She then mentions that teacher Zhang had dropped by several times asking about him. This reminds Lu that he hasn't been to school in quite a while, prompting him to finally make a visit the next day. At Baihe Third High, teacher Zhang is sitting in his office when Lu unexpectedly shows up, holding a small bonsai pot. He offers it as a replacement for the one he once accidentally ruined. The teacher is quietly touched by the gesture, but even more struck by the noticeable change in Lu, especially considering how little time has passed. Zhong invites him in, and as they sit, he informs Lu that his school withdrawal process is nearly complete. From now on, he jokes to himself, he'll likely only see the boy on television. When asked about his future plans, Lu casually reveals he's been chosen for the Morning Star selection and will soon be evaluated by the Psychic Mentalist Association. The news stuns Zhong to his core. Sweat forming, he processes the reality. His once average student has become something extraordinary. After a long pause, Zhong accepts that he has nothing more to offer this rising star. He gives Lu his full support, asking him to go out into the world and make a name for himself. As Lu walks away, the teacher silently reflects on just how much he underestimated him. What once seemed like raw potential has now grown into a symbol of pride, not just for their school or even their city, but perhaps for all of humanity. In their classroom, the atmosphere is anything but focused. While the teacher delivers his lecture, one student is glued to a mobile game and others are either dozing off or lost in thought. Frustrated, the teacher slams his book and urges the class to pay attention, reminding them that their cultural studies aren't just a formality, they're essential if they hope to get into the prestigious Marshall University. As he speaks, a student, Ju, yawns and leans toward his friend Ming, asking if he wants to hit the internet cafe later. But Ming declines, explaining that he's been attending martial arts cram school and needs the extra training. Ju finds this surprising. Ming has already been pushing himself hard lately. Before the teacher can reprimand them further, the classroom door opens, and to everyone's astonishment, Lu steps inside. With a relaxed smile and a casual wave, he enters the room, sparking a mix of excitement and disbelief among his former classmates. Some whisper about his rumored accomplishments, including turning down the mayor's daughter for the sake of martial training, while a few students, visibly flustered, can't believe they're seeing him again. The teacher greets Lu warmly as he expresses a desire to attend one last cultural class. Granted permission, he walks to his old seat while the rest of the students look on in awe. Ju, still in disbelief, wonders if Lu is even the same age as them anymore, having heard that he's already reached rank 2. Meanwhile, Ming, Lu's closest friend, remains speechless, quietly absorbing how much his friend seems to have changed. The class proceeds, but much of the attention remains subtly fixed on Lu. When the final bell rings, the teacher dismisses them with a smile. As Lu rises to leave, the entire class instinctively turns toward him. With a warm farewell, he bids them goodbye, thanking them in his own way. The students feel proud to have shared a classroom with someone like him. Before exiting, Lu places a hand on Ming's shoulder, encouraging him quietly. The gesture hits the fatty deeply. Struggling to hold back tears, he makes a silent vow. No matter how hard it gets, he'll make it into Marshall University, even if it costs him everything. A short while later, in his quiet room, Lu sits before his computer, already one step ahead. He had arranged for Susu to purchase the necessary ingredients for 2 potent concoctions, the muscle and blood strengthening decoction and the marrow nourishing elixir. Both are known for their efficiency in reinforcing the body and bones, ideal for his current cultivation phase. With enough supply, he estimated they'd carry him all the way to rank 4. However, weaponry was a different problem. As a budding psychic mentalist, he lacked access to the Star Web marketplace since official access required passing an assessment. Without that, he couldn't buy his own weapon, and constantly relying on Qingshu could easily expose his secret. He knew he needed to make time for the assessment before the Morning Star selection arrived. Curious, he browses through a list of available weapons and is stunned. The Eternal Blade Wheel alone is priced at an outrageous 3,700,000, and the Silver Sky Glider isn't far behind. That's when the memory of the instructors casually handing him a 5 million small reward made more sense. At these prices, they weren't exaggerating. Crafting these weapons required rare materials, Deb steel in particular, valued at a jaw-dropping 9,000 per gram. A single blade wheel would need at least £1, already overshooting 5 million, and that's without the cost of secondary materials. Worse still, with his psychic strength being above average, standard materials wouldn't cut it. Mithril might work, but the cost would be tenfold. Stuck between absurd prices and his need for a reliable weapon, Lu decides he'll have to gather the materials himself. Thankfully, he discovers a resource distribution map from the Fireweed repository, which points him toward a promising mithril deposit at Oxhead Mountain. With the map in hand and a glimmer of optimism, he plans to extract the mithril himself, get it forged by a blacksmith, and perhaps even trade any surplus for funds. A week later, at the medicinal hall, Susu waits, visibly annoyed by his delay. Lu finally arrives, dressed plainly, then quickly throws on a white coat. Though she doesn't hide her irritation, he calmly prepares for the task. As he slips on gloves and inspects the herbs, he mentally notes their decent quality. The total cost had come to around 200,000, which he planned to log in their records and deduct from their profits later. After masking up, he politely asks Susu to step out, needing full concentration for the next step. Susu, though puzzled by Lu's sudden request, obeys without question. As she steps out, her mind drifts back to the fact that the blood and muscle-enhancing tonic hasn't even hit the market, yet she has already poured nearly $1 million into materials, just for Lu's formulations. Despite the expense, she feels a sense of relief. The guidance Lu provided was thorough, allowing her to complete the decoction with ease. Before leaving, she wonders if Lu is developing a new formula, recalling how he's been visiting the lab daily. She starts to question how many secrets he might be hiding. 3 hours later, Lu notifies her that he's finished. He casually mentions he's heading out for a few days and assures her the funds for launching the tonic will be transferred soon. But Susu, sitting nearby, shows no interest in his announcement. Lu mutters something under his breath, mixing humor with mild frustration, which only earns him another irritated glance from the old woman. Once she confirms Lu has left, she sneaks back into the lab. She immediately notices a new elixir left behind, something she's seen before during testing. The effects were remarkable. Unlike typical tonics on the market, which cost millions and barely reach 4th grade strength, this one directly enhances bone structure and was made from ingredients costing only a few $100,000. Holding the test tube, Susu's mind races with the possibilities. She grits her teeth, suspecting Lu's bag holds more of these unheard-of concoctions. Her thoughts are interrupted when her assistant enters, reporting that he completed her earlier task. He tells her he watched the security feed the entire time, yet saw nothing. It was as if the cameras had malfunctioned, only to return to normal the moment Lu exited. Susu sighs, not surprised. She knows that standard surveillance is useless against a psychic of Lu's caliber. Gazing at a different green elixir she had hoped to replicate, she lets out a tired breath and discards it in frustration. In her mind, she accepts that her only real option now is to follow him faithfully. For her family's future in the city, he might be their only hope. Meanwhile, on a bus weaving through the hills of Quming, a cheerful tour guide welcomes the passengers. Their destination, Shanlin Village, nestled deep within Oxhead Mountain, far from the noise of the city. She describes it as a 5-star scenic location, known for its stunning landscapes, peaceful atmosphere, and rich local traditions. Visitors, she says, can enjoy authentic regional cuisine, serene views, and even shop for rare handcrafted items unique to the village's culture. As the guide speaks about the local handicrafts, a woman in red stands up, clearly agitated, questioning whether they'll be pressured into buying anything. An elderly woman beside her wonders aloud about the night's stay and whether the mountain swarms with mosquitoes. The tour guide calmly assures the group that no one will be forced to buy anything. They're part of a well-established agency after all. As the yapping is going on, Lu remains quiet and detached from the chatter, lost in his own thoughts. He recalls the marrow-nourishing solution he refined earlier that week, enough to sustain him for days. This mountain feels far removed from the world, and he suspects there may be an undiscovered mithril mine hidden within. The idea of monopolizing it crosses his mind, but his train of thought is interrupted when a yellow ball rolls to his feet. A young girl in red retrieves the ball and looks at him with innocent curiosity. Before she can say much, her mother gently pulls her back and apologizes for the disturbance. Lu assures her there's no trouble, though internally he's startled. He senses the distinct psychic aura coming from the girl's father. This piques his interest. Perhaps he isn't the only mentalist on this trip after all. Elsewhere on the bus, a girl named Dan complains about the exhausting journey. The 3-day ride has left her irritable and sweaty. Her companion, Lin, reminds her that no one forced her to join. Dan, however, insists she only came to keep Lin from doing anything reckless after her recent financial troubles. Lin brushes off the concern, saying it's just a much-needed getaway, and that the views from Oxhead Mountain make it all worth it. Their conversation is interrupted by laughter. The kid in red is now playing ball with Lu outside the bus. When he smiles, Dandan's demeanor shifts. She is shocked, but a moment later, the ball lands near her. She catches it with exaggerated enthusiasm and tosses it back to Lu, earning a soft smile from him in return. Blushing deeply, she tries to act composed, but Lin nudges her, smirking. It's clear her friend's heart has just skipped a beat. 2 hours later, the bus reaches its destination deep within the Oxhead Mountain region. Dan scans the surroundings with visible disappointment. It looks like an average mountain to her. But Lin finds the place charming and mentions hearing about a large waterfall nearby. She's eager to explore the forest the next day to see it for herself. Before Dan can reply, her attention shifts to Lu stepping off the bus. The cheerful kid from earlier runs up to him, calling out excitedly and asking if they can play again tomorrow. Lu gently pats her head and tells her that he'll join her if he has time. Delighted, the little girl beams with joy. Dan also approaches and, half playful, asks the girl if she can join them too. But the child hides behind Lu and teases her, calling her a baddie for stealing the ball earlier, saying she only wants to play with the big brother. Just as the little girl's mother calls her into the village, she waves goodbye to Lu, who returns the gesture warmly. Dan, trying to brush off the rejection, mutters that she doesn't want to play with a brat anyway. Lu casually mentions that kids often speak without a filter. She responds that she's not bothered, then boldly compliments his looks and flirts a little by asking for his number. Amused, Lu gives it to her with a smile, and they exchange contacts. Even Lin, observing quietly, adds Lu to her list. As they walk away, Dandan excitedly tells her friend that this trip might be more exciting than expected. Lin simply replies that as long as she's happy, it's all worth it. Meanwhile, Lu watches them go, already certain this journey holds far more than simple sightseeing. He has sensed at least one other psychic mentalist on the bus, and a couple of martial artists as well, likely ranked at the second tier. Luckily, none of them seem to have detected his true abilities. Since forming the will of a martial master, Lu can suppress his psychic aura entirely, appearing like a typical practitioner to anyone who probes. He doesn't know if any of the others pose a threat, but he's clear on one thing. If anyone interferes with his goals, they won't live to do it twice. Elsewhere, far from the peaceful village, a white limousine cruises down a quiet highway. Inside, a man in blue kneels before an elite figure, seated beside a woman in a traditional Chinese dress. When asked about Tang Maolin, the kneeling man confirms that he's been located at Oxhead Mountain, in the city of Quming. He adds that Tang has gone into hiding with his wife and daughter. He believes Tang intends to vanish deep into the mountains, making it nearly impossible to track him down. The purple-haired figure quietly acknowledges that such a move shows some cleverness. If Tang remains buried in the wilderness and never emerges, even he would struggle to find him. But the kneeling man assures his superior that Tang's family is under close watch and won't escape. Pleased, the leader praises his initiative but warns not to lose track of Tang, noting their low rank makes them no real threat. He plans to confront Tang himself at Oxhead Mountain when the time comes. As he sips a glowing purple drink, he coldly declares Tang must die. Sparing him would seem weak and invite trouble. He extends a shot glass toward the girl in the Chinese dress beside him, and as his hand moves, the same purple liquid begins to flow unnaturally from her mouth and eyes, filling the glass. The strange fluid, rich with the sweet scent and essence of youthful affection, is inhaled by the head with quiet satisfaction. His eyes then settle on a photo of Tang's family, especially his daughter, and he silently savors the dark promise of what's to come. Chapter 36. Back at the village guest house, Tang's daughter is really excited about the big space. Her mother, concerned about the uneven flooring, warns her to be careful. Tang, however, remains alert. He discreetly scans the entire building with his psychic abilities, confirming it's safe, for now. When his wife questions his cautiousness, he reminds her that their lives are at risk, and being vigilant is necessary. With a dangerous figure like Wu Shijing pursuing them, a powerful and vindictive rank 3 psychic known for destroying anyone who crosses him, there's no room for error. Tang shares his hope that by taking shelter with his father-in-law, who is also a seasoned rank 2 psychic, they might buy enough time to stay hidden for a year or more. If push comes to shove, he believes they can hold Wu Shijing off together. His wife, anxious but hopeful, wonders how her father is doing. It's been years since they last saw him. Tang reassures her that her father's strength hasn't waned. In fact, he's close to a breakthrough in cultivation. While the couple quietly comforts each other, their daughter peers out the window in awe. In the building across the way, Lu stands motionless, eyes focused, surveying the surroundings with his own subtle abilities. He picks up nothing alarming, just a man using binoculars who seems more curious than dangerous. For now, he chooses not to pay further attention to the man with the binoculars. Instead, he pulls a small vial from his jacket, takes out a pill, and chews it calmly. The elixir he ingests is specifically designed to accelerate his cultivation progress. With its help, the development of his immortal golden body, the foundation of a martial master, is moving faster than expected. At this pace, he estimates it will take less than 2 months to fully complete the first phase, generate internal energy, and ascend to rank 4 in martial arts. His concentration is briefly broken by a notification from his phone. Upon checking it, he sees messages from his sister, first teasing him about a girl returning to school and then bluntly asking if they're dating. Irritated but trying to keep composed, Lu quickly replies, urging her to focus on her training, stop meddling, and not forget to take the tonics he prepared. He sternly reminds her that if her vitality hasn't reached the 1.3 threshold by the time he returns, she won't like the outcome. With that, he tosses the phone onto the desk and lies back on the bed. Closing his eyes, Lu enters a meditative state to test the results of his recent training in the dreamscape. In this surreal battlefield, he finds himself surrounded by zombies. His movements are fluid, powerful. Ever since he mastered 10 suns in the same sky and created his own martial force field, his strength has soared. With a single strike, he sends shockwaves rippling through his enemies, flames erupting as several undead are blasted away. He continues the fight using his crystal ice technique, dominating wave after wave. But then something changes. In the distance, a strange presence emerges, one he has never felt before. A figure steps out from the frozen terrain he created, dressed in silver, red hair flowing, and a glowing crystal embedded between her chest. This masked woman carries an ethereal, yet terrifying aura. She swings her blade casually, shattering his crystal formation effortlessly. Seeing that Lu is stunned, it becomes immediately clear. This isn't a typical enemy. The sheer force of her presence confirms she's at the level of a martial master. Before he can react, in an instant, the woman vanishes and reappears mid-air, striking down with overwhelming power. He sees his body torn apart before everything fades to black. Jerking awake, Lu gasps for breath, drenched in sweat. Every muscle in his body aches as though the injury had been real. It takes him a moment to realize he's back in his room, safe, but the experience rattles him. He reflects on how easily the zombie warrior overpowered him. Even with his refined tactics and confidence from defeating tougher dreamscape foes, she was beyond anything he had faced. He realizes now, this realm isn't a playground for growth, and it's certainly not the sanctuary he once thought it was. After the collapse of civilization, only chaos and conflict seem capable of shaping a true savior in the wasteland. Lu reflects on his dreamscape encounter with the mysterious female martial master. Her strength is overwhelming, far beyond that of Shenging's, and Lu suspects she may be at the level of a rank 8 grandmaster. The icy terrain she created during their clash lingers in his memory. He believes it was a projection of her will, and possessing such a force would bring immeasurable power. Analyzing their brief battle, Lu estimates that if he had responded instantly, using his highest-level martial techniques and profound control, he might have been able to hold his ground, at least temporarily. Determined to face her again, he attempts to return to the dreamscape by entering meditation, but pain flares across his body, disrupting the process. He touches his forehead and wonders whether dying in the dreamscape had triggered a temporary lockout. Realizing there's no chance of re-entering tonight, he shifts his focus back to reality. His phone buzzes again with a flood of messages from Dan Dan. Getting those, Lu begins to regret accepting her friend request. But since he's hungry, he decides to accept her invitation to have a meal together. At the local dining hall, he's barely through the entrance when two voices call his name, one from the little girl and the other from Dan Dan. He acknowledges them with a casual wave before making his way to a vacant table while Tang watches him calmly. Lu barely takes his seat before Dan Dan joins him, playfully questioning why he chose to sit alone. She insists mealtimes are more enjoyable with company. He responds lightheartedly, asking if they hadn't already eaten, prompting conflicting answers from the two girls. Dan Dan throws a sharp look at Lin, who deflects with a quick smirk. Trying to ease the mood, Dan Dan grabs a menu, claiming her appetite has returned and hinting at sharing Lu's food. Lin, clearly enjoying the moment, teases her friend with a mischievous comment about her flirting with the boy. At a nearby table, the young girl asks her father if she can go sit with Lu, whom she fondly calls Big Brother. Her mother questions the idea, but the girl insists. Tang, after a moment's thought, permits it and reminds her not to bother others. As she joyfully approaches Lu with a bowl in hand, her mother expresses concern about trusting strangers, especially given their current circumstances. Tang, however, reassures her. He had already scanned the area using his psychic abilities and sensed no threat. He had also quietly assessed Lu. His calm demeanor and clear eyes gave no indication of ill intent. To him, the young man seemed like an ordinary martial artist. As for the two university girls, he was somewhat impressed. Despite their youthful personalities, they had already reached rank 2 in martial cultivation, which was no small feat at their age. After wiping his mouth, Tang calmly reassures his wife that anyone within his psychic field could be eliminated instantly if he willed it. With that assurance, she finally feels at ease. Meanwhile, at the dining hall table, Lu's massive order arrives, leaving both baddies stunned by the sheer volume of food. As Lu begins eating, starting with a neatly plated pair of pork buns, the little girl across from him marvels at how adorable the food looks. Lu glances at her and silently turns the meal into a playful competition. While she starts nibbling, our boy devours his portion with lightning speed, leaving her wide-eyed in disbelief. Observing this, Lin reflects on how only those without access to cultivation resources still rely on food to refuel their bodies. Once someone becomes an official martial artist, they usually depend on medicinal tonics or high-energy supplements. For example, she and Dan Dan often use compressed nutrient jerky, which is efficient and easier to digest. Consuming food in Lu's quantity would likely send most martial artists running to the toilet all day. Despite this, Dan Dan can't help but admire the boy, her face heating up as she mutters praise for his appearance. Hearing that, Lin leans over and asks if Dan Dan actually has feelings for him. Dan Dan admits she does, wondering if it's that obvious. Lin points out several concerns. The boy is younger, his breathing technique unrefined, and from the looks of it, he likely lacks a strong background. Meanwhile, Dan Dan is a gifted rank 2 martial artist at Dongning Martial University. In Lin's eyes, they simply live in two different worlds. Yet Dan Dan remains unfazed. She imagines a romantic future, dismissing practical concerns like age, income, or even cultivation rank. She believes meeting Lu is destiny. Lin, however, grows increasingly frustrated. She warns that differences in power, resources, and lifestyle will eventually create a rift. As Dandan progresses in cultivation, that gap will only widen, and love alone may not be enough to bridge it. Dandan pushes back, calmly explaining that she's willing to close that gap herself. If Lu doesn't qualify for Dongning University, she'll visit him weekly. If he can't afford a car or house, she already has both. To her, these are not barriers. They're just circumstances she's ready to face. Her eyes shimmer with determination as she insists that Lu is far from ordinary in her eyes. To her, he's brilliant and capable of a future no one else can yet see. Lin, though, whispers one last question: whether Dandan truly plans to throw away more than 10 years of martial training for someone who hasn't even become an official martial artist. She gestures toward Lu, quietly pointing out his visibly weaker physique and the long road he still has ahead. Lin can't help but question what exactly Dandan sees in the boy to be so drawn to him. In response, Dandan, though not emotionally involved just yet, believes Lin is jumping to conclusions too soon and says there's no need for concern, at least until something actually happens between her and Lu. Unbeknownst to them, the boy hears everything with his heightened senses. Finding their conversation absurd, he quietly mutters to himself while scratching his ear. The little girl beside him, puzzled by the unfamiliar word, asks what it means. Lu casually explains that ridiculous is a term used to praise beautiful girls. Taking his words literally, the girl cheerfully points at the two young women, declaring them both ridiculous, to Lu's silent horror and amusement. The girls, confused, are left unsure how to react. The next day, as the tour group waits for everyone to gather, a guide notices that one family and Lu are missing. With no response from their phones, she suggests the group take a short break while she contacts emergency services. Dandan feels uneasy and wonders where Lu and the family have gone. Lin, although unconcerned about the family's safety, knowing the father is far from ordinary, is puzzled by the boy's absence. Without hesitation, Dandan breaks from the group and dashes into the nearby forest, determined to find him. Deep in the forest, Lu sprints toward a specific location. After resting overnight, the lingering pain from his recent dreamscape experience has mostly faded. Leaping across the terrain with ease, he eventually lands, releasing a subtle purple aura as he touches the ground, using his psychic power to trace something hidden. Within moments, he finds it, a rich deposit of raw mithril. Channeling his psychic ability, he lifts a massive chunk of land containing the precious metal and molds it together. It's his first time seeing mithril up close, and he's both excited and cautious as he tests it, realizing he can shape it at will. Based on its weight, he estimates it's worth over 200 million. However, the mithril is still in raw form. To be usable for crafting psychic tools or weapons, it must undergo several refining stages, and even then, only a fraction of the original weight may remain. Lu assesses that he's retrieved about 70% of the total deposit. With help, he could likely extract the rest within a week. The problem now is transport. His initial plan was to gather small amounts gradually, but greed took over, and he mined more than intended. Now needing assistance, he buries it again for the time being. He recalls a remote village a few kilometers away, inhabited by an ethnic minority group. He hopes to hire some villagers to help extract the mithril, reasoning that such isolated communities tend to be trustworthy and hardworking, especially with fair compensation. But if any of them were to grow greedy or act against him, he silently resolves that he wouldn't hesitate to crush them himself. The sudden brutality of his own thoughts startles him. He taps his head, scolding himself and reminding that he lives in a lawful society. Violence shouldn't be the first option. Shaking off the darker impulses, he refocuses on finding the village and interacting with the locals peacefully, believing he can gain their trust with the right words and attitude. Deep in the forest, Dandan and Lin continue their search for Lu, unsure whether he truly ventured into such a secluded place. Their trek is interrupted when Lin halts abruptly and points towards something ahead. Following her gaze, Dandan recognizes a familiar object. It's the same ball the little girl had been playing with earlier, but as she reaches for it, she suddenly finds herself immobilized. Without warning, both girls are ensnared by strange purple webs spun by a swarm of spiders. Meanwhile, in a small remote settlement known as Jian Village, word spreads quickly as a man rushes to inform the village chief that a returning family has arrived. The chief, an elder carving wood in front of his home, greets his granddaughter warmly as she runs up, clearly overjoyed to see him again. Her parents follow, greeted politely by a pair of young men who refer to the father, Tang, as their brother-in-law. The chief explains that their return must surely have something to do with him, and wastes no time assigning the young men to prepare for a feast. With only close family remaining, the mood turns serious. Tang, encouraged by his wife, reveals the real reason for their return. They've angered a rank 3 psychic mentalist. The chief, unsurprised, reminds Tang that he'd always expected trouble, especially after the day he took his daughter and left the village. Tang's wife pleads for help, but the old man admits that he has failed to advance his own psychic abilities. Worse, he's been injured in the process. If that mentalist arrives in the village, all he can do is delay the inevitable. He urges them to leave immediately and seek help elsewhere. Tang, desperate, asks where such help could come from. The chief scolds him, saying the obvious solution is to go to the authorities. After all, even a powerful psychic can't act lawlessly in modern society. The couple, clearly unsatisfied with this answer, stay silent. Tang can't help but think that if law enforcement had been effective, they wouldn't have come to the village in the first place. Before he can say more, a villager rushes in with news. Someone has entered the village unannounced. Outside the village entrance, Lu arrives quietly, observing how remote and isolated the area truly is. As he surveys his surroundings, a dagger suddenly flies toward him. Calmly, he dodges it. The guy from before steps forward, demanding to know who he is and how he found the place. Lu says nothing, but before the tension can escalate, the little girl from earlier appears and runs up to him, throwing her arms around him in excitement. Recognizing her playmate, her parents feel an instant wave of relief. The chief, too, softens upon realizing Lu is no stranger. Tang steps forward and asks how Lu managed to find the hidden village. The boy explains that, disliking the crowds of group travel, he wandered off on his own while exploring the mountains, accidentally stumbling upon the village during his detour. Lu, after arriving in the village, casually asks if the Tang family got lost too. Tang gives a short laugh before clarifying that this is actually his wife's hometown, and they visit every year. The village chief, noting Lu's calm demeanor and clear gaze, welcomes him to Xian village. The man who had attacked Lu earlier pats his shoulder in apology and says he's off to hunt, confident that someone from the city like Lu has never tasted truly wild game. As our boy observes the people around him, he realizes this place isn't as simple as it seems. The villagers possess traces of psychic energy, and 3 men, in particular, stand out as rare psychic mentalists. Even the chief, he notices, is at the peak of rank 2. Lu quickly discards the idea of asking for help. He knows that people with abilities like theirs would recognize the value of the mithril and might be tempted by it. Trying to impress them through force or skill would likely come off as threatening, not persuasive. The little girl sadly mentions losing her ball, and Lu offers to help, but before they can search, he senses 2 familiar auras, Dan Dan and Lin. However, something feels off. There's another, far more sinister presence among them. As the girl spots her lost ball, several strands of glowing purple thread suddenly appear, followed by a mocking laugh. A man steps out from the shadows, Wu Shijing, the same one after Tang, accompanied by several underlings dragging Dan Dan and Zishan with them. The chief immediately recognizes the overwhelming aura Wu Shijing emits and is shaken. It's not just a rank 3 psychic, they're facing someone at the peak of it. Determined to protect his people, the chief releases his energy and instructs Tang to escape with his family and villagers. Saying that the chief attacks with ethereal daggers that form around Wu Xijing, but with a simple gesture, he neutralizes them and mocks the villagers' weak attempt at resistance. He strides forward, dismissing their strength and sneering at the idea that they call themselves psychic mentalists. Wu Xijing spreads his arms wide, vowing to bring ruin upon them all and make them experience true hopelessness. Hearing this, Tang gets enraged and activates his psychic power to channel his attack. After gathering energy, he launches energy-filled cannonballs with precision, but Wu Xijing stays calm. With a single flick, he uses his purple threads to destroy every attack effortlessly. Holding one of the cannonballs, he laughs at Tang's arrogance, scoffing at the idea of fighting him with such petty tricks. In the next moment, Wu Xijing summons even more threads, wrapping them tightly around the group, everyone except Lu. Fear grips them as the threads tighten. Tang shouts at him, trying to provoke a fair fight and protect the little girl, but Wu Xijing only laughs harder. He tightens the threads more, bringing them to the edge of suffocation, and reveals his original plan, to kill the 2 girls and blame it on him. But now, seeing the remote nature of the village, Wu Xijing feels it's the perfect opportunity to end everything here. He tells Tang that his daughter will serve as the perfect vessel, and he even plans to save a portion of her for the man himself. Tang's expression darkens in horror. He recalls an ancient forbidden technique that uses people as vessels for evil rituals, something he'd hoped never to witness. Rage burns in his eyes as he stares down Wu Xijing, calling him a monster. Wu Xijing only grins, savoring the fear and anger in Tang's face, the exact reaction he had hoped to provoke. Tears stream down Lin's face as the overwhelming realization hits her that she might not make it out of this mountain alive. Regret sinks in. She never expected such danger when she came here simply to relax. Dan Dan, also on the verge of tears, silently despairs over the idea that they are all about to die. Her gaze lingers on Lu, clinging to the faint hope of seeing him again in another life. The moment grows tenser when Wu Xijing commands his men to capture the little girl. They drop Lin and Dandan to follow his order, but just as they are about to grab the child, the purple threads binding her suddenly snap. Wu Xijing is visibly stunned. His mithril spider silk, known for its strength, shouldn't break so easily. but then he notices the boy gripping on the thread standing before them. Freed from the silk, the girl rushes to Lu and clings to him, begging for help. Seeing that, the henchman attempts to strike the boy, only to be effortlessly knocked away with a simple motion. Wu Xijing, confused, briefly wonders if Lu is a 5th-level martial artist, but quickly dismisses the idea due to the absence of visible aura or internal power. Still, he's unsettled. Something about the boy doesn't add up. He questions whether the boy is truly the support Tang brought along, but Tang is too shocked to respond. Wu Xijing turns back to Lu, confident that without any aura shielding, the mithril threads will slice through his body like a blade through paper. He anticipates the sound of the boy's screams. However, Lu stays calm, assuring the little girl that she is safe. Irritated, Wu Xijing unleashes his full force, sending the mithril threads hurling at him. But to everyone's shock, Lu catches the attack mid-air, showcasing refined martial skill at a mastery level while still cradling the girl. Lin is awestruck. Moments ago, the guy seemed like an ordinary dude, yet now he's performing feats beyond comprehension. Wu Xijing, frozen in disbelief, can only watch as Lu casually lifts the threads. Lu asks if Wu Xijing has finished talking before flinging him into the air like a dog on a leash. The threads no longer respond to Wu Xijing's will. Desperate, Wu Xijing gathers all his remaining strength and begins compressing his psychic energy, preparing to self-destruct in a last attempt to bring the boy down with him. The village chief quickly warns everyone of the impending explosion, explaining that the release of such power will cause widespread mental damage. Still composed, Lu mocks Wu Xijing's desperation and lack of control. Suddenly, his psychic presence expands, towering like a giant. With one swift motion, he grabs the enemy midair and crushes his bloated form like a bug. He then slams him to the ground. Disdainfully, he mutters Wu Xijing's name, calling it shitty, and then takes control of the freed purple threads to release the captives. He acknowledges the threads' craftsmanship, clearly made by a high-level psychic mentalist, and notes he can put them to use, though not without limitations. The little girl cheers in admiration, thanking Lu for saving them. Tang is also stunned by the strength on display, realizing Lu's power is far beyond anything he had expected. Not only does his martial prowess rival that of a 5th-level warrior, but his psychic abilities are just as terrifying. The village chief can't help but sigh, humbled by the power of someone so young. Meanwhile, the instabaddies, frozen in disbelief, try to reconcile the image of Lu as a lazy glutton with the powerful figure who just defeated a peak-level psychic mentalist with ease. As Tang approaches, trying to find the right words to express gratitude, Lu casually addresses him as Brother Tang and shifts the focus by asking for assistance. Tang, eager to be of use, agrees without hesitation. A few hours later, on the tourist bus, Lu reflects on the events that unfolded on the mountain. He considers his mission there complete and entrusts Tang, who holds a verified 2nd-level psychic mentalist license, with managing the mithril matter. Since there's a formal system in place for handling and distributing such psychic materials, Lu feels confident in handing it over. His next move is to register for the Psychic Mentalist Practitioner qualification. He also got the mithril psychic weapon that's at least 4 to 5 pounds. Among those watching him closely are Lin and Dandan, both still in disbelief over his strength. The realization that they might not have survived Oxhead Mountain without him weighs heavily on their minds. Dan, still fascinated by Lu, casually asks about his next destination. He mentions heading to Liang to take care of some business with the Power Practitioner Association. Almost instantly, she appears at his side, claiming to be from Liang herself, so she offers to accompany him. Caught off guard, Lu recalls that she's a student at Dongning Martial Arts University and questions her sudden change in plans. Luckily, Lin steps in to clarify that Dandan had intended to return home to Liang after the trip anyway. Accepting the explanation, Lu agrees to travel with them. Dandan even suggests he stay at her place, and Lu hesitates for a moment, briefly wondering if he's starting to feel something for her. However, he quickly pushes the thought aside, knowing he has too many responsibilities to entertain distractions. He tells himself he'll part ways once they arrive in Liang. His thoughts are interrupted by a phone call. Dongqing Shu is on the other end, informing him that the Morning Star talent selection has been moved up and asking for his current location. Lu tells her he'll be getting off at the Liang bus station, and she says she'll be there in 15 minutes. Soon after, the bus arrives in Liang. Lu informs the group that something urgent has come up and that he can't continue with them. Dandan looks slightly disappointed and offers help, but before more can be said, everyone's attention shifts towards a sleek luxury car that pulls up. From the car, a girl emerges and warmly embraces Dandan, welcoming her back. It's Wen Hui, a familiar face. Inside the vehicle, a blonde-haired man greets Dandan and compliments her appearance, then curiously asks for introductions. Dandan looks at him with slight annoyance but proceeds to introduce her companions. She introduces Lin as her close friend from Dongning Martial Arts University and a certified 2nd-level martial practitioner, then gestures to Lu, referring to him as a good friend she met during the Oxhead Mountain trip. Dandan deliberately avoids mentioning Lu's abilities, knowing he carries many secrets, most of which remain unknown even to her. The blonde man, upon seeing Lu, chooses to stay silent, while Wenhui expresses admiration for Lin's martial achievements and introduces herself as one of Dandan's close friends. The man introduces himself as Chao, politely offering his friendship, given her connection to Dandan. He assumes they must all be tired and suggests giving them a ride around Liang. Since the car can only seat 4, Dandan suggests taking a taxi instead. Lu calmly assures her there's no need. Someone is coming to pick him up. Meanwhile, Wenhui grows curious about Dandan's attachment to Lu, questioning whether she's developed feelings for him and reminding her that there are plenty of attractive men in their circle. Chao, the blonde man, smugly pulls out his wallet, sarcastically offering cash to Lu for a taxi, mocking the situation while trying to establish superiority. Dandan, irritated by the disrespect, scolds her friends. Lu, unfazed, gently calms her down, saying it's not worth the argument. Suddenly, a loud noise from above interrupts the moment. The cash cow had been holding flies into the air. A helicopter appears, drawing everyone's attention. Lu remarks that his ride has arrived. The group watches in shock as a military aircraft hovers above them. Dong Qingshu leans out from the aircraft, calling Lu to board quickly since they can't land in a crowded area. Without hesitation, Lu jumps, grabs the hanging ladder, and climbs aboard. The crowd is left speechless. As he leaves, the others realize the helicopter belongs to the Eastern Military District. Meanwhile, Lu, like a Chad he is, glances back and bids them farewell before disappearing into the sky. Stunned, Cao demands to know who Lu really is. Dandan, annoyed by the question, ignores him and walks off with Lin, stating they'll return to Liang by taxi. The arrogant pair is left behind, while the two girls, visibly unimpressed, move on. From the sky, Lu observes the town below, remarking to himself how it resembles a toy set. Dong Qingshu, noting his reaction, playfully mentions that he could join the Eastern Military District if he enjoys the view so much. Lu briefly wonders if she's about to offer him a helicopter of his own. She clarifies that, should he reach the rank of Major General and become a martial master, the military would naturally provide one. She then takes a more serious tone, observing that Lu has become stronger, so much so that even she can no longer gauge his limits. Getting to the main point, she informs him that all genius training camps across the eastern provinces concluded 3 days ago, and the top participants have already been selected. With a serious expression, she reviews the details. This year's competition, she explains, is unlike any before. The femboy who is also present continues explaining that over 8% of participants are innately gifted martial artists. Among them is one with rare elemental control, another certified as a second-level spiritual mind master, and at least 20 more who possess third-level power or higher. To top it all, a prodigy with 4th-level strength has emerged. Despite the impressive lineup, Lu reacts with little more than mild acknowledgement. Dong Qingshu, a bit surprised by his indifferent response, questions whether he feels anything after hearing such extraordinary details. Lu puts on an exaggerated expression, feigning amazement, though it's clear he isn't taking things seriously. Her companion sees right through the act, teasing him for pretending to be impressed by others' talents when he himself is an anomaly among geniuses, so detached from typical human emotions that even awe seems foreign to him. Sensing Lu's playful attitude, Dong Qingshu shifts the topic to something that would surely grab his attention: the rewards. As expected, Lu perks up. Qingshu explains that this year's selection process is different. High-ranking military figures are involved, and the traditional one-on-one matches have been replaced with real combat against exotic beasts. This shift signals the military's growing urgency in the face of a worsening situation. Lu reflects on the global threat. Endless waves of terrifying exotic beasts emerging from ruptures in both land and sky. Despite the efforts of humanity's strongest fighters, the loss of territory continues year by year. It surprises him that the military would allow students to confront such danger so early, but it also confirms his suspicion that the front lines are becoming increasingly unstable. Qingshu confirms his thoughts, revealing that global powers are abandoning the old, gradual methods. The new strategy is to throw promising young warriors into the fire early, forcing them to grow under extreme pressure. Real mastery, she says, is forged in blood and chaos. Still, the harsher trials come with greater rewards. Anyone who ranks in the top 10 will receive otherworldly blood, an incredibly rare and potent energy source derived from powerful beasts. The top 3 contenders will gain access to the otherworldly blood pool, and the top 1 will be granted entry into the exotic marrow pool, something usually reserved for only the most elite. The mention of this resource captures Lu's full attention. He learns that otherworldly blood is extracted from beast cells, while exotic marrow comes from their spinal fluid. The femboy adds that the reward for the top 10 includes several hundred millimeters of otherworldly blood, while the pool consists of an entire cultivation tank. A single portion of 4th-level otherworldly blood is worth at least 50 million, and the marrow pool is valued in the tens of billions. For someone with an insatiable need for energy like Lu, who practices advanced techniques like the immortal gold body and star refining method, such a resource could dramatically accelerate his cultivation. He understands now that this opportunity is too valuable to ignore. Soon after, they arrive at the Eastern Military Region. The femboy casually asks what Lu thinks of the base. Though Lu remains silent, inwardly he recalls it from his dream world, knowing that despite its immense size, it is still ruthlessly destroyed by the monster. After landing at the base, Qingshu informs Lu that she'll be back the next day, pointing out a button he can use to request assistance if needed. With that, she leaves him to rest. Later, Lu enters the dreamscape to once again face the terrifying zombie girl. Despite his growing strength, a sense of dread stirs within him. Refusing to give in to fear, he confronts her directly, activating multiple techniques, his vitality enhancement and flame breathing. He surrounds himself with protective incantations, invoking the divine illumination technique combining with tenfold star impact, and unleashes immense power. Yet, the zombie girl remains unshaken, countering with her own strength. The clash ends with Lu opening his eyes in the real world, unsuccessful in his attempt to defeat her. Though he didn't win, Lu doesn't see it as a loss. The encounter sharpened his techniques, pushing several of his martial arts to near perfection. His understanding of martial paths has grown deeper, and more importantly, he feels mentally stronger. The fear of death no longer weighs on him the same way. His reflection is cut short by a knock at the door. He's greeted by his two instructors, who check in on his condition. He admits to feeling a bit bored, prompting them to share that the actual front line is just a few hundred kilometers away. Toxic gases released by the exotic beasts make the base heavily fortified against chemical threats. Qingshu takes a closer look at Lu and remarks on how he seems different than the day before. Lu is slightly puzzled, but both instructors agree. There's something about him now that feels more refined. What once felt raw and hidden beneath the surface now shines through, as if a layer of roughness has been polished away. Lu, with playful confidence, jokes that maybe he's just grown more handsome. The others chuckle, letting his ego slide for the moment. As they walk together, the femboy nudges Lu and asks about his chances in the upcoming trials. Lu simply replies with a smile, hinting that his confidence isn't particularly high. Their conversation is interrupted when a sharply dressed man approaches and greets Qingshu. Lu immediately senses some tension between them. The man, Shangguan, greets her with overly familiar energy. She clearly isn't pleased to see him and responds with blunt sarcasm. The man then turns his attention to the femboy, mocking his decision to bring someone like Lu to represent the Eastern Province, implying it's a mistake. In return, the guy fires back without hesitation, joking that Shangguan's breath is worse than his words and suggests he spare everyone the smell by keeping quiet. The tension lingers, but Lu watches calmly, silently noting the friction between the factions and the pressure that's clearly rising ahead of the coming battles. Meanwhile, the femboy holds back a laugh as he browses through the record book, casually remarking to himself that the so-called genius from the Eastern Province isn't all that remarkable. Not long after, Shangguan boldly proposes a wager. Each side would put up a 5th-level rare otherworldly marrow, betting on whose candidate will rank higher in the upcoming selection. Qingshu, amused, decides to join in as well since there are 3 of them involved. Her companion, unfazed, dismisses Shangguan's provocation with a middle finger salute, suggesting he should stop embarrassing himself if he has nothing to offer. Dong Qingshu, with a sly grin, adds that if Shangguan can't handle the pressure, he should back out altogether. The tension spikes when the guy raises the stakes, 3 portions of 5th-level rare essence. He mocks Dong Qingshu, questioning if she's suddenly hesitant. Gritting her teeth, she accepts the challenge. Shangguan, pleased, pats his student's shoulder and says the essence reward will push his flame control ability to new heights. His student Shaoli agrees and even thanks Dong Qingshu sarcastically in advance. This angers the femboy, who accuses Shangguan of misleading them, pointing out that elemental flame talent wasn't listed in the candidate's profile. The guy shrugs off the accusation, smugly explaining that omitting details wasn't against the rules, and if they didn't catch it, it was their own oversight. With that, he departs, reminding them to have the essence ready. Once Shangguan is gone, the femboy clears his throat and asks how convincing his acting was. Dong Qingshu responds that concealing real strength in official data is a common trick, and Shangguan isn't the only one who knows how to play the game. She turns to Lu, explaining that her family and Shangguan's have a long-standing rivalry. Every encounter with him ends in sarcastic jabs and hostility. Despite this, their faction has produced no notable talents, and now, all their hopes rest on Lu. She reassures Lu that the bet was her decision and he shouldn't stress over it. Win or lose, she'll handle her share. If she does win, she promises to give her reward to him. Her companion adds he'll do the same, laughing it off. When the elevator arrives, Dong Qingshu tells Lu that someone will explain the rules of the selection once he's downstairs. As Lu steps inside and the doors begin to close, she quickly stops them and confirms if he truly believes he can stand out among the top contenders. Lu rubs his chin thoughtfully and admits that he's confident, but not overly so. His instructors are caught off guard by his honesty and ask just how much he is talking about. Just before the doors close, Lu responds with a calm smile, saying he's 99% confident, adding that unless he's disqualified, he doesn't see anyone else taking first place from him. In the conference room, a wave of formality replaces the idle chatter as a high-ranking officer, Division Commander Yu, makes his entrance. The man has an undeniable aura. He's a rank 7 martial master, and he signals everyone to settle down. He then turns his attention to Qingshu, confirming whether all provincial representatives have arrived. She affirms their presence and reports that the exotic beast zones for the trial have been fully inspected. Each participant will begin separately, entering through designated paths filled with increasingly dangerous beasts. The structure is designed in 4 escalating stages, starting with 3 second-level beasts, followed by a single third-level one, then a 4th-level opponent, and finally culminating in a nearly 5th-level creature, the golden-eyed demon ape. The announcement shocks several officers, aware of the ape's immense power. Even experienced fighters like them typically require teams to handle such a threat. For 18-year-old participants, it borders on insanity. However, Qingshu clarifies that the final foe doesn't need to be faced solo. Participants can join forces, mirroring real-world military unity under overwhelming pressure. The Morningstar program emphasizes this principle. When the stakes are high, strength must be pooled, not divided. General Yu reinforces this mindset, stressing the Eastern Military District's poor standing in national rankings despite being one of the kingdom's most vital and volatile regions. Failing to produce martial artists capable of overcoming a near 5th-level beast would be a dire sign for the entire Eastern Front, and even the future of the entire country. Silence falls across the room. The weight of his words leaves no space for rebuttal. With urgency, General Yu instructs the panel to begin reviewing the new batch of contenders. At the trial grounds, a young man in a brown jacket, carrying the hopes of Haking Province, sizes up the first challenge. He believes himself destined for greatness, even aspiring to become the next morning star. But his bravado falters when a colossal beast suddenly charges. Though he manages to block the assault, it's clear that the challenge is far beyond anything he imagined. Still, he doesn't back down, calling himself the strongest despite his shaken stance. Back in the control room, General Yu observes the screens with a measured gaze. He comments that to be chosen as Morning Star means to shine above all others, not just to be excellent, but to be extraordinary. He orders instructors to remain alert and ensure the safety of the participants. These candidates aren't just warriors, they represent the future of the nation. The screen then shifts to a new participant, a young girl with striking blue hair. She's Kongqing, just 17, representing Dongze Province. With innate command over lightning and refined martial skills, she effortlessly brings down the massive boar in the first stage. Her precise control and calm demeanor reflect her training. In another section of the trial zone, a participant from Jiangzhou Province, an 18-year-old named Haoran, stands eerily still in front of a charging wild boar, his demeanor almost lifeless. Known for his psychic talents and classified as a 3rd-level martial artist, he gradually steps away from the beast while unleashing a barrage of glowing purple arrows. His ability has already been verified through the 2nd-level Psychic Adept evaluation. Elsewhere, another contender, Xingzhi, faces off against 3 wild boars simultaneously. His frame is solid and muscular, and with a defensive ability that transforms his skin into metal, he effortlessly repels the beasts. Aged 18 and at the 4th level of martial arts, he dispatches his opponents with ease. Unaware of a lurking threat, he's ambushed from behind by a rank 2 beast. The creature's claws rake across his back, but his iron body defense, enhanced to level 3, absorbs the damage. With a grin, he casually sends the creature flying into the ground. General Yu observes these performances, impressed by the power shown by several candidates. Meanwhile, Shangguan quietly watches Xiaoli's progress from his phone, smirking. When the general notices Lai's refined fire manipulation on screen, he questions why this talent wasn't flagged as exceptional. Shangguan explains that the boy's ability had only recently awakened, and the data hadn't yet been updated. General Yu, however, isn't concerned. Talent speaks louder than paperwork. He compliments the instructor on raising someone so promising. Not everyone shares his enthusiasm. A black-haired officer nearby scowls, suspecting it's all a staged act by Shangguan to gain an advantage. As if to boast, Shangguan casually flicks a finger in Dong Qingshu's direction, clearly reveling in the moment. Just as General Yu is praising Xiaoli's rapid progress, he suddenly stops mid-sentence. He notices a lane being completely obliterated by a red flash, shocking him with its blistering speed of advancement. There's a strange red indicator, which marked a unique beast, has vanished. He immediately orders a review of the footage, puzzled by how someone managed to clear the track so fast. It's only been 3 minutes since the trial began, yet all the unique beasts on that path are gone. More shocking still, The candidate responsible is moving faster than even the 4 top-rated participants. Dong Xingshu complies quickly and begins replaying the footage. Her eyes widen as she realizes who the contender is. It's Lu. 3 minutes earlier, Lu had stepped into the trial area and faced his first beast. With a calm stance, he confronted the charging boar. One punch was all it took. The beast shattered instantly. He observed the aftermath with amusement, calling it unimpressive in his mind. The next 2 boars emerged swiftly, but Lu dispatched them just as easily. Reflecting on his movements, Lu notices something different about his recent strikes. It felt beyond typical martial mastery. He sensed a deeper form, one that fused awareness, timing, power concentration, and pinpoint precision. In his thoughts, this felt like something greater than mastery, something total, like omniscient strength merged with flawless technique. As a Stage 2 beast quietly approached to strike him from behind, Lu didn't even look. A tiny stone, kicked casually in reverse, struck the creature mid-charge. It collapsed before it could touch him, proving that whatever ability Lu had tapped into was something no one else in this selection had yet shown. Inside the conference room, General Yu watches the footage of Lu's progress with growing intrigue. Lu's advancement is far beyond what was expected. He has already reached the final stage. The officers remain silent, absorbing what they see as General Yu reflects on how unassuming Lu appears. Yet each of his strikes is decisive. No exotic beast has managed to survive a second hit from him. He then signals Qingshu to pull up Lu's profile. She reads aloud that Lu is 18 years old, a 3rd-level martial practitioner from Dongning Province, with a focus on strength-based techniques. He's officially recognized as a talented warrior. Hearing this makes Shangguan wonder if Qingshu has also been keeping her candidate's real capabilities under wraps. General Yu continues analyzing Lu's movements. He notes that Lu seems to have mastered at least 4 types of martial arts techniques at perfected levels. Among them, both his footwork and fist techniques show signs of having reached deep comprehension, which explains his extraordinary combat ability. This level of mastery at such a young age surprises the other officers. Yu admits it's been a long time since he's seen a true martial prodigy, perhaps not since the early golden years of martial arts development. Before he can finish his thought, the screen shifts to show Lu surrounded by colorful scaled cheetahs, classified as 4th-level exotic beasts. One leaps from above while 3 more close in from the ground. Lu, calm and focused, takes them all down in succession, slamming each into the ground with precise, devastating force. General Yu rises from his seat, visibly shaken by the boy's feat. He admits he had underestimated Lu. His technique has surpassed even the realm of profound understanding and entered a profound control stage. The femboy, observing nearby, chuckles and recalls Lu's earlier confidence. Now he sees it was fully earned. Shangguan, however, looks visibly rattled, unsure whether to be impressed or anxious. As Lu steps toward the final gate, he senses the overwhelming aura of a formidable creature within. The heavy gates open, revealing a towering golden-eyed demon ape, an exotic beast nearing the 5th level. Lu tightens his fist. His earlier performance was just a warm-up. Now he's ready to go all out. Just then, the beast lunges at him, while our boy charges forward with his energy-loaded fist. Elsewhere, General Yu watches the scene unfold through the live monitor, fully focused. Dong Qingsu reports that the ape is still restrained and won't be released until the timer runs out or more participants arrive. Despite the tension, she silently marvels at Lu. She had always known he was powerful, but this level, it exceeded all expectations. In her heart, she feels the impossible dream of producing a morning star may have just become reality through Lu. Nearby, 2 officers quietly exchange thoughts. The one with gray hair believes that with Lu's strength and support from a few other elite talents, the demon ape could be easily taken down. The other argues that Lu alone could carry most of the battle, needing only minor backup. They both agree on one thing. The final results will come down to both speed and impact, how fast a candidate progresses, and what role they play in defeating the final beast. And with that in mind, it becomes clear that Lu might be the next morning star. As Lu nears the demon ape's enclosure, a sudden violent blast erupts from the final trial area, catching everyone off guard. Moments later, the heavy cell door is seen soaring through the air. It had been kicked straight off by Lu, crashing just behind the massive beast inside. The golden-eyed demon ape rises with both arms bound by thick chains. Despite the overwhelming presence of the 5th-level exotic beast, Lu prepares for battle, calm and confident. Observers watching the screen are stunned by his boldness. Some see it as courage, others call it reckless arrogance. 2 veteran officers even wonder aloud if Lu has lost his mind, thinking no sane person would face such a creature alone. One officer, however, recalls Lu's earlier feats and speculates that if he avoids direct clashes, he might just manage to survive. Inside the final arena, the demon ape unleashes a thunderous roar and with a burst of force manages to tear down the chains. In contrast, Lu radiates a calm blue aura, raises his hand, and intercepts the strike. The impact shakes the entire stage, the resulting explosion sending shockwaves through the arena. Even those who previously doubted him are now silent, eyes fixed on the screen. As the dust settles, Lu braces against the powerful blows with both arms as the ground beneath his feet is fracturing under pressure. When the ape follows up with another vicious combo, Lu counters, freeing one arm mid-fight to block again. Watching this unfold, Shangguan sneers, still convinced that Lu's actions are driven by pride and ignorance, believing no one could survive such brutal force. Meanwhile, Dong Qingshu stares at the monitor with concern etched on her face. Despite the thick smoke from the ape's relentless assault, Lu's hand suddenly pierces through the haze, colliding once again with the creature's fist. A burst of radiant blue light fills the area, breaking one of the ape's restraints. The monster reels in pain as its right arm is trembling. Meanwhile, General Yu, observing the clash, is visibly stunned. Lu, maintaining his composure, acknowledges the demon ape's resilience, silently noting that the punch he just delivered carried 10 times the strength of a refined star technique. As flames burst out, Shangguan, watching in disbelief, struggles to accept the reality unfolding before him. Back in the arena, Lu prepares his final strike. With an unwavering gaze, he delivers one last devastating blow. The impact illuminates the chamber with blinding firelight, and within seconds, the demon ape is defeated. In the observation room, shock ripples through the crowd. Qingshu stands speechless, and even the stoic officers rise in disbelief. General Yu, in disbelief, realizes it's the will of the master. In a rare emotional outburst, he slams his desk, laughing in astonishment. In his lifetime, he never imagined witnessing someone so young channeling the willpower of a grandmaster. With the boy already on rank 7 at that age, General Yu reflects on the possibility that, given enough time, the eastern region could soon welcome a new grandmaster. Sitting back in his chair, he wonders aloud if a young talent like Lu has already surpassed him in strength. This thought also stuns the femboy, who mutters in disbelief, shaken by the sheer scale of Lu's power. Meanwhile, Lu surveys the battlefield and quickly realizes there are no more opponents left. No exotic beasts remain. The entire trial, in his eyes, has been underwhelming. A sudden idea sparks in his mind, and with nothing left to challenge him, he decides to entertain himself. Taking a seat on the cracked ground, he enters a meditative position. General Yu watches from the feed, initially confused by Lu's strange behavior, but then chuckles knowingly. He allows Lu to do as he pleases, as long as there are no injuries or disruptions. With the event being broadcast across the entire region, it becomes clear to many officers that the general is now entirely focused on Lu, even if it means overlooking the progress of other participants. However, they were confused about what Lu is still doing in the final boss room. Meanwhile, in the arena, Lu internally concludes that the selection for the Rising Star has effectively come to an end. For him, he is now the final boss, and it's time for him to enjoy some entertainment. Elsewhere, Xingju staggers into the final stage, wounded from his battle with a level 4 exotic beast. Even his reinforced physique couldn't shield him completely. Expecting to be the first to arrive, he's surprised by the silence in the arena. Just then, he spots the defeated demon ape and questions how such a powerful level 5 beast was taken down. Then his gaze shifts to Lu, calmly sitting on the ape's massive hand. The sight baffles him, and he wonders if Lu was the one responsible. Still processing the situation, Xingju lowers his head in respect and cautiously tries to understand what's going on. In response, Lu simply tells him to wait, leaving him puzzled. Soon after, 2 more participants enter the final arena. One recognizes Xingju and exchanges brief words before noticing the towering corpse of the demon ape. Startled, one of them identifies it as the golden-eyed demon ape. Xingju, however, dismisses it as a lifeless display meant to intimidate them, convinced that no one could have defeated it solo. But then, a realization hits him. Maybe this person is the final test. He shares this with the others, suggesting that to complete the trial, they might need to face Lu himself. The others are stunned by this sudden insight. Lu rises, commending Xingju for his sharp thinking. He gives them 5 minutes to recover, then declares that they will have to challenge him directly. His goal now is to evaluate the Morning Stars himself, to see if they truly deserve the titles they seek. Xingju is pleased with himself, convinced his guess was right. One of the others points out that they're no longer dealing with exotic beasts, but with Lu, a far different kind of threat. However, seeing no visible key energy coming from him, another competitor assumes he might not be that powerful after all. Haran, however, voices a growing suspicion, questioning whether the eastern military region might be underestimating them. Xingju, recovering after consuming a restorative pill, believes the 5-minute break is sufficient for a full recovery. However, Haran can't shake off a strange feeling. Lu's strength seems far beyond what it should be. Considering that they represent the top-tier youth combatants under 18 across the eastern region, the uncertainty about Lu's actual power begins to weigh on them. Xingju, however, brushes off any concern, confident he has nothing to fear from the so-called final guardian. Lu, silently watching, hides a grin, wondering whether his performance is even more convincing than the femboy's earlier theatrics. While many officers grow increasingly uneasy about Lu's intentions, General Yu watches with amusement, clearly entertained. Concerned by the overwhelming power gap, some officers urgently recommend halting the selection process. One officer, in particular, warns that a participant as powerful as Lu could cause lasting psychological damage to the others. Other instructors also agree, but the femboy notices that those who agree are the ones whose students are about to fight Lu, so it's clear they're worried about them. Elsewhere, Dong Qingshu watches the screen while contemplating Lu's antics, and acknowledges that while no one batted an eye when a level 5 exotic beast showed up, Lu's mere presence now causes widespread concern, an unspoken confirmation of how dangerous he's perceived to be. To calm nerves, General Yu assures everyone that supervisors are ready to intervene if necessary, and Dong Qingshu agrees to coordinate that. Meanwhile, Shengguan, previously arrogant and full of confidence, now sits embarrassed, mourning the loss of 3 high-grade essence stones wagered earlier. Back in the final stage, the trio of competitors now feel they've regained almost all of their strength and prepare to face the final trial. Horan even claims he'd face the golden-eyed demon ape again without hesitation. But before they can act as a team, Xingzhi, overly confident, charges in alone, declaring he can handle the final guardian by himself. His sudden move annoys the rest, but Horan, unfazed, says it's a good opportunity to see just how powerful Lu truly is. As Xingzhi rushes forward, he activates his signature defense technique, turning his skin into reinforced metal. The girl, watching his charge, comments that he's likely reached the peak of level 4. Lu, on the other hand, doesn't even move. He simply stands, watching calmly. When Xingzhi finally closes in, Lu effortlessly stops him with a single finger. The next moment, Lu casually pushes him away, sending him crashing to the ground like a ragdoll. The remaining two are left in complete shock, eyes fixed on Xingzhi's motionless body. Just then, to their horror, Lu turns, inviting a joint attack. Meanwhile, both are in utter disbelief that the boy just took down Xingzhi with a single hit, even though he was the strongest of them all. Haoran, still in shock, murmurs to himself, unable to comprehend how someone so young could wield such overwhelming power. The boy explains that some martial artists, eager for quick progress, consume excessive tonics or supplements in their youth. This reckless approach, he says, disrupts hormonal balance and halts physical growth early, leaving them with a youthful appearance well into their 30s or 40s. He suspects the final guardian is such a case. Kong Qing, doubtful yet intrigued, recalls thinking the young-looking guardian could be her father's age in reality, and suspects the military is using appearances to mislead opponents. Haoran shares her suspicion, noting the Eastern region's selection is ruthless enough to employ any trick, even finding a stash of such medicines. Lu, irritated by their speculation, changes the terms of the challenge, claiming that if either of them can force him back or block a single attack, they pass. Hearing that, Horan attacks first, expanding and hurling his signature purple mithril nails. Confident he expects Lu to dodge, but in a flash the boy catches every mithril nail barehanded. The display leaves Horan sweating, stunned by the sheer strength required to stop his full-powered assault so effortlessly. Lu then turns to Kong Qing, urging her to have a go at him. Wasting no time, the girl charges herself with electrical energy, but just as she's about to land her hit, our boy effortlessly grabs her by the wrist and calls her Pikachu. While holding her, he also scolds her for getting distracted during combat. As she marvels at his own speed, our boy challenges her to hit him with her electrocute attack. She hesitates, remembering how quickly he had grabbed her hand before, but finally unleashes her full power. Lightning surges through Lu's body, yet he absorbs and channels it using a special breathing technique, transforming it into a new ability, what he calls the breath of lightning. As the blinding light fades, he acknowledges her strength, declaring that she has passed the selection. She feels a surge of pride, believing she truly stands as the bright morning star. Overcome with excitement, Kong Qing celebrates her success, feeling as though she has truly earned the title of a martial arts prodigy. She adopts the nickname Pikachu with pride, believing it now represents her strength. As she thanks Lu, he assures her that the victory is proof of her own talent, not simply the result of anyone's generosity. Nearby, Haran and Xingzhi struggle to process how easily she passed, suspecting the criteria were far from ordinary. As Lu heads for the exit, a supervisor intercepts him, remarking on the chaos he has caused, and instructing him to attend the upcoming commendation ceremony for the Morning Star of Enlightenment. This revelation puzzles Kong Qing, who had believed she herself was the recipient. The truth also shocks the others. Lu isn't a guardian at all. He's another participant, one who arrived at the final stage 20 minutes earlier and defeated the true challenge, a near-rank 5 golden-eyed demon ape, with just one punch. The weight of the news hits Kong Qing so hard that she collapses, losing consciousness, while the boys also lose their minds. Elsewhere, Xiaoli is in the midst of his own struggle against a 4th-level exotic beast. The fight pushes him to his limits, draining every bit of his strength, yet he manages to burn the creature to death. Sitting down to catch his breath, he feels a rush of pride. his first kill of such a formidable foe. Even in exhaustion, the thought makes him smile happy that he killed a rank 4 beast just like that. He is surprised that he's managed to set such an impressive record, certain that the instructors watching the selection footage must be amazed by his skills. His thoughts are interrupted when a supervisor drops down in front of him, confirms his identity, and informs him the selection is already over. The order is given for him to pack up and leave. Excited and curious about his standing, Xiaoli wonders if he's now considered the Morning Star, but the supervisor brushes the thought aside, telling him that the selection has already ended, and he is placed 5th. The result feels unacceptable to Lai. After all, he had taken down a 4th-level exotic beast on his first attempt. The supervisor simply views his outburst as the antics of an overexcited fighter. Elsewhere in the conference room, General Yu decides to grant the girl from Dongxi's province entry into the blood pool, a privilege normally reserved for the top 3. In his mind, first place belongs to Lu, second to Xingzhi, while third remains a tie between 2 equally matched contenders. Meanwhile, Lu recalls how, after finishing the selection, he was sent straight to rest instead of heading to an award ceremony as he had expected. Drinking a red recovery potion, he compares it to a modern energy drink, refreshing, but far less potent than the medicines he once crafted. The blue stamina potion is even more disappointing. As he rests, his mind drifts to the progress of his spirit, muscle, and blood-enhancing elixir and wonders about. He then starts testing his new thunder-breathing technique and feels blue lightning surge through him. The style blends the strengths of flame and wind breathing, fast, explosive, and balanced, though not at the extreme level of either. With a quiet sigh, he finds himself remembering the days when he was just an ordinary student. He reflects, questioning whether he has been pushing himself too far. He wonders if most people live this way, and what the events of the next 10,000 years could possibly mean to him. By that time, he knows he would be long gone, perhaps without descendants, uncertain if there would even be another life. He doesn't even know if such a thing as a next life exists, and wonders if he should simply enjoy this one. However, our boy remains resolute. He has seen it with his own eyes, and there's no way he can pretend otherwise. His mind is already made up. This isn't for the human race, it's for himself. He wants to give everything he has, knowing it's not something everyone is capable of. In his heart, he feels the truth. He came, he saw, and he will burn for it. And in the end, he understands. This choice belongs to no one but him. Before drifting into the dreamscape, he affirms that the emotional hesitation has ended. It is time to continue forward. Summoning his data screen, he reads the updated record of his life. He dies at 135 years old, reaching the 7th rank martial artist, with early achievements such as becoming a 2nd rank warrior at 18, winning first place in training camp, and later earning the Morning Star title. The details are grander than before, with his character evaluation now at 3.5 stars, likely due to joining the Eastern Military District. He even wonders if, without his earlier death during a large-scale exotic beast attack, he might have reached the 8th level. He notices his lifespan is now 20 years shorter and wonders if it's because he died in a large-scale battle with the monsters. He also suspects that, had he survived, he might have advanced to a rank 8 Grandmaster. Then, one entry freezes him. His future wife is listed as Dong Qingshu. The image shows them happy together, but the reality stuns him. She is 30 years older. In this martial world, cultivation often masks age, yet the thought unsettles him. He recalls that after joining the military, they would spend much time together, which could indeed lead to such a future. The realization leaves him embarrassed, imagining how difficult it will be to face her in the days ahead. As he's thinking about her, Dong Qingshu suddenly sneezes for no apparent reason. Meanwhile, in the dream realm, Lu is walking like his Wi-Fi signal keeps cutting out, wobbling toward the frozen landscape. Frustrated and itching for a way to vent, he remembers where the Valkyrie is, but somehow manages to keep his cool. On the day of the awards, the top 10 participants, along with instructors from different provinces, gather for the ceremony. With everyone present, General Yu begins. Lu is called forward, and an emblem, crafted from the same rare material as the master emblem but in a different style, is placed on him. General Yu remarks that one day Lu may wear the true master emblem. Lu, brimming with confidence, declares the day isn't far. Those who know him, like the femboy, see it as typical of Lu, bold but not arrogant, just a calm statement of fact. Dong Qingshu observes that every year the Eastern Military District has a rising star, yet none have ever been recognized by Master Yu in quite this way. The rewards are announced. The top 10 will each receive a portion of special blood. The top 3, including Lu, are told to follow General Yu while the rest are dismissed. Excitement spreads, especially for those allowed into the rare otherworldly blood pool and marrow pool. For some like Horan, this is a relief, as normally only the top 3 qualify. The exceptional nature of Lu has changed the rules this year. Meanwhile, Xiaoli is disappointed in himself, clutching his single tube of special blood. His instructor, having lost a bet, must give away 3 more tubes, and he worries his own prize might also slip away. Inside the facility, General Yu receives confirmation from his aides that preparations are complete. The 3 chosen participants step inside and are taken aback by the massive creature looming above the apparatus. They are told to change into cultivation attire before entering the chamber. The 2 men quickly strip down, while Kong Qing hesitates for a moment before deciding to join them. The level 5 chamber astonishes them. Compared to the single drops given to the top 10, this pool holds an immense reservoir of otherworldly blood. Meanwhile, General Yu leads Lu deeper, toward the marrow pool. At the edge, he stands with Dong Qingshu, overlooking the still potent liquid. As Lu nears the pool, he pauses to examine it, curious as to why the liquid only reaches halfway. Qingshu, overseeing the process, arms folded with quiet authority, explains that the substance inside is an incredibly rare special marrow, once valued at 1.5 billion, but worth many times more on the open market. The sheer cost stirs our boy's excitement, and he flexes his fingers in anticipation of the trial ahead. She instructs him to fully absorb what's present before thinking of more, noting that no one in history has managed to take in even half of this amount. With a graceful turn, she urges him to begin, warning that this is no easy feat. As she turns, Lu removes his clothes and steps toward the pool. Turning back to him, her eyes widen slightly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks at the sight of his well-trained body, a physique he had built over years of effort. Immersing himself, he is instantly struck by an overwhelming force, as though a colossal living beast has surged into his veins. The pressure is almost unbearable, yet he welcomes it, realizing why so few have succeeded. In his mind, he vows to claim the marrow's immense power. Elsewhere, 3 others are undergoing their own absorption trials in separate chambers. The first to emerge is Haoran, his session deemed highly successful by his instructor, who notes that nearly all of his chamber's marrow has been consumed. Though proud, Haran admits to himself that he has reached his limit. He inquires about the others, learning that none have finished yet. Soon after, another chamber opens, revealing Kong Qing, her confident presence matched by the approving smile of her instructor. Kong Qing feels a surge of amazement. After absorbing the rare blood, she senses that a breakthrough to level 4 is within reach. Seeing her excitement, her instructor tells her that she has completely absorbed an entire chamber's worth of the substance, calling her aptitude remarkable. Just then, after the 2 finish dressing, Xingzhi emerges from his chamber, brimming with vitality. He believes this special blood is a treasure, certain that with a bit of consolidation he can leap directly to level 5. His instructor had praised him as a prodigy, reminding him that the feat, advancing from level 4 to level 5 in only a year, took the older generation nearly a decade. Meanwhile, Horan notices traces of blood still clinging to the walls of Xingzhi's chamber, and wonders if he's truly on the verge of a breakthrough. Xingzhi says nothing, simply continuing to walk. Then it clicks. The remaining blood isn't from his first chamber at all, but from a second one. He's already drained the first completely. The realization hits Haoran hard. Xingzhi has absorbed far more than the rest of them. Kong Qing glances at him and remarks that even among geniuses, the gap can be huge. As Xingzhi heads toward the exit, his eyes drift toward the marrow pool room, and he freezes. What he sees makes his stomach drop. The absorption rate inside is unreal, and it's all coming from one person, Lu. Inside the room, Qingshu informs General Yu that the boy is absorbing the marrow at an astonishing rate, and they're already down to the last quarter. Hearing this, the general orders them to pour in everything they have. He wants only the best for the boy. But to their shock, the marrow vanishes almost the instant it's poured in. General Yu, recalling how his own Grandmaster breakthrough had taken barely half a tank, watches in disbelief as assistants scramble to refill the supply. At first, they're certain there's no way Lu can drain it all. They're wrong. His body keeps pulling it in at a relentless pace, refining his star body refining art. The pool empties as fast as it's replenished, forcing the team to dump in everything they have, even emptying military reserves to keep up. The general can only watch, torn between curiosity and shock, wondering just how far this rookie can go. Meanwhile, inside the chamber, Lu's body starts to radiate with light, his frame glowing as the marrow's immense force surges through him. He's on the brink of completing the first stage of the immortal golden body. Even though it's only level 4 marrow, its potency is staggering, and he catches himself wondering what the higher grades must feel like. Outside, the general sits in stunned silence. Each tank is worth billions, and Lu has already gone through tens of billions worth. The thought crosses his mind. If Lu ever refused to join the military, the loss would be unforgivable. Back in the chamber, Lu Shang's body burns like a furnace. Blood rushes through his veins like molten lava, and his bones gleam with a brilliant golden hue. This breakthrough isn't just a jump from level 3 to level 4, it's the birth of the immortal golden body, boosting both his physique and combat potential to a level most fighters never touch. Then it happens. His strength spikes to its limit, and a thunderous explosion shakes the chamber. General Yu, noticing the surge, can't believe the boy has actually absorbed their entire storage. He wonders if the kid has a black hole inside him, or if he's some kind of monster. When the smoke clears, he steps out, wreathed in a blinding yellow aura, standing a little taller, his presence heavier, sharper. Onlookers are stunned. Even Xingzhi admits Lu's strength is out of reach, and Qingshu realizes that in just weeks, he hasn't just closed the gap to her strength, he's blown past her entirely. The general's aura flares as he steps forward, challenging him without a word. Dong Qingshu also freezes at the sudden move, but Lu only smiles. Flames erupt from his fists as he shifts into a martial stance, ready to meet the attack. The general's eyes glint as he catches a resemblance in Lu's gaze to someone from long ago. Meanwhile, seeing the attack, assistants scatter like startled birds, while distant onlookers, the trio wonder if they're watching a battle between grandmasters. As our boy absorbs the attack, it sends him skidding back. He mocks the general for using too much force on just a rank 4. The general takes it jokingly, pointing out that he possesses the immortal golden body, so his index is definitely more than 500,000, which means he's more than just a rank 4. He then expresses his annoyance, saying that whatever his rank may be, he just absorbed $150 billion worth of marrow, and compared to that, the blow he gave was actually pretty light. Hearing the amount, our boy is in utter disbelief. Observing General Yu's attack being dispersed like that, the femboy is losing it. He's a rank 7, and yet even after taking the attack head-on, Lu is standing there as if nothing happened. Haran is trembling with fear, realizing they were in the same assessment as a beast like this. Seeing such strength, the femboy wonders if the kid is now stronger than him, even though he's only 18 and hasn't even taken the national exam yet. Hearing mention of the national exam, Dong Qingshu realizes that the top scorer this time is bound to be Lu. Xingzhi, watching the aftermath, quietly accepts that the gap between them is vast. Even at level 4, Lu's combat power rivals the peak of the 6th level, and his earlier display of a Grandmaster's will hints that his path to such a title is already set. To Xingzhi, the difference between them feels insurmountable. Meanwhile, as the dust settles, Lu, scratching the back of his head, recalls the immense value of what he has absorbed, while the general mentally notes that if Lu ever steps onto the battlefield, he should ensure his strength is used to slay more exotic beasts, making the Eastern Military District's investment worthwhile. Lu clasps his hands in the traditional salute, carrying the calm resolve of someone ready for war. To him, fighting the enemy is not just duty, but repayment for the vast resources invested in his growth. General Yu notes the decisiveness in his manner, sensing the faint presence of a future grandmaster, and privately imagines seeing him at that level one day. Soon after, Dong Qingshu approaches, reminding him that the selection of the Morning Star has ended, and the national examination is now his next challenge. She believes his strength allows him to choose freely among the finest martial academies in the country. The Eastern region's top choice remains the Dongning Martial Arts Academy, Lu's old home and the place his sister once studied, but she urges him to consider Capital instead. Capital, the birthplace of martial tradition, holds the 7 holy towers, drawing the greatest talents from across the land. In her view, his abilities could even shatter records within the Holy Martial Tower, earning him the favor, or even mentorship, of a martial saint. Such a path could carry him toward the legendary 8th level, a realm beyond most warriors' reach. The mention of martial saints immediately captures Lu's attention. These are not just warriors. They stand at the absolute pinnacle of power, above even military command and national authority. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, only 3 such legends exist, each a 9th level master. One is the extreme Dao martial saint, Zhao Ji. Another is the bright jade, Tan Zhongyu. And last but not least, the enigmatic dark star, Lin Zhengyue. Dong Qingshu admits she cannot decide his path for him, yet her voice carries unshakable conviction. One day, his potential could rival even theirs. Lu, recalling his mastery of 3 supreme techniques at the 11th tier, silently envisions a future where he surpasses even that title. Nearby, femboy listens, torn between skepticism and awe, aware that Lu is still only a 4th level martial artist, yet unsettled by the memory of what he has already displayed. Dong Qingshu also reflects on the harsh reality of power. The highest rank their forces have ever reached is the 8th level Grandmaster, while the elusive 9th level belongs only to the martial saints. She knows the gap between them is far more than a single step. It's a chasm that even the combined strength of the military has failed to cross. Femboy approaches, confirming what she already believes. The resources to nurture an 8th level master are immense, but to push beyond into the 9th would require an unimaginable fortune. Though the military longs for such a figure, Dong Qingshu, as a lieutenant colonel, advises Lu to consider remaining in the east, where his chances of joining their ranks are high. Yet, she warns, their hopes should never become chains that bind his choices. Her words stir something in him, reminding him of visions from the dreamscape. With quiet resolve, he recalls his vow to General Yu, that defending the homeland is the duty of every martial artist, and silently promises never to forget the Eastern District's support. Between them, an unspoken gooning lingers, one that doesn't escape the notice of those nearby. The moment passes, and thoughts shift back to more practical matters. With the selection process concluded and the national entrance exams drawing near, Dong Qingshu urges him to undergo the Psychic Association's assessment so he can access the Starweb network. He decides instantly, preparing to leave without hesitation. As he leaves, the femboy, half teasing, remarks on the unusual expression on Dong Qingshu's face, though she brushes it off, denying any feelings before leaving the room to collect her thoughts. The next day, high above Dongning province, a military helicopter cuts through the clouds. Inside, Dong Qingshu casts a questioning glance at Lu, silently wondering if he's certain about his chosen landing spot. His calm expression tells her everything. He prefers it because it's isolated, far from curious eyes. Dong Qingshu, clearly uneasy, signals for the helicopter to drop lower so she can prepare the rope ladder. Lu, however, simply smiles and leaps without hesitation. From above, the femboy reacts with alarm. 200 meters is a deadly height, and Lu isn't even wearing a parachute. But Dong Qingshu remains calm, recalling that his strength now far surpasses their own. The femboy eventually concedes, labeling him reckless, while Lu plummets with his body wrapped in a fierce golden aura. Far below, a man in red and a curious child climbing nearby spot the glowing figure. The child is awestruck, but the man, noting the sheer force radiating from him, suspects he's a martial artist of at least 6th rank, perhaps even a grandmaster. Lu's thoughts drift to the profound changes in his body. Skin, muscle, bone, and even his organs reforged beyond the limits of ordinary level 4, eclipsing the defensive talents of level 5 and 6 warriors. He once mused that a drop of water from such a height would shatter, but a stone would not. When he strikes the ground with an earth-shaking crash, the answer proves true. It is the earth that breaks. From this vantage, Dongning City lies ahead. The power of his 4th level surges through him, and though it will take a month to fully stabilize, he notices something unusual. His internal energy is golden, unlike the colorless energy of ordinary martial artists. It reminds him of General Yu's words about golden bones and jade muscles, the hallmarks of an immortal golden body. Each movement sends brilliant golden light trailing in his wake. Without pause, he speeds toward Dongning province, intent on verifying his identity at the Psychic Association so he can access the Starweb network, a step that could earn him bonus points in the unified exam. Behind him, the man in red stares at the fractured Earth where Lu landed, dismissing the idea of superheroes as mere cinematic fantasy and suspecting advanced technology instead. Just like that, our boy arrives at the Psychic Association and hands the military recommendation letter to the receptionist. The receptionist's eyes light up with excitement as he sees the letter, praising our boy for achieving so much at such a young age. Without hesitation, he motions for him to follow. Inside, they observe a portly, bald man trembling as he struggles to control a glowing purple orb with psychic power. The man, sweating profusely, attempts to maneuver the orb through a narrow opening without touching the sides, but on his 6th try, the orb brushes a delicate blue object. This failure visibly stresses him. An examiner evaluating him tells the man that due to his age, breaking through this test will be extremely difficult and suggests he go home, implying he need not return. Next, the examiner calls over a young woman named Fei Fei, remarking that this is her 3rd attempt. The girl snaps back confidently, insisting it's normal to fail the level 2 psychic test multiple times at 25, especially since she herself is only a level 1 mentalist at 20. She stresses that the older man's situation is different from hers because of the age difference. As the examiner signals to proceed, Fei Fei's gaze falls on Lu, and she inquires about the young man. The receptionist explains that Lu comes highly recommended by Captain Dong from the Eastern Military Region, requesting that Lu be treated with care given his youth. Studying him closely, Fei Fei notes how remarkably young he is to be a psychic mentalist. Fei Fei, with a teasing glint, also notes that he's quite good-looking, much like herself, and greets him warmly. She introduces herself as Sui Fei and expresses surprise at his psychic abilities at such a young age. She offers to help if he has questions about the test. Lu thanks her and confirms this is his 1st attempt, asking if the purple orb exercise is part of the exam. Fei Fei chuckles, then explains that the initial test measures the strength and purity of psychic energy using specialized instruments. The practical test, she continues, requires candidates to control dense iron balls, guiding them through multiple fragile glass walls without contact. Even a slight touch shatters the blue glass instantly. For level 1 psychics, passing through a single layer suffices, but a level 2 like Fei Fei must clear at least 5 layers to pass. Fei Fei silently prays for her success, hoping this won't be her 4th attempt at the test. When called forward, she approaches the glowing device meant to measure mental strength and purity. Placing her hand on it, she quickly receives her results. A mental strength of 11.33 T and purity at 1.02. Satisfied, Fei Fei acknowledges her score as above standard, and the examiner agrees, signaling it's time for the practical control test. Clenching her fist tightly, she moves toward the challenge. The examiner reminds her of the task. She must skillfully manipulate 15 dense mithril balls through 5 fragile glass layers without touching them. With only 20 seconds on the clock, Fei channels her intense focus and releases a surge of purple energy. Lu watches closely, realizing the difficulty involved. For a typical level 2 psychic, managing 15 iron balls simultaneously is a daunting feat. Any slight loss of control could shatter the delicate glass walls. The mental concentration needed to keep the balls steady while guiding them precisely through each opening is immense. Sweat beads form on Fei's face as she carefully maneuvers the balls. They pass through the first layer successfully, boosting her confidence. Energized, she pushes forward and clears the second layer as well. However, at the fourth layer, the instructor stops her, revealing that her time is up and she failed. Though frustrated, she refuses to give up. She treats the attempt as a warm-up, steadying herself to try again. Lu, intrigued by her determination, watches as she prepares for another go at the test. The examiner asks if Fei is prepared for a second attempt. Without hesitation, she signals to start the timer and quickly guides the iron balls through the first glass layer with ease, a confident smile spreading across her face. She pushes forward, smoothly passing the second, third, and fourth layers, feeling hopeful with 12 seconds still left and only one final barrier to overcome. Carefully aligning the balls with the last hole, she advances them slowly, but suddenly the glass cracks. The test ends in failure once more. Overwhelmed by disappointment, she collapses to the ground with her shattered confidence. When the examiner offers her another chance, she declines, believing she's still far from success. Observing her struggle, Lu encourages her, assuring that she has the ability to pass but is approaching the test the wrong way. He advises her to think beyond what's immediately in front of her and to consider the bigger picture. Confused, she asks for clarification. Lu explains that her method, adjusting each ball's position only after it reaches a glass wall, is inefficient and mentally exhausting. To demonstrate, he changes one mithril ball to a glowing blue using his energy, emphasizing that the test measures not just strength, but also the psychic's ability to strategize and calculate. He instructs her to first map out the path by identifying all the holes as points, connecting them into continuous routes, then simultaneously guiding all 15 balls along these predetermined paths. When asked if this makes things clearer, she admits his explanation simplifies the challenge considerably. The examiner praises his insight, noting few can compute such complex trajectories so quickly. Lu humbly counters that, for psychics like them, this kind of calculation is effortless. With a calm gesture, he prepares to demonstrate. As he channels his energy, all the mithril balls start following his power, shocking the examiner. Then, using 2 fingers raised, our boy commands the balls to go. As he does, the balls form a massive cube. Seamlessly, they pass through each fragile glass layer without a single touch, moving in perfect harmony. Our boy effortlessly manipulates the balls, shocking both Fei and the examiner. After finishing the demonstration, Lu turns to Fei, explaining that the technique is surprisingly simple. The balls must be guided through the layers in a steady sequence, just as he showed. He then asks the examiner how long the demonstration took. The examiner initially says 11 seconds but quickly revises it to exactly 10. Hearing that, Lu reveals this was his first attempt controlling so many balls simultaneously, leaving Fei amazed. Facing her directly, Lu asks if she clearly saw the process. She responds with awe, describing it as almost divine. She admits it feels like watching a magician, every movement visible, yet the skill remains beyond comprehension. The examiner, too, is baffled by how Lu calculated and executed the complex task of passing dozens of balls through countless fragile glass layers and tiny holes in mere seconds. She promptly instructs the assistant to summon President Jiang, recognizing they've witnessed a rare talent. Meanwhile, in the president's office, an old-timer looks distracted by a losing streak at cards. Frustrated, he mutters about how even level 4 psychic power doesn't guarantee luck. Suddenly, the assistant barges in without knocking, urgently urging the president to review some data on the computer. Curious but annoyed, the president views the files and is visibly startled. After a whispered explanation, beads of sweat form on his forehead as he questions the authenticity of what he's seeing. The assistant assures him it's no fabrication and explains that a young man named Lu is about to undergo psychic evaluation. On the screen, a blinding golden light flashes as our boy raises his hand. The president nervously bites his nails, staring at the dazzling display. The assessment shows Lu's psychic strength registering an astonishing 435 T and purity of 126, leaving both the assistant and examiner frozen in shock. Fei stares at the machine's readout in disbelief, questioning if it's malfunctioning. The numbers are staggering, far beyond expectations. For context, a typical level 2 psychic registers about 1 purity point, while their president, a level 4, scores around 10. Yet Lu, who looks barely older than a high schooler, displays a purity power 12 times greater than the president's. The examiner also struggles to grasp what this means. Just then, the president bursts into the room, calling out to the examiner. He asks her to verify the equipment, suspecting a fault. The examiner, whose anime is Xiaoli, calmly assures him that the testing device is functioning perfectly, having already tested 2 others accurately. She challenges the president to try it himself if he remains doubtful. Lu, unfazed, asks if there's an issue with his results. The old president, nervous, admits that the numbers are almost unbelievable. It's hard to accept such a performance. He inquires whether Lu descends from a lineage of elite psychic masters, perhaps level 7 or 8. Lu, however, proudly denies any special heritage, explaining he comes from a humble, ordinary family. Hearing that, the president addresses Lu respectfully and questions the need for him to take the final exam, given his overwhelming strength. Lu casually raises the balls with his psychic power and assures the president that the test is no trouble at all, a mere formality. As Lu prepares to begin, Xiaoli announces the timer has started. The dense balls swiftly navigate through countless fragile glass layers, forming a striking dragon shape in midair. Though capable of going faster, Lu maintains flawless control, guiding the balls seamlessly through each opening. They finally drop on the floor, completing the challenge effortlessly. Relaxed, Lu places his hands on his hips, mentioning that he feels more skilled this round and asks if the timer has reached 5 seconds. Xiaoli, holding the stopwatch with a trembling hand, reveals his time was actually just 4.5 seconds, less than half the time of his previous attempt. Despite the increased difficulty, his performance has more than doubled in speed. Feifei remarks with nervousness that, given his calm demeanor, this is clearly far from his limit. Meanwhile, the president, imagining 2 jokers playing cards atop his smooth head, mutters that Lu's psychic energy control approaches master level. The sensation, he admits, feels like being hit with a royal flush of 100 cards, a bewildering and overwhelming experience he struggles to describe. The president reflects quietly on whether the new generation truly surpasses the old, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Politely, he acknowledges Lu's remarkable strength and promises to personally issue him a certification. However, with a slight smile of embarrassment, he explains that their organization can only officially certify up to level 4 psychics. For anything beyond that, Lu will need to seek certification from the senior association in the capital. Scratching his head sheepishly, Lu agrees without hesitation, explaining that he's just a high school student preparing for national exams and isn't overly concerned about formalities. Feifei, now more relaxed, approaches Lu and asks his age. He responds with mild annoyance that he's 18 and playfully challenges her assumptions, stretching out his hand with a youthful grin. Our boy, to her shock, accuses Feifei of reading his mind and jokes that she's been reading too many fantasy novels. He explains that in 2 months he'll take his national exams and that the psychic certification is mainly a way to earn extra points, which is why he made the effort to come to the association. Blushing slightly, Feifei asks if she should try the test one more time, convinced she still has a chance to succeed. Lu gently reassures her to stay calm and takes her hand to guide her through the process. Feeling a flutter of nervous excitement, Feifei notices that our boy is holding her hand instead of her melons. As she focuses, she quickly passes all the balls with precision and lets out a joyful celebration of her success. Grateful, she thanks Lu warmly for his guidance and support. The president congratulates both and invites them to a celebratory dinner that evening to honor the new level 4 psychic in Dongning province. Lu, however, politely declines, but the two plead with adorable expressions until he finally agrees, unwilling to disappoint them. Afterward, the president informs Lu about a designated hotel for visiting participants. Feifei also offers to give Lu a ride, surprising him with her sleek sports car when she arrives to pick him up. Lu steps into the car and bids farewell to the old-timer. As they drive, Feifei's cheeks flush a deep red as she sneaks glances at Lu. In her mind, she sees him as an ordinary guy. No one would guess he's a brilliant 4th-level psychic. Even the president of the Dongning Province Association holds him in high regard. To Feifei, his combination of youth, good looks, impressive physique, and extraordinary talent far outshines the so-called second-generation elites, who seem like nothing more than pretenders. Suddenly aware that Lu is watching her, she wonders if he might be interested in her. Her heart races, a fluttering sensation stirring within. She imagines Lu as the kind of guy who prefers older women, and she feels confident she'd have no trouble winning him over with her beauty and alluring figure. Excited, she presses down hard on the accelerator, and they arrive at their destination quickly. As she comes to a stop, she informs the boy that they've arrived, feeling a quiet sense of victory inside. After Lu thanks her for the ride, she shyly asks what's next. Our boy jokes that she should run quickly because her reckless driving, running 5 red lights, has attracted the attention of 2 police cars chasing them. Hearing that, Feifei speeds off, promising to return for him later. Once inside the hotel room, Lu watches a news segment featuring his ex-girlfriend, Susu. The report announces that the original Baihei City pharmacy has been rebranded as Lingsheng Pharmaceuticals and has just launched a groundbreaking new product, a spirit muscle strengthening blood serum expected to revolutionize martial arts. Lu wonders why Susu never informed him of the changes, despite him holding 90% of the company's shares. He admits this oversight is partly his own fault. Noticing multiple missed calls from Susu, Lu lies back on the bed and decides to enter the dreamscape to check on the company's progress in the future. There, he is impressed by the pharmaceutical's massive success, but shocked to discover he has somehow married Susu. Stunned, Lu orders Ai to retrieve his personal information. When the data loads, Lu's jaw nearly drops. He's listed as having 2 wives, Qingshu and Susu. Despite the surprising news, he knows this future is only one possibility and can be altered. Sitting on the floor, he takes a deep breath to steady himself. Turning back to Ai, he asks her to search for information on the spirit muscle strengthening blood serum. Ai informs him that he lacks the necessary clearance to access the formula for medicines above level 5. Hearing that, Lu reflects on his long journey of 300 years in martial arts, realizing that his spirit muscle strengthening blood serum, after 10,000 years of evolution, has transformed from a simple tonic into a rare advanced medicine exceeding level 5. He considers that gradually introducing such advancements from the distant future into the present could effectively grant humanity an extra 10,000 years of development, potentially raising civilization to unprecedented heights. Curious if this could change the course of future disasters, Lu asks Ai to retrieve world history records. To his surprise, the projected time of devastation has been pushed back by a decade. The serum's impact has extended civilization's survival by 10 years, sparking a hopeful smile. He then wonders whether releasing his 3 supreme-level martial arts techniques could further alter humanity's fate. However, his optimism fades into uncertainty. Though his techniques could save mankind, making them public could unleash chaos, upending the existing order and thrusting his family into danger. Gazing at his hands, Lu recognizes the weight of responsibility and decides to withhold the techniques until he is confident enough to manage the consequences. He knows those wielding his powerful martial arts must be carefully guided, and that guide must be him. Later, as Lu adjusts his tuxedo in front of a mirror, he suddenly realizes he hasn't replied to Susu. He quickly texts her, asking her to prepare medicinal supplies for his return the next day. Frustrated by his delayed response and the immediate demand, Susu feels overwhelmed and begins typing a long, heated message. Despite her irritation, she ultimately deletes it, sending a brief reply instead, before quietly breaking down in tears. When Lu steps out, Feifei greets him in a striking red dress, asking if he's ready for the party. Lu prefers she call him by his given name rather than Mr. Lu, sparking a playful moment that hints at her growing affection. At the event, a congratulatory banner honors the newly minted level 4 psychic mentalist. Lu wonders aloud why so many have gathered for what he expected to be a modest dinner. Feifei explains that the president, despite his humble appearance, wields significant influence among the elite in Liang City. Still, she adds that the president intended the gathering to remain low-key. Lu responds honestly that he looks forward to enjoying the celebration. Our boy also announces that he will be leaving Liang City the next day. Amidst the chatter and clinking of glasses, the president stands mingling with the guests. Nearby, a woman in a blue dress is still stunned by what he claims to have seen. Across the room, another guest remarks that this evening is far from ordinary. Most of the city's influential figures are present, including the mayor and the head of the Martial Arts Association. Without the president's status, entry would have been impossible. Her words stir something in Dandan's memory. Lu had once mentioned visiting the Psychic Master Association. This thought prompts her to quietly ask a trusted friend to see if his name appears there. Yet the moment Lu's name comes up, her friend's expression hardens, recalling gossip from another acquaintance who hinted at Dandan's interest in a high school student she met while traveling. Dandan had denied it before, but suspicion lingers. The friend points out that she has been staying in Liang City for some time instead of returning to her studies, implying that Lu is the reason. From what she has heard, he is handsome and connected to the Eastern military region, but comes from an unremarkable family. College romances with ordinary men are understandable, she reasons, but pursuing a high school boy is another matter entirely. Dandan, however, knows her own reasons. Since parting with Lu, she has remained in the city because he once said he would come. She has sent countless messages, none of which he has read, leaving her to wonder if there is no place for her in his heart. The thought lingers, though her friend tries to lift her mood, revealing that the banquet is to honor a newly promoted level 4 psychic master, a rank on par with the president himself. Such a figure could sway the entire Dongning province, and aligning with them could elevate any family's standing. When Dandan learns that most women present tonight are in their 40s, she quietly resigns herself to the idea that she won't be seeing Lu here, her earlier hope fading into the din of the celebration. The lady urges Dandan to forget about Lu and focus on the rare chance to meet the newly promoted level 4 psychic master. But just as Dandan tries to follow that advice, her attention catches on a familiar figure, Lu, eating with quiet precision. The moment he notices her, he gives a small wave, and excitement propels her forward. She's ready to greet him, but her voice falters when another woman playfully takes food from his plate, an intimate gesture that leaves Dan Dan frozen for a moment. For a heartbeat, she wonders if this woman might be his girlfriend, but she steadies herself, masking the sting with a bright smile before approaching. Lu greets her warmly, and memories of their trip to Oxhead Mountain surface as he introduces her to his companions. The lady from before joins them, sizing Lu up immediately, his refined looks making her think she's found the reason behind Dan Dan's lingering feelings. When she notices the other woman is from the influential Su family, her assumptions deepen. Perhaps Lu is using his charm to secure a better place in society. Getting curious, she asks where Lu is from, and our boy replies that he's from Baihe City. But then he quickly guesses the next question and answers it himself, openly admitting his humble background and hinting that his presence here is mere chance. His words make it clear he has little patience for social posturing, and with a polite farewell, he turns to leave, quietly resolved that no one will harm those he holds dear. Fei, surprised by his sudden departure, throws the mean lady a sharp look before hurrying after him. Dandan wants to call out to him, but the biatch stops her, insisting that someone like Lu isn't worth her time. In her eyes, his quick reactions without provocation signal trouble. She reminds Dandan that Fei is an accomplished second-level psychic and a notable figure in Liang's elite circles, and suspects Lu's connection to her is simply a calculated move to gain entry into the banquet. The lady tries to snap Dandan out of her thoughts, insisting that Lu is nothing more than a social climber. Dandan instinctively denies it, but her friend reminds her that harsh truths are often the ones people must face. For a brief moment, doubt creeps in, yet it fades just as quickly when Dandan recalls the Lu she knows, someone bright and heroic, the kind of person who once saved lives. She mentally scolds herself for even entertaining the suspicion and reaffirms her belief in him. Before she can say more, attention shifts toward the president, who is preparing to introduce the newly promoted level 4 psychic. The lady urges Dandan to focus, but then something unexpected happens. The moment the president spots Lu, he approaches him directly. The exchange is polite, though it's clear the president holds Lu in high regard. Moments later, with a display of psychic power that silences the hall, the president announces that the new level 4 psychic of Dongning province is none other than Lu, just 18 years old. The revelation leaves the crowd stunned. Many compare his achievement to their own lives, some with admiration, others with embarrassment. Dandan, flushed with pride, feels clear in her faith in him, while the mean lady is forced to reassess her earlier judgment. Dandan points out that the powerful figures in the room gooning for Lu's attention, yet he remains detached, uninterested in their offers. This quiet indifference makes Dandan realize the truth. No matter how much she may feel for him, the distance between their worlds is too great. Outside, Lu leaves the banquet in a taxi bound for Baihe City. He reflects on the night, concluding that high society events aren't his world. Showing up was enough to repay the president's respect, but his real life is grounded in family and martial arts. Beneath the titles and recognition, he is still just a high school student from an ordinary family. Later, at his apartment, he's greeted warmly by his mother, father, and younger sister. The homecoming is filled with small, familiar gestures, his sister measuring his height and teasing about how much he's grown, while he counters in playful return. Lu recalls that his sister has had her classes canceled recently, and decides to check on her progress. He makes it clear that if she hasn't improved, she shouldn't expect more of the rare tonics he's provided, as they aren't easily found on the market even with money. Before they can continue, their mother interrupts by handing Lu a serving of the food she made. While eating, he casually asks his father if he has been taking the supplements stored in the fridge. His father confirms, noting how much stronger and healthier he feels, almost as if 20 years have been rolled back. Impressed by the results, he assumes the pills must be expensive, but Lu explains they were a gift from a friend's pharmacy, specially designed for middle-aged people, and assures his father there's plenty more. Their mother then asks if Lu will be staying for the upcoming national entrance exam. With a smile, he says he will, planning to remain until it's over. The simple joy of the moment feels like a rare gift for the family. Since his parents are free for the day, he takes the chance to invite them to see a new house he has in mind. In what feels like no time they are standing in the property, his parents hesitate, worried about the cost. But Lu reassures them, revealing that his earnings from recent activities and competitions more than cover the price. The expense, he explains, is only a fraction of what he's made, with more prize money on the way. Shock and disbelief ripple through the family, though pride quickly follows when he tells them the house is already theirs and they can move in whenever ready. Not wasting the opportunity, Lu drags his sister to the backyard training ground to see what she's capable of now. She takes a stance and launches a kick, but he easily intercepts her move, unimpressed by her technique. Pointing out her flaws, he urges her to correct her form, though she protests that it's impossible while he's holding her foot. The truth is, the gap between them is vast. He's a high-ranking martial artist, while she's still far from becoming one. Lu's sister protests, insisting she isn't weak, but Lu tells her to get up so he can teach her something valuable, techniques he has refined himself. Her mood shifts instantly from sulking to eager, prompting him to wonder if his sister has some hidden switch for emotions. He warns her to keep what she learns to herself, framing it as a secret manual, and she agrees readily. As they begin training, the girl can't help but think about her brother's rapid growth in just a few short months. To outsiders, it seems like a sudden awakening, but having watched him closely, she suspects he's hiding something. If she could uncover his secret, she believes she might one day surpass him. Her daydreaming earns her a light chop on the head, snapping her back to focus. Before long, the training leaves her drenched in sweat and struggling for breath, until she realizes the method's effect is remarkable, feeling as if a single session equaled weeks of her usual practice. When she presses for answers, Lu explains that it's simply an advanced variation of standard training, comparing it to technology. While the public uses basic versions, top labs develop far more powerful ones that remain unreleased. His method, he says, is like having access to the highest version long before it's available. She teases him about treating her like a test subject, but he counters that most people wouldn't even qualify for such an opportunity. Still cautious, she asks if it's dangerous. Lu assures her that their similar physical condition means any risk he faces, she would face as well, and since he has been practicing it without harm, she'll be fine. She jokingly adds that if both end up disabled, no one will be left to care for their parents, and if it happens to him first, she'll look after him. Annoyed, he chases her around the yard until catching her, at which point she can't help but ask the question lingering in her mind. How exactly did he acquire such a technique, and is it even legal? Lu reassures her that he would never do anything illegal, though she still wonders if teaching her such a technique might cause trouble. He explains with a serious tone that the person who taught him the body conditioning method had warned him never to pass it on, as doing so could put their entire family at risk. This makes her briefly worry about potential consequences, but Lu admits he had no choice. She's his sister, and that matters more than any warning. Touched, she promises to keep the secret, and he tells her he'll guide her until she's skilled enough to practice on her own in her room. As she leaves, she's quietly determined to one day surpass him, while Lu privately feels amused at his own convincing performance. Later, he meets Susu at the Grand Sea and Sky Hotel, where she updates him on the success of their muscle and blood strengthening tonic. Priced for the mid to high-end market, it has sold out its initial 20,000 units within a week, with a high repurchase rate and strong potential to dominate the supplement industry both in Baihe City and across Dongning Province. Impressed, Lu leaves the business in her hands, offering additional funds to ensure operations run smoothly. Susu notes that current capital is sufficient, though future expansion might require a bank loan. Lu agrees to handle the initial funding personally, but as Susu studies him closely, she suddenly realizes and asks if he is going to take the national exam soon. He confirms this and explains that he plans to stay focused on his preparation, leaving all sales and business matters entirely to her. He also mentions to Susu that he will be relocating soon and will share his new address. She looks at him with a hint of unease, reminded of how his every movement carries an undeniable authority, making it hard to believe he is still just a student yet to take the unified exam. Reflecting on the past, she realizes that 6 months ago she would never have imagined entrusting the future of her family to him, yet circumstances have proven her choice sound. Before leaving, she remembers to tell him she promoted the assistant to store manager, even though he has changed his hair color. Lu leaves the decision to her, knowing she manages operations. Once she's gone, he considers her company's importance, not just as a source of funding, but also as a discrete production base for future supplements. He isn't concerned about betrayal, believing the He family's current calm hides deeper problems that will eventually force them to rely on him. Even without such leverage, anything he has given could easily be reclaimed. For now, his priority is his own growth, advancing his weapon forging, refining the star body technique, and pushing the immortal golden body to the next stage. With these, he is confident that the next encounter with the Valkyrie will not be about survival, but victory. Months later, after passing the Morning Star selection and the Psychic Mentalist exam, Lu uses his bonuses and side earnings to purchase a new home for his family. Somehow, word spreads to associates from Hongchuan and the martial arts school, who arrive to help without being asked. Lu's sister is thrilled to have her own training space, while their parents prepare to meet the neighbors. Lu offers to join, but his father insists he rest for the next day's national exam, expressing his hopes for a championship title. That night, as Lu lies in bed, his cultivation stands at the peak of the 4th level, ready to break into the 5th at any moment. He has deliberately delayed the breakthrough, using the time to repeatedly temper his internal strength until it transforms into a golden, amber-like energy flowing steadily through his body. The 3rd stage of his refinement nears completion, promising a significant boost in power. Without wasting any time, he enters the dreamscape and begins launching blows at the Valkyrie. When the dust clears, they exchange a sharp glance before clashing. Using a surge of 20-fold star force, Lu manages to block her strike and counter with a fierce blow, though she retaliates with equal force, sending him flying. He steadies himself with his 4 specialized breathing techniques, including a recently mastered second stage of flame breathing, allowing him to unleash both explosive bursts and fire-based attacks. The Valkyrie counters with an icy assault, but his agility keeps him from harm. Months of training against this Valkyrie have paid off, where once he was instantly defeated, he can now endure several minutes in battle. With the fusion of his martial arts into instinct, he begins to wonder if mastering every aspect to perfection could evolve his techniques even further. Still, the gap remains. He knows he cannot yet overcome her. His plan is to break through to the 5th level after the national exam, once he acquires the follow-up techniques for his advanced martial arts. At that stage, his inner strength could transform to rank 5, giving him the edge needed for victory. The more they fight, the more he yearns to obtain that martial master technique which can condense ice into spears. He calls upon his costly eternal blade wheel, forged from mithril mined at great expense, a reminder of how resource-intensive mastery can be. The investment feels justified, as he has perfected one lethal technique from this 5th level art, the kind capable of killing a martial master. He speculates whether even greater spiritual combat methods exist at the 6th or 7th level. Yet her exceptional combat awareness continues to outmatch him. Standard techniques fail to breach her defenses. As he drifts into thought, the Valkyrie charges at him with her frozen skill. Seeing this, he realizes that despite all his power, he still cannot get close to her. To counter, he summons mithril blades, knowing that regular strikes from the eternal blade are useless against her. If he wants any chance of hurting her, he must unleash his killer move with everything he has. However, that would mean completely depleting his psychic energy, leaving him immediately vulnerable and at the mercy of her slaughter. On the other hand, he could rely on his immortal golden body to overwhelm her with sheer speed, but he has never tested that ability before. He realizes he has no one strong enough to properly test such skills, as the Valkyrie is far too powerful to serve as a trial opponent. Pulling himself out of the dreamscape, he decides to test his abilities at the national exam tomorrow, fully aware that his true goals lie far beyond merely winning titles there. The next morning at breakfast, Lu's mother warmly prays for his success in the exam, while his sister offers to accompany him. Lu agrees, but before they can leave, his father pulls up in the car, shouting for him to hurry. They wrap things up quickly and drive toward the arena. As soon as they arrive, Lu steps out and immediately activates his perception skill. He hears the chatter of countless contestants, all buzzing about the national exam. The lively atmosphere feels like a breath of fresh air to him, as it has been a long time since he last experienced something like this. While Lu takes it in, his father recalls his own attempt at the same exam years ago, when he failed. Yet he feels confident that Lu will succeed where he could not. With that, his family bids him farewell, and Lu walks inside, ready to face the annual martial arts national exam. All the participants gather in the main hall, where they are instructed to undergo a combat power index evaluation first. Names are called in order of badge numbers, until suddenly, all eyes fall on Lu. His aura radiates so intensely that the other contestants instinctively shrink back. It feels as though a raid boss has entered the hall, and even approaching him makes them nervous. The instructor steps forward to assess the situation, but immediately feels the crushing pressure himself. It is like standing before a beast so terrifying that the body reacts on its own, warning of danger and forcing caution. Unsure how to handle such overwhelming power, the instructor quickly decides to send Lu first. The other contestants, overhearing this, scatter out of the way without hesitation. As our boy walks toward the hall, he notices instructors dragging away a participant who has been caught using drugs. The young man pleads desperately, but the head instructor firmly reminds him of the strict no-drug policy and declares that his right to take the national exam will be revoked for the next 3 years. The participant begs for mercy, but his chance at redemption is gone. Even though the punishment is only 3 years, everyone knows his future is finished. No university would ever accept a cheater, no matter how powerful he might be. Next in line is Lu. As he approaches for the assessment, the instructors, despite being rank 5 themselves, begin trembling under the crushing weight of his aura. Forcing themselves to remain calm, they ask if he is ready for the test. Lu simply bends their testing needles between his fingers, suggesting they bring something stronger that can pierce his tempered skin. The instructors stare in disbelief, panicking as they scramble to fetch top-grade blood sampling needles. Yet to their shock, Lu calmly takes them all and pierces himself once to save time, but every needle bends just the same. At this point, the instructors realize they can no longer handle the situation on their own and decide to escalate the matter to the higher-ups. In the meantime, they suggest that Lu proceed with the Combat Power Index test first. Without hesitation, he agrees and follows their instructions. Inside the combat assessment hall, one contestant celebrates after scoring over 100 points on his Combat Power Index. His assessor, however, is still catching his breath, especially when he notices instructor Zhang approaching. Zhang immediately leans in and whispers something that makes the assessor's eyes widen in shock. But when Zhang inquires whether their testing model can handle extreme outputs, the assessor confidently explains that their system can easily evaluate up to 99,000 points. Even rank 6 martial artists have been tested with it, so it should be more than enough. Saying that, the assessor calls Lu in with confidence. But the moment Lu steps forward, his confidence shatters. The boy's overwhelming aura hits like a tidal wave, and he feels his knees weaken as Lu walks closer. Lu politely introduces himself, but the instructors are already trembling. Still, they manage to instruct him to begin his assessment. Taking a deep breath, Lu prepares himself. He activates his Breath of Flame technique and fuses it with divine illumination, flooding his body with radiant golden energy. His entire form begins to glow, the sheer intensity of it making the two instructors lose their composure entirely. Focused and determined, Lu begins channeling the full power of his perfected martial arts. He gathers his energy and unleashes a 20-fold star impact, a martial master level skill. Although it's his first time merging these techniques, he strikes with everything he has, eager to gauge his current strength. Meanwhile, just 5 minutes earlier in the National Examination Building, the Education Chief, Big Mac, and National Examination Chief Shu sit across from each other, quietly enjoying a game of chess. Their peaceful moment is suddenly shattered when the assistant bursts into the room in a panic. She frantically explains that a student has just broken every single needle used for blood sampling. Even after switching to higher-grade needles, the student broke them all. She's visibly anxious, clearly unsure how to handle what she's just witnessed, and now seeks urgent advice from the chiefs. Hearing the report, both chiefs rise to their feet in disbelief and immediately order the assistant to fetch special-grade needles from the office and bring the candidate's resume. When they read the file, their expressions ease, and they exchange congratulations. Having such a talent appear in the national examination is a rare fortune. But to Chief Shu's surprise, Big Mac already knows about this individual. Calmly, he reveals that Lu is the winner of the Morning Star selection and is already recognized as a martial arts prodigy in Baihe City. This revelation shocks Shu even more, making him realize that the exam itself may be meaningless. Lu seems destined to dominate it. Before they can discuss further, the ground suddenly begins to shake. Zhu freezes, his instincts telling him the source lies in the direction of the combat assessment hall. Inside the hall, Lu has completely obliterated the testing dummy, sending it crashing into the wall with a single strike. The instructors, knocked to the ground by the sheer shockwave, stare in horror. The dummy, built to withstand the full force strike of a rank 6 martial artist, has been mangled beyond recognition. Just one punch, and Lu has surpassed what even 99,000 combat points are meant to represent. As the room reels in shock, both chiefs enter. The instructors, panicked and trembling, lunge toward them, shouting that Lu is a martial master. Hearing this, Lu himself pauses, momentarily confused by the claim. Shu, upon hearing the news, immediately orders all other candidates to be dismissed and instructs his assistants to head to the Martial Association to arrange for a martial-level assessment apparatus. The instructors comply, while Shu himself remains in shock. This young hero has accomplished so much with just a single punch. On the other hand, Chief Big Mac tries to reassure Lu, reminding him not to worry about the damage and to prepare instead, since he will need to demonstrate his power once more later. Standing close to him, however, Big Mac can already sense the immense aura of a body tempered through years of training, and all of this at only 18 years of age. An hour later, the apparatus arrives, and Shu immediately orders the preparations for the assessment to begin. He decides to start with the vitality test, which requires the use of the advanced golden needle. As the blood is drawn, everyone is surprised by its unusual thickness. Big Mac examines it carefully and remarks that, while he has seen the blood of a true martial master before, this is not quite at that level yet. Still, considering how close it is, and at such a young age, the result is nothing short of astonishing. Next, the blood is poured into the testing equipment, and the vitality score comes out at over 1,200, the equivalent of a rank 6 martial artist. This result shocks Big Mac deeply, for in the entire history of the examinations, no one has ever come close to such values. Shu, on the other hand, is visibly pleased and praises the young man for shattering long-standing records. They then prepare the combat assessment dummy, a newly developed device so advanced that only a handful in Baihe City are capable of even making use of it. At Shu's signal, the boy steps forward, gathers his techniques, and unleashes a devastating punch. A massive blast shakes the hall. Shu stares in disbelief, recognizing the strike as carrying the will of a martial master, something he himself has pursued for years without success. Yet before his very eyes, an 18-year-old has displayed it. As both chiefs watch in shock, the dust gradually settles, revealing Lu's score, 1.2 million. Big Mac quickly explains that while this is astonishing, it still falls slightly short of a true martial master's standard. Zhu, however, feels that the boy is still holding back and urges him to channel his vital chi. At this, Lu summons a faint glowing light and reveals that he has not yet reached rank 5, and therefore his ki has not fully developed. This revelation stuns both chiefs even further, that if he can achieve such results without even stepping into rank 5, then his future potential is unimaginable. Excitement surges through them as they realize Baihe City may finally be able to produce a true martial master. To them, this boy is nothing less than the incarnation of a true dragon. Without delay, they order the instructors to inform the Eastern Military District and the chairman of everything that has taken place. As the assessment concludes, Lu steps out of the arena, where his family eagerly awaits him. Meeting them, he assures them that the exam went even better than expected, filling them with joy and excitement for the future. When Lu returns home, he checks his status once again. To his surprise, he now has 5 wives and has finally advanced to the level of an 8th rank grandmaster in this life. With level 4 perms unlocked, he grows excited, knowing he can now acquire many high-level techniques that will guide him directly onto the path of a martial master. These techniques not only enhance his golden body, but also grant him one more unique skill. At the same time, he is fully aware that his martial master's will has already taken shape. As long as he continues strengthening his vitality, his progress will only accelerate. Yet a doubt lingers in his mind. Are the martial paths of Wang He and Xu Shengning the same, or are they fundamentally different? After much thought, he decides to follow Wang He's path, since his foundational martial skills are already built upon it. His ultimate goal is to reach rank 12 or beyond, and in doing so, he might even surpass Wang He himself. Deep inside, Lu knows this path is already destined for him, to save the future, and that, he accepts, will also be his future. In the 5 days following the exam, Lu's family is busy decorating their new house in anticipation of Lu's results. However, their neighbors are far from fond of them, especially the homeowner's wife. She resents the fact that, because of falling property prices, even low families like the Lu's can afford to live there and create noise. She still recalls how, on their very first day, Lu's father dropped oranges on the road, causing a commotion. The memory alone makes her feel sick with anger. Her husband tries to calm her down, but suddenly she begins screaming at the sound of car horns blaring outside, convinced it must be the Lu family coming to take revenge over the oranges. Her husband rushes to the window, only to freeze in shock. The license plate belongs to the Eastern District, and the car itself is the official vehicle of the provincial governor. Realization strikes him instantly. The governor's car has honked exactly 9 times, an auspicious signal used only when congratulating a newly recognized dragon martial scholar. That means the honored figure must be someone in their very own neighborhood. As the neighbors watch in anticipation, Lu's father stands in front of the house, equally bewildered by the sight of the dark, luxurious cars pulling up at their doorstep. The convoy halts, and the governor of Dongning Province, Pingyun, steps out personally, asking for the dragon martial scholar, Lu. The title alone sends shockwaves through Lu's entire family. Meanwhile, the homeowner's wife nearly collapses upon realizing the neighbor she mocked is the father of the dragon martial scholar. Inside the house, Lu has just finished a dreamscape session. He has obtained the advanced golden body technique and further experience, realizing that his physique is steadily growing stronger with each step. As Lu checks his phone, he is shocked to see messages from his sister informing him of the governor's arrival at their house. Immediately, he activates his perception skill to sense who has accompanied the governor. To his surprise, he detects the aura of a rank 6 powerhouse, clearly a grandmaster. When Lu comes downstairs, both the governor and his group quickly notice the overwhelming aura he carries at such a young age. Lu's father steps forward to introduce them, and both sides exchange respectful greetings. Without delay, the governor explains the purpose of his visit: to personally congratulate Lu for achieving first place in the national examination. Though the official results have not yet been released, it is already confirmed that Lu stands at the very top, and may even hold the best score in the history of the exam once final tabulations are completed. To honor this achievement, the governor presents Lu with a cash reward of 50 million, as well as a luxurious residence of over 400 square meters in the capital, declaring him the pride of Dongning Province. He also formally confirms that Lu has reached the rank of 4th level martial artist and is now free to choose any university in the nation. When asked, Lu calmly states his decision that he wishes to enroll in the capital St. Martial University. The governor, already prepared for this, produces recommendation letters from all 7 of the top universities and places them before him, leaving the final choice in Lu's hands. Witnessing this, Lu's sister stands frozen in shock. For ordinary students, just being accepted into one of these universities is the dream of a lifetime, yet her brother has the power to choose freely among them all. After thinking for a moment, Lu makes his choice: the 7th St. Martial University. His decision takes the governor by surprise. as he had expected Lu to take more time before deciding. The governor remarks that, while the university may be somewhat lacking in heritage, its instructors are truly top-notch. He advises Lu that for the missions he will face there, a powerful cold weapon will be essential. To support him, the governor hands Lu his personal card, telling him to call at any time if he needs such a weapon. He even offers to personally select a rank 6 cold weapon tailored to Lu's abilities. Hearing this, Lu cannot hide his excitement. After some brief conversation, the governor and his group take their leave. The moment they depart, Lu's family erupts with joy and excitement, immediately preparing to. Meanwhile, in a distant dark throne room, the martial Saint King, Yu Tan, sits in silence. His gaze lingers on Lu's profile, and he realizes that this year will not be like the others. Things will be different. A few days earlier, Lu and his classmates celebrated his victory in the national exams with a heartfelt farewell. After bidding the same to his family, he embarks on his new journey. While on the plane, he reflects on how extraordinary the 7 Saint universities truly are. Each one possesses a complete set of legacy martial arts, as well as access to the legendary martial arts tower. The university Lu has chosen is one of the oldest. Throughout the history of the country, there have been 9 martial saints, though most perished long ago, either in battles against monsters, during internal conflicts, or in great wars. These wars were fueled by the rivalry between the Dragon Country and the Lion Country, each competing to establish itself as the world's strongest martial nation. In the aftermath, the Dragon Country constructed the martial arts tower. This tower is modeled after the different life stages of each martial saint and incorporates highly advanced technology. It consists of multiple levels, and those who manage to clear 100 floors earn the right to meet a martial saint in person and even become their disciple. However, Lu has no interest in becoming a disciple. His hands are already full, carrying the legacies of rank 10 and rank 11 powerhouses, far beyond the saints, who stand only at rank 9. As Lu is lost in thought about graduating quickly to save time, someone familiar suddenly notices him. It is Yang, who looks surprised to find Lu on the same plane. In reality, however, Lu's sister had already told her about her brother's flight, so Yang had essentially stream-sniped him. Lu pretends to be surprised, but deep inside he remains puzzled about why she is here. 2 hours later, the plane lands in the capital. Both of them are amazed by its prosperous atmosphere, full of energy and life. Gazing at the towering skyscrapers, Lu wonders if base 1359 from his dream might have once looked like this before its downfall. Before long, they arrive at Jinghe University, where Lu offers to help Yang with her enrollment before heading to St. Martial University himself. She quietly agrees, and together they walk in, appearing almost like a college couple. On the way, one of the university seniors notices Yang and immediately develops a crush on her. Along with his friend, he steps forward and politely offers to help her with anything she needs. Before Yang can respond, Lu swiftly hands over their luggage, thanking the seniors for their assistance. The senior, now trembling under the weight, turns to Lu and asks if he is also a newcomer. Since Lu has suppressed his vitality aura, he calmly lies, claiming that he is Yang's classmate who simply came to help her register. Hearing this, both seniors grow excited. Though one clearly likes Yang, the fact that she and Lu will be far away gives them hope of interacting with her more. One of the seniors begins explaining the university's structure, pointing out that students are allowed 3 opportunities each month to enter the martial tower. Hearing this, Lu curiously asks if students from regular universities can also enter. The senior confirms, though with a mocking tone, claiming that even martial artists from outside are allowed entry. However, he adds that students from the Saint universities receive VIP treatment. After this, the senior quickly shifts his attention back to Yang, eager to appear helpful. He assures her that she will be free to do many things at Jinghe University, but warns her not to provoke anyone from the 7th St. Martial University. When Lu asks why, the senior explains that students from that university are considered reckless. Since they are often assigned to monster-related missions, they fight without restraint. A single clash with them could easily result in severe injury or even death. Lu nods, calmly assuring them that he understands. Soon after, Lu escorts Yang to the registration area. Once she is there, he bids her farewell, telling her to call him if she ever needs help. As Lu walks away, the seniors exchange glances, irritated by what they perceive as his arrogance. One of them quickly asks Yang which university he belongs to. When Yang casually reveals that Lu is from the 7th St. Martial University, the 2 seniors stiffen in shock. But when she goes on to reveal his name, their faces turn pale. They begin trembling with fear, recognizing him as none other than the Dragon Martial Scholar himself. After a few hours, Lu finally arrives at the 7th St. Martial University. Standing before its towering gates, he immediately feels the overwhelming aura of the place. The atmosphere itself rushes toward him, and he realizes that choosing this university may truly prove worthwhile. Without delay, he walks to the registration counter and presents his recommendation letter. Just as the receptionist reaches for it, a lively, energetic girl suddenly snatches it from behind. She reads it quickly, and then freezes in shock upon realizing it belongs to none other than the Dragon Martial Scholar. To them, this is a rare occurrence. It is the first time their university has ever welcomed such a figure. Overhearing this, a tanky dude carrying a massive sword steps forward and blocks Lu's path, clearly trying to intimidate him. Lu greets him calmly, but the senior abruptly swings his sword. To everyone's surprise, he only uses it to point in the direction of the dorms. Despite his attempt to rattle him, Lu does not flinch in the slightest. Curious, the senior demands to know Lu's exam results. The only official notice so far states that the individual broke several records and has reached rank 6. Hearing this, the tanky student grows excited, muttering that they might be in for quite a spectacle later on. Meanwhile, Lu continues through the campus. He notices how vast it is, yet he is puzzled by how empty the grounds feel. Suddenly, a fatso student calls out to him, introducing himself as Lin Zhe, another freshman. Lin quickly asks Lu to help him find the dormitory, and he agrees, deciding to explore the university together with him. When they finally arrive at their lodgings, a loud commotion greets them. A student is sent flying in front of the building. It turns out the seniors are conducting their notorious freshman ragging. The senior mocks the freshman he just defeated, remarking that he is impressed the boy managed to endure 2 hits, but tells him he must work harder. The other freshmen, especially Hodong, ranked 5th in the national exams, try to avoid drawing the senior's attention. Ho can sense that this upperclassman is at the peak of rank 5, and he doubts he could withstand more than 3 moves against him. This enrages Ho's fellow freshmen, who whisper that if they can work together to deplete the senior's stamina, they might stand a chance. But Ho remains unconvinced, believing that a rank 5 martial artist likely possesses close to 1,000 vitality, far too much for them to wear down. To make matters worse, Ho notices another figure standing close to the bully. His presence feels even more dangerous, probably the early stage of rank 6. The realization that a rank 6 student is among them, and openly assisting the bully, sends shockwaves through the other freshmen. The bully continues with his rules, declaring that anyone who can withstand 3 of his moves will be allowed to enter the dormitory. Those who survive 5 moves will even be permitted to carry their luggage inside. With arrogant confidence, he proclaims that although the newcomers may be top students in their respective regions, their past glory means nothing here. He sneers, declaring that only ability matters in the university, and that those who fail to prove themselves will live like dogs. Their very first lesson. The helpless freshmen can do nothing but listen to the seniors' arrogant yapping. Among them, however, Lu grows increasingly annoyed. No matter where he goes, he always seems to encounter scum like this. Loud, overbearing, yet pitifully weak in front of him. Before Lu can make a move, his new friend, the fatty, steps forward. Brimming with confidence, he declares that as the 19th ranked student in the national exams, he will teach this senior a lesson. With a fierce shout, Lindsay charges at the bully with all his weight. But moments later, Fatty is slammed back to the ground, shocked to realize the senior has already cultivated vital chi. Struggling to rise, he looks at Lu in confusion, but Lu pats his shoulder, telling him he did well, and to leave the rest to him. Determined, Lu steps forward, his calm gaze locking onto the bully as he prepares to swat him aside like a dirty fly. As Lu steps forward, the senior notices him and sneers, asking if he plans to fight while still carrying his bag. Without hesitation, Lu drops it at his feet and issues a calm challenge. The surrounding freshmen stare in shock, whispering that he must be reckless to provoke the seniors so openly. The senior, thrilled at the chance to humiliate him, gathers his vital chi. With a roar, he channels his energy into a powerful slash and sends it flying straight at Lu. But before the attack can even land, Lu jumps effortlessly and slams the senior to the ground in a single decisive strike. The onlookers can hardly believe it. One blow, and the newcomer has crushed a vital key user as if it were nothing. The second bully beside the fallen senior glares, but, bound by the dormitory rules, he restrains himself and allows Lu to enter the building. Without hesitation, our boy also takes the dorm key from his chubby friend and invites him inside, leaving the other freshmen stunned by his boldness. Meanwhile, the remaining bully secretly pulls out his phone and reports everything to someone named Chen, warning them about Lu's arrival. Outside the dormitory building, Lu is amazed. It's far larger than he imagined, and he learns that he has the entire block to himself, free of charge. Beside him, the fatty suddenly realizes the truth. His new friend isn't just any student, he's the famed dragon scholar. Excited, he admits that he never expected to meet someone of Lu's stature, especially at the 7th St. Martial University. When Lu asks about it, the fatty explains that he's always heard the university is weak. According to him, past dragon martial scholars all chose the first university instead, and 7th Saint consistently ranks last in the annual national college meets. Hearing this, Lu reassures him that despite its poor ranking, 7th Saint still carries powerful legacies, and that's what truly matters. With that, he excuses himself and heads into his room. Inside, Lu is once again taken aback. The dorm is luxurious, far beyond his expectations. Settling in, he switches on the television. Among the popular highlights of the Marshall Tower, one video immediately catches his attention: a fierce battle between two students, both ranked number 1. As Lu scrolls through the comments, he learns that the fighters in the video are considered the strongest among the seniors. Curious, he clicks on the video, only to be met with a subscription paywall. Annoyed, he closes it for now and instead opens his bag, checking on his golden dragon essence. Just then, heavy banging echoes from his door. Frowning, Lu gets up and opens it, only to find an angry senior glaring at him and demanding to know if he is Lu. Without a word, Lu slams him against the wall. Calmly, he scolds the intruder, warning him to learn how to knock politely before barging in again. The other students, seeing their companion mangled so easily, freeze in shock. Lu glances at them and calmly asks if they want to be next. They immediately change their attitude, claiming they are from the student union and have actually come to deliver his student card, along with access to a monthly supply of rank 4 otherworldly blood. Hearing this, Lu realizes the university provides extraordinary benefits. Still, he doesn't believe these people are mere union members. To test them, he releases his powerful aura, causing the supposed union members to tremble uncontrollably. They quickly stammer excuses and back away, promising to leave. Lu shuts the door on them, while outside they pick their injured friend up. The beaten senior, humiliated, growls that he cannot let this slide. But the moment Lu opens the door again and asks if they are still there, the group panics, scrambling with excuses to avoid further conflict. Back inside, Lu uses the student card to access the top-ranked fighting video. On the screen, Xuanyi and Xiaolan, both ranked number 1, clash fiercely with swords, radiating immense power as they exchange blow after blow. Lu is stunned by their strength, though he quickly calculates that he would need to use at least 50% of his power to kill them. He knows they might not yet be true martial masters, but since this is only a university, there are bound to be other geniuses like them. Determined, he resolves to work harder. As he continues browsing, he suddenly finds a video of himself from earlier at the dorm entrance. Watching closely, he notices it has been edited to exaggerate the violence, making it look as though he mercilessly beat the senior into the ground. Hungry after browsing, Lu heads to the cafeteria to try the university food. As expected, he runs into Fatty, who already has a tray piled high with dishes. To Fatty's shock, Lu is one step ahead of him, devouring everything like a beast. All around, the girls in the cafeteria whisper about how handsome and violent Lu is. Meanwhile, the boys murmur among themselves about his overwhelming strength. Fatty, overhearing the chatter, is amazed that every conversation seems to revolve around Lu's power. As they eat, a group of seniors approaches. Their leader steps forward and introduces himself as Wu Fan, ranked number 2 in Yuhui province and 17th in the national exam. Instead of showing respect, Lu mocks them outright. One of Wu Fan's companions curses at him, but Wu Fan quickly calms his follower, saying he only came to talk. Lu, however, grows cocky. He points out that if Wu Fan already knows his strength, then he must have come here to provoke him. Standing from his seat, Lu glares at them and calls them useless pieces of bread. Hearing that, Wu Fan's rage boils over and he launches a punch at Lu. But to his shock, Lu's hand is already pressed against his face. In one swift motion, Lu slams him to the ground. Wu Fan realizes, with disbelief, that he has seen this exact moment before, on the viral video. The seniors stand frozen, unable to believe what just happened. Fatty erupts in cheers, while the onlookers whisper in terror, realizing they are witnessing a demonic monster in the flesh of a human. Having finished dealing with him, Lu wipes his hands clean while the bully lies on the floor, covered in soup and regret. Noticing him, our boy makes it clear that he hates 2 things most: being disturbed during practice and being interrupted during his meal. His cold stare shifts toward Wu Fan's trembling friends, who immediately start pleading that they understand before quickly retreating from the scene. With this, Lu calls Linza over and the two leave the cafeteria. The fatty can barely process what he just witnessed. He quietly admires Lu's boldness, thinking that this is exactly how a true protagonist should act. But the boy doesn't share his excitement. As they walk through the hall, Lu senses eyes watching him from all directions. Some show admiration, but many more burn with hostility. This is the 7th St. Martial Arts Academy, home to the nation's strongest martial arts prodigies. Here, pride and power rule above all. Lu knows he must make others fear him if he wants peace to train and grow stronger. To survive in this competitive environment, he must be respected and feared like a demon. As they head out, a middle-aged man in a suit approaches. His calm and powerful presence stands out against the tension in the air. He introduces himself as Vice Principal Zhao Taikang and tells Lu that the university has chosen him to speak at the upcoming freshman ceremony. Our boy is surprised, but agrees to give the short speech. After the vice principal leaves, Linz can't hide his excitement. He calls it a perfect chance to make an impression. Lu thinks for a moment and quietly decides he's right. It's time to make everyone remember his name. The next day arrives, and the auditorium buzzes with excitement as new students gather for the welcoming ceremony. When Lu and Linz enter, all eyes turn toward them. Lu's name has already spread across campus after his recent fights, making him a hot topic among the freshmen. Among the crowd sits two anxious students who still remember Lu's terrifying strength from before. One of them mentions rumors about Shu's group planning to disrupt Lu's upcoming speech. The guy listens, unimpressed, noting that even the strongest of those troublemakers only ranks in the national top 20. Still, he keeps his distance from Lu, guided by an instinct that warns him not to get involved. The auditorium soon fills completely as the vice principal and professors take the stage. One by one, they deliver speeches that fail to hold anyone's attention. The atmosphere grows dull, and most students begin to nod off. Even Lu feels bored, resting quietly until the vice principal stands again and announces the next speaker, the champion of the Morning Star exam and freshman representative, Lu. The room stirs immediately, and a small group of rowdy students starts booing from the back. However, our boy remains calm with his unreadable face. The vice principal glances at him, slightly concerned, but Lu simply nods, saying he has prepared for this moment all day. The vice principal, surprised by his seriousness, smiles and encourages him to do his best. Stepping to the podium, Lu adjusts the microphone and looks across the sea of young faces, some curious, while others with mocking expressions. Then, in a deep and steady voice, he begins his speech. He introduces himself and acknowledges those who doubt him. Finally, he declares that anyone who questions his place can prove themselves through battle, offering them the chance to challenge him, all at once. The room goes silent. Even those who had been dozing off suddenly wake up, unsure if they heard him correctly. The vice principal, expecting an inspiring speech, is also left speechless. Linza, however, is thrilled and calls Lu's move completely badass. Seeing everyone panic, Lu releases his confident, powerful aura that provokes the crowd, and the first student, Shu Jiandong, with his steel-textured body, accepts the challenge. The sound of metal echoes as he pounds his chest, and others soon follow, including a girl eager to test Lu's strength. Even Huodong, who had promised himself to stay out of trouble, rises reluctantly, not wanting to appear weak in front of everyone. Within moments, dozens of the strongest freshmen stand eager to fight him to prove themselves. They are elite martial prodigies, each radiating intense power aimed straight at Lu. The professors grow anxious, but Vice Principal Zhao remains calm, deciding to let things unfold. Linza rushes to Lu's side, trembling but refusing to back away. The room grows tense as waves of energy surge toward Lu, yet his expression stays calm and almost bored. Surrounded by his challengers, he casually notes that even a pile of trash can create a bit of pressure. In an instant, he vanishes and reappears before the steel-bodied student, striking him with a thunderous punch that sends him crashing into a wall. Another student attacks with a kick only to be slammed into the floor. Flames then fill the air as a fire user tries to burn Lu, but Lu walks through the blaze unharmed, grabbing the student by the head. Just as the fire fades, a streak of blue light flashes as a girl with a dagger and terrifying speed joins the fight. Believing her speed will secure victory, she rushes at Lu, but he switches to the wind-breathing technique, matching her pace with ease. In a blink, he appears behind her, grabs her legs, and effortlessly throws her aside. Before the audience can react, a sharp whistling fills the air. A long-haired student loses control of his psychic power, sending dozens of silver spikes flying toward Lu. The weapons strike his back with immense force, tearing his shirt apart. For a brief moment, the student celebrates, thinking he landed a hit, but his excitement quickly turns to horror as Lu reveals he is unharmed. Calmly, he redirects the same spikes toward their owner, pinning the student's clothes to the wall. Realizing the danger, Huodong shouts for everyone to attack at once. A wave of powerful freshmen charges forward, each unleashing their strongest techniques. Despite this, our boy doesn't flinch and releases a surge of golden energy. The shockwave explodes through the hall, sending the attackers flying backward and crashing into the seats. Seeing that, the remaining students, stunned and terrified, stare at Lu as if witnessing a monster. Even the professors and deans on stage are speechless. The vice principal watches with a mix of curiosity and excitement in his eyes, already imagining how the other St. Martial universities will react when they witness this kind of power. As the dust settles, Huodong stares up at our boy and feels as though he's facing a demon king, suddenly aware of how insignificant he is in comparison. As Lu approaches him with a slight wave, Huodong snaps back to reality and instinctively steps backward. Lu reminds him that he joined the others in their attack, and Dong frantically tries to explain himself, shaking his head and nervously claiming he had been sitting still the entire time. Before he can say more, an icy chill runs down his spine, and the boy lightly karate chops his neck, knocking him unconscious like all the others. With the last opponent dealt with, Lu stands up and surveys the auditorium. The remaining students panic and retreat, terrified of meeting his gaze. Noticing them, Lu announces that he gave them all a chance, and warns them to tell the unconscious students not to challenge him again, because next time he will not show mercy. The conscious students nod immediately, convinced that no one would dare provoke him even without the warning. Lu approaches the vice principal with a smile and confidently declares his speech as student representative complete. Far from being angry, the vice principal appears satisfied as he looks around the chaotic auditorium. Despite many students lying unconscious, there are no serious injuries, so he instructs the others to clean up and transport everyone to the medical room before declaring the welcoming ceremony successfully concluded. Within days, Lu's actions cause a massive sensation across campus. Videos spread wildly on the forum with exaggerated titles analyzing his strength and calling him the strongest freshman in history. When Lu browses the forum himself, he finds discussions about him everywhere and shakes his head at the titles, though the footage of him dominating the freshmen is undeniably real. After turning off his screen, Lu falls into deep thought and realizes he has become increasingly violent and impulsive lately, solving everything with force. He reflects that his rapid strength increase is partly responsible, especially combined with youthful desires to fight and show off. However, he also recognizes these freshmen were far too weak compared to the battles he faced in the Dream Realm, making the fight feel like mowing grass rather than a real challenge. Lu also reflects on the martial arts world where the strong rule above all, and while violence isn't the solution to everything, it can solve most problems. With this, he is confident that if he reveals his true power, he can gain access to the Fire Seed resource library. As he reflects on this change, he suddenly gains an enlightenment, as if breaking through another bottleneck. Returning to the Dream Realm, Lu realizes it's time for a real challenge. In the scarred and debris-filled city, he quickly spots the familiar female grandmaster he had clashed with over 100 times before. Without hesitation, Lu unleashes everything he has and charges straight toward her. The grandmaster launches fierce attacks with her long spear, but each strike only grazes his shadow as he gets closer and launches a ferocious attack that gets blocked by her shield. As she moves in to strike, she takes advantage of a brief opening and tries to land a hit on Lu. To her surprise, he suddenly shifts his stance, using the wind-breathing technique to blur out of sight and almost teleport behind the grandmaster. With this, our boy combines all his spells and targets her spear arm. Just when he thinks he's succeeded, the grandmaster quickly regains her footing, and her severed arm instantly grows ice spikes. The temperature plummets as the entire street becomes locked in icy cold, and Lu watches in astonishment as her missing arm merges with the broken spear, transforming into a giant ice claw. The grandmaster freezes and tears a piece of the ground, incorporating it into her ice claw and shaping it into a majestic ice phoenix. Despite feeling unprecedented danger, Lu shows no sign of backing down. He activates the grandmaster's will, changes to fire-breathing technique, and launches his strongest attack yet, the 10 suns in the sky combined with all his wheel of blades, directly at the ice phoenix. Soon, struggling to keep himself steady, Lu drops to one knee as a thin layer of frost begins to spread across his body. His face, marked with both frost and blood, gives him a worn and beaten look. Yet there's a faint sense of relief in his eyes, as he's finally seen the true power of the Grandmaster. As he is lost in that thought, the Grandmaster has already raised her weapon, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Just as Lu braces for the final strike, her mask cracks with a crisp sound and shatters, revealing a pair of crystal blue eyes. Startled, Lu looks up and finds the Grandmaster staring straight into his eyes, almost as if smiling at him, before her figure swiftly dissolves into the mist. Before Lu can even process it, a rush of powerful memories floods his mind, hitting him so hard it nearly knocks him off balance. In it, he sees a young and timid little girl named Zhao Lingshuan being led into a room and introduced to an elderly man. The old man, his back turned to the girl, nods in approval and remarks on her promising potential, before telling her that from today, she would be his disciple in the Ice River martial arts. In the next scene, the young girl shivers violently under an ice waterfall, her body turning purple from the cold while ice frost forms on her face, legs, and feet. The old man asks what she wants to learn, and she earnestly replies that she wants to master his spear technique, as he's the strongest spear martial artist in base 1359, and the only one who had mastered the Fifth Realm. Years pass, and the girl grows into a 17-year-old grandmaster. She's climbed through the ranks with insane progress, and everyone at base 1359 couldn't be prouder as their base finally has another martial master. Most of the credit goes to her teacher, though he still insists she's got a long way to go. A few days later, while Zhao is deep in training in her room, a guard suddenly bursts in, clearly panicked and out of breath. The girl immediately asks about her teacher, and the guard just shakes his head as their teacher is gone. His expression twists into something between desperation and bitterness as he explains that the teacher's final words were to not disturb her training. For a moment, the girl goes silent. Then her face hardens as she calmly picks up her spear, puts on her mask, and walks out without another word. If her teacher is gone, then she's ready to follow him. With a flash of icy blue light, she charges straight toward the powerful beasts outside. As she moves, she can't help but think how her cold spirit Sparrow had only just unlocked the true power of Ice River energy, and now she'd never get to show it to her teacher. The memory fades, and Lu's head suddenly throbs with unbearable pain. However, he studies himself, and reflecting on the female Grandmaster's memories, he realizes the immense impact they had on him. While other memories were like muddy balls filled with impurities and distractions, the female Grandmaster's memories were like transparent ice crystals, revolving around one thing only, the spear, and nothing else. Although she only reached the 7th level Grandmaster in her lifetime, she was an outstanding prodigy capable of challenging and defeating those at the 8th level. After absorbing her memories, Lu continues searching for what's truly important and finally finds it, a glowing ice sphere, the core of the Grandmaster's techniques and her will. Without wasting a second, he grabs it, and his mind is instantly flooded with countless spear techniques. Quickly, he summons his spear and starts practicing, soon discovering its core skill, the Frost Sparrow's imprisoning spear, a move powerful enough to take down even a great martial master. The next day in the Dream Realm, Lu finds a place to sit and begins checking the information about the female Grandmaster and her teacher in the Fireseed resources. Her teacher was a 10th level martial artist, and the creator of the Frost Phoenix Strike, who perished during the destruction of Base 1359, while the girl, a 7th level martial artist, also fell in battle. Lu is surprised to find that the old man was a 10th level martial artist, and even more surprised that such formidable martial arts techniques were not included in the Fireseed program, making him wonder how powerful the techniques inside the program must be. His excitement quickly fades as he reconsiders his situation. He's already practicing 3 11th level martial arts techniques, and to be fair, Lu's martial talent wasn't an innate prodigy ability, but rather the result of accumulating 10,000 years of human martial arts knowledge and experiences. The Dream Realm is an immense treasure for him where he can obtain these powerful techniques, but the fundamentals need to be learned step by step, and he can't master everything at once. However, there is a shortcut. He needs to continue defeating the powerful martial artists in his Dream Realm so he can perfectly inherit their techniques, and his next target is perhaps the Old Man. Remembering that the Old Man had died fighting in the base, Lu gazes toward the center of Base 1359 where he can sense many terrifying auras, some even making his heart quiver. The base is vast and teeming with many powerful martial artists, but for now, Lu is still too weak and has a long way to go. Suddenly he feels a heartache as his consciousness blurs and his body oscillates between extreme cold and heat. Realizing the 2 Grandmaster wills within him must be conflicting, he immediately employs the crystal visualization technique and enters his spiritual world, where he finds 2 vortexes, one made of ice and one made of flames, clearly incompatible with each other. Watching them erupt, Lu knows that if they react, his body might not hold together. But suddenly, his consciousness starts absorbing those wills inside it. He's shocked, realizing it might be the golden luminous stone from his visualization method that's helping him do it. With that thought, he wonders just how many other wills he can absorb, and if it's possible to follow 10 different martial paths at once. The next day at the campus, Linz questions our boy about his melee weapon choice. Lu pauses for a moment before replying that he'd probably go with the spear. Lindsay exclaims that it was his first choice too. Swords and other weapons just feel too light to him, while the spear feels more powerful and manly. Lu smiles, glad he finally made a decision, but then adds that they might not see each other much in the future. Hearing that, the fatty looks confused and presses him for answers, but our guy just brushes it off. They soon arrive at the martial arts hall, and when Lu and Linz enter, the once noisy room falls into sudden silence with all eyes on Lu. For most of them, he is no longer just a freshman, but has become a nightmarish presence, including for Dong, who has been plagued with recurring nightmares ever since that day. Soon, the class bell rings, and a long-haired blonde woman in glasses named Shu walks in as the main professor for the Monster Studies course. She starts by informing the students that they probably already know about the selection of melee weapon specialties happening today, but some might wonder why they need to learn melee weapons and martial arts instead of using well-established firearms and technologies. To answer that, she plays a video on the screen showing early human armies fighting against massive beasts. These were top soldiers from different countries, fully armed and prepared, but whether it was firearms or even nukes, nothing worked against those monsters. Hearing that, several shocked students, including Linz, wonders why this was the case, since they had always been taught that firearms were ineffective against beasts, but never understood why. Lu answers in his mind that it's because of the rules, and the professor echoes his thoughts, explaining that humanity has been fighting these beasts for over 300 years, and the search for their origins and weakness has never ceased. Though the answer remained elusive, one thing was certain: these bizarre creatures hailed from another world. A female student poses a question about whether the creatures would also be influenced by their world's rules when entering. However, according to the professor, she doesn't know the answer either, and thinks maybe the truth is right in front of them, they're just not willing to face it yet. The students are confused by that answer, but our boy gets it. He explains that the monsters were probably restrained by the original rules, meaning they might have been even stronger before. Hearing that, the professor looks a bit impressed, while the others are shocked, calling it unfair. But the teacher just ends the lesson with a shrug, saying that life's unfair anyway. As the professor leaves, Linz can't believe that these creatures are weakened and already nerfed versions of their original form, voicing his concerns about what future humanity has if they regain their full strength. Lu doesn't answer because he knows that humanity is indeed doomed in 10,000 years. Our boy is fully aware that despite having access to the Fireseed Resources Bank and the wisdom and knowledge of 10,000 years, he still can't solve the monster's problems. The future seems bleak, and he knows it's pointless to keep worrying. So all he can do is continually make himself stronger and hone his martial arts step by step in search of hope. Outside the classroom, every student receives a form with 3 days to choose a melee weapon and submit their choice for classroom allocation. After filling out the form, Lu tells Linz it's time to head over to the spear classroom, and the fatty gladly follows. The students erupt in noise upon hearing Lu's choice, and many immediately choose other melee weapons while several who had initially chosen spears hastily change their choice. Outside the spear training hall, Linz and Lu can hear shouts and the clashing of weapons, and upon entering, they find everyone wielding long spears. Some senior students recognize Lu and are surprised to see he had chosen the spear as his melee weapon, while others unfamiliar with him ask who this guy is. On the stage, a muscular female instructor named Liu Ruking is busy training when she notices Lu and calls him out on the stage. There she introduces herself as the instructor of cold weapons who teaches first to third-year students. Since they're the only ones who chose the spear, the instructor orders them to attack her one by one so she can test their basics. Our boy stays quiet, observing her and realizing she's at the peak of level 6. The teacher, on the other hand, recognizes him as the famous Lu Sheng, the one who's been the talk of the town lately. Without wasting time, she tosses a spear toward Lu, which he catches with ease before readying himself for the fight. Liu is impressed, but she can tell he's not planning to hold back, which she finds a bit overconfident. Even though she hasn't reached the martial master stage, she's studied the art for decades and is confident she won't lose to a rookie. But as she's thinking that, Liu suddenly charges forward, and despite dodging his strike, Liu can feel the terrifying aura of his spear mastery. As our boy charges in harder, the instructor instinctively raises her spear, swinging it several times to fend off his aggressive attacks. But she can't keep up as his strikes are too fast and too sharp. Within moments, Liu easily knocks her spear aside, leaving everyone stunned. No one can believe their professor was defeated that easily. Our boy stands there with the spear tip aimed at her neck, then pulls it back with a calm smile. The instructor, meanwhile, is in disbelief that how could a freshman like him have already reached the inner discernment stage in spear technique. She couldn't even last 3 moves against him. Snapping out of her thoughts, she acknowledges his skill and that his spear technique is exceptional for his age and that he could already graduate from class training. Hearing that, the other students are left speechless, drowning in disbelief and self-doubt. The instructor then smiles at Liu, praising his mastery, but pointing out that he still lacks real combat experience. She advises him to head to the Credit Mission Center to take on some tasks, explore the Marshall Saint Tower, and visit the melee weapons training area to gain more hands-on experience. Our boy plants his spear into the ground and nods with a grin, thanking her for her time. The teacher keeps her composure, but deep down, she knows this kid's a monster, and compared to him, it feels like she's wasted her life. Not long after, the big fatty shows up and starts glazing him with praise, but Liu cuts him off mid-yap, saying he's heading to the mission center and that the fatty should stay here and keep practicing until he's back. At the mission center, 2 young students are preparing supplies as the male earnestly instructs his female companion to bring extra bandages, supplements, and other essential medical supplies. The female student expresses surprise, thinking such preparations seem excessive since their mission doesn't involve going out into the wilderness, but the guy insists that it's important as they don't know if they might bump into Liu. As our boy listens to their conversation, he slowly enters the mission center, a gathering place for elite students teeming with people. Liu scans all the missions on the wall and begins to feel puzzled about why all the tasks are about capturing fugitives and suspects, wondering if there are other types of missions, such as dealing with monsters. Just then, a young-looking worker notices Liu and can clearly tell he's a freshman visiting the mission center for the first time. The worker explains that fugitive missions are posted in the morning, while tasks dealing with monsters are announced in the afternoon, and other types of missions are usually released in the evening. Looking at the board, our boy picks out a purple AA-ranked mission, immediately shocking the worker behind the counter. The guy wonders if Liu has any idea how tough those missions are, but he stays calm, realizing the mission doesn't really suit him. Thinking Liu's getting cold feet, the worker smirks, only to be stunned when Liu casually pulls out all the AA-ranked missions, scanning through them for something more challenging. Annoyed, the worker threatens to report him to the dean's office and deduct his credits if he keeps messing around. Realizing the guy misunderstood his intentions, Liu calmly explains that he just wants to take on higher-level missions, nothing else. The worker leans back in his chair and starts explaining that to even qualify for such missions, one needs a perfect score in melee weapon courses and must be a high-level martial artist. But Lu doesn't waste words as he simply pulls a badge from his pocket, engraved with 6 stars and his name, and tosses it toward the worker, proving he's a level 6 martial artist. The worker stares at the badge in disbelief, then slowly looks up, clearly unsure if it really belongs to Lu. A flicker of irritation crosses Lu's face as he holds out his hand, making it obvious he's ready to prove himself if needed. Trembling, the worker nervously requests to see his graduation proof, to which Lu states firmly that he just graduated under instructor Liu and that the system will update his records soon. Clearly shaken, the worker quickly gathers himself and inquires about Lu's student ID, explaining that missions above A-level require official approval and can't be taken on a whim. Lu hands over his ID without hesitation, and the worker takes it with both hands. But the moment he reads the name Lu Sheng, his eyes widen in shock. Lu, growing impatient, urges him to hurry up, and the worker quickly returns his things, mentioning that he'll be notified once the review is complete. Our boy acknowledges with a nod, thanks him, and walks away calmly. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Dong is showing off his natural talent in swordsmanship. His instructor praises him highly, amazed that Dong managed to master the basic sword techniques in just 2 hours. The surrounding freshmen watch with envy, whispering among themselves while some even suggesting that he must have secretly practiced beforehand. Hearing the chatter, Dong's confidence soars again. After all, he also has a metal control talent, giving him a natural connection with melee weapons made of metal. With that thought, Dong refuses to believe that Lu Sheng could possibly be better than him. Just when he's feeling all confident about himself, a group of students nearby suddenly start freaking out over the campus headlines, and it turns out Lu Sheng finished his Spearmaster graduation in just 20 minutes. The guy freezes on the spot, completely stunned, then collapses to the floor like his soul just left his body, desperately wishing his teacher would let him change his major before it's too late. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, a student is practicing with his sword. As he unsheathes it and strikes, a loud blast echoes through the air, shattering a massive rock into hundreds of tiny fragments. The young man, Xuan, slides his saber back into its sheath, breathing heavily but clearly proud of his display. Not far away, a girl with twin ponytails starts clapping, grinning wide, obviously impressed by his powerful strike. Playfully, she teases that if Xiaolan dared to challenge him again, Xuan would probably wipe the floor with him in under 100 moves. However, since he already defeated Xiaolan, he doesn't see him as a rival anymore. His eyes are set on the top 10 of the 7 Saints ranking now, since only they're worth his time. The girl crosses her arms, thinking for a moment, then agrees that with his current strength, making it into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. But Xuan just glances down at his saber and shakes his head, admitting that he still hasn't formed his martial will, so breaking into the top 10 isn't happening anytime soon. She tries to lift his spirits, pointing out that the jump from 6th to 7th level Grandmaster is no joke. Even top prodigies get stuck there, struggling to find their own path. She reminds him that becoming a Grandmaster isn't just about raw skill, it also takes timing and a bit of luck. Xuan lets out a small sigh, knowing deep down she's absolutely right. While Xuan wipes his sweat with the towel, the girl suddenly remembers something and pulls out her phone, handing it to him. She eagerly points out a new student named Lu Sheng, this year's national top scholar, and shows him a video of Lu defeating instructor Lu during his very first class. Curiosity flickers across Xuan's face as he grabs the phone, and after watching the entire video, even he looks a bit stunned. Instructor Liu is well known for her mastery of the spear, and is among the strongest instructors in the melee weapons course, so seeing her defeated in just 3 moves is no small feat. Xuan can tell the result wasn't due to any fluke. This new student's spear technique is truly on another level. Noticing his surprised expression, the girl calls him out with a teasing grin, but Xuan remains confident that no one can surpass his years of sword training. Still, deep down, he knows this new boy is something special, and he can't help but look forward to meeting him soon. After lunch, Lu Sheng returns to his dormitory just as a delivery truck pulls up in front. 2 muscular workers are struggling to move a massive crate to his door, while the delivery driver steps forward and explains that it's a congratulatory gift from Governor Xia, then passes him a document to sign. After some effort, the workers manage to position the crate properly. Once Lu signs and thanks them, he uses his psychic power to effortlessly lift the heavy box and carefully open it. Inside lies a beautifully crafted long spear with a sleek silver-gray body. The delivery driver explains that the spear's body is infused with a large amount of mithril and other rare metals, while its spearhead is forged from a high-grade flame crystal combined with special mithril. It's truly a Grandmaster-level weapon, the crystalline Scarlet Dragon Spear. Lu's eyes light up with awe as he watches faint wisps of crimson flame coil around the spearhead, flickering like living fire. With this, Lu thanks the delivery driver sincerely, asking him to pass along his appreciation and satisfaction to Governor Xia. The driver nods with understanding. Holding the Crimson Dragon Spear, Lu lingers at the entrance of his dormitory, quietly feeling a surge of new power coursing through him. He knows this weapon alone could boost his combat ability by at least 30%, and paired with his fire-breathing technique, he's confident he could take on Grandmaster-level opponents head-on. From the memories of the female Grandmaster, he knows that establishing a spiritual connection with one's weapon is vital. A weapon that resonates with its master's soul and grows alongside them over the years can one day awaken as a weapon soul, far surpassing anything ordinary. Just then, Lu stops dead in his tracks. In front of him is a massive queue stretching out from the Martial Sage Tower entrance, and he quickly realizes students really do have to wait in line just to get in. To confirm his suspicion, he asks the nearby administrator, who doesn't hesitate to explain the situation. Tens of thousands apply every day, but the tower only has 30 rooms, meaning only 30 people can enter at a time. Because of that, even 7th Saint University students only get limited priority. Outside martial artists have to go through the Martial Association and might not even get a chance once a year. Even with his status, Lu still has to wait 3 to 5 days depending on how long the current group stays inside. Left with no other choice, he asks the administrator to notify him when his turn comes up. The girl agrees to hold a room for 10 minutes since Lu's looks work in his favor. However, missing that window would mean another 3 to 5 days of waiting. Despite the frustration, Lu can't deny why people chase the chance so desperately. Even from a distance, the martial will radiating from the Martial Sage Tower feels like a sword tearing through the sky, vast and unshakable. The difference between a 7th level Grandmaster and a 9th level Martial Sage really is like heaven and earth. Since the tower is out of reach for now, he decides to visit the weapon training room to test out his new spear. But when he arrives, the staff informs him that every room is already taken. At that point, Lu feels like his luck is completely shot. He always thought each student was guaranteed 100 square meters of training space, but apparently today just isn't the day for anything to go smoothly. Just as Lu reaches the door, the girl suddenly grabs his arm. Before he can react, she explains that someone just left and she's already adding his name to the list. Right after that, she asks whether he needs directions, leaving him wondering if they've met before. In response, the girl simply laughs. Everyone on campus knows him now. His video went viral not long ago. Because of that, when Lu thanks her sincerely, she's caught a little off guard. Online, people painted this so-called demon lord as terrifying, yet in person he comes across almost disarmingly polite. Naturally, she begins to question whether his strength is really as exaggerated as the rumors make it sound. Meanwhile, back at the training facility, Lu steps into room number 8. The place stretches out long and narrow on both ends, reminding him of the agility rooms from the Genius training camp. Once he hits the start button, the system lights up and announces that the first stage of cold weapon training is about to begin. Tiny targeting beads lining the walls start zipping around in chaotic patterns before surging toward him all at once. In response, his eyes sharpen. With a quick pivot, his spear sweeps behind him in a tight arc, creating a solid barrier of motion. Every iron ball that reaches him splits cleanly in two, and within seconds the shattered pieces scatter across the floor like heavy raindrops. A moment later, the system chimes and tells him he cleared the first stage with a 20% rating. Lu stops and just stares at the number, wondering if that basically means he failed. Then another notification pops up explaining that the training room doesn't allow anything except pure physical strength, no fierce energy, no elemental boosts. It clicks immediately. If people went all out with their abilities while swinging weapons around, the whole place would collapse. Skill training here is meant to focus on raw physical control, nothing else. Determined, he restarts the program, this time relying purely on his own strength. Without enhancements, he can't tear through the attacks like before, but his movements stay sharp and controlled. For a solid half hour, he dodges, counters, and slips through the dense barrage, and by the end, he's honestly surprised to feel sweat running down his face. Just when he thinks the stage is finally done, another swarm of tiny spheres comes flying at him. He mentally curses the non-stop waves, but the moment he taps one, everything changes. The bead shoots off from the lightest touch, and to his surprise, it isn't metal at all, it's just wood. With this, Lu finally understands. Indeed, the training isn't just about hitting targets, it's about refining martial skill and testing mastery over cold weapons. At first glance, the iron balls transforming into wood might look easier, slower, and lighter, but in reality, the opposite is true. The smaller, lighter projectiles react to air currents and can be deflected by even a slight movement of a sword or spear. As a result, their paths become completely unpredictable. Concentrating deeply, he closes his eyes, knowing that sight is useless now, yet he can feel every bead's motion, sensing their trajectories with perfect clarity, like slicing water with a sword. Soon, things get even weirder. Wooden balls turn into plastic, then popcorn, then feathers. Lu mutters to himself, realizing even he would get worn out keeping up with this pace. But each feather acts like a tiny martial artist, sharp edges aiming straight at him. He tightens his grip with his eyes hardening and thrusts his spear. The crimson dragon spear slices clean through the swirling feathers, moving like an arrow before snapping back into his hand. Amazingly, it leaves no trace, silent, invisible, and deadly, without spilling a drop of blood. After just a few hours, the synergy between Lu and his spear improves dramatically. At this rate, spear sense cultivation is well within reach, and entering the soul-nurturing stage should come smoothly. Ultimately, he admits the training room is far more eye-opening than expected. St. Martial University designed it to use the properties of each material to enhance specific attributes beyond simple weapon control. Therefore, martial artists must reveal no overt power, relying on absolute precision in controlling their own strength, a feat nearly impossible without decades of rigorous practice. Even so, Lu, with his level 4 spear technique and memories of 2 grandmaster martial artists, almost failed several times. The training session cements all the unstable aspects of Lu's body, effectively strengthening his martial foundation in ways he can feel deep in his bones. Moreover, even the bottleneck of the intricate mastery realm seems to loosen, as if the second form of the complete martial path is calling him forward. Lost in thought and imagining what comes next, he suddenly notices the silence. Then, the system chimes, announcing that all 5 stages in the room have been completed. Lu stares, mouth agape, disbelief written across his face. At first he can't believe it. Eventually he figures he'll have to return next Thursday to continue. Meanwhile, at the reception, a red-haired girl vents her frustration after coming for 3 straight days, only to find the facility booked each time. Just as she complains about her streak of bad luck, Lu exits the room, finally giving her a chance to get in. Excitedly, she hurries to room number 8, anticipation written all over her face, but the moment she opens the door, she freezes. The place is an absolute mess. Fury crosses her face as she punches the wall, muttering about how the clean-looking guy turned out to be such a trash king. Slowly, a cleaning robot rolls out to start its program while she glares at the mess. Popcorn, feathers, and scraps cover the floor like someone had been camping out, watching movies and roasting a turkey. Then realization strikes. Normally, only cold weapons are allowed in the training room. Nothing else, not even water. Thus, the only mess here comes from the training process itself. She rushes over to check the equipment and sees that it still shows Lu's info. 100% completion of the 5th stage. She freezes, completely stunned. In fact, in the history of the 9 St. Martial universities, no one has ever passed the 3rd stage. Just reaching the 3rd stage already counts as mastering the intricate level. So the 5th stage? That has to be beyond even the control realm. Naturally, it's almost impossible for her to believe that someone so young, barely older than herself, could possess Grandmaster-level capability. Before she can process it further, a spark of electricity buzzes from the control panel, and suddenly, with a loud bang, the training room transforms, spotless and pristine. Meanwhile, outside the facility, Lu downs a cup of his golden dragon saliva. Immediately, the absorption feels stronger than ever, and as he deploys the stellar body refinement technique, the internal breath of his indestructible golden body begins circulating through every muscle and vein. To his surprise, his training speed for the 2nd stage of the immortal golden body is twice as fast as usual. Clearly, the session has awakened subtle areas inside him, now being refined and strengthened. At this pace, the 2nd stage could be completed in half the usual time, possibly finishing entirely before he ascends to the next level. Over the next few days, Lu settles into a strict routine. Each morning, he practices the stellar body refinement technique for 2 hours, after which he attends exotic beast classes. Meals are brief, spent checking his Q progress at the Martial Sage Tower, before returning to the cold weapons training room to push through the 5th stage until physically drained. Even after collapsing from exhaustion, he continues training within his dreams, ensuring that he never lets the momentum slip. In just 1 week, Lu's vital energy and blood value tripled. As a result, his strikes now deliver 5 times the combat power they once did. Without the training room, he never would have noticed the hidden gaps and flaws in his body. Flaws that seemed trivial before, but would have become serious obstacles at higher levels. Attempting to fix them later, at level 8 or 9, would probably have been impossible. That day, Lu walks out of the training room again, the red-haired girl trailing quietly behind. As soon as he emerges, she calls over her friends to witness what's happening. When the door swings open, everyone's jaws drop, seeing the 5th stage is real. Until now, people assumed it was just for show. Holding feathers in their hands, they can't even picture how anyone could hit them accurately. Phones come out instantly as everyone scrambles to capture the moment, but Red Hair shakes her head. Posting now won't help since she tried days ago and no one believed her. They accused her of photoshopping the footage and blocked her account. Someone asks if Lu's strength has already surpassed Chen Yixuan, the top student on the elder student list. Red Hair shakes her head again, explaining no one really understands the weight of completing the 5th stage. Lu's mastery of cold weapons alone puts him at least at the control realm. Below Grandmaster level, facing higher tier opponents is as easy as drinking water for him. Perhaps the only phrase that fits is unmatched in his own tier. Not only would the top 10 of the elder student list struggle against him, but even the top 10 of the 7 saints list would probably be unable to stand. Hearing this explanation, the others panic. What frustrates them most isn't just his strength, but knowing such an incredible secret and being unable to share it since no one would believe them anyway. Red Hair advises everyone to keep quiet though. With the way Lu operates, the secret probably won't stay hidden long. Meanwhile, Lu's training gets interrupted by a text. After a whole week of waiting, it's finally his turn at the Martial Sage Tower. 10 minutes is just enough time for a bathroom break, quick shower, and change of clothes before heading over. Just as he's about to leave, an AA-rated mission from the mission center pops up marked urgent. After a moment's consideration, Lu chooses the mission instead. As a student, he retains privileges at the Martial Sage Tower and will get another turn later in the week. However, AA-rated missions don't come along every day. Prepared and focused, he heads straight to the mission center. At the same time, the Martial Sage Tower faces a major test. Among the 7 St. Martial universities, each has its own tower where students enjoy certain privileges tied to their school's reputation, serving as a point of pride. However, students from rival schools can challenge the towers. If a challenger breaks the record on the highest floor, the defending school loses the right to use its Martial Sage Tower for an entire year, dealing a blow to both prestige and practical training. Just then, a figure shows up at the registration desk of the 7th Martial Saint Tower. When the registrar sees the name, they freeze in fear. It's Miao Rensheng, currently ranked 6th on the 7 Saints list, coming to challenge the tower head-on. Meanwhile, at the Riverside restaurant, after demolishing 200 pounds of hamburgers, Lu slowly pulls out the mission letter. On top of it, a note warns him to destroy it after reading. Although the mission can fail, he only has one life. According to the assignment, it involves capturing a gang of criminals responsible for numerous serious crimes, bearing the guilt of hundreds of human lives, including over 30 police officers. Moreover, capturing or killing one criminal rewards 10 million in cash and 10 academic credits. If he captures the leader, Ma Guyun, the reward multiplies by 10. Clearly, the mission details seem quite appealing. If he could complete several of these involving large groups, he'd quickly earn enough credits. Just as Lu is about to destroy the letter, a few photos fall out. Among them, 2 postcards show graduating students from the 3rd St. Martial University, both 6th-level martial artists with high mission completion rates. They're supposed to be his teammates for the mission, but Lu just hopes they don't slow him down. That night, the young girl from postcards, Xu Mengyao, grumbles impatiently, asking if this jerk is even coming. She complains that he really has no sense of time. Meanwhile, the man, Meng, extinguishes his cigarette and asks what's the rush since it's not even the agreed time yet. In response, the girl curses about how many tons of smoke he's had, saying it's choking her. Eventually, she decides to stop waiting for Lu. The two of them will just head out and handle the mission themselves, thinking Lu's a rookie who won't be much help anyway. After all, he's just a freshman with 0 mission completion, clearly on his first assignment, a kid who hasn't even seen blood yet. She can't for the life of her figure out what those people at the 7th St. Martial University were thinking. However, Meng points out that Lu is also 6th level, and this year's Ascending Dragon martial arts top scholar. Given that, to have such strength at this age means his talent is definitely terrifying. Hearing this, the girl gets even angrier. Apparently, he came here looking for glory. She can't believe the 7th St. Martial University actually sent one of their geniuses instead of handling him themselves. And she definitely doesn't have time to babysit this little brat, as this mission could kill someone in minutes. Just then, Lu's voice comes from behind as he slowly drags his weapon case over. The 3 of them set off, with the girl nagging nonstop, asking if he brought his weapons. She flips through some mission tasks too, noting that, given their situation, this assignment is still really tough. 2 hours later, they arrive at a distant factory, and Meng Yao warns Lu seriously that this is a real bandit suppression operation where people can actually die. She even adds that it's not too late to back out. Seeing Lu nod, she rolls her eyes and opens the car door, hoping he's not just pretending to understand. After hiding the vehicle, they head toward the factory. Moving quickly, they creep along the walls and reach the outer perimeter, spotting 3 people talking above. From the looks of it, the mission is even tougher than Meng Yao and her partner expected. The person they're observing is the bandit leader, Ma Guyun, but since they're too far to gauge his strength, they'll have to take a risk and move closer. They shout at Lu, telling him to move, but he's already extended his mental power across the whole factory. That's when he realizes there are more than 10 people, not just on the rooftop, but inside the building too. Just as Lu is about to dig deeper with his mental power, Meng Yao suddenly pulls him aside. He just turns and walks off, signaling that he'll hang back and let them handle it. After all, they probably should have done the mission alone anyway. Why bother with such useless teammates? For some reason, Meng Yao feels a sudden chill run through her. Maybe it's because this is her first time on a AA level mission with a so-so partner, and her nerves are on edge. Either way, they're better off without him. She immediately tells Meng to move ahead, and the two climb along the factory wall until they reach the rooftop. From there, they should be able to get a good read on the opponents. Then Meng Yao notices Meng's legs stiffening and quickly asks what's wrong. Inside the building, a group of martial artists is arguing. The team leader, Wang Dabiao, yells about why Ma Guyun should get 30% when so many of them are involved. Ma Guyun, calm as ever, sips his coffee and says he did the initial work and provided the plan and tools. He adds that they're just here to kill a few people, so doesn't he deserve 30%? After some back and forth, the others finally settle on giving him 20%. Outside, the two students are already shaking with fear. They can clearly sense at least 8 level 6 martial artists inside, along with a bunch of level 4 and level 5 underlings. There's no way they can handle this right now. This mission is clearly S level, and their priority is just staying alive, so they need to hurry back and report. Meng Yao and Meng sneak along the factory perimeter, only to run into members of a raiding squad. One of Ma Guyun's men is clearly unhappy, complaining about others disrespecting their boss despite relying on him. However, the bald guy beside him stays chill, pointing out that once they successfully transport and hijack the strategic materials, their boss will become a master in no time. When that happens, they can teach everyone a proper lesson. Hearing this, both students are left in shock and decide to run the hell out of there. They realize that Ma Guyun's gang's original target is the strategic material transport vehicle, which explains why so many people have gathered here. This isn't just a small group. There are 8 level 6 fighters, all armed with powerful weapons. To Meng Yao, that's more than enough to take over the entire Baihei city. Realizing things are completely out of control, they decide it's best to retreat and head back. But after putting some distance between themselves and the factory, they freeze in shock when they realize they left Lu Sheng behind. By then, it's already too late, so all they can do is pray that he's smart enough to hide somewhere. However, unknown to them, Lu walks straight into the gang's meeting. Just as they notice him, he punches one of them in the throat, shocking everyone around. Panic erupts as they pull out their weapons and rush at Lu, who stands calmly in the middle with his spear in hand. As they all charge at once, Lu channels his inner power and, with a single swing, slams them all to the ground. He finds the mission surprisingly easy, despite the fact that there are 8 level 6 fighters, including 2 peak level 6 cultivators. While he's lost in thought, the bald guy suddenly grabs his leg, pleading that their boss will come to help them. Before he can finish his sentence, Lu stomps on his head, smashing him into the ground. With that, everyone is defeated, and Lu gets his first real taste of what killing someone feels like. The desire for destruction that had been building in his heart drops sharply, but other than that, he feels the same. To Lu, it might be the identity of the people he killed, clearly evil, that makes him feel relieved instead of burdened. In his mind, this is simply justice being served. 5 minutes earlier, the gang meeting was already descending into chaos. A furious woman demanded that they make a decision fast. One of the leaders mocked her, clearly not taking her seriously, but she warned him not to mess with her. While they were still yapping back and forth, Ma Guyun himself arrived and punched the hell out of the leader who had been mocking her, sending him crumbling to the ground. After that, he declared that the plan had been his idea all along, and since he was taking the biggest share, he was the one in charge. He then called out anyone who disagreed with him to leave, but despite being angry, no one budged. Seeing this, another leader stood up and sided with Ma Guyun, claiming that everyone was here for the money and that fighting among themselves wouldn't get them anywhere. This man, with half of his face burned, called him Brother Guyun. However, the other gang members weren't happy to see him speak up. One of them sneered and called him Ghost-Faced Vulture, pointing out that this wasn't about small profits. According to Vulture, for a level 6 cultivator it might be a big deal, but for a future master like Ma Guyun, it was nothing. Hearing that Ma Guyun was about to become a master, the gang affiliates immediately started glazing him. They claimed that if they had known he needed the materials to break through, they would have gladly helped him, and were willing to give him whatever he wanted. Vulture puts forward his point and offers Ma Guyun a compromise, but quietly whispers in his ear that once he becomes a master, he wants a 30% share as well. Hearing this, Ma Guyun isn't happy, but he agrees, since he is the only one qualified to back him up and keep things in line. Vulture was originally a martial arts master, but a fire killed his entire family. After that, he became a gangster and developed a twisted habit of burning people alive. As the meeting continues and Ma Guyun is about to discuss share distribution, they're suddenly startled by movement outside. Thinking it might be the police, they decide to kill whoever it is and continue their operation elsewhere. The gangsters, having received the order, wait for the door to open, but to their shock, it bursts open with a loud bang, sending most of them flying. As the dust settles, it turns out to be Lu, holding his dragon spear, ready to give them what they deserve. However, seeing him alone, the gangsters can't help but laugh at his audacity, calling it a deliberate bait. To their shock, the young man calmly gives them 2 minutes to run if they want to live. The gangsters are still stunned by his arrogance, especially considering he isn't even an adult yet. One of the female leaders grits her teeth in anger, while Ma Guyun watches in disbelief, realizing the kid is actually still a kid. Without wasting a second, the girl leader charges at Lu with her sword raised. He casually slips past the strike and counters with his spear, taking her out instantly. The surrounding gangsters freeze, unable to process what just happened. Even Ma Guyun tenses up and quickly signals his men to avoid engaging him head-on. The weapon in Lu's hand clearly isn't ordinary, and they'll need to rush him together if they want any chance at all. The The moment they hear the words master-level weapon, the thugs suddenly get excited. The thought of something worth billions makes them forget their fear, and they leap toward Lu as a group with weapons swinging. But once again, Lu moves faster than they can track. With a single sweep of his spear, he cuts all of them down in one fluid motion. The few onlookers who manage to stay on their feet can only stare, their shock turning into panic as they realize they're watching something far beyond human, a monster in human form. With that, he activates Breath of the Wind, and in the blink of an eye, he strikes everyone with flashing speed, eventually reaching the vulture, who trembles on his feet after witnessing the brutality. Instead of fighting, the vulture turns and decides to flee. However, Lu has no intention of letting him escape, so he immediately gives chase. Just as our boy prepares to deliver the final blow, the vulture suddenly turns around with a wicked grin. He reveals that he was channeling a massive fireball the entire time, using his retreat as bait. In an instant, he unleashes his enormous firefly blast, erupting the area into hellish flames, while he stands in the center, laughing maniacally. However, to his shock, he hears Lu's calm voice mocking him, asking if that's really all he can do. When the vulture looks up, he freezes in terror. Emerging from the raging fire, Lu extends his hand. With a snap, a sphere of purple energy drops onto the vulture, and in a blink, he is engulfed in fierce violet flames that burn him from the inside out. The resulting blast is so strong that it fills the entire warehouse, even shocking the leader, Maguyun, who has been watching from the shadows. He is left speechless, while Lu simply turns toward him and, with a faint smile, asks whether he has thought about it yet, specifically, how he wants to die. Outside, the student duo sneaks closer, moving cautiously as they return to check on Lu. However, to their shock, the only things they see are fallen bodies scattered across the ground, making them realize the kid is actually far stronger and more talented than they assumed. Even so, Mengyao feels a knot of unease, wondering if that kid truly charged into all of this alone. To confirm their suspicions, they decide to enter the building. However, the moment they step in, they just stop cold. The whole place is covered with the bodies of the leaders who were supposed to be meeting here. And the craziest part is that Maguyun is getting taken down like it's nothing, with Lu's spear cutting through the air with sharp, effortless precision. Mengyao stands stunned at the sight, unable to comprehend it. At that moment, Lu notices them and begins walking toward the exit, calm as ever. He simply says that the mission is complete and that he'll leave the finishing touches to them. As soon as he walks out, the two students drop to their knees in disbelief. The idea that Lu single-handedly killed so many criminals, many of them high-level martial artists, is beyond anything they imagined. To them, he isn't a freshman, he's a monster. Outside, as Lu gets into the car, he receives an urgent message from Linz informing him about an attack on the 7th Holy Martial Academy's Martial Sage Tower. Our boy hops out of the taxi at the university gates, feeling a small wave of relief wash over him as he thinks about the rewards from his latest mission. He even got the chance to test his dragon spear, and the soul-nourishing process has finally begun. Definitely a good haul. While he's lost in thought, Linz comes bouncing over with his usual excitement. The moment Lu casually mentions that he ended up killing a gangster during the mission, Linz freezes in shock. It's only then that our boy remembers the kid is still, well, just a kid, and maybe that kind of thing sounds a bit too brutal to him. But to his surprise, Linz's shock flips straight into enthusiasm, and he starts getting fired up about joining missions himself, just to experience some killing. Typical Linz. Before Lu can process that, a wave of noise rises from a group of students nearby. They're rushing toward the tower, talking about Xiaolan failing to defend it. Lu, confused, glances at Linz, who explains that Miao Renxiang, ranked 6th on the 7 Saints list, has shown up to break into the tower. The mention of the 7 Saints list throws Lu off for a moment. Linz goes on to explain that it's basically an upgraded version of the old strength rankings, a list that gathers the top experts from all 7 St. Martial universities after strict screening. With Chen and Xiao holding 1st and 2nd place, it's considered one of the most accurate measures of the young generation's true geniuses. The fatty keeps rambling, explaining that while Chen Yixuan ranked 1st on the old list, he's dropped to 13th on the new 7 Saints ranking. If things keep going this way, they won't even qualify to enter the tower next year, and they'll have to apply and wait half a year just for a chance. Lu's eyes go wide at that, and without another word he bolts toward the tower at full speed. Fatty, left in the dust, can't believe what the boy is about to pull. At the tower, students are already crowded around, tense and anxious. Their worry only deepens when Chen Yixuan stumbles out, badly injured. The moment they see his condition, the panic spreads that if even Chen fails, they have no one left strong enough to challenge Miao Renxiang, meaning the tower is basically doomed. A notification flashes overhead showing the national top 50 rankings. Miao Renxiang sits comfortably at number 1, with Chen and Xiao trailing below him. Seeing that, Xiao looks crushed that despite having the most experience with the tower, 4 whole years of it, he still ends up losing to an outsider. As chaos brews among the students, 2 guys standing among them mock their helplessness, bragging about how useless they are against real power. But the smirks freeze on their faces when a powerful psychic wave suddenly sweeps over everyone. All eyes turn, and there he is, Lu Sheng, the morning star, the guy who crushed anyone unfortunate enough to stand in his way. His psychic energy flares stronger than ever, sending a ripple of shock through the entire crowd. Rumors start flying instantly that he is here to guard the tower. Students from the other campuses burst into laughter, teasing the university for relying on a freshman to save them. Lu, however, ignores every voice and walks straight to the tower's entrance. The attendant recognizes him instantly, stunned that someone who hasn't even stepped foot inside the tower once is asking to guard it. She checks her device, sighs in disappointment, and reluctantly grants him entry, convinced that Miao Rensheng will crush whatever record he sets. But to her surprise, Lu strides in with full confidence, determined not to let that happen. Outside, the red-haired girl from before orders her people to find the one person who could defend the tower. They report he's away on a AA mission. Her face drops on the terrible timing as without him, the tower is as good as lost. A girl beside her overhears and casually asks who she's talking about. The redhead brushes it off, but the girl mentions that everyone, including Lu Sheng, has gone to defend the tower. The redhead stops mid-breath, grabs her shoulders and demands clarification. When the girl points at the screen, showing Lu Sheng's name entering at 20th place, it instantly makes the redhead tear up with excitement, convinced they're finally going to win. Meanwhile, inside the tower, our boy walks over to a small table where he finds disposable sheets, covers, and a set of instructions telling him to put on the helmet to begin the trial. He follows them, and to his surprise, he's transported into a virtual space, one that mirrors the form he's had in the dream realm. The familiar feeling settles in quickly. After all the zombies he's hunted there, Lu is confident he can handle whatever comes next. A glance to the side reveals his opponent for this round, the martial saint, Tan Zhongyu, ranking under the powerhouse Mingyu Academy. However, Lu is a little confused when he sees the martial saint appear in such a young form. He's still thinking about it when the master suddenly rushes in and strikes him with a palm attack, yet to his surprise, it does absolutely nothing. Instead, the force rebounds and sends the master flying. That's when our boy realizes the truth. This version of the martial saint is only at level 2, and his attacks are effortlessly neutralized by Lu's vital chi. With that in mind, he loads up a punch and swings. The strike sends a shockwave across the arena, shattering the master into tiny fragments in an instant. But then unexpectedly, the shattered pieces pull together and rebuild, using Lu's own psychic energy. The master even looks a little older now. While Lu is still processing this, the reconstructed figure flashes behind him and goes for a punch, but he reacts faster, blocking it cleanly. He follows up with a brutal kick that smashes the master apart again. Yet, unbelievably, the guy reforms once more. At this point, Lu understands what's really going on. No matter how many times he defeats the martial saint, the tower keeps reconstructing him, feeding off Lu's energy each time. This is how the tower has maintained the saint's will for so many years, by siphoning power from every challenger to slowly strengthen itself. Seeing the master now in a towering, more developed form, Lu finally understands why the 7th St. Martial University's annual enrollment results are always worse than the other 6. Those older Saint Towers were built long before this one, which is why they're far more stable and far less hungry. The founder of the 7th Saint Tower is Tan Zhongyu, its creator, guardian, and the last remaining martial saint tied to the 7th Saint University. Lu also knows that if he breaks the tower's long-standing record, there's a good chance Tan Zhongyu might summon him personally. And if his suspicions are right, the dream space he's been entering might have been created by the will of one or more powerful cultivators. Compared to the tower, the dream space is far superior. In 10,000 years, there will be so many master-level cultivators that the spiritual world will struggle to merge all their wills. That kind of environment could only exist through deliberate design. As our boy thinks through this, he continues demolishing the martial saint's form over and over, only to watch it reform again each time. Watching the reconstruction, Lu realizes Tan Zhongyu must have been incredibly young when he first stepped into swordsmanship, and now, this fragment of him is trying to push through the threshold of level 6. But even so, Tan stands no chance against Lu. At his peak in his 30s, he is easily at level 6 peak, maybe even brushing against something higher. A late bloomer, but a terrifying one. Lu knows that only once he tested the Saint Fragment seriously did its true strength begin to emerge. Now Lu's ready to see how strong a master really is. They're both sitting at level 6, but Lu also knows that if he brings out his spear, he'll tear this reconstructed version apart instantly. Outside the tower, the red-haired girl is practically panicking as Miao has just cleared the 22nd floor, and if he climbs even one more, the tower's record will be broken, and everything tied to it will be in danger. Xiao, who only ever managed to reach the 20th floor after years of effort, is also losing face fast. He's already sweating, and the girl next to him tries to calm him, reminding him that higher floors will be impossible for a mere level 6 swordmaster. But Xiao keeps trembling anyway, terrified that Miao might somehow push through a few more levels. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl stares in disbelief as Lu Sheng blazes past one floor after another. In a flash, he hits the 12th floor, and in the next heartbeat, he's already on the 21st, just one step behind Meow. Even Xiao can't believe it. How can anyone climb the tower that fast? As Lu reaches the #1 spot on the rankings, the students outside immediately start complaining that 7th St. Martial University must have rigged the results. Even Xiao and his group can't believe how fast he climbed. Their disbelief only grows louder, and while the attendant initially tries to defend the tower, insisting that the results can't possibly be fake, her confidence vanishes the moment she notices Lu standing at the top. She freezes, realizing he might have just set a brand new historical record. The woman beside the redhead is also losing her composure, wondering what kind of monster-level prodigy that kid actually is. Linza also stands there stunned, watching his friend burn through the rankings like a wildfire. Inside the tower, Lu continues battling form after form of the martial saint, slowly realizing just how resilient the master really is. Without his mastery over cold weapons, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Tan Zhongyu truly deserves the title of martial saint. His techniques are slippery, clever, and steadily intensifying. But then a sharp pulse hits Lu's head. His vision wavers, and he finally realizes that his psychic energy is nearly gone, drained to the edge of collapse. At the same time, the master's latest form reshapes itself, this time more complete, and Lu immediately understands that it's the real Tan Zhongyu. The moment this true form appears, our boy feels the pressure crash down on him like a mountain. This is the same martial saint who once fought 8 other masters at the same time, winning 7 matches and ending the last in a draw. The weight of that legacy is enough to make his body tremble. Still, Lu doesn't back down and he steadies himself, ready to face Tan head-on, whether he's cleaved apart by a sword strike or burned under the master's blazing flame. With that, Lu gathers his inner fire, eager to see how his rank 6 self holds up against a rank 7 master. He launches forward, fist blazing, ready to clash head-on, but as he closes the distance, his eyes widen as the master already has his sharp blade drawn. In an instant, the master swings, sending out a massive slash of energy. Lu manages to intercept it with his wrists, but even while blocking, he's shocked that his level 4 fire and vitality nearly melt under the force, and he comes close to being killed outright. Instead of fear, a flicker of excitement sparks inside him. Fighting someone this powerful, it's the kind of pressure that makes his blood boil in the best way. He wants to push himself, even if it's a life and death gamble. With that thought, he leaps into the air with his firefly flash igniting around him as he charges straight at the master, who's already winding up for another strike. Right before the blade hits, Lu focuses every bit of his ki, compressing it into a single point like a tiny sun between his fingers, and unleashes the perfect stellar heaven spell straight toward the ground below. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, the man is frozen in shock as he reads the latest report. It states that all the high-ranking martial artists, including one with a fire elemental ability, were taken down by Lu Sheng in a single strike, and in a completely one-sided battle at that. The document is a formal letter of thanks from Baihei City's police chief himself, which only makes the vice principal even more stunned. He had assumed the kid would lay low for a while, but instead Lu is displaying terrifying potential, on par with the martial saint from back in the day. Realizing he needs to report this to the martial saint immediately, he reaches for the phone. But before he can touch it, the tower attendant bursts into his office in a panic. The vice principal waves her off at first, thinking she's here about the tower's defense results and planning to tell her to notify the 4th St. Martial University about their loss. But her next words stop him cold. She's not here about the defenders, she's here about Lu Sheng, who has just shattered every tower record and is currently standing on the 26th floor. The moment she says it, the vice principal doesn't even respond. He simply launches himself straight out the window, with 2 other staff members instantly following behind him, all racing toward the tower at full speed. Students nearby stare in disbelief, seeing the vice principal leap out like that without any warning. Soon, Vice Principal Zhao arrives at the tower with the other principals, shocking every student present. As Zhao lifts his eyes to the ranking board, he realizes Lu has just climbed another level, now standing on the 27th floor. The other principals stare in disbelief. Clearing the 25th floor alone is enough for someone to become a master-level disciple and revive their legacy, but our boy has already pushed 2 levels past that. Zhao finally speaks up, suggesting they report the matter together once things settle down. While they watch the board update, the students begin to panic. They realize Lu has shattered every record, and at this rate, no one may be able to match him for the next 50 years, making him the strongest talent in the 7th Saint's history. Lince overhears the chatter and quickly corrects them, insisting Lu is the strongest freshman, and proudly says he'll be looking up to him for his entire life. Nearby, the red-haired girl hears another student panicking about how Lu came out of nowhere. She rolls her eyes and pulls up several videos of him online. She proudly claims she posted them ages ago, but no one believed her back then. The guy beside her can only stare at the screen, mouth wide open. Inside the tower, Lu is in rough shape, bleeding, battered, but still holding on. He knows this is a clash of wills, a rare and precious trial. He acknowledges the master's strength, but the master himself is now half faded with only a sword arm remaining. Lu gathers a massive surge of energy, declaring through sheer force of spirit that despite everything, he's stronger. Beside him lies a huge crater carved out by the master's sword strikes, yet he refuses to go down. Settling into meditation, he begins stabilizing his ki. He nearly completes his sun visualization technique right there, confident that after one more battle like this, it will fully form, and he'll be ready to break through to rank 7. Just then, the martial master erupts with energy, his form fully restoring as he returns to his grandmaster state. This time, however, he no longer absorbs Lu's mental power, making Lu realize the master has already reached his limit, preparing for the final stage of the trial. Knowing this is the moment to truly test his limits, Lu charges forward with his dragon spear in hand and flames rippling behind him. Outside, the students are losing their minds as the board updates again. Our boy has advanced to the 28th floor. Even Zhao breaks into a sweat, while the other principals share the same wide-eyed shock. Then the ranking board flashes once more. Lu has cleared the 28th floor. The moment it displays, every student sprints toward the tower, desperate to witness Lu's legendary emergence. They wait with bated breath, only for Miao to step out instead, excited and glowing at the huge crowd gathered outside. His imagination instantly runs wild, already picturing pretty girls lining up to confess to him because of his achievement. Unfortunately, his overly confident grin only makes the girls uncomfortable, shrinking away instead of swooning. Just as Miao is drifting deeper into his own fantasies, Lu suddenly appears behind him and gives him a light push, knocking him flat onto the ground. Miao spins around angrily, ready to scold him, but Lu meets him with a cold, intimidating glare, making it clear that Miao was simply standing in his way. The guy, boiling with anger, cracks his knuckles and charges up a punch, ready to teach Lu a lesson. But the moment he swings, our boy effortlessly stops his fist midair and grabs him by the throat. With complete calm, Lu reminds him that he was the one blocking the way, then casually tosses him onto the ground like a rag doll. His fellow students stare in disbelief as their senior brother gets folded so easily, rushing over to pull him back up. Meanwhile, the rest of the crowd is in stunned silence. What they're witnessing isn't just strength, it feels like the birth of a new legend. Everyone, especially Lindsay, is blown away by Lu's power. The fatty starts rambling excitedly about how this is officially the beginning of the Lu Sheng era. Other students quickly join in, chanting about Lu's strength and calling him the unstoppable savior of the 7th Saint. A group of girls is completely mesmerized, practically gooning over him, while Lu just stands there, satisfied that he's made such a strong impression. He even wonders if this might be another hidden benefit of becoming a martial artist. Xiao, watching from a distance, with sweat forming on his forehead, wondering if the 7th Saint Academy can even handle a monster like Lu in the long run. The principals, seeing the students cheering so passionately, quietly slip away, deciding to let the youngsters enjoy their moment. As the crowd celebrates, a boy from farther back rushes over, shocked after seeing the updated rankings, realizing a freshman just broke the 7th Martial Saint Tower's ancient record. He immediately calls Yang Yuan, urging her to hurry up and find her soulmate before this place becomes too dangerous. But she calmly reveals she already has one. The boy around her freezes when he realizes exactly where her gaze is pointed. She's been looking for Lu Sheng all along. None of them expected Yang Yuan to have such a bold side, but she's well aware of the truth. Lu is dazzling, overwhelming even, while she herself is too stubborn and self-righteous for most people to handle. Saying that, she turns to leave, only for the boy beside her to grab her hand, insisting she should trust him. Her expression darkens instantly. She snaps at him to keep his hands to himself. Senior or not, even if he's someone who helped her before, she's not tolerating that kind of behavior. Before the boy can respond, Linz suddenly appears behind him. The fatty warns him once to let her go. When the boy doesn't, Linz grabs him by the hair and yanks him back, declaring that he dares lay hands on Brother Sheng's girl. Without hesitation, Linz starts pounding him into the ground and, after completely mangling him, realizes with shock how easily he handled it. Catching his breath, he turns back to Yang Yuan and relays the message that Lu has asked her to wait for him, and plans to invite her to dinner later. Her brief look of confusion doesn't slow Linz at all as he simply straightens with smug confidence, presenting himself as Lu's friend and insisting that he had already noticed her earlier. With our boy occupied elsewhere, he takes it upon himself to guide her around in the meantime. Meanwhile, the beaten boy on the floor finally processes what he just heard, that Lu Sheng is her schoolmate. And realizing he just harassed Lu Sheng's girl, he knows he might actually be doomed. After that, the entire internet erupts with talk about Lu Sheng. News feeds blow up with his name. Countless posts compare him to the current #1 on the 7th Saint leaderboard, Wen Jingxuan, and video platforms are flooded with edits, motivational clips, and endless debates about just how far the boy might rise in the future. Even Linsa is all over the comment sections, shamelessly praising his friend, while girls from other universities join in, gooning over Lu in the replies. As Lu scrolls through the posts, he feels a mix of embarrassment and surprise, especially at the bold comments from the girls. But when he looks at Yuan beside him, he relaxes a little, admitting he never expected so many people to gather around him like this. Yuan reassures him that he's doing great, and with a soft, cute expression, she wonders aloud if she can keep looking for him in the future. Lu, a bit confused by her wording, simply thinks to himself that without a bit of challenge or resistance, any task would feel way too boring. Meanwhile, over at the 4th Martial Arts University, Miao is venting his frustration on the cafeteria food, smashing and stabbing at it like it personally offended him. Meanwhile, students around him whisper, calling out how he failed to conquer even the tower and how he was tossed around like a rag doll by a freshman. More voices join in, pointing. It's embarrassing that he got beaten so badly yet still acts like nothing happened, still posturing like a fool. Overhearing all the gossip while trying to eat, Miao finally snaps. The students keep whispering about how he pissed himself and fainted in front of a freshman, and that's the last straw. His whole body twitches in anger as he slams his plate down and grabs the nearest guy by the collar, raging that he absolutely did not wet himself. Seeing him explode like that, the other students freeze, worried he might actually lash out. Miao warns them to keep moving unless they want to be next. He winds his arm back for a punch, but before it can land, someone catches it effortlessly. It's Lu Sheng. Lu sits there unfazed, calling Miao out for losing his manners again. Then, completely casually, he announces that he's here to take their tower and asks if Miao has a problem with that. Miao quickly shakes his head, insisting he doesn't, but Lu still tosses him aside like a crushed juice box, leaving the whole cafeteria staring in shock. Despite Miao's humiliating fall, everyone knows he's actually ranked number 1 among the seniors and sits at 6th place on the academy leaderboard. And yet Lu just handled him like it was nothing. With this, reality finally sinks in that their tower is Lu's next target. Panic spreads as students scramble to call the top 10 defenders back. But another group points out the bitter truth that their number 1 already lost. If he can't stop Lu, then nobody else in the 4th Martial Arts University stands a chance. As the room buzzes with panic, a buffed upperclassman walks in alongside a woman wielding a whip. Both carry an intimidating presence. The 4th Saint students instantly recognize them as Yang Jiankan and Feng Mei, 2 contenders on the senior leaderboard. Their arrival sparks a bit of hope, and some students even start shouting about defending their tower. But that confidence shatters instantly when the leaderboard updates before their eyes. Lu Sheng is already ranked 1st, and standing on the 28th floor. Their university has essentially been crushed before the defenders even lifted a finger. Meanwhile, over at the 5th St. Martial University Student Union, the entire faculty gathers in a rare emergency meeting. They're all deeply unsettled by the monstrous talent emerging from the 7th St. University. Their principal, Jing Yu, stands at the front, presenting Lu Sheng's frightening achievements one by one. One of the faculty members finally snaps, cutting Jing Yu off and demanding a solution instead of more rambling. But Jing Yu can only admit he has no idea what they're supposed to do against someone like Lu, a student who just tore through the records as if they were nothing. And right as they debate, the doors slam open. Lu Sheng himself bursts into the student union office, looking around casually as he inquires if they're planning to give him some kind of welcome or what. A while later, Lu Sheng stands in the middle of a shocked and uneasy crowd as the news spreads that he has taken their tower. The students around him refuse to believe it, insisting that something like this should be impossible. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng remains calm and reflects on his progress. By now, he has captured the 5th tower and cleared 2 towers in just 2 days, which he considers a solid achievement. As the defeated students stew in anger and anxiety, Lu Sheng focuses on what he has gained. He has refined his Grandmaster will twice, and both his physique and psychic power have improved by a huge margin. More importantly, he can clearly feel that a breakthrough to rank 7 is drawing close as he keeps pushing himself harder. Because of this steady pressure, he has smoothly entered the 2nd phase of perfect martial arts. At this stage, gathering power and releasing it at the right moment allows him to clearly sense his own weaknesses and keep them under control. As a result, he can now launch more precise attacks, and the flaws in many martial arts techniques stand out plainly to him. After stepping into this 2nd phase, his martial arts feel nearly flawless, and he even senses faint traces of the divine level. Although he knows this feeling is still an illusion for now, he is confident that if he continues down this path, he will eventually become the god of martial arts. Soon after, Lu Sheng steps outside, where his Big Mac friend immediately notices him and excitedly calls out his name. The friend rushes over, congratulating him on taking yet another tower, and then eagerly asks whether he plans to capture one more. His excitement is almost contagious as he waits for an answer. However, Lu Sheng quickly cuts through the hype and explains that the situation is urgent, asking him to get a cab to 6th St. Martial University. Hearing this, the fatty friend brightens even more and happily agrees. Then, with a proud grin, he reveals that everything has already been arranged. Lu Sheng turns around and is momentarily stunned to see a whole line of taxis waiting for him. Without wasting time, the fatty pushes him toward one of the cabs and urges him to hurry. Once inside, other students rush to grab the remaining taxis and urge the drivers to follow the ones ahead. One driver glances back in surprise and wonders if 7 St. Martial University is hosting some major event. The student seated behind explains that they are heading out to witness a legend being born. The driver stiffens at those words and falls silent, visibly shaken. The scene cuts to 6th St. Martial University, where students start gathering and shouting that Lu Sheng has shown up. Pretty quickly, panic ripples through the crowd as they compare his arrival to some kind of demon swooping down on them, completely unsure how they're supposed to handle this. Then, out of nowhere, someone steps forward to block his path. It's Shen Kong, the guy who's been holding the top spot on the senior leaderboard. He plants himself right in front of our boy, and both fighters let their aura loose, which basically creates this thick, visible tension hanging in the air between them. Shen Kong confirms who Lu Sheng is and asks if he's really here to capture the tower. The boy just gives a straightforward yes and turns it around, asking what Shen Kong plans to do about it. For a second, it feels like things are about to get violent, but then Shen Kong completely flips the script. He drops the whole aggressive act and, instead of fighting, just offers to show Lu Sheng the way, casually gesturing for him to follow along. Meanwhile, the crowd standing behind Shen Kong basically freezes up in total disbelief. Fast forward about 30 minutes, and it turns out Lu Sheng has already crushed it. He set a brand new record by making it to the 29th floor and capturing the tower. Students swarm around him with congratulations, but he stays completely unbothered by all the praise. Even the tough guy Shen ends up in tears, finally realizing that it's not just them getting humiliated, it's literally everyone, so why not just join in and give up at this point? With that settled, Lu Sheng goes on an absolute rampage, hitting up all the St. Martial Universities one after another and completely demolishing their records until he finally rolls up to the first St. Martial University. As he walks in, the crowd does their usual thing, getting all worried and worked up, calling him the devil of the 7th Saint. Our boy, though, doesn't even acknowledge them and just keeps walking straight toward the tower until suddenly, a massive bang followed by a flash of light explodes right in front of him. Once the dust starts to settle, a voice calls out, questioning why Lu Sheng has shown up here. Lu Sheng casually mentions that he's there to challenge the tower, naturally. Hearing that, a figure steps forward and introduces himself as Bai Heng Chen, who's apparently ranked 2nd on the entire 7 Saint leaderboard. He reminds Lu Sheng that the founder of 2nd St. Martial University over in Dragon Country was actually the first person to ever become a martial saint, creating this massive legacy that basically dwarfs anything Lu Sheng has pulled off, whether through history or his recent tower runs. Bai Heng Chen makes it crystal clear that if he wants to blow up and get famous in one big move, he's going to have to get through them first. Right then, power starts radiating off Bai Heng Chen as he summons his sword and releases his martial master will that freezes Lu's legs, questioning whether his blade will even let our boy pass. He brushes off Lu Sheng's confidence as nothing but empty talk and reveals that he also has the top graduate title as well. Hearing all that, the students around them are absolutely shocked, especially because Bai Heng has already condensed his martial master's will, which is pretty much unbelievable for someone at his level. On top of that, they're all thinking that in about 10 years, he'll definitely break through to the martial master realm. However, as Bai Heng calls him out, Lu Sheng just casually dusts off his shoulder and mentions that it's impressive. Taking that as straight-up trash talk, Bai Heng gets pissed and immediately charges at him with his sword drawn. Our boy recognizes the ice martial arts technique right away and immediately responds by activating his own power, unleashing fire martial arts that completely dwarfs Bai Heng's ability. The intensity of Lu Sheng's flames is so ridiculous that everyone watching can barely see through all the heat and light. Meanwhile, Bai Heng is struggling hard against the overwhelming power and plants his sword defensively just to protect himself. His thoughts are racing as he realizes something is seriously wrong. The heat literally feels like he's standing right next to the sun, and his ice armor starts melting under the relentless temperature. Without breaking stride, Lu Sheng walks right past Bai Heng and mentions that this outcome isn't some fluke, adding that if they'd been in the same year, Bai Heng would have only ever been second best. He just keeps moving toward the tower without even glancing back. From a nearby building, some masked figure is watching the whole thing go down. The observer considers the possibility that Lu Sheng might actually become a master in just 5 years, and seems pretty certain that he'll definitely hit that level. The next day, at the student union room, a boy reports that Lu Sheng has already made it into the first tower. A girl confirms it, and the boy wonders whether Bai Heng showed up to stop him. The girl explains that yeah, Bai Heng Chen did appear and even used his martial art power, but he still couldn't prevent Lu Sheng from moving forward. The boy reacts with total shock and disbelief, completely unable to wrap his head around how Bai Heng could fail to stop our boy even after pulling out all his trump cards. The boy presses for more details about how many moves Lu Sheng used to defeat Bai Heng. The girl responds that he did not use a single move. The boy struggles to understand what she means by not even one move. She explains that Lu Sheng simply released his master will without engaging in any physical combat with Bai Heng, and that release alone melted or destroyed his will completely. The boy loses his balance and collapses at this revelation, trying to process what it would have looked like to witness someone's will being melted away. The girl approaches him and questions the guy, Jingxuan, asking if they should attempt to stop Lu Sheng. Jingxuan responds nervously, questioning how they could possibly stop someone like that and what methods they could even use. He points out that his own power level is not much different from Bai Heng Chen's, with him ranked first and himself ranked second. Since our boy defeated Bai Heng without using even a single move, Jingxuan concludes that challenging Lu Sheng would mean certain death with no chance of survival. The girl curses in frustration at their helpless situation. Her thoughts drift to her original plan, which involved following Zhang's path to quickly become a master under a powerful martial saint. This demon king Lu Sheng appeared out of nowhere and began dominating everyone in his path. The timing feels particularly cruel since she was on the verge of graduating, and if our boy had arrived just a little later, everything would have been different. Jingxuan interrupts her thoughts by pointing out that dwelling on what could have been serves no purpose now because Lu Sheng is already here. Students all over campus are holding newspapers that are plastered with Lu Sheng's accomplishments. Everyone's reading the same news that's basically taken over all the headlines. One student even speculates that Lu Sheng might end up becoming the next powerful martial saint from their kingdom. The newspaper straight up declares Lu Sheng as the strongest fighter below master level and puts him in first place on the tower ranking. As the night falls, our boy enters into his dream space and starts communicating with the system. He tells it to open up his information panel and starts reflecting on his whole situation. He wonders if he can actually become a saint in this lifetime, then admits that reputation doesn't really mean much to him anyway. His daily routine has basically been reduced to nothing but cultivating, eating, sleeping, and shopping, and he emphasizes that this isn't even him putting on an act, it's just what his circumstances have forced him into. He scratches his head while thinking about this whole monotonous cycle. Then, his expression shifts into something way more demonic as he reveals a darker kind of satisfaction. He acknowledges that the people around him have absolutely no clue how truly satisfying it feels to have the power to completely crush an enemy he hates to death. He turns his attention back to the information panel in front of him and notices something pretty significant. His status shows that he's reached rank 9 martial arts, which means he's finally hit the level of martial saint. Lu Sheng acknowledges that he remains far from his target of rank 12 and decides to review what he has accomplished in this lifetime. The information reveals that Lu Sheng, recognized as a martial arts genius from 7 Martial Saint University, broke all records at the 7 Martial Saint Towers and became the strongest person below master level. He then claimed first place in the National Martial Arts Competition, and during one particular match, he killed a master-level cultivator from Jidao Academy. Lu Sheng stares at the information with surprise, processing the fact that he actually killed someone from Jidao Martial Academy, an institution backed by a martial saint. He wonders what reason could have driven him to take such a risk by opening his martial saint power to kill a master. He shifts his attention to other details on the screen and decides that dwelling on this serves no purpose right now. He sets the question aside for later consideration and focuses on what comes next in the timeline. The records show that Lu Sheng became the disciple of Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu at age 19, advanced to Grandmaster at age 32, and eventually achieved promotion to Martial Saint at age 70. He went on to establish his own Saint Martial Academy and earned recognition by the title of Perfect Martial Saint. According to the martial calendar year 457, he died at the age of 161. Lu Sheng considers the achievement of becoming a perfect martial saint and founding an academy, viewing it as something worthy of note. He compares this to his previous life where he only reached Grandmaster level, attributing the difficulty of maintaining martial arts to mental fatigue that accumulates over time. He continues scrolling through the information and clicks on something new. The screen displays information about his spouse, which makes him realize it refers to his life partner. The data reveals that he has 3 wives in this lifetime. Our boy reacts with visible curiosity at first, but then his expression shifts to something strange. He quickly decides to forget about this information and refuses to look any further, reasoning that such things could distract him from more important matters, and he closes that section immediately. After that, Lu Sheng tries to open another section but quickly discovers he doesn't have the necessary permission to access it. He accepts the limitation and redirects his attention to information about monsters instead. Right away, a massive amount of data floods the screen in front of him. He realizes that the sheer volume of information can't be explained in just a few words, so he decides to review it all later when he actually has more time. His focus then shifts to several techniques listed in his records: stellar body refining art, nature breathing technique, and crystal visualization technique. He notes that he should probably check out the master volume content for these methods, but then remembers he hasn't even completed the second phase yet. His thoughts drift to a concern about resources, and he's really hoping this situation won't repeat what happened at the Eastern Military Region. He recalls that place had an unlimited supply of otherworldly materials just sitting there. His mind conjures up an image of the head of the Eastern military straight up warning him to stay away. Lu Sheng quickly drops that line of thinking and moves on from the topic entirely. Instead, Lu Sheng decides to check out other available information and navigates over to the master volume of the nature breathing technique. The content throws out these mysterious concepts about the unity of heaven and humanity, along with discovering the connection between the universe and people. He finds these abstract ideas pretty difficult to grasp at his current level of understanding. He acknowledges that the skill is already giving him practical benefits like quick recovery, help with leveling up, improved cultivation speed, and overall cultivation enhancement. For now, he chooses to set aside the deeper philosophical stuff for future study once he gets more familiar with the fundamentals. Lu Sheng moves on to the visualization skill next. The description explains that a master can project his will through his abilities and use his own psychic power to copy the martial art will of others. Lu Sheng reacts with genuine excitement to this concept and starts wondering whether some genius or complete madman came up with this technique. Then, a new possibility hits him. Maybe the dream space he's been hanging out in was also created by someone's projected will, which would actually explain why hunting zombies in the dream space lets him completely inherit their will. He feels like he's touched the edge of understanding something really profound, but there's still this barrier he can't remove or see through clearly. He decides to stop overthinking the whole thing and concludes that it's time to head back. Lu Sheng requests the system to save everything and announces his departure, which causes him to vanish from that spot. The scene briefly flashes to the girl examining Lu Sheng's profile information. With that, Lu Sheng goes back inside the dream space, where he's trying to pull off a specific technique. His efforts keep failing as he attempts to create a projection. Lu Sheng grows more and more frustrated that he still can't generate a projection using psychic energy and questions what this whole psychic response thing actually means. He realizes that creating a projection through the crystal visualization technique is way harder than he thought it would be, and accepts that he's not going to master it anytime soon. Lu Sheng then compares the tower system to the dream space and recognizes that this place functions as a complete world in itself. Everything feels totally real except for the fact that there's no hunger or fatigue, which makes it almost impossible to tell it apart from reality. If both environments were games, the tower would be considered pretty basic and sloppy, designed more for casual players than professionals. His dream space, on the other hand, is like a masterpiece where separating it from actual reality becomes extremely difficult. He decides to stop dwelling on something that obviously can't be achieved overnight and shifts his focus to today's hunt instead. He starts moving toward the zombies to kick off his daily training routine. While charging in with his spear, Lu Sheng reflects on how his crystal vision technique has seriously improved after running through countless trials in the tower. He can sense that his body is now capable of handling 3 types of master will, and if he gathers another wave of power, he'll quickly blow past everyone below master rank and obtain grandmaster will. His ultimate goal is still becoming a grandmaster, but he recognizes that to actually be worthy of facing one, he needs to level up even more. Lu Sheng then approaches a Grandmaster level opponent and identifies him as the 3rd will he needs to complete his collection. The Grandmaster finishes lifting and placing this massive stone just as our boy gets there. Without wasting time, he activates the perfect martial art, Breath of the Flame, and launches an attack. The Grandmaster raises his hand to block the strike, but the sheer power behind Lu Sheng's assault is way too much and completely obliterates half of his body along with the hand he used to defend. Lu Sheng observes the devastating effect of his 2-layer attack and acknowledges just how terrifying it's become. He notes that the Grandmaster's defense was incredibly strong, and if the opponent had been in perfect condition, even another Grandmaster would struggle to break through it. Our boy addresses the fallen warrior and declares that a hero's spirit is immortal before getting ready to inherit his will. With this, Lu gets the memories of the Grandmaster's past as a young man named Su Wei. His master is standing in front of him, delivering some pretty harsh criticism and pointing out that Wei's talent is really poor and that he's always slower than everyone else. The master basically concludes that Wei just isn't cut out for martial arts. The boy responds by promising to work way harder than the others and suggests that maybe starting earlier could help make up for his shortcomings. His teacher reacts with visible shock at this level of determination. The following day shows Wei meeting with another teacher who apologizes before explaining that his qualifications and skills don't meet the requirements for their city guard. The teacher seems genuinely concerned about having to deliver this news. Wei takes the rejection pretty calmly and mentions that he'll just keep searching for other opportunities. Later on, the boy's mother confronts him with serious alarm and questions whether he's completely lost his mind for wanting to join the hunter group. She reminds him that hunters have to venture outside the base, which puts their lives at constant risk. Her voice gets louder as she demands to know if he actually wants to die. Wei just laughs off her concerns and addresses her gently, urging his mother to calm down while assuring her that he'll definitely survive. The memory then transitions to a scene at the academy where several children are straight up mocking and teasing Wei. One kid calls him a big fool, while another ridicules him for not having the strength to protect himself despite wanting to save others. The children keep up their cruel taunts, claiming that Wei has basically wasted his life catching corpses and dragging them back. They predict that next time he'll surely end up as monster food, dismissing him as a complete idiot. After a few days, two boys are watching Wei train and discussing his recent progress. One mentions that Wei has been promoted to level 6, which makes the other question whether that's actually true. The first boy explains that the guy faces life and death situations out in the wilderness every single day and trains like crazy when he gets back, so his rapid advancement to a higher rank makes total sense. He adds that members of Wei's group have been getting killed off one by one, yet he just keeps surviving and heading back into the jungle. The second boy acknowledges that despite looking foolish on the surface, Wei actually has genuine intelligence and cunning. As they are yapping, Wei pushes himself through another brutal training session, while vowing internally that he has to become strong enough to save even more people. The memory then shifts to a hospital where Wei is frantically calling for the doctor. The doctor rushes over and leads him to his wife's bedside, congratulating him on the birth of his daughter, and confirming that both mother and child are safe. Wei touches his newborn daughter's tiny hand, and renews his determination to become even stronger so he can protect her forever. The memory jumps forward to the pivotal moment when Wei transformed from being seen as a fool into a master at 72 years old. On the year marked as 11,024, base number 1359 comes under attack from a massive monster wave. Master Wei takes his position at gate number 27 and flat out refuses to retreat even as death approaches, holding his ground until the very end. Coming back to the present, Lu Sheng processes Wei's complete story and reflects on how the guy earned the nickname the Dummy. He compares Wei to Tan Zhongyu and recognizes him as a late-blooming flower who had to endure mockery throughout his entire childhood, yet still became a peak-level warrior before his death. Wei actually had the capability to reach master rank at a young age, and by the time he died, his power had reached grandmaster level. Lu recalls that Wei's teacher once even predicted he had the potential to become a 9th-rank martial saint. Lu Sheng then realizes that Wei's entire path from beginning to end centered on protection, which honestly mirrors his own journey. Since receiving the dream space, Lu has been carrying the same responsibility to protect his family and humanity's future, basically safeguarding everything he loves. Lu Sheng also analyzes how Wei became an expert in both palm technique and fist technique, which is what enabled him to defend the gate so effectively. Reaching that kind of skill level clearly required years of dedicated hard work. Lu Sheng concentrates and gathers energy in the shape of a ball between his hands, then tries to use the technique himself. He marvels at the incredible talent it takes to grasp even the smallest details to such an extent. He identifies this precision as the true core of Wei's martial arts will and acknowledges it as an exceptionally strong foundation for martial arts mastery. Wei's memory shows him lifting and holding an entire mountain with just one hand while gathering energy in his palm. The technique's principles reveal that the body becomes immovable like a mountain, totally indestructible and unshakable, while the heart fills with compassion that nothing can disturb. He channels that power and moves forward just like the king would, which causes massive cracks to spread across the ground from the sheer force radiating off him. The display is even more intense than what Tan Zhongyu can produce despite holding master rank. Lu Sheng holds the concentrated energy in his hand and examines the small stone that contains Sue's will. The will seems simple yet has the stability of a mountain, embodying this unified and unshakable foundation. After absorbing Wei's will, though, Lu Sheng discovers he's hit his limit once again. He initially thought he could add 2 more types of will, but now realizes that not even 1 more addition is possible. Although he can sense that he could instantly reach master rank, there's this premonition warning him that he has to refine himself using stellar body refinement first. Lu Sheng starts worrying that the process will either swallow or destroy everything, and these accumulated wills are way too important to risk losing. He recognizes that without proper integration, he can only advance to level 11 and will never break through to level 12. The problem weighs heavily on him as he considers what solution to go after. He basically has to either find an answer before hitting master rank or discover his own true martial path. The following morning, as Lu Sheng is wandering through the city streets, he acknowledges that continuing to push himself won't get him anywhere and decides to take a small break from training. He moves through the city using his power to boost his movement and declares that he's come here simply to explore and clear his mind. Just then, he stops at a spot where 2 old men are playing chess. He walks up to them and watches the game unfold. The man wearing a hat is urging his opponent Old Lu to hurry up because it's time for them to go eat. Lu Sheng observes the chess pieces attacking and taking each other out based on their different colors, recognizing the similarity to how he's been absorbing the master's wills. He thinks about how these absorbed wills might rarely come together naturally, and notices that the chess pieces are round in shape. The old man with the hat declares checkmate and bursts into laughter, while Lu Sheng examines the board a bit more carefully. He finds the whole situation kind of confusing with no clear starting point for his integration problem. Then his stomach suddenly growls from hunger, which interrupts his train of thought. With this, he heads into a nearby shop and orders a bowl of noodles. The owner promises to bring it right away while Lu Sheng reflects that after defeating all the Martial Saint Towers, his academy time is basically over and he should probably head back home. The owner delivers his order, but Lu just stares at the bowl with clear excitement as he realizes that even though other people have their own powerful martial arts, his perfect martial arts lets him learn their powerful skills, integrate all of them together, and get rid of any flaws in the process. He acknowledges that this short walk has actually taught him quite a bit and starts eating quickly. Although he hasn't figured out exactly how to integrate the master's powers yet, he now has a basic idea of how to tackle the problem. He goes ahead and orders 5 more bowls of noodles. The shop owner comments that Lu Sheng must be a martial artist based on his appetite, and mentions that even though the shop is pretty small with few regular customers, 3rd and 4th rank masters stop by occasionally and can put away up to 20 bowls at once. Lu Sheng compliments the taste and promises to come back when he has time. The shop owner arrives with the additional order and expresses his gratitude, offering a discount if he brings his girlfriend next time. Lu Sheng just laughs it off and then notices the perfect circular shape of his egg, which suddenly gives him motivation as he realizes that, like the perfect shape, his own problems will eventually fall into their own kind of perfectness with time. As he starts eating, he hears 2 kids arguing about who's stronger, the heavenly demonic monster or Ultraman. They both go back and forth about whether Ultraman's fire and frost storm abilities are any good, and hearing that, Lu Sheng gets shocked as he realizes that fire and frost might actually be integrable forms. Just then, a boy walks in with his girlfriend and orders 4 bowls. He enthusiastically explains to her that despite the shop's tiny size, the food quality is seriously amazing, which is why he's been here so many times before. The guy also mentions that he recently got promoted to rank 2 and needs to eat more for energy. The girl, however, seems uninterested in his yapping, but then she glances over at Lu Sheng and observes his eating habits, noting to her boyfriend that the other customer seems to have a way bigger appetite than him and probably isn't weak at all. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng keeps eating with total enthusiasm while thinking about how to improve his perfected martial arts. A television screen shows the Ultraman superhero character announcing his killing move and unleashing an attack called Ring of Fire. Lu Sheng's attention immediately snaps to the screen as he watches the technique. The display triggers a sudden realization, and Lu Sheng jumps to his feet. He recognizes the round shape as one key element, but starts questioning what color should represent his martial arts. He considers that frost and flame match up with blue and red respectively, but he's struggling with how to merge in the yellow color of Wei he absorbed at the end. After thinking through the problem for a bit, he arrives at an answer: gray. Lu Sheng continues his analysis and concludes that gray represents the mysterious and unknown as well as infinite possibilities. His perfect martial art will control and unite the martial arts of others, though he clarifies that commanding them doesn't mean completely dominating them. He reminds himself that he's only at rank 6, so it's pretty unrealistic to expect that he could create something better than martial arts developed by rank 11 martial artists. Still, the challenge of how to actually merge them all together looms in front of him. After a moment of deep thought, inspiration suddenly strikes and Lu Sheng exclaims that he's figured it out. His sudden outburst totally startles the couple sitting nearby. The boyfriend leans over and whispers to his girlfriend that this strange guy seems to really enjoy watching children's cartoons and is pretty odd in general. The girlfriend just dismisses the observation with total indifference. Just then, the boyfriend spots a poster on the wall and his expression flips straight into shock. His girlfriend finds the moment oddly amusing and treats the guy as someone who is crazy in a strangely funny way. Meanwhile, the boyfriend's unease keeps rising as he stares at the poster without blinking. The mood shifts when the realization hits him, and pure horror sets in as he recognizes that the person on the poster is none other than Lu Sheng himself. The scene then shifts to Lu Sheng standing near a window as he mobilizes his psychic energy. He focuses on connecting QI and vital energy together, feeling hot air flowing through his body while cold energy penetrates his flesh, blood, and bones. Gentle energy circulates through his muscles and organs, and this whole combination allows him to instantly hit the second stage of Immortal Golden Body. Lu Sheng senses his psychic energy, QI, and vital energy becoming clearer and brighter as the sensations get more intense. He feels himself drowning in light and the vast power of the universe before collapsing to the ground. When he gets back up, he questions why he felt like he was drowning in water when he was only in his consciousness space. Looking ahead, our boy observes the 3 masters' wills fighting violently against each other inside his mind. He recognizes that nobody would believe him if he tried to explain this internal conflict. If he leaves the situation as is, he predicts that sooner or later, these 3 wills are going to drive him insane and eventually kill him. So, he decides that he has to attempt a solution right now. With this, Lu Sheng approaches the three battling wills and addresses them directly. He introduces himself and reveals that he is the one who created the perfected martial arts. He also makes it clear that his goal is to push all the way to rank 12 and that he intends to use their help to get there. Just then, black energy manifests in his hand as he declares that he's about to take a step no other person can take and accomplish work that nobody else can do. With this, he releases the energy straight toward the three wills. The wills immediately defend themselves against his attack as Lu Sheng continues his persuasion. He suggests that becoming the foundation of perfected martial arts would be a divine honor for them and questions whether they even understand this truth. He urges them to accept this fate and give themselves to him completely. Right then, energy starts flowing out from within each of the three wills and streams toward Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng begins rotating and integrating all the energy together in a continuous circular motion. A massive explosion erupts from the process, filling the entire area with smoke. When the smoke finally clears, Lu Sheng is standing there victorious, having successfully merged the three wills. He reflects that he basically relied on nothing more than clever slogans to intimidate these experienced masters, and now the resulting martial art belongs entirely to him, called the Stellar Intent. Meanwhile, inside the vice principal's office, he sits working at his desk when he suddenly senses a powerful surge of energy nearby. Startled, he shouts out, demanding to know who is there. Almost immediately, his secretary rushes in, worried and asking what happened. The vice principal quickly waves off her concern and instead tells her to call Lu Sheng to his office for an important discussion. She nods, agrees, and heads out right away. This sharp sensitivity isn't random. Ever since that incident where he shattered a window and was sent flying, his awareness of energy fluctuations has become far stronger than before. Still, as he calms down, doubt creeps in. He wonders if what he felt was the energy signature of a rank 7 psychic mentalist, or if he misjudged it altogether. What he doesn't realize is that the energy he sensed actually belongs to Lu Sheng. At the same time, our boy is checking his own condition. After condensing his will, he can clearly feel his psychic power has improved by a huge margin. In the past, he could only vaguely sense the outside world, but now his perception stretches as far as his psychic energy can reach. This makes him pause and think. He considers whether he has already stepped into rank 6, or if he might have gone even further. For a brief moment, he even wonders if rank 7 is already within reach. However, he quickly sets those thoughts aside. Right now, the most important thing is to test the efficiency of his perfected martial arts. With that in mind, he prepares to demonstrate his new technique. He begins with the movement of the immovable Akalanatha, bringing both hands together as an energy figure forms behind him. Power surges from his legs and flows deep into the ground beneath his feet. At his command, the energy rises, tearing a massive stone out of the earth. Without wasting a second, he shifts into his frost technique, and with a push, instantly freezes the stone before shattering it into countless pieces. Lu Sheng carefully analyzes the breath of frost technique and quickly understands its core principle. Just like water freezing into ice, the technique compresses his power to an extreme degree, allowing him to lock onto a target with frightening precision. The more he thinks about it, the more impressed he becomes. He considers it an exceptional breathing technique and decides it will serve as the foundation for an entirely new transformation. After that, he releases his stellar intent. In an instant, flames burst out around his body, wrapping him in blazing energy. Lu Sheng immediately recognizes this state as the complete version of stellar will, a form that boosts his power to a level 10 times stronger than Wei's master will. With this level of strength, he can once again use stellar grasp and even pull off the 10 suns in the same sky technique. The thought excites him. He starts wondering if he could actually defeat a grandmaster inside the Martial Saint Tower. He isn't fully confident yet, but even so, the idea of testing himself already has him looking forward to it. Eventually, Lu Sheng pulls his power back and lets the flames fade. Just then, his attention shifts to the front of his house. Two boys are standing there, clearly in the middle of an argument. One keeps urging the other to hurry up, while his companion stubbornly refuses and insists that the first boy should ring the doorbell instead. Both of them hesitate, well aware that this place is known as the Demon King's residence. Before either of them can decide what to do, Lu Sheng suddenly appears right behind them. The unexpected presence startles them both badly. Calmly, he asks if something is wrong and whether he can help. Instead of easing their nerves, his casual tone only makes them more tense. The two boys hurriedly straighten up and salute, explaining that they were sent on the vice principal's orders. Halfway through, one of them almost calls him the Demon King and quickly corrects himself, switching to Lu Sheng instead. Finally, they explain that the vice principal wants to see him to discuss something important. Lu Sheng accepts the message with a simple acknowledgement. The two boys immediately excuse themselves and start fleeing the scene one after another. While fleeing, one of them reflects on how terrifying the whole experience feels, shaken by an aura around Lu Sheng that comes off both cold and hot at the same time. The other boy, only a rank 4 martial artist, admits he can barely stand being near Lu Sheng. Even facing the vice principal feels less terrifying than returning to that residence. A while later, in the vice principal's office where he's sitting across from Lu Sheng, the vice principal explains that the reason for calling him in involves the credit reward for breaking the 7 Martial Saint Tower record, which totals 75,000 credits. Lu Sheng shows absolutely no visible reaction to this announcement, which causes the vice principal to pause in silence. Our boy finally responds by questioning whether that's the full amount. The vice principal absolutely explodes in frustration, shouting that 75,000 credits is an enormous sum that could fund graduation more than 150 times over. He demands to know what more Lu Sheng could possibly want. The boy, however, just points out that he has no need to graduate 150 times. Hearing that, the vice principal clutches his head in total exasperation and reminds our boy that he's only been a student for 2 months. He explains that once Lu Sheng gets access to the campus network after graduation, he can exchange these credits for all kinds of resources. Lu Sheng reviews the available options out loud, noting that rank 4 Beast Blood costs only 5 credits, while rank 4 and 5 cold weapons range up to 100 points. 1 week of guidance from a master rank instructor requires 10 points, and rank 6 Beast Marrow costs 1,000 points. He finds these prices pretty acceptable but then asks whether rank 7 Marrow is available. The vice principal nearly chokes on his tea and springs to his feet the moment the question lands. Disbelief washes over him as the thought of rank 7 mutated Marrow sinks in, and confusion follows right after. The idea that Lu Sheng might already be preparing to break into master rank, with his master will possibly condensing, feels hard to wrap his head around. Lu Sheng explains that he only needs a bit more vital energy to reach that threshold. He goes on to elaborate that a master's chi and vital energy are completely different from those of a normal martial artist, because rank 7 masters have already tempered themselves with their will. He also mentions that he needs to wait for the second phase of Immortal Golden Body to finish first. Once that's done, he'll use his will to transform his chi, vital energy, and body all at the same time. He indicates that he's pretty much almost at that point. The vice principal, still in utter shock, reflects on the fact that resources alone can't create a master, noting how countless people get stuck between rank 6 and rank 7 because of issues with their will. He realizes that Lu Sheng has already formed his master will at just 18 years old, which basically makes him an absolute monster in terms of potential. The vice principal then explains that obtaining rank 7 Marrow is extremely difficult even outside St. Martial University. The military region rarely sells it, and the whole procurement process involves complex procedures including mandatory power testing before anyone can even purchase it. Hearing that, Lu Sheng wonders why such strict measures exist in the first place. The vice principal clarifies that flesh and blood contain tons of negative effects that current science and technology just can't eliminate. Anyone too weak who tries to consume rank 7 Marrow will get killed directly by the beast's remaining consciousness. Even masters use rank 7 Marrow sparingly because it harms both the mind and body at the same time. Lu Sheng accepts that rank 6 Marrow will work for his needs but complains that 74 bottles seems pretty insufficient. The vice principal is internally fuming at this comment, thinking about how he's only used 10 bottles of rank 6 Marrow since becoming a master himself. The vice principal then moves on to discuss another important matter concerning Marshal Saint Tan Zhongyu's interest in taking Lu as his disciple. Whether Lu Sheng can actually become a worthy disciple depends entirely on passing a specific test. Lu Sheng picks up a document and questions what test the vice principal is talking about. The vice principal explains that the first test requires coming in first place in the National Martial Artist Student Competition. He anticipates what Lu's thinking and clarifies that while nobody at 7 St. Martial University can match him, the conference operates way differently than expected. The competition doesn't just include university students, but any disciple under 30 years of age from across the entire country. Examples include Supreme Dao and Transcendence Academies, who are both disciples of 9th rank martial saints. Lu Sheng confirms they're martial saint disciples. The vice principal verifies this and explains that both academies have been training under 9th rank martial saints since childhood, receiving careful guidance as exceptional geniuses with talent several times greater than typical martial university prodigies. The 30-year age range creates a serious challenge, making first place extremely difficult and maybe even nearly impossible to achieve. Lu Sheng connects this information to why he killed the Supreme Dao's master at the conference in his future timeline. He then notices another option available, and the vice principal confirms that although only one test is required, he can actually choose between 2 different paths to complete it. Lu Sheng opens the second document and his expression suddenly shifts to shock. The page displays a triple S rank mission involving the assassination of a 5th rank master artist named Lian Ye, who's involved in numerous lethal crimes. The target apparently possesses weapons and has a cruel nature. The mission lists no specific requirements and offers no rewards for completion. Seeing that, Lu Sheng wonders why there's no reward listed and notes that the target is only rank 5, which shouldn't make killing him particularly difficult. He wonders what could possibly elevate this to a triple S level mission. Just then, he notices the precaution section and realizes that it's because of Lian Ye's family background. Lian Ye himself is extremely cruel and merciless, having committed some terrible crimes, but his father, Lian Jibei, a rank 7 master and one of the masters of Supreme Dao Martial School, is indirectly involved in all those crimes. On top of that, Lian Ye maintains a close relationship with Zhao Ji, the founder of Supreme Dao Martial School, and his sister Lian Sha is this rare beauty who serves as the 5th wife of Martial Saint Zhao Ji. The boy's powerful backing has basically granted him status within the Dao school nearly equal to a grandmaster. Lu Xing recognizes that the mission isn't really about killing Lian Ye but about dealing with the consequences afterward. With a martial saint as his brother-in-law, the boy has committed countless atrocities without even trying to hide them. The sheer volume of his crimes alone justifies killing him 1,000 times over. The vice principal confirms this assessment and reveals that this is actually the first triple S level mission since 7 St. Martial University was founded. The catalyst was just a simple factory worker whose 2 daughters were tortured and killed by Lian Ye and his father. Nobody came to help the grieving man, so he knelt in front of the Martial Saint Tower for an entire month. The Martial Saint finally couldn't bear to see his suffering and decided that Lian Ye would be listed on the 7 Saint mission board as a credit mission to be killed. The vice principal explains that to prevent students from accidentally accepting such a dangerous task, the mission was classified as triple S level and all rewards were removed as a warning. Hearing that, Lu Xing challenges this reasoning and wonders why the Martial Saint didn't just take direct action himself. He points out that the vice principal is also a rank 7 master who's capable of handling this task. He questions the difference between making this a credit mission for students and basically sending them to die alone. The vice principal warns Lu Xing to watch his words and emphasizes that he has no understanding of a martial saint's true power. Once martial saints get into conflict with each other, the resulting fight could shake the entire country. Our boy quickly realizes that this mission is far more complicated than it looks. There are too many hidden factors involved, especially when martial saint politics come into play. He knows that killing Lian Ye would bring serious consequences. It wouldn't just anger a few martial saints, it would put the entire Supreme Dao Martial School firmly against him. Stirring up trouble with a martial saint offers no real benefit at all. Because of that, he directly asks for the real reason this mission was even released in the first place. In response, the vice principal calmly reminds him that while Lian Ye and his father have a martial saint and the Dao Martial School backing them, Lu Xing isn't without support either. He has their own martial saint and 7 Saint University standing behind him. Once he officially becomes the martial saint's student, everything will start to make sense. The road ahead will be smooth, resources and guidance will come naturally, and even the mere threat of retaliation will be enough to keep most enemies in check. After hearing this, our boy quietly processes the information. Then, without lingering on the topic, he asks for the address of the factory worker who had knelt for a month. Finally, he adds that if there's nothing else left to discuss, he plans to take his leave. The vice principal agrees to have someone send the address to Lu Xing's campus email later. As the boy leaves, the vice principal emphasizes in his mind that these 2 choices represent the test options the martial saint has prepared, and the boy only needs to pick one ideally. He knows that the boy doesn't need to rush his decision and acknowledges that Lu Xing's extraordinary talent and demonstrated abilities surpass not only himself, but also the world's strongest martial artists. He can only hope that Lu Xing will eventually understand his words. Just then, a figure dressed head to toe in black steps into the room and points out that Zhao has been talking far more than usual. The vice principal accepts that and makes it clear he only wants to hold on to a rare and promising talent. The mysterious figure dismisses that concern and frames true value around passing the martial saint's real trial, since anything less leaves talent wasted even with an early master rank. Outside, Lu Xing takes a moment to process the long exchange and realizes it all narrows down to 2 paths, with even the vice principal quietly steering him toward the second one. The attempt at guidance feels transparent, and Lu Xing sees straight through it. One option involves defeating every master under 30 across the entire country, something they consider impossible for him, but Lu has already glimpsed the future and knows how it ends. The second option seems deceptively simple. Killing a rank 5 martial artist would be as easy as drinking water for Lu Xing. However, this choice would force him to stay under the martial saint's control, because killing Lian Ye would make an enemy of both the Supreme Dao Martial School and their martial saint. The only way to escape their wrath would be seeking protection from another martial saint. Our boy recognizes this as a conspiracy designed to either make him become a subservient follower or get destroyed. Lu Xing addresses Tan Zhongyu directly, questioning if he can even observe him. He recalls crushing Tan's clone in the Martial Saint Tower and realizes that he has been deciding his future direction all along. Although Lu Xing has no desire to become a hero, he decides he's going to kill both Lian Ye and his father. However, he's refusing to join Tan Zhongyu even after completing the mission. Lu Sheng reasons that if he can't face the threat of one martial saint without needing protection from others, he has no right to even consider surpassing Tan Zhongyu. He resolves to not only kill Lian Ye and his father, but also defeat all the masters in the country, basically overcoming both challenges at the same time. In the outskirts of Nanping City, Officer Xiao Yuran quickly orders her team to surround the area and stay on high alert, ready to support President Qian's group when they move out. At the same time, she speaks into her walkie-talkie, asking the sniper for an update on their position and the situation inside the building. Soon after, another police officer approaches from behind and tries to ease her concerns. He tells her that multiple peak rank 6 masters are arriving from the capital, many of whom rank in the top 300 experts on the hunter list. President Qian himself is among those coming to help, and with this level of support, dealing with a rank 7 monster should be straightforward. Xiao Yuran thinks over his words and acknowledges that only a rank 6 master is trapped inside the building. She points out that to qualify for the top 300 hunters ranking, one must defeat 10 rank 6 monsters to earn their position, which means she might be overthinking things. If nothing unexpected happens, they should resolve the invasion issue before evening. At the same time, a taxi pulls up to the scene and Lu Sheng steps out, thanking the driver. The driver wishes him well and wonders out loud why so many police officers are gathered in such a desolate region. Lu Sheng walks toward the police line where an officer immediately stops him and orders him not to go any further. However, Lu Sheng reveals that he came for a mission and presents his mission letter as proof. Xiao Yuran examines the document and reacts with surprise when she sees he's a freshman from Seven Saint University. She questions whether St. Martial University has lowered its standards so much that they'd assign such a dangerous mission to a first-year student. Lu Sheng responds that this is an individual matter. As Xiao Yuran studies his details more carefully, she realizes with shock that despite being only a rank 4 martial artist herself, she can't remember when Lu took the letter back from her hands. She didn't even notice the movement, which leads her to conclude that this person is far from ordinary. Because of this, she informs Lu Sheng that his help probably won't be necessary since people have already entered the building. She mentions again that rank 6 peak masters and experts from the top 300 of the hunter list are handling the situation, and if everything goes as expected, it'll all end quickly. Hearing that, our boy questions what the hunter list is. Xiao Yuran explains that the Martial Arts Association created it specifically for those who accept bounties, with rankings determined by the number of completed missions. Lu Sheng acknowledges the information and comments that this trip wasn't wasted after all. His statement leaves her visibly shocked. Before long, another police officer interjects dismissively and questions whether Lu Sheng understood that they no longer need his assistance. At that exact moment, a massive explosion erupts from within the building. The gathered officers stare at the blast site and demand to know what's happening. As a result, Xiao Yuran immediately takes command and orders everyone to prepare themselves and remain alert. Inside the building, 3 people emerge from the explosion, but a monster immediately catches one of them with its tentacle. The trapped hunter screams desperately for someone to save him as his companions scramble to help. Meanwhile, the remaining fighters open fire on the creature, while another injured hunter stumbles out of the building and collapses to the ground. Seeing the chaos, Xiao Yuran quickly calls for medical assistance as the wounded hunter reaches forward and grabs her jacket. He reveals that the information they received was wrong. The master inside isn't rank 6, but rank 7. Xiao Yuran reacts with shock at the revelation that they're dealing with an almost rank 7 threat. She recognizes that this situation exceeds the city's capabilities, and they need to contact the military immediately. However, Lu Sheng interjects and assures that military intervention isn't necessary for now. He offers to handle the situation himself and only asks that they help him adjust the mission level afterward. He suggests they take a break and give him 5 minutes to resolve the crisis. With that, Lu Sheng activates his power and shoots up toward the building at incredible speed. The officers and hunters watching from below stare in shock as he closes the distance in the blink of an eye. For a moment, one of the hunters can only wonder who this mysterious kid really is. Not long after, Lu Sheng reaches the upper level and immediately catches the overpowering stench hanging in the air. To him, it smells like a dead pig that has been left under the sun for 4 or 5 days. He recalls encountering a similar odor back in the Morning Star area, though it was never this strong. Because of that, he quickly concludes that the monster must have undergone mutation before coming here. Without hesitation, he moves to the entrance and pushes the door open. As soon as he looks inside, he sees a horrifying scene of a hunter being dragged into the monster's mouth, with only his neck still visible outside. The creature's body is even more disturbing, covered in countless eyes scattered all over its form. At a glance, Lu Sheng recognizes it as a flesh-eyed demonic worm. He briefly addresses the doomed hunter, apologizing for arriving late, but at the same time promises that the monster will die in extreme pain. As he speaks, his power begins to rise, and he calmly prepares for the fight. With that, Lu Sheng faces the creature and quickly judges its strength. Overall, it seems to fall somewhere between rank 5 and rank 6. This immediately strikes him as strange, since a monster like this should not appear in this area. After all, even the one they dealt with earlier had truly reached rank 7. Before he can think further, the monster lets out a furious roar and swings its arm at him. However, the moment the limb touches Lu Sheng's aura, it shatters into pieces. The creature instantly screams in agony, completely unprepared for such overwhelming power. Lu Sheng walks toward the monster and comments on how much noise the insect makes. The monster responds by attacking with its other hand, but Lu effortlessly dodges and criticizes its poor aim. As a result, the monster switches tactics and launches an acid attack. Our boy escapes the acidic spray with ease while the monster frantically searches for his location. Before long, the boy appears in the air above it and begins gathering energy in one hand, warning the creature to prepare itself. Outside the building, the hunters quietly discuss what's going on. One of the more tanky hunters points out that Lu Sheng is supposedly just a student from 7 St. Martial University. The officer double-checks his student ID and mission records and confirms that part is true. Even so, the hunter can't help feeling uneasy. He notes that Lu Sheng's speed is far beyond what any normal student should have, especially a freshman. Even at rank 6 peak, he couldn't track the kid's movements at all. The thought makes him question Lu's real background and where he actually came from. Because of that, he insists they report the situation to both the Martial Arts Association and military headquarters. He adds that no matter how strong Lu Sheng is, if the monster goes berserk, he should pull back immediately. A rampaging monster entering the city could start devouring people and grow even more dangerous. The officer is about to make the report when, all of a sudden, a massive surge of energy erupts from inside the building. The shockwave knocks everyone off balance. One of the hunters immediately shouts, demanding to know what just happened in there. Meanwhile, back inside, our boy's attack has already slammed the monster hard into the ground. As the creature struggles to get up, he rushes in, grabs it by the hand, and starts spinning it around. That's when he suddenly realizes something is wrong. The monster is already dead. Lu Sheng figures the impact from the fall was simply too much for it to survive. Without hesitation, he flings the corpse straight out of the building. Down below, a hunter yells a warning that the monster is escaping and orders everyone to take cover. Moments later, the body crashes down near the gathered forces and lies completely still. Another hunter steps forward to check and confirms that the demonic monster is dead. Hearing this, the officer can only stare in disbelief. Lu had been inside for less than 5 minutes, and yet he'd already killed the creature. Not long after, Lu Sheng descends from above and lands near the group, calmly informing the officer that the mission is complete. As an afterthought, he reminds her to make sure the mission's difficulty rating gets adjusted accordingly. One of the hunters steps forward to thank him and explains that once the demonic worm monster is fully processed, the profit will be transferred to Lu Sheng's account. To everyone's surprise, Lu Sheng refuses the reward. Instead, he suggests they distribute the profit to the families of those who died in the attack. He points out that a single rank 7 monster is more than enough to support those families for the rest of their lives after losing their main providers. The hunter is deeply moved and thanks Lu Sheng repeatedly for his generosity. After that, our boy turns to the officer and casually asks if she can help him call a cab, explaining that he needs to catch the next high-speed train. Without hesitation, she offers to drive him there herself, saying it's no trouble at all. Lu Sheng pauses briefly, then accepts her offer with a polite thank you. As they prepare to leave, the officer sneaks a glance at Lu Sheng and suddenly feels her face heat up. In her mind, she can't help thinking that he's not only incredibly strong, but also unexpectedly handsome. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng notices her acting strangely and tilts his head slightly, quietly wondering what could possibly be wrong with her. Not long after, Lu Sheng pushes aside those thoughts and focuses on something more troubling. He starts questioning how an early rank 7 monster managed to slip past the front line so easily and hide in a small city. Sure, similar incidents have happened before, but never with monsters this strong. Even if a creature somehow broke through the border, the Martial Arts Association and the military should have intercepted and killed it long before it reached civilian areas. The fact that this monster appeared in Nanping City without any warning feels deeply suspicious. The more he thinks about it, the more it seems like this entire incident might be part of a larger conspiracy. Meanwhile, the officer continues driving while Lu Sheng scrolls through the news on his phone. What he reads makes his expression darken. He can't help but wonder if humans are really starting to turn on each other. The reports claim that spies from the Lian Kingdom are smuggling monsters across the border, and he finds the whole thing excessive and dangerous. As he keeps reading through similar reports, his thoughts drift to the martial arts civilization that was destroyed 10,000 years ago. The pattern feels disturbingly familiar. Back then, internal conflicts led to ruin, and now history seems ready to repeat itself. His mood turns grim as he silently vows that once he's strong enough, he'll wipe out the Lian Kingdom. Sensing the shift in his mood, the officer glances at him and asks what's wrong. Lu Sheng looks back at her and brushes it off, assuring it's nothing important and just a few small matters he'll deal with soon. As they reach the station, the officer says goodbye to Lu Sheng. Even so, she can't help feeling a little sad. quietly wondering when she'll get the chance to see him again. Soon after, the scene shifts to Baihe City First Middle School's gymnasium, where a sparring match is underway. With a clean, powerful kick, Lu Sheng's sister, Qinghe, strikes her opponent in the face and wins the bout outright. Seeing that, the teacher praises Qinghe's combat ability and encourages the other students to approach her if they need advice. As she steps aside to rest, two girls hurry over. One congratulates her on the impressive display and confidently predicts that if she keeps improving at this pace, she'll soon become the top martial artist in the city. The other girl agrees enthusiastically, but she soon notices that Qinghe doesn't look very happy about winning. When she asks, Qinghe admits that having a brother famous across the entire country makes it hard for her to feel truly satisfied with her own achievements. Before things get awkward, one of the girls quickly changes the subject and asks when Lu Sheng will be free, reminding Qinghe that he promised to treat them. The other girl immediately gets excited and suggests that they should invite him, since he might actually show up. Hearing this, Lu's sister frowns and questions if they've really become that obsessed with her brother. Instead of answering, the two girls start praising Lu even more enthusiastically. That's the last straw. Qinghe suddenly turns and runs off, revealing she can't stand being around these two crazy people anymore. The girls chase after her, calling for her to stop. Qinghe sprints across the school grounds and heads straight for the gate. Just as she exits, she crashes right into someone. Annoyed, she snaps at the person to watch where they're going and demands to know who they are. Then she looks up and freezes. It's Lu Sheng. Surprised, she asks why he's back when it isn't even winter vacation yet, and jokingly wonders if he missed her. Lu Sheng calmly explains that he finished his mission early and decided to come home. At that moment, she notices his backpack and immediately asks if he brought her any gifts. Seeing her excitement, our boy reveals the high-quality art supplements he brought for her to help her reach the next level. Qinghe's face lights up, practically gooning with joy, while Lu Sheng watches, slightly confused by just how enthusiastic she is. Just then, a basketball comes flying toward Qinghe, but Lu Sheng reacts instantly, stopping it with lightning-fast reflexes. Right after, a boy walks over, demanding to know why Qinghe is outside instead of in class. She shrugs him off, asking what business it is of his. The boy then shifts his attention to Lu and questions who he is. Qinghe cuts him off, saying she doesn't have time to explain, and starts walking away with her brother. Before they can go far, the boy shouts after them, accusing Qinghe of bringing along an old man just to spite him because she doesn't like him. At first, Qinghe doesn't even understand what he means. Then Lu Sheng stops and calmly questions whether the kid just called him an old man. That does it. Qinghe immediately storms back and delivers a solid kick to the boy's crotch, ordering him to get lost while the boy lets out a loud scream from the impact. Behind her, our boy calls out, mildly concerned, asking if the boy is okay. The boy clutches his backside, glares at Lu Sheng, and warns that this isn't over. He shouts that he'll bring someone back to teach him a lesson before quickly running off. Once things finally settle down, Lu Sheng turns to his sister and questions if that boy has been bothering her. Qinghe nods and explains that he's been chasing her for the past 3 years. She adds that anyone who wants to be with her should at least be able to defeat her in a fight. Then she shrugs, wondering if anyone like that even exists at Baihe City High School. Hearing this, Lu gives her a half-serious warning. He tells her that if she ever meets someone who transfers from another school, seems mysterious, and somehow occupies her thoughts day and night, the most important thing is to stay far away from anyone with the surname Lin. Qinghe bursts out laughing, and without waiting, she changes the topic and asks how things are going between him and senior sister Yang Yuan. Lu Sheng insists that they're just friends. Qinghe immediately questions that answer and brings up how they've held hands and even gone to watch movies together. In response, our boy reaches over and pinches her cheek, calling her crazy and saying she always jumps to wild conclusions. Qinghe protests, complaining that he's hurting her, before suddenly moving on to something else. She asks if he has a classmate named Ming. Lu Sheng confirms that he does and asks why she's bringing him up. Qinghe explains that Ming apparently failed the national exam and ended up joining the military instead. He had wanted to say goodbye to Lu before leaving, but unfortunately showed up after he had already gone to the capital. Hearing this, Lu Sheng nods quietly and pulls out his phone. As he scrolls through more than 100 unread messages, he finally spots the update he's looking for, revealing that Ming is now stationed in the Eastern Military Region. The scene shifts to the Eastern Military Camp where someone is crouched down, washing clothes, when a sudden kick from behind sends him tumbling forward. The attacker immediately starts complaining about how badly the washing is done and smugly explains the rules of hierarchy. First come, first serve. He declares that today it's the victim's turn to wash his socks and demands they be cleaned properly. Only then is the victim revealed to be Ming, Lu Sheng's friend. Seeing no response, the bully frowns and orders Ming to hurry up. Right at that moment, his phone vibrates and a new message from Lu Sheng pops up, saying he knows Ming is stationed in the Eastern Military Region and will be coming over soon, telling him to wait. As soon as he reads it, his expression completely changes and a bright smile spreads across his face. The bully, unaware of what just happened, walks back over and casually adds that he really likes the smell of Yellow Moon detergent, so Ming had better use that brand when washing his socks. That's when the boy suddenly moves. He lunges up from where he's sitting and attacks from behind, shouting that people should wash their own things. The bully freezes in shock, completely caught off guard by the sudden resistance, and snaps back, demanding to know what nonsense Ming is spouting. Without hesitation, he throws a punch straight into Ming's face. The impact sends him flying backward. The bully follows up immediately, closing the distance and slamming him to the ground. As he pins him down, he sneers and asks if Ming has a death wish. Blow after blow follows, mixed with insults about how he is nothing but trash who hasn't even become a martial artist yet. After finishing the beating, the bully finally stands up and walks away. Before leaving, he coldly warns Ming that from now on, he'll beat him once every single day. From a hidden spot nearby, a soy boy has watched the whole thing. Once the bully is gone, he rushes over to help Ming up and inquires if he's okay. Confused, he also questions why Ming would go against the bully instead of just doing what he was told. Despite his injuries, Ming starts laughing. He tells his friend that he wouldn't understand. His brother is the strongest martial artist in the country and will one day become a general. If Ming bows his head today, that brother will become a joke in the future. He refuses to let that happen, no matter the cost. The soy boy shakes his head in disbelief, unable to comprehend his reasoning. He thinks to himself that Ming's brain must be damaged, and there's no other way to explain the nonsense he's spouting. The scene then shifts to Lu Sheng's dream space, where he examines information displayed on a screen. He instructs the system to check personal details and reads them aloud. According to Martial Calendar Year 300, Ming is listed as a student, 25 years old, Class A, Baihe 3rd Middle School, Baihe City, Dragon Country. Lu Sheng notices immediately that this data is completely different from what he saw before. His own influence has drastically altered Ming's fate. Previously, the guy would have attended a simple liberal arts university and lived an ordinary life. Now he's becoming a soldier in a far more dangerous era. The days of serving a couple of years in the military and returning home safely are gone as the death rate is extremely high. Lu Sheng can't help but worry that his interference may have pushed Ming toward an even worse fate. He continues scanning the records, feeling a wave of relief as he discovers that Ming actually returns home safely. Not only that, he earns a second-class merit along with an ordinary discharge star. After leaving the military, he opens a logistics company, and by age 50, his net worth surpasses 10 million. He has 2 daughters and a son, and despite a few ups and downs, his later years are happy. His family thrives, full of children and grandchildren, and he lives to the age of 90. Seeing all this, Lu concludes that Ming's future looks very promising. He decides that, for now, it might be best to stay away from his friend to avoid affecting his life any further, reasoning that distance is the safest choice. The next day, Lu Sheng visits the Lingsheng Pharmaceutical branch, one of his own companies. A female employee reports that they've successfully opened more than 500 medical halls across Dongning province so far. Lu Sheng nods, acknowledging the progress, and reflects on the bigger picture. He thinks that what is meant to come will eventually arrive. Although the Chen family holds some power and status in the capital, they should understand that provoking her is the same as provoking him, and trying to use him as leverage would be an incredibly foolish move. He reassures her that as long as he's around, nothing bad will happen to her. The woman can't help thinking that only 2 months have passed, yet Lu Sheng has changed completely. He exudes absolute confidence, a mix of determination and raw power, almost like a major figure. She wonders what he really means by his words. With that, our boy goes to his private space, where he starts levitating medicine and ingredients in the air with his psychic energy as he prepares a complex concoction. He declares that once he completes the second phase of the immortal golden body, he'll have enough power to destroy even the sun if necessary. 2 days later, at Baihe City's Shimao International Grand Hotel, Lu Sheng approaches the reception desk and requests a good suite. The receptionist nods and asks him to wait for a moment. As he waits, Lu Sheng reflects internally. He has prepared 125 sets of golden dragon saliva and is ready to begin the second phase of immortal golden body. Because of constant disturbances at home, he decided to come to the hotel to secure a quiet space for his breakthrough. At the same time, a young woman arrives at the counter and also requests a presidential suite. While the receptionist confirms her choice, Lu Sheng senses her energy signature instantly, noticing that her vital energy burns like an oven while her psychic energy flows like wild smoke. He immediately recognizes her as a master. The hotel staff asks the woman if she's certain about booking the presidential suite. She confirms, hands over her card, and politely declines any assistance with luggage. Internally, Lu Sheng notes that a master showing up in Baihe City is an unexpected development. Although her vital energy seems weaker than Xia and Zhao's, she is undeniably a true master. He realizes that he could kill her with his full strength if necessary, but judging by her demeanor, she poses no threat and doesn't require his attention. Both Lu Sheng and the woman pause near the elevator, exchanging a brief glance before stepping inside. Once inside her room, the woman contacts someone and reports that she's arrived safely. She mentions that while checking in, she ran into an interesting boy. Curious, the person on the other end asks for more details. Applying lipstick as she speaks, she admits she doesn't know his identity, but he left a strong impression. She speculates that he might be connected to Dark Star, or maybe not, but she can't be certain. She stresses that she's on vacation and only has one job to complete. Anyone who interferes with her time off will simply be dealt with. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng settles into his own room and takes a moment to appreciate the accommodations. He approaches the bathtub and notes that it's large enough to hold the golden dragon saliva. Sitting in the tub, he begins absorbing the substance, enjoying the sensation as he remarks that the time for his breakthrough has finally arrived. The golden dragon saliva flows into his body, fueling his transformation. Back in her room, the woman comments that the little mouse from Goldmine seems to have tracked her down and is trying to slip away. She frowns, declaring that this is unacceptable as no one can escape her. As a clock tattoo on her back catches the light, she announces that her vacation is officially starting and that she fully intends to have some fun with him. At the same time, Lu Sheng completes the second phase of the immortal golden body. He stands, retrieves a spear, and strikes it on his arm. However, even the sharp edge fails to leave a scratch. Satisfied, he notes that neither cold weapons nor even a master will easily penetrate his defenses now. His next focus is mastering vital energy transformation. Lu Sheng reflects that the path he's chosen is completely different from that of the martial artists of this era, and it even diverges from the future he saw in his dream space. This path belongs entirely to him, and normal rank classifications no longer apply. He realizes that he's standing right on the threshold of becoming a rank 7 master. He only needs to take a single step to achieve it instantly. Yet, he chooses not to rush. Reaching master rank now would create a massive stir and attract the attention of every other master. Instead, he decides to play things his way, starting by scaring a few mice first. He searches for a deserted location where he can test his power without anyone watching, then launches himself from the window and takes to the sky. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a taxi. A man sits in the back with his daughter, quietly instructing the driver to head toward the Western District. The driver acknowledges, and after some time passes, the daughter asks if they've traveled far enough from their starting point. Her father reassures her not to worry. Moments later, the man speaks again, requesting that the driver stop at a specific location. He offers to pay 3 times the normal fare in exchange for the driver's silence if anyone asks about him or his daughter. The driver responds coolly that even 3 times the fare might not be enough. Puzzled, the man asks what he means by that. In the next instant, the driver pulls off her mask, revealing her true identity, the same master-level fighter Lu Sheng had encountered at the hotel. She announces that she's finally found the little mouse from the gold mine. The man instantly recognizes her and freezes in shock as he identifies the tattoo of 9 and the white suit. Time passes as Lu Sheng soars through the sky, noticing that his speed has skyrocketed. His extreme explosive velocity now surpasses what even military monitoring devices can detect. Looking down, he observes that this region used to host a chemical plant before it was shut down due to environmental concerns. He descends and lands in the abandoned area, declaring it the perfect spot to test his power without causing any trouble in the city. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts in the distance. Lu Sheng immediately senses the intense aura radiating from it and wonders whether it belongs to a master-rank fighter. At the explosion, the father is fleeing with his daughter, desperately trying to escape while the master-rank hunter closes in. The father cries out for help with panic evident in his voice. The hunter taunts them, daring them to keep running so she can see how far they get. Watching from a distance, Lu Sheng notes the strange coincidence as a middle-aged man running with his daughter, being hunted at such a late hour in this isolated place. Feeling a sense of justice, Lu Sheng decides he can't simply ignore the situation. He reasons that facing a master-rank opponent won't be particularly difficult. Still, he pauses to wonder whether he could take down a rank 7 master using only his raw physical strength, without relying on his will or chi at all. Just then, another explosion erupts, sending the father and daughter crashing to the ground. As they struggle to get back up, the assassin is already on them. She slams her heel down hard on the man's leg, leaving him helpless on the ground. Seeing this, the little girl breaks down with tears rolling down her face as she pleads for her father. Desperate, she even rushes at the woman, trying to make her stop. The assassin only smiles coldly, while with one hand, she grabs the girl by the head and lifts her up, then casually warns the father that he still has his hands and can use them to crawl away if he wants. She gives him 10 minutes. The man refuses. He shouts that he won't leave without his daughter. As a last-ditch effort, he claims that the information in his head is known only to him. He says he has poison hidden in his mouth and can kill himself, and the information with him, if she pushes any further. As he doesn't even finish speaking, the woman grabs his face and brutally rips out the poisoned teeth before he can react. Blood splatters from his mouth as she holds up the teeth, mocking him and telling him that he doesn't even get to choose how he dies. Then she turns her attention to the girl, Grabbing her by the mouth, she warns the father that if he doesn't reveal everything, she'll feed the poison to his daughter instead. Hearing this, the man completely breaks down and begs her to spare the child. Suddenly, a blur flashes through the air. In the blink of an eye, Lu Sheng appears and snatches the girl out of the woman's grasp. The assassin freezes in shock, then quickly recognizes him as the strange young man she noticed earlier. In that instant, she realizes she was right to be wary of him. Lu Sheng stands there in calm, barely contained rage. After seeing her try to use a child as a hostage, he doesn't even feel like calling her a master anymore. Meanwhile, the woman brushes off her surprise and studies him carefully. She wonders if Lu Sheng is connected to Dark Star. After all, he's far too young, and yet he doesn't even carry the title of a master. However, Lu Sheng is far beyond anything related to Dark Star. In the next instant, he vanishes and reappears right behind the woman, making it clear that he isn't some shadow, he's the sun itself. Before she can even react, the boy releases his aura, grabs her by the face, and slams her into the ground again and again, pouring every bit of his rage into the attack. Each impact triggers a violent explosion. When the dust finally settles, Lu pauses for a moment. To his surprise, the woman is already dead, and he hadn't expected it to end quite so quickly. He then turns toward the father and daughter, who are completely stunned by what they just witnessed. Misreading the situation, the father panics and treats Lu Sheng like another threat. He hurriedly begs for mercy, offering to reveal everything he knows in exchange for their lives, including the exact coordinates of a dense gold mine. To his shock, Lu Sheng simply turns away, revealing he's not interested, and explains that he only happened to pass by and help them. Now that it's done, he's leaving. As he walks off, Lu Sheng briefly reflects on the gold mine the man mentioned, the same one that appeared in his dream space. Behind him, the father finally relaxes, relieved that they're safe. He praises Lu as a truly good man who saved their lives. But just as he finishes speaking, blood suddenly spills from his mouth. Only then does he realize how badly injured he is. His ribs are shattered, and he can't even stand. Struggling to stay conscious, he tells his daughter to protect herself and run. But before she can react, Lu Sheng suddenly returns. He supports the man and helps him up, and in that moment, hope lights up the little girl's face. Lu Sheng takes them back to his hotel room, where the man immediately thanks him for saving their lives. The boy waves it off and hands him a potion, explaining that if he drinks it, he should be completely fine by tomorrow. After that, the man gently suggests that his daughter go get some rest, saying he needs to talk with her father for a bit. Once she leaves the room, our boy pulls out a ring he found on the assassin and shows it to him. He asks about the origin of the strange imprint carved into it. The ring itself is made of dense gold, and Lu Sheng also brings up the dark star the woman mentioned earlier. Hearing this, the man's expression turns serious. He explains that both Dark Star and these imprints belong to a mysterious organization with unclear origins, one that operates all over the world. The imprint on the woman's ring marks her as master level, and there are people far stronger than her within the organization. That catches Lu Sheng's interest. He wonders aloud if there might even be Grand Master level imprints, but the man admits he doesn't know that much. Still, it's enough for Lu Sheng to realize that he needs to check his system about these people. Wherever martial arts grow stronger, opposing forces are bound to rise as well. Shifting the focus back to the man's future, Lu asks him directly what he plans to do next. The man hesitates, saying he doesn't want to burden him anymore after everything he's already done. But after thinking for a moment, Lu Sheng's eyes light up. He's realized a way to settle this matter once and for all. At that, the man stares into Lu Sheng's eyes and promises with a worried expression that he'll do anything he asks if there's a way to escape his pursuers. The boy stays silent for several seconds before smiling as he requests for the exact location of the secret gold mine. The man takes out his phone, opens a map application, and shows him where the mine is hidden. Lu Sheng nods, pulls the phone away, and explains with a smile that no one will be chasing him anymore. The man grows anxious and confused, asking how the problem was solved so quickly. Lu Sheng holds up the phone and reveals he simply posted the gold mine's location on the internet. The man stares at the screen in shock, realizing the mine is worth millions, and wondering why Lu treated it so carelessly. At a secret base, a man monitoring Nine Rings' signal loses connection and alerts his boss that something went wrong. He explains they overlooked the fact that the man possessed a letter about the gold mine, making it easy for him to get help. Everyone gathers around the main screen as another operative reports a flood of online rumors about the mine. They see Lu Sheng's post showing the mine's exact location, valued in hundreds of billions. The signal tracker clenches his fist, unable to believe Lu published the secret after so many died protecting it. Seeing that, the leader of the Rings slams his fist against his chair and admits the move was unexpectedly clever. Since everyone knows the location now, their target has no value left. He stands and angrily shouts that anyone mocking the ring imprint must be punished, ordering his men to investigate and find the traitor. Back at the hotel, The father reads comments on Lu Sheng's post while he remains distracted with his phone. He wonders if the boy doesn't know the gold mine's value or simply doesn't care about it. Lu Sheng turns toward him with a smile and explains that after he and his daughter move to another place following tomorrow's checkout, the storm caused by the gold mine will fade away. He wishes them both good luck when the girl emerges from the room with a sad expression and asks Lu if they'll see each other again. The boy approaches her and confirms that they will. The next day, members of the Rings Association arrive where the assassin lady's body was found. Seeing the body, one of them questions whether the Nine Rings Association is really so weak that she was grabbed by the neck and beaten to death so easily. His companion crouches near the corpse and observes that, judging by her condition, the killer must be extremely powerful since she showed no resistance. Both men stand and examine the woman's body closely. One explains that the excavation is deep and looks like it was done with a jackhammer, though no one would believe it was created using someone's living head, especially a level 7 master's head. The long-haired man turns to his companion and nervously asks if they should continue investigating. Hearing that, his fellow grows furious and points at the corpse, explaining they can no longer investigate since even a mutant warrior strengthened by the organization died so tragically. He adds that with the gold mine's location leaked, the mission has become dangerous, with no benefits. Meanwhile, back at his apartment, Lu Sheng enters the system space where several windows float around him. He wonders about Dark Star, the Ring Imprint, and the Black Demon Society, surprised by how many mysterious international organizations exist. He crosses his arms and stares at the system windows, noting some have traces of activity dating back 10,000 years in the martial arts world. He quickly concludes a martial arts saint must lead these organizations or maybe state apparatus shadows likely backing them. The Ring Imprint organization focuses on researching mutant warriors and has caused multiple international incidents, putting them on the radar of governments worldwide. Lu Sheng recalls that mutant warriors are created by implanting mutant beast genes into humans, giving them strength far beyond normal fighters. The downside is that the process slowly corrodes both body and mind, turning the user into a ticking time bomb. Realizing this, Lu Sheng finally understands why the assassin lady fell off yesterday. The Ring Imprint has already begun using this technology. Lu Sheng briefly wonders if the Ring Imprint is tied to the earlier mutant beast invasion, but decides it's not his problem for now. He trusts that the Dragon Kingdom's higher-ups have it handled. If he runs into trouble later, he'll deal with it easily. He also admits that while the mutant warrior path is flawed, it has some value, and he might give it a try someday. After this, Lu Sheng checks the father and daughter's future and is stunned to see how bright it is. The girl, Gu Liuyan, grows into a top-tier master and a famous international investigator who crushes groups like Ring Imprint and Dark Star. Realizing he casually saved someone that important leaves him confused, especially after seeing some very personal details he really didn't want to know. Feeling awkward and annoyed, he quickly shuts the system, decides to stop peeking into futures like that, and figures it's time to deal with that Lian Ye next. The next day, Lu Sheng heads to the west area, where he arrives at an apartment and knocks on the door, thinking this is where Fu Jianming lives, the man who was murdered along with his family during the night. Several seconds later, a woman opens the door and asks who he's looking for. Our boy closes his eyes with a pleasant smile and explains he's looking for Fu Jianming. Hearing that, the woman grabs the doorknob and starts closing it while responding that she doesn't know anyone named Fu Jianming, and he isn't in this place either. Just before the woman can close the door, Lu Sheng sticks his foot in, causing her to panic. She looks into his eyes and asks what he wants. The boy approaches the door, points inside the house, and explains the address isn't wrong. He asks her to reconsider because Fu Jianming used to live in this house. The woman becomes furious with an angry look in her eyes and responds that Fu Jianming doesn't live here anymore and the house now belongs to her. She threatens that if he doesn't leave, she'll call the police. Seeing her panicking, Lu Sheng places his hand on the door and stares seriously into the woman's eyes, making it clear he has no interest in her house and only wants to know where Fu Jianming is. The woman clenches her teeth nervously, trembling as she points outside and explains that Fu is at the community dumpster. She adds that he's an old lunatic who went crazy after his entire family died, then quickly insists she didn't steal his house. Lu Sheng thanks her and walks away, leaving the woman surprised that anyone would search for such a strange person. He heads to the dumpster and finds an older man in a cap and worn-out clothes looking through trash. Lu Sheng observes him, then checks a photo and confirms this is Fu Jianming. He calls out the name, and the man turns around demanding to know who Lu Sheng is and what he wants. The photo shows Fu Jianming used to be clean and wore elegant suits, the complete opposite of his current state. A native of Fengzi City, Fu Jianming had 2 daughters. His youngest, Fu Shui, caught the attention of Lian Jibei's son and was kidnapped. When his eldest daughter, Fu Ying, went to Dao's martial arts branch seeking information, she never returned. A week later, both sisters' bodies were found in a river outside the city with extremely tragic causes of death. That same year, Fu Jianming's wife couldn't bear losing their daughters and committed suicide with pills. Now at 46, The white-haired elder is all that remains of his family. Fu Jianming grabs his bag of belongings tightly and demands to know if Lu Sheng is trying to steal from him. The boy smiles pleasantly and claims to be a colleague of Fu Ying who came to see her father. Fu Jianming rushes forward and grabs Lu by the collar, insisting he's lying. He explains he searched for all of Ying's companions from childhood to adulthood and remembers every face, and he isn't one of them. He demands to know if this is some trick to steal from him. Lu Sheng stays silent, letting the old man vent. Fu Jianming stares at his face and begins laughing, explaining he can't be fooled because all her friends claimed they hadn't seen Ying. As he remembers his daughter, he starts losing composure. Lu Sheng places a hand on his shoulder and apologizes for lying. Fu Jianming looks surprised but feels a sense of peace when the boy explains he actually came to help him. The old man's furious expression shifts to surprise. He starts touching Lu Sheng's body and smiles, recognizing him as a powerful martial artist. Lu confirms this, and Fu Jianming raises his hands and jumps for joy. He crouches down and searches through his belongings, explaining he's seen so many martial artists that he can recognize them with just one look. He pulls out a bag full of plastic bottles and empty cans, promising to give Lu Sheng all his money and treasure if he helps kill Lian Ye and Lian Jibei, his daughter's killers. Lu Sheng only smiles and refuses. Seeing this, Fu Jianming snaps and desperately throws everything on the ground, staring at Lu like he's lost his last hope. He insists the bottles and cans can still be sold for money. When our boy says nothing, panic sets in, and Fu Jianming even offers his own life in exchange for help. Our boy can't help but feel a bit heavy-hearted, realizing the man truly is ready to give up everything to avenge his daughters. In the end, Fu Jianming collapses to his knees and lowers his head, telling Lu Sheng to forget it since he clearly won't help. He bitterly wonders if he came just to ridicule him, or if Dao Martial Academy sent someone to check whether he's already dead. With tears in his eyes and his teeth clenched tight, he swears he won't die before the Lian family does, determined to live long enough to see every one of his daughter's killers pay for their crimes. While walking through the scattered trash, Lu Sheng spots a family photo of Fu Jianming and quietly picks it up. Without looking back, he turns and leaves, calmly promising that the killers will burn in hell soon enough. Behind him, Fu Jianming breaks down, crying and thanking him from the bottom of his heart, even though he isn't sure whether to believe it. Lu slips the photo into his pocket and walks away from the dumpster area. Not far away, a chubby, orange-haired man leans on a corner and smokes, casually remarking that it's been a long time since anyone bothered with that old lunatic. Lu Sheng slows down and glances over, asking if many people came to see him before. The man explains that plenty did, but only to steal what little money he had. Fu Jianming had once gone around desperately offering cash to martial artists who might help him get revenge, but no one dared challenge Dao Academy. In the end, he lost everything, was robbed, went half mad, and ended up living in the dumpster. The man admits he first thought Lu Sheng was just another thief like the rest. However, after realizing the guy is actually a good person, he decides to speak honestly. Curious, he asks why he is looking for the old man and whether he truly plans to involve himself in someone else's troubles. Lu simply smiles and confirms. He then casually adds that he's heading to Dao Martial Academy to wipe them out completely. With that, he turns and walks away, leaving the man frozen in place, sweating and wondering who Lu Sheng really is. Meanwhile, at the 7th Saint University building, the suspicious man from before lifts his teacup and remarks that Lu Sheng never went to Ming City. Across from him, Vice Principal explains that our boy accepted 2 missions this time, one AA and one AAA, both near the capital. The robed man raises his cup again and adds that Lu actually arrived in Ming City the night before. He could have stayed, but instead chose to head to Nanping, making his intentions obvious. By deliberately avoiding Lian Ye and rejecting the second option given by the master, Lu Sheng made his choice clear. The man then smiles faintly, noting that seeking good fortune and avoiding danger is simply human nature. The vice principal sets his teacup down and turns to stare at the robed man, noting that this detail wasn't easy to catch. After a brief pause, he adds that there's still some time before the National Martial Arts Tournament. The Seuss man quietly reminds him that only a few days have passed, and that their master isn't someone who offers second chances. Hearing that the vice principal stays silent, he simply turns to look out the window and mutters that he hopes Lu Sheng doesn't let either him or their master down. At the 7th Saint University, a crowd gathers at the entrance, all of them staring in stunned silence at the huge television on display. On the screen, a martial artist with a sword strapped to his back appears with his murderous aura so intense that everyone can tell his strength has risen again. It's Xiaolan, the man who completed a AA level mission in less than half a week, and every time his image shows up, everyone gets shocked. Just then, Xuan walks into the guild hall with his hands in his pockets, smiling as he glances at the screen. Shai's ponytail friend comes over and explains that Xiaolan has returned specifically for the National University Martial Arts Tournament, an event held once every 2 years. However, in his view, Xiaolan's return doesn't really matter, because with a monster like Lu Sheng around, the 7th Saint University won't be stuck in last place this time. However, she slowly spreads her hands, explaining that Lu won't be taking part at all. Xuan's stunned and immediately asks why, pointing out that the academy has finally produced a once-in-a-century genius. The ponytail lifts a finger toward the sky and calmly explains that the martial saint's test forbids Lu Sheng from joining the tournament. If he participates, the test automatically fails, so his only focus now is challenging a triple S-level mission. Hearing this, Xuan completely loses his cool. He storms over and slams his fist into the wall, recalling how 2 years ago the Dao Academy's star twins crushed 7th Saint University and made them lose their face. On top of that, he's heard the Chaoyu Martial Academy has already produced someone with saint potential. With Lu Sheng out of the tournament, he fears they'll be humiliated all over again right before graduation. Hearing that, the girl steps closer and assures him not to worry, saying someone like him should already be used to being humiliated. The words hit him like an arrow, leaving him stunned and unsure how to respond. At the same time, Lu Sheng heads toward the academy dorms when his phone suddenly rings. He checks the message and sees a notice stating that in 3 days, at exactly 8 a.m., all students must gather at the school gate for the tournament. Anyone late will be treated as having voluntarily withdrawn. It's obvious to him that this message was aimed directly at him. He lifts his gaze to the 7th University building and activates his perception. Inside the building, he spots 5 people wearing black glasses. They aren't just watching him from afar, they're clearly waiting for him to make a move. Lu Sheng lets out a small smile, realizing that the road he's chosen can't be dictated by anyone, not the 7 saints, and not even the martial saint himself. 3 days later, students gather at the school gate and begin boarding the buses. Vice Principal arrives and scans the crowd, clearly looking for Lu Sheng. Around him, students excitedly talk about how the Demon King will dominate the tournament and make everyone pay for past humiliations. Nearby, Xuan stays quiet, knowing these people don't even realize our boy isn't supposed to show up. To him, the martial saint's inheritance is obviously far more important than any tournament. When the clock hits 8, the vice principal sighs and assumes Lu Sheng really isn't coming. Just as he looks up, he freezes as Lu Sheng appears in the sky, flying in and slowly descending. A heavy aura rolls off him as he lands, forcing the students to instinctively step back. Then it clicks, and the crowd erupts in cheers. Our boy walks over to the vice principal and casually apologizes for being late. The vice principal warns him to think it through while there's still time, but Lu simply says he's an idealist, just like he mentioned before. Hearing that, he lowers his head and stays silent. A moment later, the vice principal gives the order, and everyone starts boarding the buses. Several hours later, an instructor starts handing out uniforms while explaining the tournament rules to the first-time participants. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng sits quietly in his seat, staring at his reflection in the window with a slightly distant look. His thoughts drift to the vitality of a 7th-level Grandmaster, which feels like a blazing furnace, and he can't help wondering what an 8th-level Grandmaster would be like. From what the system records say, once someone reaches the 8th level, their energy and vitality condense into a core that easily surpasses 100,000 in value. At that point, it moves like crashing waves and burns like molten lava, with combat power soaring into the millions. Lu Sheng knows he's just one step away from forming that vitality core himself. After a great master condenses their vitality, their body keeps growing stronger as the energy core is refined again and again. Simply put, the longer they stay in the great master realm, the more terrifying they become. He places a hand on his chest and wonders when he'll awaken a true great master's will. Deep down, he knows that combining a great master's physique with martial will isn't as simple as adding 1 + 1, it's something far beyond that. They soon arrive at Jiyun Mountain, and the students step off the bus one after another. Before long, the people nearby figure out that they're from the 7th Saint and have come for the national tournament. The students quickly change into their black uniforms, and after that, the vice principal gathers everyone together and explains what comes next. They'll be climbing the mountain. He reminds them to stay alert and follow his lead, which instantly gets everyone excited as they answer him in unison. Just as things settle, Lu Sheng suddenly surges forward and starts racing up the mountain, shocking everyone. A powerful blue aura ripples around his body as he charges toward the summit. As he runs, he calmly thinks that if a clash with a martial saint is unavoidable, it's better to prepare early. Even if he hasn't reached the Grand Master level yet, as long as the martial saint doesn't step in personally, the rest are nothing more than fodder. With that thought, Lu Sheng smiles. He figures he can use them to sharpen himself even further and kick the martial saints in the balls. Several minutes later, while everyone climbs the mountain stairs, the vice principal gains momentum and moves forward first, leaving behind all the students who can't keep up. After climbing quite a bit, he turns toward the students and orders them to stop as he's going to make a list. He begins counting and realizes Lu Sheng is not there. One of the students explains that he already went ahead of them a while ago. Everyone looks ahead and sees they still have thousands of steps left to climb. The vice principal becomes astonished because he can't believe Lu Sheng climbed such a high mountain so quickly. At the same altitude as the clouds, several hundred steps higher, 2 siblings climb the stairs. The man with orange hair turns to his sister Xiao Yun and explains they're going to take a break before continuing. The girl looks confused and mentions she still has energy, wondering why they don't just climb all the steps at once. He explains that since it's her first time on mountain, there are some rules she doesn't understand. He explains they've reached the cloud level, and beyond it are 5 stone steps currently covered by clouds. Both look toward the top of the mountain as he explains these steps are called the path to heaven. He mentions that the great master Jiao Fuhai practiced here, refining his body with celestial fire and tempering it with celestial thunder. The entire mountain still carries his aura. Any martial artist under 30, with enough talent who climbs the 5 stone stairs in one go, will activate the opportunity Jiao Fuhai left behind. As the clouds slowly disappear and the steps start to shine, he explains that a rare celestial and earthly phenomenon will occur, where whoever triggers it will ascend to become a master in the future. Before he can finish speaking, a giant whale appears in the sky, emerging from the clouds and singing. He explains with a trembling voice that the long song of the white whale is the highest category phenomenon, and they could be witnessing history. Several small whales appear next to the giant one. He responds that on top of this mountain, there are at least 3 young people who have the potential to become future martial masters. Xiao Yun starts running and mentions she also wants to give it a try. At that moment, Lu Sheng passes by Xiao Yun at a flashy speed, making neither of them able to feel his presence. He climbs the stairs at incredible speed, and every time he steps, his body emits blue energy, leaving behind a trail. Xiao Yun turns speechless, wondering who that person is and if they're even human. Just then, a giant golden dragon emerges from the mountain and moves toward the top. The man trembles while staring at the golden dragon and white whales, explaining this is the sacred dragon capable of devouring everything. The sacred dragon catches up to Lu Sheng and flies by his side, staring into his eyes. Lu Sheng turns his head toward the dragon and wonders what's happening. As he ascended, he felt a strange sensation emerging from his heart, as if in this world only he remains, separated from sky and earth. He looks around and sees his body emitting all kinds of energies. He wonders how the natural breathing method activated naturally since he simply climbed in a direct way. All his techniques seem guided by something pulling him up and propelling him forward. He watches as the sacred dragon snatches up the white whales, slowly devouring them. At first, he's confused, unsure if this is some kind of welcoming ceremony. Then, the dragon stops right in front of him and lets out a roar that seems to target him directly. As the sound resonates with his martial will, he finally realizes just how much raw power this dragon truly possesses. Several minutes later, he reaches the peak while his body is surrounded by the sacred dragon, leaving the other students dumbfounded. One man wonders who this person is and how he managed to provoke the sacred dragon phenomenon. The twins from Dao and Chaoyu Martial School's Saint Miao caused the whale's unified song. Now, upon seeing Lu Sheng, all realize they're far below him. Everyone wonders where a monster like this came from. Just then, our boy descends to the ground as the sacred dragon circles above him. An old man with long hair and a beard watches him closely, then turns toward Lu Sheng, remarking that after all these years on the mountain, he's never seen such an imposing sight. He gestures toward Lu and tells his students to figure out who this newcomer is. As Lu Sheng walks, everyone stares and whispers, thinking he's a monster, and that if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought he was a martial arts saint in person. One student notices he's wearing the badge of the 7th Saint University of Martial Arts, and reveals that the guy is one of the 7th Saint students. Hearing that, everyone becomes stunned. One student can't help but wonder how the 7th Saint, long considered useless for 1,000 years, could have produced such a monstrous power. Another chimes in, recalling that past martial arts saints who climbed this mountain only triggered 1 or 2 white whale visions in their youth, making Lu Sheng's strength seem 100 times greater. Then, a girl with blue hair speaks up, revealing that she actually knows him, and explaining that he's a genius who dominated the Tower of the Martial Arts Saints across all 7 universities. Lu doesn't say anything, just smiles, and then starts walking with the sacred dragon following closely behind. At the top of mountain where the clouds slowly dissipate, several students gather and one mentions it doesn't surprise him that Lu Sheng is so strong since he's the most valued disciple of the martial saint. A boy with purple hair explains that Lu Sheng's talent is extraordinary and has the potential to become a martial saint, possibly even surpassing him. Upon hearing this, the other students become shocked. Someone holding 2 balls approaches them. This gray-haired old man is Grandmaster Qi. He stands in front of the students and explains that if the temperature is 1 degree lower, water turns into ice, and 1 degree higher, water turns into vapor. Sometimes the effects seem very different, but their essence is not very different. Hearing that, the students stare at him intently, somewhat confused. Grandmaster Qi turns his head toward Lu and reveals he has strong talent, but it isn't as exaggerated as people think. Meanwhile, our boy ignores everything like a gigachad and continues walking. Grandmaster Qi explains that the strange phenomenon of the mountain isn't specifically used to test martial arts talent. Maybe Lu Sheng's martial arts fortune and the martial saint's fortune are extremely compatible, which is why he caused more phenomena than others. He adds it's more likely that people before him had already taken advantage of many opportunities from the fortune, and he happened to be in the right time and place to fully activate the remaining fortune. Only for this reason could Lu Sheng create the shocking scene of the sacred dragon. He reminds them that the martial saint is basically the god of this world, and no one stands above him. With that said, he smiles and adds that based on the aura Lu just released, his talent and strength are already beyond others his age. Hearing this, the girl with blue hair glances toward Lu Sheng again, admitting she's worried. If word spreads, the Dao Martial Academy is going to panic. As night falls, everyone gathers at the mountain hotel. Inside, martial instructor Lian Jibei from Dao slams his fist on the table hard enough to shake the room. He turns to the students of Dao Academy, furious, and says they've embarrassed him. Even though Lu Sheng only caused a small phenomenon, everyone still looks shaken. Pointing at them one by one, he reminds them that he isn't even a great master yet, so why are they scared of a student from Wang Academy? The room goes silent, and no one dares to answer. One of Dao's twin stars, Chao Qian, steps forward and tries to defend their reputation. He points out that Lu Sheng isn't even a great master yet, and even if his talent is impressive, that only guarantees his future, not his present. Chan Qian admits that if he unleashed his secret skills and went all out, he might not actually lose to Lu. Right after that, the other twin star, Chao Qing, steps up as well. He clenches and claims that if Lu Sheng were standing in front of him right now, he'd knock him flat without hesitation. Hearing that, Instructor Lian places a hand against his chest, and a dark, sinister energy rolls off his body. With a cold smile, he says he can arrange a little game for them. Whichever team finds Lu Sheng during the tournament first, and beats him to death, wins. He waves off their hesitation, adding that they don't need to worry about the Seven Saints. If they show up, he'll handle them himself. In the Martial Chao Yu Academy lounge, the girl with blue hair sits back on the couch and pulls out her phone. She opens Lu Sheng's photo, and before she can stop herself, her cheeks start to heat up. Just then, her brother walks over and reassures her, saying there's no need to worry as Lu Sheng hasn't even reached the stage of refining his body with martial will yet. Besides, he reminds her, her real target should be the twin stars of Dao, who have already stepped into the quasi-grandmaster realm. Hearing that, she lowers her gaze, a little lost, and quietly says that she understands. Her brother quickly gets confident and tells her not to be fooled by flashy visions. She doesn't answer him. Instead, she keeps her eyes on Lu's photo and decides to just ignore what he said. Ever since she was a child, she's had a strange talent where she could see ghosts and gods when others couldn't. So when she watched Lu Sheng ascend the mountain earlier, she could have sworn she saw a thick black mist behind him, spreading across the entire mountain like a storm. Now she's not sure if it was real or just her imagination playing tricks on her. In the hotel reception area, students from different academies gather around, chatting about Lu Sheng. They go on about his strength and the strange phenomenon that happened earlier, convinced he's basically guaranteed to win. As their voices fill the room, Shen Kong folds his arms and lets out a quiet breath. Honestly, he's just glad he didn't throw himself into a fight with Lu too quickly, because if he had, his confidence would have been shattered on the spot. Before the conversation dies down, another student steps forward and joins in. He agrees with Shen Kong and explains that Lu Sheng's martial arts will has already fully condensed. In other words, anyone who challenges him now is heading toward the same outcome as last time, which is a one-sided loss. A beat passes, and the old director of the 4th Academy steps forward, placing a hand on the guy's shoulder. He suggests that instead of chasing comparisons, it's better for everyone to focus on their own path. According to him, the 7 saints are like one body, so they don't need to treat Lu Sheng as an enemy. Hearing that, Shen Kong nods, admitting that with him involved, this tournament is about to get a lot more interesting. After that, the old director takes a step back and looking at Lu, explains that this moment might be the opportunity the 7 saints need to finally take first place. And as the old director watches him, a single thought settles in his mind that he isn't just strong, he's someone who's about to turn into a dragon. Just then, the 7th Saint Vice Principal arrives, and while staring at Lu Sheng, he wonders why he doesn't understand that as long as he ends Lian's life, the martial saint will protect him. He approaches Lu from behind and thinks that in the end he has taken the wrong path. Our boy's body suddenly begins to glow with a powerful golden energy. The light rolls off him like a wave and he lowers his head, staring at his own hand in confusion. For a second, he tries to make sense of it. That energy that entered his body earlier didn't just boost his strength, it came with an image, a presence, the silhouette of a massive whale. It hits him that this might be the same divine whale that was swallowed before. And without hesitating, he taps into that power. Closing his eyes, he lets the energy settle, and the spirit of the white whale rises in his mind like a tide. Bit by bit, he starts to understand that this is martial arts. This is power on a whole different level. Every breath, every movement, If he aligns it right, it can resonate with the power of heaven and earth themselves. Lost in thought, Lu Sheng suddenly feels a murderous aura. He looks up to see instructor Lian Jibei in the crowd, who is already staring at him with his sharp and predatory eyes. Even just facing him, Lu can feel the pressure of an 8th level master. He runs the numbers in his head that in his current martial god state, his chances are only 30%. But stepping into the Grandmaster realm, Lian Jibei wouldn't last 10 seconds. Just then, he notices that even more people are watching him with their eyes filled with curiosity, fear, and ambition. With this, he decides not to rush. Instead, he'll let things play out exactly the way he's already imagined. And if anyone decides to get in the way, he'll deal with them himself, for good. The next day, the championship finally begins, and everyone heads to the stadium. As Lu Sheng makes his way through the crowd, a cameraman running with his equipment accidentally bumps into him. Lu Sheng turns, smiling, and asks if this is a live broadcast. The cameraman nods, adding that it's a shame they arrived late as there had already been an impressive show down by the mountain. He quickly reassures him that it's fine as tournaments usually last 2 or 3 days anyway. Just then, the tournament presenter steps forward, instantly catching everyone's attention. The elderly man, short in stature, introduces himself as Elder Jianhei, the main organizer. Despite his size, a strong and commanding energy radiates from him. Raising his voice, he announces the official start of the National University Martial Arts Championship. The crowd erupts in excitement, cheering and clapping at the news. With this, he takes out 4 tickets and explains the participants for group matches have been decided by drawing lots. He requests all participants to form a line and draw their tickets. The first to draw are the Dao twins. The girl with blue hair draws next and stares at her ticket, feeling sad. Lian Jibei also draws his ticket, smiling as his body emits powerful evil energy. After that, it's Lu Sheng's turn. Before him, 2 other students take out their tickets, but one of them instantly becomes worried upon seeing Wang Xin's name. Now fellow disciples have to face each other in the competition. His companion quickly reassures him, pointing out that since Xin is now enrolled in a different academy, they are no longer classmates, only opponents. Returning to Lu Sheng, he draws ticket number 135 and wonders who he will face. Just then, another student named Lu Ming approaches and introduces himself as a student from Dongning Martial Arts University. He explains that he has heard of Lu's great reputation, and now, seeing him in person, he truly thinks he is impressive. At the same time, 2 younger students who recognize Lu Sheng approach to greet him. The girl with blue hair smiles and greets him warmly with both hands, while the boy trembles with excitement, unable to believe that the guy has reached this level. Observing him, the girl places her hand on her chest and admits that he is so formidable that she feels nervous and finds it hard to breathe. Meanwhile, the boy looks up at the sky and reflects that this is the first time someone his age has surpassed him so completely. He feels he can only admire Lu Sheng from afar, never quite able to reach him. 2 students nearby overhear the conversation and comment on how lucky they are to know Lu Sheng, suggesting they should maintain this connection, as it could be greatly beneficial in the future. The boy, however, wonders how anyone could sustain a relationship with Lu when the gap between them feels like an insurmountable abyss. 10 minutes later, the president announces that 3 competitors didn't show up, meaning their draw numbers will be cancelled. This includes competitors 384, 483, and 135, Lu Sheng among them, so they automatically advance. The crowd reacts with amazement. Lu Sheng, thinking it incredible, realizes he has progressed without even stepping onto the stage, saving himself the effort of a fight. He decides it's the perfect opportunity to assess the level of the remaining competitors. With this, he approaches the stage where the students are already fighting. Observing the scene, he notices that only photographers and referees can move freely within the area. The rules are simple. Being pushed out or surrendering counts as defeat. Nearby, a girl cheers enthusiastically for her older brother. Lu Sheng watches closely and thinks that he clearly has impressive skill. On the stage, 2 students face off, one wielding 2 swords, the other relying solely on his fists. The long-haired student lunges with his swords, but his opponent reacts quickly. Using his fists, he strikes one of the blades, breaking it in 2 and securing victory. Overjoyed, the sister jumps for joy and steps onto the stage to celebrate with her brother, greeting the audience together. Meanwhile, the defeated long-haired student lies on the ground, covered in wounds. Suddenly, rain begins to fall. A referee approaches and places a hand on his shoulder, explaining that gym disciples are exceptionally skilled and, after graduating, dedicate themselves even more to their training. Their talent and time spent honing their abilities are superior, so losing is a natural outcome. The long-haired student spits to the side and retorts that if his opponent had been his age, he wouldn't have even been a rival. The referee nods in agreement, careful not to discourage him further. From the sides, Lu Sheng watches thoughtfully as he reflects that after losing, many students from martial arts academies tend to make excuses, citing age or training time. However, he considers, in a life-or-death fight, does any of that truly matter? Losing is losing. True strength never seeks excuses. Observing the ongoing matches, he notices that gym disciples might have an age advantage, yet students from martial arts academies benefit from superior practice environments. These academies receive subsidies from their schools, making age irrelevant, while the resources available to gym disciples are entirely self-funded. With this, the president announces that the first round of the competition has ended. He calls out the numbers 135 for Lu Sheng and 247 for Zhang Yuan, requesting both to proceed to the third stage. Several minutes later, just as they near the stage, Zhang Yuan suddenly drops to his knees. With a frightened expression fixed on the boy, he surrenders, unwilling to face what he perceives as a monster. Both the referee and Lu Sheng are left momentarily confused. The announcer declares our boy the winner, allowing him to advance to the next round. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan trembles, thinking himself foolish for even considering a fight against the Demon King. He recalls how Bai Heng had almost shattered his martial arts confidence after witnessing just a single punch from Lu. Meanwhile, the boy leaves the stage feeling frustrated and discouraged. Unable to fight again, he is denied the challenge he desires. As he walks away, Lian Jibei watches him intently with his body radiating powerful energy. Several minutes later, the president announces that the third round of selection is about to begin. He calls for participant number 135, Lu Sheng, and number 452, Zhang Long, to proceed to platform number 4. Hearing that, our Giga Chad prepares himself, stretching his fingers with a smile as finally, it's his turn to step into the competition. As he approaches the stage, he notices it is packed with people. He tries to push his way through, but the crowd is too dense. After several minutes of struggling, fatigue sets in. Glancing toward the combat platform with a murderous look, his body suddenly begins to radiate powerful spiritual energy. Within seconds, the energy surges forward toward platform 4, parting the crowd in its path. With this, Lu Sheng descends the stairs, heading straight toward platform 4. A muscular man with green hair angrily pushes through the crowd and approaches Lu. He instantly activates his chi and charges toward him, clearly intending to end him. Lu Sheng tilts his head slightly, showing a hint of confusion at the sudden aggression. As the man swings to strike, our boy's body emits a surge of powerful energy. With just a slight turn, he effortlessly evades the punch and delivers a single powerful kick that sends the man flying. The impact is so strong that the man crashes into the stairs, shattering them into pieces and leaving him unconscious. Meanwhile, the crowd stands in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how a muscular, formidable opponent could be defeated with just one simple kick. With this, Lu Sheng refocuses on his opponent and wonders where he is. He asks the president, who is also unaware, and calls out for Zhang Long from Nanlong Martial Arts School several times. Suddenly, one of the men points toward the scene and explains that the person our boy had just sent flying was Jiang Long. Upon seeing Jiang Long unconscious, the announcer decides there's no need to continue the match and announces that Lu Sheng will advance to the next round. Our boy exhales softly, thinking to himself that this turn of events is certainly unexpected. The third round concludes quickly, leaving only the top 100 students. As the next set of fights begins, various students defeat their opponents and advance. When it's Lu's turn, his opponent barely has a chance to make a move before he lands a single decisive punch, sending him out of the ring. The referee declares Lu Sheng the winner, and the audience is left in awe of his overwhelming strength. In the crowd, a man with orange hair tells his fellow fighter that Lu Sheng from the Seven Saints is insanely strong, so strong that even a top 20 fighter can't match him. He warns the boy that his chances are slim if he challenges Lu. The guy, despite being a bit nervous, assures that he'll do his best, and if that fails, he'll use a special card from their master that was tailor-made by Master against the Dao twins and the Chao Yu Saint Miao. The man nods, saying Lu Sheng's strength makes using the card worthwhile. Meanwhile, in another stand, Lian Jibei and the twins observe Lu Sheng's fight. Lian Jibei comments on Lu Sheng's remarkable talent, then turns with a murderous look, explaining that his talent is actually beneficial. He could serve as an excellent sharpening stone, perhaps helping the two of them ascend directly to master. Hearing that, the twins exchange looks of joy, clearly pleased with the prospect. Back in the stands, the girl with blue hair watches Lu Sheng's fight, feeling a surge of fear. Her brother clenches his fist and scolds her gently, telling her to stop being so pessimistic. He admits that Lu Sheng wields considerable power, but at most, he's only on the level of the Dao twins. He wonders if she simply lacks confidence in herself. Nervously, she looks down. As she observes Lu Sheng's body radiating suffocating spiritual energy, sweat begins to form on her forehead and fear grips her. She whispers that what she sees is only a fraction of his true strength. 4 hours later, the president announces that the 7th round is about to begin. The winner of this match will secure a spot among the top 10 in the country. Lu Sheng steps onto the stage and is surprised to find that his opponent is Wang Xin. He notes that the guy graduated from the 7th Saint University, making him technically a fellow student. As Lu Sheng walks toward him, he wonders whether they should act more friendly. Wang Xin, however, crosses his arms and remains silent, focused on protecting his reputation. Just then, the referee raises his arm, signaling the start of the fight. Lu Sheng smiles and, as a courtesy, offers Wang Xin to attack first. The guy glares at him and explains that he has held the top spot on the Seven Saints leaderboard for 2 years. Surprised, Lu Sheng gives Wang Xin a thumbs up and remarks that he's really impressive, encouraging him to use his full strength. Annoyed by his casual attitude, the guy gets enraged and unsheathes his sword. As Wang Xin shouts, his body becomes enveloped in powerful spiritual energy. When he draws his sword, it transforms into a blade of golden energy, radiating light and gusts of wind. The crowd falls silent, unable to believe what they are seeing. Spectators whisper that Wang Xin's sword power far surpasses that of an average level 6 peak warrior and approaches the realm of complete mastery. From a nearby stand, Lian Jibei watches in astonishment as he wonders if Wang Xin has used a secret technique to temporarily boost his strength. One of the twins smiles, noting that the explosion of power rivals even their maximum effort, and wonders how Lu Sheng will respond to such an overwhelming attack. Back on the stage, Lu Sheng stands calmly, simply observing. Wang Xin grips his sword with both hands, and the blade transforms into a massive weapon of blazing energy. As he charges toward Lu Sheng at incredible speed, he explains that his secret technique, Burning Blood, allows him to increase his strength by over 50%. Though he won't be able to use this power for some time afterward, he believes it's worth unleashing against Lu Sheng. The energy on the sword grows ever larger, manifesting the technique known as the triple frenzy cut of Burning Blood Furious Wave. Rather than dodging, Lu Sheng casually slides his hands into his pockets and walks forward toward the attack. The referee panics and shouts at Wang Xin to stop. Ignoring the warning, Wang Xin lunges, and as the blade nears Lu Sheng's face, he pleads to be allowed to defeat him. In the next instant, just before the sword strikes, our boy catches the massive blade effortlessly with 2 fingers, as his body radiates a surge of powerful blue spiritual energy, leaving Wang Xin completely dumbfounded. Following up, Lu Sheng gains momentum with his body surrounded by a surge of powerful energy as he advances toward Wang Xin. As his fist lands, Wang Xin goes flying, and Lu Sheng reminds him that he had been asked to use his full strength. With a decisive strike to Wang Xin's chest, he sends him hurtling backward. Offering him another chance, Lu Sheng urges Wang Xin to use any secret technique or special ability to fully unleash his potential. Wang Xin lies on the ground, knowing that he had already exhausted all his power and cannot understand Lu Sheng's words. He cannot believe that even after using his final trick, he has been defeated. Within moments, Wang Xin falls unconscious, and our boy turns away calmly as the referee announces him as the winner. Lu Sheng turns his head and notices that Wang Xin is still lying on the ground, which leaves him confused. For a moment, he thinks this shouldn't be possible. After all, he only used a fraction of his strength and never unleashed the full power of the stars, so he starts to wonder if he somehow struck Wang Xin too hard. In the end, he lets out a sigh and decides to put the matter out of his mind. Meanwhile, the man accompanying Wang Xin and the other students are stunned. The man grows nervous, unable to comprehend how Wang Xin, who was expected to surpass Miao and the Dao twins, could be defeated. Clenching his fists in anger, he is shocked that Wang Xin hadn't even blocked a single blow. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng approaches the referee and calmly requests that the result be announced. Startled out of his daze, the referee quickly nods and confirms the outcome. With that settled, Lu Sheng heads toward the exit while the referee walks over to the unconscious Wang Xin and checks on him. As Lu Sheng walks toward the corner, he immediately draws the attention of everyone in the audience. Soon after, whispers ripple through the crowd, with many calling him the Demon King of the 7th Institute. While students cheer from all sides, Lu Sheng calmly takes a seat on a nearby bench. At the same time, other students stare at him with a mix of shock and intimidation, and some of the girls can't help but feel captivated by his presence. A couple of them even remark that, despite merely sitting there, the so-called Demon King remains awe-inspiring. Hearing this, Lu Sheng feels slightly puzzled, privately thinking that the nickname Demon King sounds rather childish. Nearby, an orange-haired man turns to his companion and points out that Wang Xin possessed an incredibly powerful physique, yet Lu defeated him without even using his full strength. Given that Wang Xin was ranked among the top 3 talents, this only further highlights how monstrous Lu Sheng truly is. Shortly after, the president arrives and remarks that there's no point in arguing and urges everyone to keep watching. Inwardly, he knows Lu Sheng is an anomaly found by Tan Zhongyu's that defies all logics. On the stadium stairs, Chao Qing wonders aloud whether Wang Xin might have held back. In response, his twin brother simply smiles and slaps his knee, explaining that the more impressive Lu Sheng becomes, the better it is for them. As he tightens his clenched fist, powerful energy surges from his body and bursts the water bottle in his hand. Meanwhile, nearby, the blue-haired girl steps forward and peers over the wall. Almost instantly, the aura radiating from him sends a chill through her. As she looks closer, she realizes the shadow surrounding him is steadily growing, spreading in an ominous way. Several hours later, night finally falls, and Lu Sheng returns to the hotel with the other students. Once inside his room, he sits on the bed and reflects on how quickly today's tournament came to an end, only to realize that the final is already scheduled for tomorrow. As he stares at the wall, a faint yet murderous aura seeps from his body, driven by his growing excitement at the thought of facing a grandmaster the next day. Just then, his phone vibrates with a new message from his younger sister. She excitedly mentions that he appeared on television again and wishes him good luck. In response, Lu Sheng explains that the martial arts camp is being broadcast live. After a brief pause, he adds that if she truly wants what's best for their parents, she should avoid watching tomorrow's competition. Taken aback by this, she hesitates in confusion. Meanwhile, a powerful aura continues to radiate from his body. He stays silent for several minutes before finally sending another message, explaining that he doesn't want their parents to witness him killing someone. Afterward, he lets out a sigh, feeling a faint sense of relief. Shortly after, his sister replies with a smiling emoji, saying she was only joking and doesn't want to scare their parents since the competition will be bloody anyway. Lu Sheng smiles, reassures her with a playful emoji, and notes that their parents will likely watch the replay regardless. As he smiles, his phone vibrates with 5 new messages. The first comes from Ming, praising him for his performance. Soon after, a message from Dandan appears, finding comfort in the fact that they are beneath the same starry sky. The third arrives from Qin, who expresses unwavering confidence in Lu Sheng's success. As he finishes reading those, another message pops up from Dong Qingxu, wishing him good luck. Seeing her name, Lu Sheng's thoughts drift to her, and a faint pang stirs in his heart. After a moment, he turns to the window to admire the moonlit night, then decides to take a walk and steps outside. At the same time, the blue-haired girl leaves the hotel, warms her hands against the freezing air, and pauses at a corner to look up at the star-filled sky. All of a sudden, someone approaches. As footsteps reach her ears, she turns her head, and the moment she recognizes who it is, her body freezes. Almost instinctively, she bolts, realizing the one approaching is Lu Sheng. Watching her flee, Lu Sheng can't help but wonder whether he truly appears that terrifying. As the wind brushes past him, it seems to carry a quiet reminder of his growing reputation as the Demon King. Even so, beneath that fearsome image, he can't help but think that his luck with the opposite sex has always been poor. Meanwhile, not far away, the girl ducks behind a rock and watches him from a distance. After confirming that he isn't searching for her, she finally lets out a sigh of relief. All of a sudden, a dark and oppressive aura begins to radiate from Lu Sheng's body. Within seconds, the energy spreads outward until it reaches the girl. Startled, she can only stare at the overwhelming darkness pouring from him. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng continues gazing at the moon, and as he does, his aura expands even further, seeming to blot out the sun, moon, and stars alike. The following day, at lunchtime, the students make their way to the cafeteria. As Lu Sheng steps up to the buffet counter, he points out several dishes and requests all of them at once. In response, the woman serving the food is momentarily taken aback. While she begins piling the food onto his plate, Lu Sheng casually glances to the side and notices the blue-haired girl peeking at him from behind a pillar. Seeing this, he finds himself wondering what she is trying to do. Meanwhile, the hooded student carrying his tray is suddenly blocked by several others, with Chao Qian stepping forward and radiating a powerful aura. Smiling smugly, Chao Qian warns him, while the silent student recalls rumors that everyone who faced Chao Qian was left badly injured. A moment later, Chao Qian steps closer and warns that when he attacks, he never holds back. In response, the black-haired student narrows his eyes, carefully trying to read Chao Qian's intentions. Then, just as suddenly, Chao Qian moves aside and flashes another smile, leaving the student behind. Someone carrying a tray moves through the crowded cafeteria, and it turns out to be Lu Sheng. While casually munching on a chicken leg, he accidentally bumps into Chao Qian, instantly startling him. In the next moment, Qian's anger flares, and he spins around, shouting as he demands to know who is responsible. Soon enough, his gaze locks onto Lu Sheng. In response, he merely tilts his head and calmly meets Chao Qian's deadly stare. Infuriated by the lack of reaction, Qian steps closer and makes a throat-cutting gesture, warning that Lu Sheng will not be able to escape. Meanwhile, our boy quietly moves with startling speed and grips Qian by the neck and lifts him clean off the ground. In the blink of an eye, Lu Sheng begins to strangle him, and a wave of panic sweeps through the cafeteria. Under the crushing force of Lu Sheng's grip, blood slowly seeps from Qian's mouth. Clinging to what little energy he has left, he desperately tries to understand Lu Sheng's intentions. All of a sudden, a commanding voice stops Lu Sheng as Lian Jibei steps forward with his green aura flaring while he closes the distance and orders him to release Chao Qian. Calmly warning that the tournament hasn't begun and that further attacks would mean disqualification, he makes his point clear. After a brief silence, Lu Sheng releases Chao Qian with a faint smile, claiming it was a joke, while the guy collapses to his knees, clutching his neck and struggling to recover. Lu Sheng steps closer, radiating a threatening aura, and tells Qian to run home to his mommy before calmly walking away. Watching this, Lian Jibei tells Qian to stop embarrassing himself and get back on his feet. Qian tries to explain what happened, but he ignores him and keeps walking. The students observing the scene are left in shock as they can't believe Lu Sheng just defeated one of the Dao Star twins so effortlessly. Whispers spread as they wonder just how strong he really is and whether he has already reached master level. Meanwhile, Lu munches on a chicken leg, his eyes flicking between Chao Qian and Lian Jibei. He thinks about how he can't fight them openly without becoming a fugitive and endangering his family, deciding instead to wait for the right moment. Later, in the gym restroom, Lian Jibei corners Qian, demanding an explanation. Qian apologizes, admitting that Lu Sheng had caught him off guard with a surprise attack and insisting that the outcome would have been different had he had time to react. Lian Jibei remains silent, staring at the ground, letting Qian's words hang in the air. Just then, Chao Qing strolls up, smirking at Qian and mocking him as useless. Enraged, Qian grabs his brother by the collar, threatening to get his revenge first. Chao Qing, unfazed, repeats that Qian is useless, this time for getting beaten up and then lashing out at his own teammates. Lian Jibei steps in to break it up, telling Qian to deal with the mess himself since he's the one who embarrassed the gym. Qian quickly apologizes and promises it won't happen again. After everyone leaves, Qian is left alone, staring at the floor and shaking with fury. He stomps so hard that the ground cracks beneath him, swearing he will make Lu Sheng pay with his life. An hour later, everyone gathers at the stadium. There, Lu meets up with the vice principal and the other teachers, who warn him not to get overconfident. The vice principal reminds him that the Dao twins have dominated the championship for years, and despite his earlier advantage, he needs to remain sharp in the ring. Lu Xing simply smiles, nods, and says he understands before walking off. The teachers watch our boy walk away. One hooded figure among them remarks that he seems unusually calm, while another turns to the vice principal and confidently predicts that they're definitely taking home the trophy this time. However, he keeps his eyes on Lu Sheng, silently wondering how he plans to handle Tan. Soon after, the 8th round draw takes place. Lu pulls his ticket, glances at it, and smiles. With that, the president announces the final match, Lu Sheng versus Chao Qian from Dao Academy. Hearing that, our boy remains still, holding the ticket in silence. Confusion spreads through the crowd at the matchup. One student clenches his fists and asks his friend whether the organizers set this up intentionally. A blue-haired spectator comments that this is clearly bad blood between the two. Another points out that Lu Sheng already defeated Qian with a single hit that morning, making the outcome seem obvious. Back on the stage, Lu Sheng stands casually with his hands in his pockets as Qian approaches. When he turns, he meets Qian's glare, swearing that Lu Sheng is a dead man. Unfazed, our boy mocks him and makes a throat-slitting gesture, which only fuels Qian's rage further. He swears again, promising that he will kill him. Just then, the president announces the first match, which is Bai Heng from 4th Martial Saints versus Chai Qing from Celestial Star. Both fighters make their way toward the ring. Nearby, the director tells the hooded boy to give his best, no matter what. The boy's mind, however, is occupied with thoughts of how dangerous Qing is and how intense their upcoming fight will be. As he passes by, Lu Sheng smiles and offers a few words of encouragement. The boy is taken aback, wondering why he seems concerned about him. Then, Lu Sheng's aura flares subtly as he casually promises to avenge the boy if anything happens to him. The boy just nervously waves with a small smile and thanks Lu Sheng for caring. Our boy waves back, grinning, and assures him there's no need for formalities since they're from the same school. The boy climbs into the ring, where his opponent waits with his arms crossed, looking eager. The crowd erupts in excitement as the boy locks eyes with Chao Qing, returning a deadly stare that sends a clear message to his opponent. They face off in complete silence when the president announces the start of the fight, and the crowd erupts in cheers. Chao Qing exudes an intense aura, smirking as he declares that he won't give his opponent a chance to surrender. Slowly, the boy draws his sword and charges at him with both hands gripping it tightly. Chao Qing, however, tilts his head slightly and dodges with casual ease. Refusing to relent, the boy leaps forward and unleashes a flurry of strikes. Yet Chao Qing dodges every attack as if they were meaningless. Frustrated, the boy falls back in disbelief that not a single strike landed. The crowd watches in stunned silence while one student asks if Qing has really become this strong. Another explains that only someone approaching mastery could perform moves like that. It's terrifying. Ice energy radiates from the boy's body. He grips his sword tightly with both hands and, noticing that Chao Qing relies solely on dodging, challenges him to evade the next attack. Taking a deep breath, he plunges his sword into the ring and activates his sealing ability, Extreme Ice. Instantly, an icicle erupts from the ground, shooting straight toward Chao Qing. The boy looks up, convinced the icicle hit, but then realizes it was just an illusion. Before he can react, Chao Qing pops up right in front of him, summoning spirits that attack non-stop. He screams as the guy steps in with his glowing dagger while teasing him for falling into the trap, and drives it into his ribs, sending him flying out of the ring and crashing hard to the ground. Seeing that, doctors and bystanders rush over. Blood streams from the boy's mouth as two guys help him sit up. One of them checks him over and tells his friend that the kid has 4 broken ribs and fractured limbs and he's in really bad shape. Chao Qing also walks up smirking and calls him a waste. The guys glance at him confused. Just then, Lu Sheng appears, and seeing him, Chao Qing's smirk widens as he warns that it's his turn now. Lu kneels beside the injured boy and rests a hand on his shoulder. He thanks him for giving his all. He fixes his gaze on Chao Qing and remarks that it is a shame the guy did not get hurt more. Otherwise, he might have had a reason to kill him. In an instant, a golden lion manifests beside him, roaring with fierce intensity. Seeing that, Chen stumbles backward, completely overwhelmed by the raw force radiating from his body. The tension lingers for only a moment before the announcer interrupts, announcing the next match of Zhang Yu from Chao Martial School versus Peng Hong from Fire Dragon Martial School. As the fight starts, Zhang Yu channels her power into her palms, and with a flashy speed charges at Peng. The guy, realizing she is a psychic mentalist, freezes for a moment but then decides to counter to show his own power. With this, he punches the spiritual hand with everything he's got. As they collide, a loud explosion erupts and his attack completely fails as the hand keeps coming. He's shocked, wondering why it didn't work. Within seconds, the spiritual hands grab him and start squeezing and stretching his body. He screams in agony, feeling like he's about to be torn apart. With his last bit of energy, he looks at her and surrenders. With this, she releases him while the referee raises his hand in surprise and announces her as the winner. Students watching nearby are blown away. One says her skills are seriously strong and figures she's at least a level 4 psychic mentalist based on that energy. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng watches her in the ring and smiles, thinking her psychic power is 2 points higher than his. She turns around, spots him in the crowd, and immediately starts running away. Seeing that, Lu Sheng is confused, wondering why she's running again. To him, it's just like Lin. He's starting to wonder if he looks too evil or something. With this, the president announces the final round, Chao Qian from Dao Martial School versus Lu Sheng from 7th St. Martial University. Chao Qian pushes through the crowd, glaring at Lu as he heads to the ring. Our boy also walks over while the crowd is hyped, knowing this one's actually going to be good unlike the quick matches before. Lu Sheng climbs into the ring and sees Chao Qing climbing up too. Qian stares him down and holds out his hand, explaining that according to Rule 32, killing your opponent under reasonable circumstances in the competition means no consequences. He asks if Lu Sheng gets what that means. Lu's expression shifts as he reveals that he is eager to get started. The referee backs away as he doesn't want to catch any strays. Both fighters create distance, and the host announces the round's beginning. Just as it starts, Lu Sheng starts warming up as he knows Chen's still salty about the earlier loss. He decides to give Chen time to prepare and tells him to hurry up and use everything he's got. Chao Qing's aura explodes as he glares at Lu Sheng with murder in his eyes, warning Lu Sheng's gonna regret this. He spreads his arms wide as energy pours out and he starts transforming. A few seconds later, the energy from Chao Qing's body hits Lu, and when he feels it, his expression completely changes. Qian's body glows and releases a surge of evil energy that spreads across the arena, drawing every spectator's attention. The pressure increases until the air feels heavy, and his body begins to change. The transformation starts gradually as his skin shifts color, and a glow rises from his chest. The ground cracks under his weight, and his frame expands, tearing through his clothes as muscle builds across his body. His hair turns white, and the energy around him compresses into something far more dangerous than before. The stadium reacts with confusion and fear. Some recognize the transformation and compare it to the second stage of demonic Dao Star, a form he once used to dominate an earlier competition. Others struggle to understand how his presence now surpasses the level of masters, pushing out an aura that feels unnatural. The pressure continues to spread, forcing Zhang Yu to shield herself as the energy reaches her, heavy enough to disrupt focus. Teachers watching from the sidelines freeze as they realize the scale of the transformation, and the conclusion forms quickly that Lu Sheng faces a danger that exceeds the expected limits of the match. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng studies the transformation with calm interest, recognizing that Qian's strength multiplies beyond semi-master level. This second stage grants Qian a power at least 4 times stronger than before, and the fight shifts into a new and far more dangerous territory. Lu Sheng studies Qian's aura and recognizes something unnatural in it, and the realization causes his own energy to react. Power gathers around him as he focuses on Qian, who finishes his transformation and turns his attention fully toward him. Lian Jibei, watching this from the stands, is excited while his twin fellow can't help but laugh that the twin will share the spotlight. Just then, Qian steps forward and cracks the ground with a stomp, preparing for the first strike. Lu Sheng remains still, not raising a guard or reacting, which only provokes Qian further. The monster charges, building speed as his fists turn into force as he uses the martial artist's path, Demonic Strike. Energy gathers around his strikes and compresses into a focused burst aimed directly at Lu Sheng. The spectators freeze at the display of power, stunned into silence. Meanwhile, the supervising masters rise from their seats, prepared to intervene before things spiral out of control. As tension builds, Chen steps forward with murderous focus, committing fully to the attack while the energy surges ahead of him. In contrast, Lu Sheng remains exactly where he stands. With this, Chao Qian strikes his chest with enough force to pull his hands from his pockets. The energy from the blow erupts upward, creating an explosion that turns the sky red. The crowd watches in silence while Lian Jibei smiles at the display of power, certain Lu is finished. As the smoke clears, our boy stands surrounded by golden energy. Seeing that, Lian Jibei grips his chair in disbelief while Chao Qing stares in confusion. Just then, Chao Qian attacks again with all the energy he has, but once more, it has no effect. Seeing that, Lu Sheng mocks him and tells him to bring out his third stage if he has one. However, Chao Qian just looks at him in confusion. Judging from his reaction, our boy concludes he has nothing else left, so he decides it's time to counter. Sensing the danger, Chao Qian starts trembling. At that moment, the boy channels his explosive star power into his fist and strikes him. The impact creates a massive explosion in the arena, making the ground shake violently. Meanwhile, Lian Jibei and the twin brothers stand there with their mouths wide open. As the smoky air settles, Chao Qian is revealed to be badly hurt and on his knees. Seeing that, his master, enraged, launches himself at Lu Sheng. As he charges in, the teachers from 7th Saint also step forward and block the attack. The impact pushes Jibei back, and when he lands, the 7th Saint vice principal demands an explanation for his actions. The president also intervenes, calling out all the masters and telling them not to act like fools in front of the students. Jibei quickly rushes to his student and angrily yells that Lu Sheng deliberately tried to kill the future star of his school and deserves to die. However, to his shock, Chao Qian suddenly starts coughing. Realizing he's alive, Jibei immediately calls for first aid. Since the boy survived, the vice principal gives Jibei a stern warning to let it go, and although he does, he threatens that he will remember this. Afterward, the president announces Lu as the winner of the round, and the audience begins whispering about how strong he is and how he defeated some extremely tough opponents. As Lu Sheng leaves, it becomes clear to the others that he was basically the main character of this entire competition from the start, and everyone else was just there for formality. As Lu Sheng heads toward the exit, the vice principal calls out to him and makes him stop. Getting his attention, he explains that in this conference, injuries and even deaths don't count as violations. If someone dies, it's considered their own weakness, not the killer's fault. He assures Lu Sheng that the university will handle any pressure from today's fight, and reminds him that ranked 9 martial saints aren't limited to Dao. While he speaks, the other teachers stay quiet. Our boy listens and admits he feels more at ease after hearing it. The vice principal studies him for a moment. Even someone as talented as Lu Sheng feels the weight of facing a true master. Being exceptional isn't enough to reach the level of a martial saint. Determination is required too. He knows Lu has talent, but the path ahead won't be simple. Lu Sheng doesn't respond to that thought. Instead, he stays quiet, relieved that the vice principal handled the situation so smoothly. He mentally notes how well he managed the moment, almost like a performance. Then a sudden pressure fills the air as nurses are loading the injured Chao Qian onto a stretcher. The hostile energy comes from Lian Jibei, who stands nearby, furious and humiliated. He looks ready to explode, but powerless to do anything about it. Soon after, the remaining fighters enter the ring for the 9th round draw of the semifinals. Lu Sheng, Chao Qing, Zhang Yu, and another competitor stand waiting as the crowd gathers and starts cheering. Among them is Deng Rui, a 30-year-old from Heaven and Earth Martial School. He watches quietly, realizing he has actually made it to the semifinals. However, he knows that so far, he has only made it this far by luck, and knows he wouldn't be able to defeat any of them. Meanwhile, to him, only Zhang Yu by contrast seems approachable. Her attacks are controlled, polite, and measured, apologizing if she hits too hard. To him, she is an angel of martial arts. Still nervous, he draws a ticket and instantly gets excited, realizing luck is on his side. Meanwhile, Chao Qing is a bit worried about what he will get. When he draws his ticket, he is immediately shocked at seeing his opponent. To push him further, Lu Sheng assures him that he can recommend some good insurance companies before the fight, just in case. Terrified, Qing instantly turns away, at which point our boy reveals he was just joking, claiming that if he killed him, his master would come after him. Lu Sheng completely crushes Chao Qing's spirit, coldly telling him that he isn't just useless like Chao Qian, he is actually far worse. As Lu walks away with a smirk, he knows his trash talk has successfully baited Lian Jibei. When Chao Qing whispers the insult into Jibei's ear, his expression shifts into a mask of pure fury. Lu Sheng senses the murderous tension and flares his own suffocating golden aura in response. But he realizes that to kill Jibei without facing massive consequences, he needs to be strong enough to ignore the rules entirely. He concludes that to save humanity and act on his own terms, he must work even harder to reach a level where he creates the rules, rather than following them. A few minutes later, the 9th round begins with a grueling 10-minute clash between Zhang Yu and Deng Rui. Zhang Yu eventually secures the win while emitting a powerful blue energy, leaving a weary Deng Rui feeling relieved just to have maintained his dignity against such monsters. As the fight ends, the masters observe the scene with unease. Though this match was calm and balanced, they fear that things are about to take a dark, chaotic turn once Lu Sheng finally takes his turn to fight. In the stands, two boys chat about the upcoming match. One complains that the previous fight was boring, but predicts the next one will be legendary. Lu Sheng versus Chao Qing. They agree that the Dao twin stars deserve whatever beating they get, noting that the duo usually ruins their opponents' lives and careers just because they have a big school backing them. One boy jokes that if Lu wins, Chao Qing won't even be able to go to the bathroom alone. The other laughs, saying he'll have to change his name to Crippled Star. Meanwhile, Chao Qing is having a crisis of confidence. He's never been afraid of anyone his own age before, and he's spiraling, wondering how he let our boy get under his skin. Lu Sheng snaps him out of it with a smirk, telling him to get in the ring for his beating. Trying to save face, Chao Qing acts tough and mocks Lu Sheng, suggesting he grab a weapon so he doesn't complain about being mistreated later. Our boy doesn't say a word. He just stands there, as a suffocating golden energy flares around him. He stares at Chao Qing with a look that screams, "Do you really want to die?" Terrified but unwilling to show it, Chao Qing yells at him to stop posing and get in the ring. As the match starts, Lu Sheng remains perfectly still and silent. Panicked by the lack of movement, Chao Qing stops overthinking and throws himself into a defensive stance, waiting for the impact. Chao Qing powers up with purple energy, convinced he can dodge anything Lu throws at him. But as minutes pass, he just stands there perfectly still. Slowly, a powerful blue energy begins to radiate from Lu Sheng, creating a terrifying pressure that makes Chao Qing realize he has absolutely no openings. Panicking and unable to handle the mental strain, Chao Qing decides to strike first. He lunges forward using celestial speed, trailing golden energy and unsheathing a dagger for his Dao Star stab. The blade bursts into flames, emitting a light so blinding that the audience has to look away while the masters watch in fascination. When the smoke clears, the crowd sees Chao Qing's dagger pressed against a solid golden energy barrier surrounding Lu Sheng. To Chao Qing's horror, his legendary star dagger shatters into pieces against the shield. Before he can even process the loss, Lu vanishes and reappears right next to him. He mockingly apologizes for breaking the weapon and calls Chao Qing too slow. Our boy then transforms into a blur of blue flames, circling Chao Qing at impossible speeds. Every time Chao Qing tries to track him, Lu Sheng taunts him from a new direction. The psychological pressure is too much as Chao Qing loses his mind, drops to his knees, and covers his ears in a total panic, completely broken by the realization that he can't even see his opponent. Chao Qing hits the ground, completely spiraling in desperation. Lu Sheng casually strolls up behind him, grabs him by the collar, and hoists him into the air like a rag doll. With a mocking smile, he asks if this is all some big joke, then gets serious and questions if he's really giving up this early. Infuriated, Chao Qing bets everything on his Dao Wind technique, unleashing a massive green aura that blasts out in every direction. Despite the intense energy surge, Lu doesn't even flinch. He keeps holding Chao Qing's collar, totally unmoved by the storm. Sweating from the effort, Chao Qing pushes the wind to its absolute limit, desperate to take Lu Sheng down. However, it's useless. The attack does 0 damage. Our boy just stares him down with a murderous look and sarcastically asks if this is what he calls Dao Wind. Lu Sheng drops him like trash and vanishes, turning into a streak of blue flames. He decides it's time to show Chao Qing what real wind power looks like. He begins circling Chao Qing so fast that he creates multiple afterimages, appearing to be everywhere at once. The crowd is losing it, and Chao Qing is left paralyzed and shaking. One girl in the stands even asks if what they're seeing is just an illusion. Within seconds, Lu Sheng creates hundreds of afterimages that completely surround Chao Qing. He mocks him, daring him to find the real one. Chao Qing spins around in a blind panic, but every time he thinks he has a lead, our boy whispers from behind or beside him, teasing that if he can even manage to touch him once, he wins. From the sidelines, the vice principal is stunned. He realizes Lu is moving so fast that he's exploiting visual retention, essentially moving faster than the eye can process, leaving a trail of hundreds of solid-looking ghosts. While creating 5 or 6 of these is impressive, what Lu Sheng is doing is on a terrifying, superhuman scale. Desperate to win, Chao Qing unsheathes his dagger and starts hacking wildly at the illusions. He's convinced that if he just keeps swinging, he'll eventually hit the real Lu Sheng. He slices through one afterimage after another, but they all vanish like smoke. Just as he thinks he's made progress, his voice snaps his attention away again. While Chao Qing is completely distracted by the sea of fakes, the real Lu Sheng silently appears right behind him. Lu finally moves, reaching for Chao Qing's head while telling him to witness the true power of the wind. Using a technique called Moon Divine Wind, he strikes with such blinding speed that Chao Qing is dismantled in an instant. By the time his body hits the floor, our boy has broken his neck, jaw, arms, legs, and 8 ribs. Standing over the wreckage, he mocks him one last time, noting that now that he's a cripple, he's finally on the same level as his partner, Chao Qian. As the referee declares Lu the winner, the stadium is in a state of pure shock. Two boys in the crowd discuss how Lu Sheng is a total monster, wondering if anyone in their generation can actually stand a chance against him. All eyes turn to Zhang Yu, the next opponent, who is visibly trembling with fear. When the announcer calls for the match between Lu Sheng and Yu to begin, she doesn't even hesitate, and throws her hand up and forfeits on the spot. The crowd is stunned, but as our boy turns to look at her, she panics and sprints away as fast as she can. While Lu is left confused by her reaction, it's revealed that Zhang Yu has a special ability to see a person's aura. To her, he isn't just a student. He's a demon draped in a murderous, suffocating energy that rivals even Lian Jibei's. Meanwhile, the officials, including Bai Heng, watch with impressed smiles, acknowledging that since no one left can touch Lu Sheng, he has officially secured the championship for their university. As the announcer officially wraps up the tournament, the victory is broadcast nationwide, sparking celebrations. Lu Sheng's friend, Yang Yuan, blushes and denies they are dating when teased by her roommate, though she can't hide her affection. While back at the Lu household, his sister and parents are ecstatic, immediately planning a celebratory feast to honor his massive win. Even Dan Dan blushes and admits to her friend that she is content just being able to see Lu Sheng and send him messages, even if he never replies. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Military District, the femboy celebrates our boy's victory, confident that he will keep his promise to join their ranks after graduation. However, Dong Qingsu skeptically points out that the legendary martial arts master Tan Zhongyu has eyes on him too, and even the second master can't compete with a master of that caliber for Lu's recruitment. As they discuss their upcoming mission, Lu Sheng suddenly shocks the entire world on live TV by pointing directly at the camera and boldly challenges Master Lian Jibei, shocking everyone. 1 minute ago, just as the old-timer is about to officially crown Lu Sheng the champion, he interrupts him with a special request. Stepping forward, he first addresses the president with respect. Then, turning to the entire stadium, he drops a bombshell that he entered the tournament to learn from the best. Yet he is profoundly disappointed. The crowd falls silent in shock as he calls the competition boring and monotonous, claiming that no one there even came close to putting him under pressure. While his mentors worry that such an arrogant display might make him a target for every martial arts school in the country, Lu Sheng pushes his provocation even further. First, he points directly at Lian Jibei and openly criticizes the Dao martial arts school. Then, he mocks the Twin Stars, labeling them as fame-seeking soy boys who haven't even mastered their own school's legacy. The crowd reacts instantly. Jita students erupt in fury, while Lian Jibei, consumed by rage, smashes the armrest of his chair and glares at Lu Sheng with pure, murderous intent. Lu Sheng squares off against Lian Jibei, bluntly stating that he had originally hoped the Dao Twin Stars would help him grow, but they proved far too weak. Then, to everyone's shock, he escalates further by challenging the Supreme Master himself to an immediate duel. While the audience reels, convinced he has lost his mind, his allies in the military quickly understand his true intention, that he plans to use a life-or-death battle against a level 7 master as a whetstone to shatter his final limits and make history in the Dragon Kingdom. Lian Jibei leaps into the ring, radiating murderous intent, and warns Lu Sheng not to die too easily. Unfazed, Lu Sheng keeps his hands in his pockets and calmly observes that even in a deathmatch, a true master remains composed. As some onlookers question why he would choose such a dangerous opponent, the vice principal steps in to explain that Jibei is the perfect target because he won't hold back, forcing Lu Sheng to either evolve or fall. Even the president himself can't help but admire the young man's remarkable courage and temperament as the arena braces for an unprecedented showdown. With this, the president accepts the challenge, though he secretly orders the other grandmasters to stay vigilant and prevent Lu Sheng from being killed. The masters assure him they will protect the young fighter, but their presence only fuels Lian Jibei's fury. Insulted that a level 6 fighter dares to challenge a master with 20 years of experience, Jibei resolves to end the fight instantly with a single, lethal blow. As the round is officially called, Lu Sheng finally releases the massive blue energy he's been holding back, thrilled to finally face the life-or-death pressure he needs to evolve. Jibei begins a monstrous transformation, his skin turning green and sprouting scales as he taunts Lu Sheng to experience the true pressure of a master. But he doesn't wait for the process to finish. With incredible speed, he lunges forward, intercepting Jibei mid-transformation. Locking eyes with the enraged master, Lu Sheng speaks coldly, declaring that he cares nothing for titles, only life and death, and bluntly tells Jibei that he was invited here today to die. While mid-charge, our boy claims that his strike will be more than a punch, it will be an execution. First, he activates the divine light of the Demon King, surging his life force. Then, he merges Star Impact with Stellar Divine, condensing a sun-like fireball into his fist. As he leaps forward, his power manifests as the Divine Whale Law, transforming his fist into a literal burning star. The energy is so overwhelming that the president himself rushes to intervene, But he's too late. Lu Sheng's punch lands, unleashing an explosion so violent that Lian Jibei is vaporized instantly, leaving nothing behind but his feet and a shattered ring. The arena plunges into a deathly silence. When the president lands back in the ring, demanding an explanation, Lu Sheng, still radiating suffocating energy, simply smiles and asks the level 8 Grandmaster if he'd like to be next. The onlookers are paralyzed, unable to comprehend his audacity. In that moment, the vice principal finally understands that Lu never intended to use Jibei to break through his limits. He wanted to hunt a king. As Lu Sheng locks eyes with him, he makes it clear that his path isn't about following the rules of martial arts. It's about pure, unstoppable idealism. The president stands in the ring, frozen in shock as he stares at the only remains of Lian Jibei's body. He looks at the 19-year-old Lu Sheng with a mix of terror and awe, realizing the boy just one-shotted a level 7 master. As our boy stands silently, savoring his victory, the president warns him that he has to report this slaughter to the Dao School and the legendary Grandmaster Tan Zhongyu. However, instead of arresting him, the president simply turns his back and walks away, telling Lu he can do as he pleases. Lu Sheng watches him go with a slight smile, feeling a bit disappointed. He had actually hoped he might try to fight him so he could test the gap between himself and a level 8 Grandmaster. Just as he's reflecting on the missed opportunity, the vice principal rushes into the ring and grabs his arm, breaking him out of his thoughts. He rushes him out of the stadium, gripping his arm and insisting they flee to the 7th Saints for protection. He's in a total panic, telling Lu Sheng he has messed up big time and needs to beg Tan for help, because Lian Jibei wasn't just any master, he was the brother of the martial saint's wife. Lu Sheng calmly cuts him off, revealing he knew exactly who Jibei was all along. Once they are outside, the vice principal loses it, asking how he could be so reckless and reminding him that Sait Tan is the only person on Earth powerful enough to shield him from the fallout. Lu Sheng just casually pulls his arm away and thanks him for the concern, but then adds that he doesn't actually need Tan's protection. Horrified, the vice principal asks if he's gone crazy, shouting that he's too young to realize the danger he's putting himself, his friends, and his family in. He warns Lu Sheng not to let his impulsiveness ruin his future, urging him to hurry before the powerful Lian family realizes what happened and retaliates. Lu Sheng just smiles and agrees, but then shocks him by refusing to run away. He explains that since the Lian family will find out anyway, he isn't going to hide. Instead, he has a different plan in mind. After hearing Lu Sheng's strategy, the vice principal finally calms down, realizing the kid actually has a vision for how to handle the fallout. He offers to go with him, but our boy casually declines. Radiating power, Lu heads for the stairs of the mountain, flashes one last confident grin, and then takes off at a speed so high he leaves the vice principal in the dust, daring him to try and keep up. Meanwhile, at the train station, Lu Sheng's family is in a state of total panic. His father checks his watch anxiously, noting they still have 30 minutes before the fastest train to the mountain arrives. The live broadcast cut out right as our boy challenged Lian Jibei, leaving his mother in tears. She's terrified for her son's life, unable to imagine a world without him. His father tries to keep it together, asking Lu's sister to help calm her mother down, but the girl is internally spiraling. She knows exactly how dangerous a level 7 Grandmaster is, comparing the threat to the powerful governor she once met, and she honestly has no idea if her brother can survive. Despite her own fear, she puts on a brave face and sincerely reassures her mother that Lu Sheng will be fine, which finally helps the poor woman stop crying. Just then, her phone rings and it's Lu Sheng. She answers in a panic, but as he explains the situation and gives her specific instructions on how to handle their parents, her fear turns into a huge sigh of relief. Her parents rush over, desperate to know if he's okay. Following Lu Sheng's lead, she puts on a bright smile and lies to her mother, claiming the broadcast only cut out because of a bad signal in the mountains. Relieved, his mother takes the phone to scold him for giving them such a heart attack. Lu Sheng calmly tells her that he's just getting ready to head onto the stage to collect his first-place award. Totally convinced and finally at peace, she tells him they won't bother him anymore and asks him to hurry home so they can see him. She hangs up and happily tells Lu's father that their son is safe. Lu Sheng's father is finally able to relax, reassuring his wife that their son is safe. Meanwhile, Lu's sister keeps quiet and smiles to herself, though she finds Lu Sheng's excuse a bit fishy, as she's followed tournaments before, and has never heard of an awards ceremony happening that quickly. Deciding to just trust her brother, she refocuses on the family's finances, playfully reminding her father to refund those expensive train tickets so they can use the money for a massive feast instead. As the family walks away happily, a mysterious man in a cap and earpiece is lurking around a corner, tailing them. He reports to his superiors that the family is back and still under his surveillance. It turns out he's a mercenary working under Master Yu. Just then, the man looks at his phone and suddenly freezes in fear, sweating as he reads the news that Lu Sheng, the very person's family he is watching, is only 19 years old and has just slaughtered a level 7 master. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng feels a sense of relief, knowing that with the secret backing of the vice principal and his professors, his family is finally under professional protection. As he walks toward a high-end training club, he reflects on the vice principal's earlier warning about the Lian family's inevitable revenge. He admits to himself that he is afraid of losing his life and everything he's built, but he refuses to spend the rest of his days living in the shadow of their threats. To him, some things simply have to be done, regardless of fear. Lu Sheng arrives at the VIP room of the Dingsheng Training Club and uses his perception to scout the room. Inside, he finds Lian Jibei's son in a state of total collapse, sobbing and demanding that his associate find and kill the bastard who murdered his father. Just as the son opens the door to head out, he comes face to face with Lu Sheng. Looking at the boy with glowing, murderous eyes and a terrifying smile, Lu Sheng tells him that his father is looking for him and offers to reunite them immediately. Meanwhile, in the Hemming Mountain Villa's outskirts, Lian Shaw, the sister of the fallen master and wife of the martial saint, questions about the accidental death of her brother. Her green-haired subordinate, kneeling in fear, explains the grim reality that Lian Jibei was challenged by the student Lu Sheng and vaporized on the spot, leaving only his feet behind. Lian Shaw is initially doubtful, knowing her brother was far too cautious to accept a challenge from anyone who actually posed a threat. However, her disbelief turns into explosive rage when the subordinate reveals that the killer is merely a level 6 warrior. Infuriated that a mere student could slaughter her brother, she grips her wine glass until it cracks with her body radiating a murderous energy as she demands to know if this humiliating report is some kind of sick joke. The subordinate trembles as he clarifies the terrifying truth that during the fight, Lu Sheng experienced a sudden, explosive breakthrough, ascending from level 6 to the state of a grandmaster to completely annihilate Lian Jibei. Hearing this, Lian Sha snaps. She hurls her wine glass aside and breaks into a fit of hysterical laughter, unable to process the absurdity of her brother being slain by someone so young. Her laughter quickly turns into bitter grief. Sobbing into her hands, she mourns the loss of her genius brother, but her sorrow rapidly hardens into cold, calculated resolve. Wiping away her tears, she stares out at the landscape and decides that since her family's blood has been spilled, she must act. She turns to her subordinate and ominously asks him if he is ready to take a trip, signaling that the time for her personal revenge has begun. The man hesitates, prostrating himself and reminding her that because Lian Jibei died in an official sanctioned duel, any retaliation would violate the laws of the martial arts world. Infuriated by this helplessness, she grabs him by the throat, demanding to know if her brother's death will go unavenged. Just then, she collapses to her knees in a fit of hysterical laughter and despair, realizing she has lost everything. When her subordinate remains silent to her pleas for help, she decides to take matters into her own hands. Meanwhile, near a local school, Fu Jianming, known to local children as a crazy old man, stands by a school weeping as he watches a pink-haired girl who reminds him of his late daughter. The children flee in fear of him, leaving the old man to return to his lonely task of scavenging for plastic bottles in the trash. Suddenly, the children bump into a stranger, Lu Sheng, who offers them a kind smile before approaching Fu Jianming. Lu Sheng greets the old man by name and jokingly tells him he's there to ask for money. He drops a heavy bag at the old man's feet, claiming he has brought exactly what Fu Jianming wanted. Stunned and trembling, the old man drops his own bag of scavenged cans and collapses to the ground, frantically opening Lu Sheng's bag to see if the young man has actually achieved the impossible. With this, Lu Sheng explains that while a master's body is usually treated with respect, this bastard deserved no such dignity, though he could only bring the head as proof of the deed. Lu then hands the old man a precious memento he recovered, a photograph of Fu Jianming with his late wife and 2 daughters. Seeing his family again, the old man is paralyzed with emotion. He clutches the photo to his chest and breaks down into gut-wrenching sobs of relief and grief. As our boy begins to walk away, the old man prostrates himself on the ground, weeping as he offers his deepest gratitude. Lu Sheng simply waves a hand in farewell, disappearing into the distance. As night falls over the city, he stands atop a building, watching the sunset before calling the vice principal. On phone, the vice principal urges him to return immediately, revealing that the legendary Master Zhong Yu has agreed to take him as a disciple and protect him from the Dao Martial Arts Academy's wrath. To his shock, Lu Sheng flatly refuses the offer. Knowing exactly where he is, Lu tells him to look out his floor-to-ceiling office window at the massive distant tower. He asks the vice principal if he knows what it truly takes to become a martial saint. Lu Sheng then declares his ultimate ambition that he doesn't want protection. He intends to become the supreme warrior and personally destroy that tower so the entire world will acknowledge his strength. After hanging up, a stunned vice principal tries to explain this to Master Tan Zhongyu, but he coldly interrupts, stating that if Lu Sheng is unwilling to be his disciple, they should simply forget about him. Master acknowledges that while Lu Sheng's goal of destroying the tower seems childish and ridiculous, it makes him the most interesting disciple he has seen in years. He tells him that the guy has chosen his own path and must be ready to face the consequences alone. However, the vice principal remains deeply concerned, knowing that Lian Sha is relentless and will never stop hunting Lu Sheng until he is dead. Recognizing the gravity of the threat, Tan Zhongyu makes a final concession and decides to order the powerful warrior Huai Yu to protect our boy's family, ensuring their safety even if the boy refuses his teaching. As Tan walks away, the vice principal remains in a respectful bow, silently hoping that Lu Sheng actually possesses the strength to fulfill his impossible dream and destroy the tower. As Master leaves the office, Lu stands alone on the rooftop, watching the sunset and reflecting on the weight of his decision. He knows that rejecting a martial saint like Tan Zhongyu is millions of times more significant and dangerous than his past refusal of Governor Xia. It is a move that requires monumental courage, as he is effectively turning down the ultimate shield. However, Lu Sheng's ambition is far greater than simply being a protected student. He realizes that by serving under a master, he would only ever be the second best. His true goal is to surpass Master Tan Zhongyu entirely and attain the absolute power necessary to tear down the established order. Reaching his hand toward the distant tower and clenching his fist as if to crush it, he reaffirms his resolve that only by becoming the strongest being on the planet can he truly save the world on his own terms. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion, Lian Sha stands alone by a window when her husband enters the room and confronts her, asking if she was the one who sent the assassin Kui after Lu Sheng. Lian Sha tries to maintain a cold facade, smiling as she justifies her actions, but she quickly snaps. She screams that while her brother Lian Jibei may have been useless, the death of her nephew, Lian Ye, is unforgivable as he was the last legitimate heir of her bloodline. When her husband calmly points out that Lian Jibei had illegitimate children who could carry on the name, Lian Sha loses all control. She lunges at him, grabbing him by the throat in a tearful rage. She cries out that it doesn't matter if they lacked talent, they were her biological family, and she will not let the little beast, Lu Sheng, extinguish her lineage without a fight. Lian Sha breaks down, weeping as she insists she is simply a woman trying to collect a blood debt for her family. Her husband, softening his tone, explains he isn't blaming her, but he warns that the assassin Kuai might not be enough. He reminds her that since Lu Sheng is under the protection of Master Tan Zhongyu, any attempt on his life could easily end in another failure if the Martial Arts Association intervenes. Shocked by the idea that Lu Sheng could be that powerful, Lian Sha clings to her husband, desperately asking if she should send an even higher-ranking killer. The man calms her, revealing that he has already taken a much more drastic step and deployed the 12 Shadows to support Kuei. He assures her that with this overwhelming force, they will finally get the bloody result she's been praying for. Lian Sha is moved by her husband's support, blushing as she leans in to kiss him, believing he truly cares for her. However, he abruptly pushes her away. His warmth vanishes as he reveals the real reason he is there is because he is furious that she stole the secret book of the Tao Path and gave it to Kui as a bribe without his permission. As he turns his back to leave, Lian Sha screams after him, defending herself by saying she had no other way to convince an expert of that caliber to do her dirty work. He stops just long enough to issue a chilling warning that she must never defy him again. Left alone in the room, the weight of the situation snaps her mind once more, so she collapses to her knees and erupts into a haunting, manic laughter that echoes throughout the entire mansion. The next day, a young woman named Pang Huayu lands at the airport, pulling her luggage while listening to music. She is the elite warrior sent by Master Tan Zhongyu to protect Lu Sheng's family. Looking at a photo of Lu Sheng on her phone, she is genuinely impressed. She thinks he might be the most talented master the martial arts world has seen in years, even surpassing Xing Yuzong. However, as she reads her briefing from the vice principal, she is stunned to learn that Lu Sheng actually turned down Master Tan Zhongyu. She thinks he's insane for trying to take on the entire Lian family alone after wiping out their heirs. She calls the vice principal to ask why they are still helping him, and he explains that the master simply doesn't want to see such a rare talent go to waste. He warns her that her target is Kui, a high-level star of the Tao. Realizing her opponent is an expert with skills equal to her own, she loses her casual attitude and prepares for a serious fight. That evening, Lu Sheng finally returns home, surprising his family just as they are preparing dinner. His sister greets him with a knowing smile, teasing him about how worried their parents have been. His mother, however, is less playful. She crosses her arms and gives him a stern lecture for being late, reminding him he was supposed to be back hours ago. His father quickly steps in to play peacemaker, calming his mother down and reminding her that the only thing that matters is that their son is back safe and sound. He then invites Lu to join him for a drink to celebrate his return. Our boy happily agrees, but before heading off with his father, he casually tosses his backpack to his sister, asking her to look after it for him. She is initially caught off guard by the weight of the backpack, turning to Lu Sheng to jokingly remind him that she's just a girl and shouldn't be doing heavy lifting. However, the moment he mentions there's a gift inside for her, her attitude flips instantly, and she happily accepts the task. As she walks away, she can't help but tease him, playfully remarking that he's such a true alpha male that it's no wonder he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. His mother chimes in, reminding him that now that he's 19, he should focus on finding a partner instead of spending all his time fighting and killing. Lu Sheng just laughs it off, rubbing the back of his head and insisting he's still too young to settle down. To dodge the lecture, he quickly changes the subject, asking with a smile what's on the menu for dinner. Just as the family is settling in, Lu Sheng senses an intruder's presence. He calmly turns to his mother, claiming he needs to step out for a moment to see a friend. She warns him that dinner, stewed chicken wings, will be ready in exactly 15 minutes and tells him not to let the food get cold. As he heads for the door, his aura shifts as he thinks to himself that 15 minutes is more than enough time to handle what's outside. Once out in the neighborhood, Lu Sheng walks toward a tree where the spy from the train station is hiding. He coolly thanks the man for his hard work in watching his family. The man steps out, trying to act professional, but he is suddenly paralyzed by the suffocating energy Lu Sheng begins to radiate. Knowing that the boy slaughtered a grandmaster just hours ago, the spy realizes he isn't just facing a talented student, he feels like a small animal standing before a supreme predator. Lu Sheng dismisses the spy, asking him to relay his gratitude to Master Tan Zhongyu and to promise that he will soon fulfill his word. As the man vanishes, Lu's sister comes out of the house, waving and yelling for him to hurry back before the food gets cold. Lu Sheng smiles and heads toward her, but as he walks, he activates his perception ability, scanning a massive radius for any threats. He is relieved to find no powerful signatures nearby, concluding that the assassins won't be attacking tonight. A week passes quietly. Pang, the elite guardian sent to watch over the family, sits in a cafe growing restless. She calls the vice principal, sipping tea and complaining that the star assassin, Kui, hasn't shown his face yet. She's bored and annoyed, telling him that if the leading star doesn't show up soon, she isn't going to sit around waiting forever. The vice principal suggests to Pang that perhaps the assassin Kui is simply procrastinating, as he should have arrived days ago. Little does she know, Kui is closer than she thinks. A scout spots Pang in the cafe and reports back to a man waiting in a taxi who turns out to be Kui. The subordinate is stunned to realize that during this week of procrastination, Kui hasn't been lazy. He has successfully broken through to the Grandmaster level. With his new power, Kui dismisses the need to deal with Pang and orders the taxi straight to Lu Sheng's house. Meanwhile, our boy is meditating in his room when the taxi enters his perception range, and he immediately recognizes it as a Grandmaster aura. While sipping her tea, Pang happens to glance out the window and spots the suspicious taxi heading toward Lu Sheng's home. She immediately realizes she's been lured into a false sense of security. As she watches, she spots the Dao's martial school shadows, elite warriors trained by the Supreme Martial Saint, moving in sync toward the house. Realizing the situation is critical, she calls the vice principal to report that the Dao Martial Arts School has made its move. She knows these shadows aren't true masters, but they possess level 7 strength, thanks to a secret holy method and lethal combat tactics designed to kill high-level targets like Lu Sheng. Without a second thought, she draws her sword and lunges through the cafe window. In a blur of speed, she decapitates one of the shadows before they even realize she's there, leaving the rest of the squad in a state of total shock. Pang attempts to coordinate with the vice principal, but the signal cuts out just as he reveals the full scale of the threat that the Lian family has sent 12 shadows specifically to eliminate Lu Sheng. Before she can regain the signal, she is surrounded. Despite her elite skills, the sheer number of level 7 shadows proves overwhelming. One shadow lands a powerful blow that sends her flying backward. She barely manages to stabilize herself by driving her sword into the pavement. As she recovers, she looks toward Lu Sheng's house and sees that Kui has stepped out of his taxi, his body radiating a suffocating Grandmaster energy. He stares at the house, fueled by a sadistic excitement to finally test his new power against Lu Sheng. Unaware of her gaze, Kui begins his ritual. He reflects on 20 years of stagnation at level 7 under the Supreme Martial Saint, realizing that his obsession with killing Lu Sheng was the catalyst he needed to break his limits. He presses his palms together and activates a terrifying technique called the Vitality Coagulation, followed by the intangible link of heaven and earth. A massive pillar of crimson energy erupts from his body, piercing the sky and causing the atmosphere to turn unnaturally dark. As a nearby street lamp flickers on, Kui reaches out toward the light, mesmerized by the sheer, intoxicating scale of his newfound Grandmaster power. Kui marvels at his new godlike abilities, using his Grandmaster power to literally seize the surrounding light and condense it into a glowing spear. By infusing it with his vitality coagulation, the weapon pulses with a sinister new color. He feels a twisted sense of gratitude toward Lu Sheng. If it weren't for the boy's actions provoking Lian Sha, he never would have been gifted the secret book that allowed him to shatter his level 7 chains. The light spear shifts and molds in his grip, transforming into a radiant sword. Armed with this manifestation of pure energy, Kui begins his march toward the house. confident that even the sect master reputation Lu Sheng has earned won't save him. Suddenly the front door opens. Lu Sheng steps out calmly and questions if Lian's family sent him. Ignoring his question, Kui tightens his grip on his radiant sword and issues a blood-curdling command when he orders the shadows to storm the house and decapitate the boy's entire family, fulfilling Lian Shah's demand for their heads. As the shadows dash toward the entrance, Lu Sheng remains eerily calm, his hands still in his pockets, simply tracking their movements. Kui lunges at Lu Sheng with his light sword, screaming at him not to get distracted because his real opponent is right in front of him. However, our boy doesn't just block or dodge, he completely vanishes. Before Kui can even process what happened, Lu reappears instantly in front of one of the shadows charging toward the house. Without breaking a sweat, he strikes the shadow with a movement so soft and precise, it belies its lethal power. In a flash of casual violence, the shadow's head is severed from his body, leaving his companion frozen in terror. Lu Sheng looks at the remaining shadows with cold indifference, telling them that despite their secret methods, their strength is as fragile as paper. He openly mocks their status as elite warriors, questioning if they truly believe they are masters of anything. Kui snaps his fingers and praises Lu Sheng's skill and suggests that in another life, they might have even been friends. Our boy meets this offer with chilling silence before his own power erupts with a massive, surging blue energy that instantly dwarfs Kui's red Grandmaster aura. Kui's smile turns bitter as he dismisses his words as the talk of an arrogant child. To prove his superiority, he unleashes the full might of an 8th-level Grandmaster. He drives his light sword into the earth, manifesting glowing magical circles that cause the ground to shatter. The resulting shockwave is so violent that trees are uprooted and utility poles are ripped from the concrete, swirling in the air around him. Lu Sheng, however, remains unimpressed. He slowly takes his hands out of his pockets and stands in silence for a moment, looking at the ground. When he finally raises his head, his eyes have shifted to a killer look. He decides to stop holding back and shows Kui what a real 8th-level master looks like. Activating his martial god form, a massive, ancient magic circle erupts around him, radiating a pressure that makes Kui's display look like a mere toy. The pressure from Lu's magic circle is so immense that the remaining shadows are paralyzed, unable to even flinch. Moving with godlike speed, Lu Sheng systematically dismantles them, leaving a rain of severed limbs falling from the sky. Kui watches in horror, his mind racing as he realizes his elite squad was wiped out in a single heartbeat. The atmosphere shifts from holy to horrific as a massive demonic king phantom manifests behind Lu Sheng, radiating a terrifying dark energy. Panicked and trembling, Kui clings to his light sword as his last line of defense. He screams that he isn't like the fragile shadows and that he is a true 8th-level master who won't be fooled by tricks. But before he can even swing his glowing blade, Lu Sheng vanishes again. In the blink of an eye, he is standing chest to chest with the Grandmaster with Lu's palm resting calmly against Kui's heart. Before he can react, Lu Sheng activates his 4th technique, and his body erupts with a blinding golden energy. With a single devastating strike, our boy unleashes an explosion that rips through the night. As the light fades, the newly ascended Grandmaster has a massive gaping hole where his chest used to be. As his body turns to ash, he weakly wonders if he was ever a real Grandmaster to begin with. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng walks past him without a second glance, mocking the so-called power of Grandmasters. In the next moment, with the Demon King's phantom behind him and a cold glare in his eyes, our boy proudly asserts that he is a god now. While a mother and daughter pass by, the little girl jokingly calls Pang an idiot from TV for standing frozen in the street. However, Pang is actually in a state of total shock as she senses a golden divine energy erupting from Lu's that is so massive she questions if she's dreaming. Back at the battlefield, only a severed hand remains of Kui. Lu Sheng stands over the ashes, unimpressed. He realizes why the fight felt so easy, and maybe Kui's transition to Grandmaster was a shortcut. By using forced mental and physical stimulation from the secret book, Kui became a hollow 8th-level master, strong in appearance, but lacking the true foundation of a warrior. Lu Sheng, who possesses the genuine power to crush such pretenders like ants, realizes he didn't even need to use his advanced Breaking the Void technique. As he begins to walk away, Lu Sheng decides to test the limits of his god state. He unleashes his full spirit power to scan the neighborhood for any remaining threats, and he tracks the energy signature and finds Pang standing nearby. Recognizing her as an ally, he decides to put her to work. Meanwhile, the girl finally reconnects with her superior, the vice principal. Distraught, he assumes the worst. He tells her the mission is a failure and that she should simply return to help Lu Sheng's family with the burial arrangements, believing no one could survive an encounter with a Grandmaster and 12 shadows. Pang interrupts him, sweating as she gazes at the absolute carnage before her. She corrects him with a trembling voice that it isn't Lu who needs a burial, it's the assassins. She reveals the staggering truth that Lu Sheng annihilated a Grandmaster and the entire elite squad in just 3 breaths, leaving nothing but scraps behind. As she speaks, Lu Sheng approaches her casually and points a thumb over his shoulder at the bloody mess, and with a calm smile, asks her if she could do him a favor and mop the floor. The vice principal immediately relays this incredible report to Master Tan Zhongyu. Instead of being shocked, the old master smiles, finding the situation and Lu Sheng's sheer audacity increasingly fascinating. 3 days after the incident, life has returned to a peaceful routine. Lu Sheng finds himself puzzled that the Dao martial arts school hasn't sent a second wave of assassins. His thoughts are interrupted by a call from the vice principal, who brings surprising news that Master Tan Zhongyu has intervened, and the conflict with the martial arts school has officially cooled down. They've agreed to stop targeting Lu Sheng, at least for now. Our boy realized that this ceasefire is likely a result of the martial saint's political pressure. The principal then extends a prestigious invitation that he wants Lu Sheng to travel to the Masters Association at the capital to be officially certified as a Grandmaster. Being a Grandmaster at 19 is an almost unheard of honor, but Lu remains characteristically cool. He smiles and tells the vice principal that he'll do it later when he's free, perhaps when he picks up his graduation certificate, before hanging up. He muses on how his life has defied the typical cliches. Usually, enemies send the weaklings first, but he's already jumping straight to crushing Grandmasters. Just as Lu is pondering why the Dao martial arts school's revenge was so soft, he receives a call from General Yu. He immediately cuts to the chase, thanking Yu for mediating the conflict. Yu laughs, deeply impressed by the young man's casual attitude. He jokes that Lu Sheng is barely 20 and has already killed enough Grandmasters to form a baseball team. Yu is particularly stunned that Lu Sheng took down one of the 28 stars of the Dao. Our boy, however, downplays the victory, explaining that Kui was a fake Grandmaster who used forbidden arts to force his breakthrough. Lu assumes the army must have paid a massive political price to get the martial saint to back off, but Yu reassures him that while there was a cost, it wasn't as high as he might think. Yu explains that the army is constantly recruiting talent like him to maintain the balance of power. He then drops a provocative piece of information, asking if Lu Sheng is aware that none of the 3 martial saint experts, the strongest beings in the world, actually originated from the army. Lu Sheng takes General Yu's revelation in stride. When Yu asks if he understands the gravity of the situation, Lu Sheng replies with breathtaking confidence, assuring Yu not to worry, promising that once he becomes a martial saint, he will make sure Yu gets a proper promotion. After hanging up, our boy reflects on how this conflict actually worked in his favor. The army now fully claims him as one of their own, providing him with a powerful shield. As he prepares to head home, he spots the orange scroll containing the forbidden technique Kui used. He looks at it with pure disdain, tossing it into the trash like common garbage. To Lu Sheng, such secrets are worthless because he has access to the dream space, where thousands of superior techniques are at his fingertips. Seeking more power, Lu Sheng heads into the dream realm. He strolls past the wandering zombies like it's nothing, joking that they've got the day off as he makes his way to the central neural network. When he logs into his profile, the system drops the updates, revealing that his lifespan now stretches all the way to the year 657. He's officially a super 9th level martial artist, and his record proudly lists his National University Tournament win along with the effortless execution of Grandmaster Kui. Lu Sheng watches in awe as the system updates his projected future, revealing a legendary life path that spans over 300 years. In this timeline, he becomes an 8th level Grandmaster in his late 20s and ascends to a 9th level martial saint by age 40. His future self goes on to slay the martial saint of the Dao martial arts school and defeats the world's greatest masters, cementing his place as one of the top 10 martial saints in 3,000 years of history. While he is thrilled to be the longest living human in the records, Lu Sheng's ambition goes further. He realizes that while he surpassed level 9, he hadn't yet pioneered the path to level 10. He vows that in this life, he will be the one to inaugurate that long-lost realm, sparking a new era of martial arts. He even relishes the thought of eventually facing the current martial saint of the Dao to settle old scores. Checking his system permissions, Lu Sheng finds he has reached a 7-star evaluation, granting him access to the level 7 Sacred Fire Resource Bank. This allows him to unlock the high-level secrets needed to reach level 8. With a confident smile, he commands the system to pull up the advanced stages of his core techniques. After absorbing a massive amount of data, Lu Sheng begins to piece together the true path to godhood. He realizes that while the jump from level 6 to 7 requires merging essence, energy, and spirit into martial will, the transition from level 7 to 8, the realm of a true Grandmaster, is far more profound. It requires breaking the coagulation of vitality to transform mortal blood into an immortal essence, connecting the body directly to the cosmos. He reflects on Kui's failure. The assassin had forced his body to change, leaving him with a hollow foundation. A real level 8 master infuses every cell with martial will, allowing them to command the forces of nature with a single gesture. However, the real breakthrough comes when Lu Sheng discovers the core secret of the advanced stellar refinement technique, the art of immortality. He shouts with excitement as he uncovers the concept of immortal cells. This is the ultimate physical state, a body so resilient that even if the stars themselves go dark, he will remain. He realizes that these immortal cells are the missing piece of the puzzle, providing the infinite physical strength he has been searching for to truly dominate level 8 and beyond. Lu Shen realizes that his immortal golden body is the reason he could already overpower a level 8 grandmaster while only at level 7. However, the true art of stellar immortality takes this to a terrifying new level. The process requires a practitioner to break their Dan, using their entire reservoir of energy, blood, and martial will to forge a single immortal cell. Initially, Lu Sheng thought metaphors about striking with the force of a star or shining like the sun were just poetic exaggerations. But as he reads the data, he realizes this is literal. If he can master this technique alongside the illumination of the King of Hell, he can achieve a physical form that is truly one with the universe. He imagines himself as a supreme being, realizing that even the legendary evil sun likely never reached this peak. The scale of this power is so vast that Lu Sheng calculates it would take more than the energy of an entire star to strengthen his body and transform every cell. Yet he isn't discouraged. He realizes that even a single immortal cell would make his physical body vastly superior to any grandmaster. With 2 cells, he would be unstoppable. With 3, he would be truly invincible. Safely within the dream realm, Lu Sheng prepares to attempt the most dangerous transition of his life. He manifests his Dan, the core that holds all his essence and blood, and stares at it with a moment of hesitation. He knows that breaking it is the only way to forge an immortal cell, but it is a path of no return. Stealing his resolve, he strikes his own chest with a hand glowing with blue aura, commanding his core to shatter. As the result Dan breaks, his energy erupts uncontrollably, subjecting him to a level of agony that forces him to double over and scream in raw pain. Blood pours from his mouth, and the sheer force of the energy leakage threatens to tear his form apart. Just as the process spirals out of control, his consciousness, manifested as a figure of blue flame, intervenes. It places a hand on his head, acting as an anchor to stabilize the chaotic energy. With his spiritual self guiding the storm, Lu Sheng is able to refocus, pulling the scattered power back inward to begin condensing it into a single point in his forehead. In a blinding flash of energy, Lu Sheng successfully cultivates his first immortal cell, which manifests as a concentrated point of power on his forehead. As he clenches his fists, his body erupts in a dual aura of orange and gold. To test this newfound strength, he delivers a single punch to the ground. The strike doesn't just shatter the earth, it sends golden thunder racing across the sky, obliterating the buildings of the Dream Space City and leaving a massive destruction in its way. Lu Sheng stands in the middle of the ruined virtual city, out of breath as he lets the technique fade. Even though he only used a tiny bit of the immortal cell's power, that punch was on a whole different level, way beyond anything he's ever thrown before. That single cell lets him combine everything he has, the strength of a star, the power in his blood, and all the fist techniques he's mastered, into one perfect strike. He looks down at his hand, realizing he's hit the peak of both raw strength and pure skill. He closes his fist again and gives the move a name, Haven's Hold. Just creating that one immortal cell completely empties him. He drops to the ground in the dream space, barely able to stay conscious. But even as 3 giant monsters drop from the sky to fight him, he's not stressed. His deployment to the Eastern Military District is coming up, and that battlefield is full of exotic beasts, basically the perfect food to fuel his evolution. Staring at the sky with whatever strength he has left, he starts calculating his future. If 1 cell made him this strong, would 10 let him fight a martial saint? And if it doesn't, then fine, he'll make 100, 1,000. However many it takes until he can crush an extreme martial saint with just a finger. Satisfied with his progress, Lu Sheng exits the dream space and wakes up in his room. Because he pushed himself so hard during training, he's shocked to find out he's been asleep for 12 hours straight. But the exhaustion also explains why he now feels completely transformed. He activates his enhanced senses, and a soft blue aura spreads through the house. Because of this, he can instantly sense everything around him. As he gets ready for the day, he thinks things through. Since the Saint of the Tao Martial Arts School has too much status to personally go after a 19-year-old, Lu Sheng knows he won't jump into a messy revenge match. However, exactly because the Saint won't act, that means Lian Sha definitely will, and she'll be reckless about it. So, if he wants his family safe, the only solution is to handle her first and cut the danger off at the root. He slips on his flip-flops and heads downstairs. On the way out, he grabs a bun from the kitchen. His mom sighs at his terrible eating habits, but he just keeps moving, because right now, breakfast isn't the priority. Survival is. Then something on the TV catches his eye, a news interview with Susu. Seeing her reminds him they haven't talked in a while, and because she has the connections he needs for his next move, she's the one he needs to call. Several hours later, Lu Sheng arrives at Susu's laboratory. There, the receptionist immediately gets flustered and nervous just looking at him. When Lu Sheng calmly asks if Susu is in, the woman blushes, thinking about how handsome he is, and offers to walk him to the lab herself. Lu Sheng casually declines and walks off toward the lab on his own. A second receptionist with blue hair, named Li, teases her colleague for being mesmerized. The first girl admits she's fallen for him and asks who he is. Lai explains that rumor has it he is Susu's distant cousin. She adds that he makes all the popular boys at school look like nothing, noting that he's not just good-looking, but a massive martial arts prodigy who won the tournament and recently took first place in another major competition. The first receptionist is completely smitten, hoping for another chance to see him. Inside the lab, Susu is already at work, wearing her lab coat and inspecting a test tube filled with green liquid. Susu is deep in thought when Lu Sheng enters the lab and asks if the preparations are complete. She snaps out of it and confirms that everything is ready. As Lu Sheng puts on his lab coat and inspects the equipment, he compliments her work. Susu walks up behind him and reveals that her mother's side started again and asks when he can help. Lu Sheng puts on a medical mask and tells her not to worry, promising to assist her as soon as he finishes his current task. As he walks away, Susu watches him with a mix of admiration and concern. She realizes his energy has spiked again and finds it terrifying that his martial arts level can increase so drastically in such a short amount of time. Lu Sheng then approaches the workstation and activates his power. A golden aura erupts from his body, causing the ingredients on the table to levitate as he begins his work. He uses his power to fuse them all together before transferring the mixture into a test tube. He then makes the tube float, infusing it with golden energy until the process is complete. After removing his mask and drinking the golden liquid, Lu Sheng is shocked by the sensation. He realizes he has successfully performed a second condensation of the blood pill. However, looking at the leftover scraps in the corner, he sighs that these materials cost billions of dollars. He realizes that to replace every cell in his body with an immortal cell, he would need an impossible amount of money, far more than Susu's business earns in a year. Remembering that skilled fighters can make a fortune on the front lines, Lu Sheng decides his next move. With this, he heads for the laboratory exit, determined to go to the battlefield to fund his evolution. Several hours later, Lu Sheng arrives at Baihei Airport. While waiting for his flight, he checks his phone for more information and tries to call General Yu, but the call goes unanswered. He assumes Yu must be extremely busy and realizes the original plan for Qingshu and Qin to pick him up has likely been cancelled due to an emergency on the front lines. Watching the travelers around him enjoying their normal, peaceful lives, Lu Sheng reflects on how this vibe is only possible because of the sacrifices made by soldiers on the battlefield. He feels honored to join the fight. He then recalls data from the future system. The Eastern Military District contains massive, untouched deposits of gold and silver. These areas are currently overrun by exotic beasts and remain unexplored. Lu Sheng smiles as he realizes that if he wants to get rich quickly to fund his immortal cells, he doesn't just need to be a soldier, he needs to go mining in these dangerous, mineral-rich zones. A military fighter jet lands on the runway, catching the attention of two girls in the airport. One girl asks why a combat jet is at a civilian airport, and her friend suggests it might be for a special mission before urging her to board their own flight. As Lu Sheng stands up, the girls notice how handsome he is and approach him. They invite him to join them, asking where he's headed. Lu Sheng politely smiles and explains that he isn't taking the same plane as them. The first girl points out the window, mocking him by saying their flight is the only one currently boarding and asking which plane he could possibly be taking. Just then, the fighter jet taxis over and stops right in front of them. Seeing that, the two girls are left stunned as Lu Sheng suddenly leaves the waiting room and appears on the runway. Their confusion turns to shock when they realize the military fighter jet is actually there for him. The pilot climbs out and introduces himself as Colonel Qin Hu from the Eastern Military District, serving under Major General Yu. Lu Sheng shakes his hand and, noticing the name, asks if he is related to Qin, the femboy. Qin Hu confirms they are uncle and nephew. Lu Sheng also notices Qin Hu's shoulder badge, 3 arrows and a dot, indicating he holds a higher rank than his previous contacts. As Qin Hu heads back to the jet, Lu Sheng asks if they are going to the main military district and why the pickup plan changed. Qin Hu looks at the sky and explains the grim reality that few new spatial rifts have opened in the caves, and the frontline situation is critical. The commander has already been in combat for several days. Instead of going to headquarters, Qin Hu is flying Lu Sheng directly into the heat of the battle to reinforce the front line. Lu Sheng casually walks toward the jet and asks how long the flight will take. Qin Hu is shocked by his relaxed attitude and wonders if he's even a little afraid. Lu Sheng simply looks at the ground and replies that he doesn't care, as he actually wants to get to the front. Qin Hu drops his arms, amazed by the young man's confidence. At 57 years old, Qin-Hu is still at the peak of level 6 and doubts he'll ever become a master, making Lu Sheng's composure even more impressive to him. As they board, Lu Sheng asks for a briefing on the situation. Qin-Hu explains that while the Eastern Front had been relatively quiet for 2 years, a new rift, likely a level A, has just opened in the caves. The situation is so bad that the entire front line has been forced to retreat. Lu Sheng is curious about the level A designation and asks how rifts are classified. Qin-Hu explains that they are ranked by the scale and strength of the monsters inside. In a level A rift, even the weakest creatures are at least level 5, and the depths of the cave systems are effectively bottomless and unexplored. Qin-Hu explains that triple S level rifts are the most dangerous, with only 9 known to humanity, none of which are currently in Dragon City. To give Lu Sheng perspective on their current mission, he notes that even a level 8 Grandmaster risks death in a level A rift. Lu Sheng is surprised and realizes that if level A is that deadly, then level 9 Martial Saints would likely struggle to survive in AA, AAA, or S level rifts. Qin-Hu clarifies that this is mostly theoretical, as no sensible martial artist ventures into the extreme depths of a rift. He explains that as long as you don't go too deep, even average level 5 or 6 fighters can survive on the outskirts of a level A zone. Lu Sheng smiles, comparing the rifts to video game dungeons. The deeper you go, the higher the difficulty. Qin-Hu adds that their actual job isn't to clear the rift, but to maintain a defensive line and kill any beasts that crawl out. Lu Sheng finally understands the strategy, but as he clenches his fist, he secretly wonders if clearing an S-level rift entirely is the key to uncovering the truth behind the exotic beast invasion. During the flight, Qin-Hu tells Lu Sheng that his arrival at the Eastern Military District will likely earn him the rank of Major General. He explains that at Lu Sheng's level, he will deal directly with the rifts. He clarifies that level 7 masters in the army are classified as stars. They operate in elite small teams, or, if they have leadership talent, can become corps commanders. Qin-Hu also mentions that several double S rank rifts are seeing increased monster activity and might be evolving into triple S rank zones. Lu Sheng is momentarily taken aback, realizing that a triple S rift is far beyond his current capabilities. Their conversation is interrupted by the pilot, who reports an emergency. A level 7 mutant beast is attacking General Yu's defense line, and they are calling for help. Our boy sees this as a perfect chance to test his power. He asks Qin-Hu how far away the attack is. Qin-Hu, stunned, replies that it's only 3 minutes away. Realizing Lu intends to jump into the fight immediately, Qin-Hu wonders in shock if he actually plans to take on the beast alone. Lu Sheng presses the button to open the aircraft door. As the wind rushes into the cabin, he tells Qin-Hu that he is going to help at Yu's line. His only request is that Qin-Hu bring him a pair of high-quality military shoes later. While Qin-Hu watches in shock as Lu Sheng looks down at the ground far below and jumps out. Meanwhile, at the Yu's defense line, Master Yu has just finished slicing through a wave of mutant beasts with his sword. The soldiers are relieved and offer him water, calling him Master in gratitude. Yu drinks the water but remains on high alert. Yu asks the soldiers when the reinforcements from the elite star combat team will arrive. A terrified soldier tells him the army wants them to hold out for another 2 days. Yu is furious and slams the water bottle into the ground. He points out that they are currently only fighting level 5 and 6 beasts, and his mid-level defense force is already at its limit. He knows that if a level 7 or 8 beast shows up before reinforcements arrive, the entire line will be slaughtered. While Yu and the soldier are talking, 2 high-level fighters, Qingshu and the femboy, jump into action. The femboy takes out a mutant beast with a powerful kick, while Qingshu uses her spiritual energy to paralyze a flying beast with a blue aura before shredding it with energy daggers. The soldiers cheer as the two finish off the remaining monsters. Landing back, they walk over to Yu, who thanks them, admitting that the defense line would have collapsed without their help. The guy dismisses the praise, saying they are just doing their duty. Nearby, soldiers gossip about the pair, noting that they are only 40 years old and already at the peak of level 6. If they reach level 7, the division's security would be much higher. Qingsu, arms crossed, tells Yu she heard they have to hold out for 2 more days. She remains optimistic, pointing out that since they just finished off the current wave of beasts, they should be able to manage the wait. Yu agrees that they might have until tomorrow, but the ground suddenly begins to shake violently. As they struggle to keep their balance, a massive fissure opens in the earth. 3 level 7 mutant beasts, a giant gorilla, a centipede, and a praying mantis, erupt from underground and charge toward them. The femboy is paralyzed with terror, realizing their chances of survival are slim. Qingshu is more frustrated than afraid, worried that the appearance of 3 high-level monsters will destroy the soldiers' morale just after they had regained it. Yu calculates their odds. He knows he might be able to take on 1 level 7 beast with help, but 3 at once is nearly impossible. He also remembers that level 7 beasts often self-destruct upon death, which would wipe out the nearby soldiers. Despite the overwhelming odds, Yu unsheathes his sword with both hands and prepares for a final stand. With this, Yu raises his sword and orders his team to stop overthinking and just fight. He orders all martial artists at level 6 or higher to move to the front and lead the charge. 3 martial artists join them as they prepare to attack the 3 level 7 beasts. Following Yu's command, the tanks open fire. The gorilla beast shields its head from the shells, while the centipede focuses its aggression on Yu. Meanwhile, the femboy is struggling. He coughs up blood and realizes he shouldn't have exhausted himself in the previous fight. He notices Qingsu is unusually quiet and has bloodshot eyes. When he tries to joke about her looking like a rabbit, she tells him to go to hell, admitting she is mentally exhausted. The guy wipes the blood from his mouth and mentions that Lu Sheng was supposed to arrive soon. He wonders aloud if Lu Sheng will just find their corpses when he gets there. Hearing that, Qingsu tells him to shut up, as his pessimism is making their situation worse. The guy agrees and stays quiet, refocusing on the battle ahead. As Yu and the level 6 martial artists charge, they raise their swords, prepared for a final, desperate stand. Suddenly, a streak of golden energy that looks like a shooting star tears through the sky. The soldiers stop in confusion, watching the object head straight for them. Upon seeing the streak of light, Qingsu realizes the supposed shooting star is actually Lu Sheng, and a faint blush appears on her face. The moment passes quickly as panic sets in. He is descending directly toward 3 level 7 beasts. The femboy beside her, unaware of who the guy is, internally labels him as a reckless idiot and wonders if Qingsu knows him. One of the mutant beasts opens its mouth to swallow Lu Sheng as he falls. Instead of resisting, he just smiles and charges forward, slamming directly into the beast's mouth with massive force. The moment he hits, the impact is so violent it shatters the ground and destroys the creature's teeth. When the dust finally settles, the level 7 beast lies dead with its jaw split clean in two. From inside the carcass, our boy steps out, glowing with a suffocating golden aura. When the smoke clears, the gorilla-shaped mutant is shocked to find the centipede beast dead and split in half. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng, standing by the carcass with one hand in his pocket, smiles at the gorilla and tells it that it's next. The gorilla beast roars in a rage and strikes him with a blow powerful enough to shatter the ground. However, our boy blocks the attack effortlessly with a single arm. He tells the beast that he's seen this all before, then delivers a kick that sends the massive creature flying into the air. Lu Sheng leaps after it, glowing with golden energy. He reaches the beast in mid-air and delivers a devastating kick to its neck, decapitating it instantly. The soldiers are stunned to see 2 level 7 beasts killed so quickly. Yu also stares at the sky in disbelief, asking if this is some kind of joke. Qingsu watches silently with her arms crossed, while the femboy points at the sky, telling her that Lu Sheng's entrance was so incredible that no one would believe it. It looked like something straight out of a movie. Qingsu smiles, realizing Lu Sheng is even more powerful than when they last met. Lu Sheng lands and turns his attention to the final monster, the praying mantis. Seeing its 2 companions killed so easily, the mantis realizes it's outmatched and tries to flee back toward the crack in the ground. Lu Sheng stands still and watches it run, smiling. However, just when the beast believes it's safe, it suddenly freezes, paralyzed by a field of golden energy. With a simple motion of his hand, Lu takes control of the energy and lifts the massive insect into the air. In that instant, the mantis panics as the golden light forces its way into its body, causing it to scream in pain before it finally explodes. The resulting blast is colossal, bright enough to be seen from a distance. With that, the 3rd level 7 threat is eliminated. Now that the upper tier monsters are gone, Lu Sheng takes flight again, determined to wipe out the remaining lower level creatures and finish the job for Yu and the others. As he soars over the battlefield, he spots the crack where more mutant beasts are clawing their way out. Rather than feeling threatened, he's energized by the sheer number of targets. Without hesitation, he dives toward the ground and unleashes a rapid flurry of blows, triggering a massive explosion that instantly incinerates the monsters below. Once the smoke clears, our boy lands near the defense team. With an easy grin, he gives a casual 2-finger salute to his forehead and introduces himself to Commander Yu as Lu Sheng, the new recruit. For a moment, Yu, femboy, and Qingsu just stare at him in confusion. And then, all 3 burst into laughter at the idea of someone this powerful being a simple recruit. Later that evening, back at the Eastern Deployment Base, the femboy brings Lu a cup of tea. While handing it over, he admits that if he hadn't appeared and killed those 3 level 7 beasts, the entire front line would have collapsed. In response, Lu Sheng thanks him and respectfully calls him instructor, then asks whether grade A caves are always this dangerous, and if level 7 beasts usually wander so close to the entrance. Before he can answer, Qingsu cuts in and explains that this cave isn't just grade A, it's likely triple A, which would explain why the situation became so extreme. Building on that, she mentions that new caves tend to go through an initial explosive period of activity before gradually stabilizing. At that moment, Yu enters the tent, clearly having overheard part of the conversation. He admits he'd heard rumors about Lu Sheng killing a Grandmaster-level star leader, but he didn't believe it at first. However, after seeing Lu's strength today, he has no more doubts. In fact, Yu notes that he is strong enough to rank within the top 50 of the star list. Femboy and Qingshu ask for clarification about the list, and Lu Sheng responds by asking if it's similar to the ranking system used at the university. In reply, Yu explains that while the systems are somewhat similar, the star list also tracks military merit and battlefield contributions. To make it clearer, he mentions that a soldier is currently counting the beasts our boy killed today to convert them into contribution points, which can later be exchanged for training resources. After finishing his explanation, Yu advises him to get some rest, warning that the battle isn't truly over and the number of monsters could surge again at any moment. As Yu turns to leave, Lu Sheng finally notices how exhausted the level 7 master looks. In contrast, he feels completely fine. Thanks to his immortal cells and natural breathing method, his energy reserve feels practically infinite. However, even with limitless stamina, Lu Sheng's stomach suddenly growls. Only then does he realize that while he isn't tired, he is extremely hungry. Hearing this, the femboy laughs, remembering the rumors about Lu's enormous appetite, and promises to handle it. A short while later, the guy returns with several cans of combat rations stacked in his arms. Lu Sheng eyes the canned food with clear disappointment and asks if this is really what he meant by treating him well. In response, the guy shrugs and explains that rations are the only option while on the battlefield, but promises a proper feast once they all make it back to the military district. As they eat, Qingshu quietly watches Lu Sheng from across the table. After a moment, they both turn at the same time, and their eyes lock. Instantly, Qingshu blushes and looks away with a soft, affectionate expression. Surprisingly, our boy finds himself blushing as well as he remembers Qingshu is destined to become his partner. Without another word, he bolts out of the tent before even finishing his food. Back inside, the femboy is left stunned, especially since he knows how much Lu Sheng usually eats. With a confused laugh, he turns to Qingshu and teases her, reminding her how desperate she was to save Lu when a grandmaster was hunting him. Yet she's acting cold now that he's actually here. When he goes a step further and asks if she's in love with Lu Sheng, Qingshu snaps. In an instant, she smashes her plate of food into his face and storms out, while he chases after her, still teasing her as he goes. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng goes outside to cool off. As he stands under the night sky, he can feel his blood still rushing from the day's battles, and he realizes he won't be sleeping anytime soon. Although the area around the 1182nd Division seems quiet, he activates his movement perception ability just to be sure. Immediately, he senses activity on the horizon and decides to check it out. In a different part of the battlefield, a new spatial crack opens, releasing a massive wave of mutant beasts. In a nearby trench, exhausted and wounded soldiers wonder when reinforcements will arrive, only to be told that other divisions are too busy defending themselves to help. A red-haired female general arrives, dropping a giant axe and telling the men to stop complaining. She reminds them of their duty and tells them that even if they fall, they should face death without discouragement. Inspired by the presence of a master-level general, the soldiers prepare to hold their ground. The ground nearby suddenly explodes with purple energy, throwing several soldiers into the air. A two-headed shadow panther emerges from the blast and charges at high speed toward the general and her troops. The two-headed shadow panther targets the red-haired general, who quickly identifies it as a level 7 mutant. Despite the danger, she smiles and welcomes the challenge, even joking that the beast will make for a good barbecue. The panther leaps over the trench, killing several soldiers upon landing. The general counterattacks by leaping toward the beast with her giant axe, her body glowing with energy. Moving at high speed, she finds an opening and swings her axe with enough force to decapitate one of the panther's heads. However, because she had to get so close to land the blow, the general sustains multiple deep cuts across her body. As the severed head hits the ground, she collapses to her knees, coughing and clutching her chest in significant pain. The mutant beast approaches the injured general from behind. Despite losing one head, it remains active. As the general senses its energy, she realizes the creature's nature. It has a male head and a female head. To her horror, the severed head begins to reattach itself to the body. Exhausted and injured, the general realizes she cannot win. She clenches her teeth and closes her eyes, accepting that she is about to be killed. The surrounding soldiers watch in shock as the beast lunges for the final blow. However, the attack never lands. Lu Sheng suddenly appears, glowing with golden energy. He drives a flaming spear into the beast's head, using the heat to incinerate its flesh and kill it instantly. The charred corpse hits the ground, and Lu Sheng lands shortly after, stabilizing himself with his spear. The stunned general looks up, wondering who the young man is. The general is relieved to see the beast down, but the creature is only faking death. As Lu Sheng stands up, the beast attempts a surprise attack with its three-clawed tail. The general shouts a warning, but Lu Sheng moves instantly, pinning the beast's head to the ground with his foot. He releases a surge of golden energy and stares the monster down, commanding it to calm down. Terrified, the beast stops moving. Lu Xing reflects that level 7 meat is high quality and shouldn't be ruined by overmangling it. He then uses his finger to deliver a stellar strike directly to its forehead. The impact is so precise and powerful that the beast is knocked unconscious without its body even shifting. Lu Xing ties the captured beast up from head to toe, using its own tail like rope. Because he knows it'll wake up eventually, he makes sure it won't be going anywhere. He then turns to the confused general and tells her the mission's basically wrapped up, which is why he grabs his spear and heads off to take care of the remaining monsters. The moment he steps back into the field, he unleashes his strength. His spear lights up, and because of that power boost, he tears through the remaining beasts at insane speed, cutting them down like nothing. The general and her soldiers can't help but stare. Since no one there has seen someone fight like this, they're left wondering where he even came from. Lu Xing doesn't slow down. Because the battlefield is still full of threats, he moves from zone to zone, clearing out mutant beasts. At one point, he's literally riding a dragon-shaped monster while fighting, and the entire army just stands there like, what on earth is this kid? After hours of patrolling and wiping out everything near the spatial crack, he finishes the job and heads back. Meanwhile, in the command tent, General Yu nearly chokes when he gets a call about Lu Xing's performance. He spits the water out in shock, right as Lu Xing walks in, shirt torn, relaxed like he just came back from a morning jog. When Yu asks for a body count, our boy just grabs a drink and shrugs. Since he stopped keeping track, he guesses maybe a dozen, then maybe 18. But those were only the level 7 beasts. He didn't even bother counting the level 6 ones. Our boy mentions it's a shame he couldn't bring the beast corpses back as gifts, but dragging them across the entire battlefield would have been too much trouble. He tells Yu that while he can't save every fallen soldier, he is doing his best. Yu, half amused and half exasperated, points out that drones have recorded everything. All of Lu Xing's kills will be officially counted toward his war merits, ensuring he gets all his reward points. Yu also reminds Lu that his primary responsibility is the 1182nd Regiment. Lu Xing changes his shirt and reassures the general that he'll prioritize their sector, even offering to carry a communication device so he can return instantly if there's an emergency. Yu decides to trust him, privately feeling proud that his investment in Lu Xing's development has produced such a powerful dragon. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Military Headquarters, a high-ranking meeting is held with the Marshal. The situation at Spatial Crack Tunnel Number 2 is reported as critical, with total casualties among ordinary soldiers reaching 15,200. A man in glasses informs the Marshal that 328 Level 7 general officers have been killed. The room goes silent as the Marshal processes the news. The aide then reveals that a Level 8 general, Master Wei Yi, ranked 28th, has also died. The Marshal is visibly shaken by the loss of a Level 8 combatant. He orders a funeral with full high-ranking honors and states he will attend personally. He is deeply concerned because the army only has 30 great masters, and that number is shrinking. Trying to move forward, the Marshal asks for an update on the new tunnels. The staff activates a holographic map, and the man in glasses explains that the outlook is grim. The creatures from the tunnels are appearing faster than they can be managed, and without immediate reinforcements, the defense lines will fail. At that moment, a new spatial crack opens near a city, and beasts begin to climb out. Back at the camps, Supreme Commander Shi Hong gathers his staff around the tactical map. His aide reports that reinforcements are low. Because of that, the earliest backup they can expect won't arrive until tomorrow. Shi Hong taps the map, pointing at a mountain labeled Point A. He orders every available unit to focus their defense there. One of his officers pushes back, saying Point B is just as important, so splitting forces might make more sense. Shi Hong explains his plan. Since the land behind Point B is mostly empty, they can retreat from that side if things get bad without risking civilians. But because Point A is the last barrier before the city, losing it would mean the monsters break through. If Point A falls, the city will be overrun in 2 weeks, maybe sooner. Their top priority is protecting civilians and the homeland. Point A takes priority, no exceptions. With the logic finally clear, the room goes silent and no one argues further. Shi Hong then asks who's assigned to hold Point A. He's told it's the 1058th Division under Major General Sunji. Because failure isn't an option, Shi Hong gives his final order to inform Sunji that the 1158th must hold Point A until the last man. There is no retreat for them. Meanwhile, the other divisions are allowed to pull back and regroup so they can reinforce Point A if things get desperate. At the 1182nd Regiment's base, General Yu paces back and forth in his tent. Because they've been ordered to hold the line for at least 4 more days, the stress is eating at him. Meanwhile, Lu Xing sits nearby on a weapon crate, calmly cleaning his spear like this is just another regular afternoon. Lu Xing asks why the military hasn't sent more reinforcements to the Abyss Crack. Because Yu's exhausted and frustrated, he blurts out the truth that they do have soldiers, but they barely have any stellar-ranked fighters. And without high-level powerhouses, killing level 7 beasts is nearly impossible. As Yu talks, he realizes how ridiculous that sounds while Lu Xing is sitting right there. Because Lu Sheng kicked a level 7 gorilla to death like it weighed nothing, Yu suddenly feels like his own explanation is a joke. He remembers how he has spent 5 days straight bouncing between front lines, coming back every night covered in so much blood that the smell sticks to him even after washing. Lu notices Yu staring and asks if something's wrong. That snaps Yu back to reality. He admits the truth, that the guy has gained more battlefield ferocity in 1 week than most veterans manage in an entire career. Because of that, seeing him fight feels like watching a monster made for war. Our boy stands up, slings his spear across his back, and tells Yu he's overreacting. He heads for the tent flap. Yu calls after him, telling him to stay safe and keep his radio on, because at this point, Lu Sheng is the closest thing they have to reinforcement. When Lu steps outside, he's surprised to see a whole group of soldiers waiting. Because he's been protecting them on the front lines, they all snap into a salute the moment they see him. In the crowd, Qingshu watches Lu Sheng with this quiet, affectionate look, but she doesn't say anything. After a moment, she turns and walks away. As she leaves without a word, Lu notices and gets confused, wondering if he did something wrong. Then he remembers the 2 green amulets in his pocket, the ones he meant to hand out earlier but completely forgot about. Just then, the femboy walks over and jokingly calls him a great hero. As Lu Sheng's embarrassed by the attention, he tells him to stop messing with him and pulls out the amulets. He explains they're handmade gifts he prepared before arriving, but never got around to giving out. He asks the guy to pass one to Qingshu. Because duty is already pulling him back to the battlefield, Lu Sheng turns and is gone almost instantly. Before the femboy can even react, Qingshu suddenly reaches in and snatches one of the amulets. The guy immediately starts teasing her, saying it's obvious she likes Lu Sheng. Qingshu pretends she doesn't care and walks off, but she's secretly blushing, clutching the amulet like it's something precious. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Lu Sheng activates his perception technique. Because of that enhanced awareness, he spots a lone soldier fighting a giant centipede while a gorilla-like monster pushes through a spatial crack behind it. The soldier's been fighting for hours, and his gun finally jams. He's out of ammo. Because he refuses to retreat, the soldier drops his machine gun and unzips his vest, revealing 8 grenades strapped to his chest. It's clear he's planning to blow himself up to take the beast down with him. But right as he's about to pull the pins, a purple energy field locks him in place. Lu Sheng walks by, calm as ever, and tells him not to throw his life away so easily. Seeing that, the 2 mutant beasts charge forward, but Lu Sheng just shoots them a cold, murderous look and orders them to shut up. As his purple aura surges out like a pressure wave, the energy slams into the monsters, and their heads explode on the spot. The soldier freezes in shock. Since those were level 6 beasts that normally take 3 masters or multiple strikes from a general to kill, he can't process what he just saw. The fact that Lu Sheng wiped them out with a single glare doesn't even feel real. Trying to pull himself together, the soldier snaps into a salute and introduces himself as Colonel Liu Yiqing of the 835th Division. Our boy nods, recognizing the unit right away. Because the 835th handles long-range defense and artillery support, they're usually better equipped than General Yu's division. Liu asks how Yiqing ended up all the way in this sector, and whether the 835th expanded their patrol routes. Just then, he reveals that the 835th Division's entire defensive line has collapsed, which shocks Lu Sheng. Shocked by the news, our boy activates his perception ability. A surge of purple energy radiates from him, so intense that Colonel Yiqing feels it penetrating his soul. After scanning the area, Lu Sheng deactivates the power and asks if the military command knows about the collapse and where the reinforcements are. Yiqing explains that while high-level command claimed reinforcements were sent, the division was ultimately ordered to retreat. Lu Sheng asks why Yiqing stayed behind. He admits that because their commanding master died in battle, the remaining soldiers refused to leave. They chose to stay and kill as many beasts as possible to honor their fallen leader, regardless of the cost. Hearing that, Lu Sheng questions about the consequences of the line failing. Yiqing describes that a broken line leads to a domino effect on neighboring defenses. He points to the surrounding ruins, collapsed buildings, and total silence, explaining that if the beasts break through, other cities will suffer the same fate, resulting in a massacre of innocent people. Lu Sheng looks at the destroyed city and processes the stakes. With this, he walks away, telling Yiqing that he understands the situation. Yiqing panics and tries to stop him, warning him that he is heading straight into a war zone filled with an endless wave of monsters. Lu Sheng ignores the warning, telling Yiqing not to worry. His body begins to glow with blue energy as he leaps away. Our boy moves at high speed, jumping between the ruins of buildings. While in midair, he reactivates his perception ability and senses that the remaining soldiers in the sector are being massacred. He lands near the primary defensive line and is immediately shocked by what he sees. A massive dragon-shaped mutant beast has emerged. It is significantly larger than the others, possesses horns, and can fire thunderbolts from its mouth. Lu Sheng observes the dragon and realizes it is an unusual, highly powerful variant. Seeing a few soldiers still alive and fighting nearby, he decides to intervene and help them. Near some overturned tanks, 3 soldiers and a senior officer are making a final stand. One soldier, who has already lost an arm, is visibly shaken by the death of their master-level general and asks what their next move should be. Next to him, a balding oldie picks up a grenade, pulls the pin and tosses it over the tank, blowing several mutant beasts to pieces. He laughs and tells the soldier that their only goal now is to keep killing. Every monster they take down is a win in honor of their fallen master. On top of the tank, another soldier with 2 cigarettes in his mouth fires dual machine guns into the crowd of monsters until he runs out of ammunition. Seeing this, the old man pulls out a remote detonator. He smiles and explains that he has pre-planted enough explosives to turn the entire area into ash, ensuring no beasts survive to scavenge their remains. Suddenly, an explosion hits the tank, blowing the machine gunner, Hiroko, backward and severing his hand. As Hiroko screams in pain, the old man panics, realizing that with their main shooter down, they are defenseless. The old man begins throwing his remaining bombs at the advancing monsters to keep them back, but he soon runs out of explosives. Seeing no other option, he pulls out the remote detonator, intending to blow himself and the remaining soldiers up to take the monsters with them and rejoin their fallen master. As the mutant beasts close in for the kill, a massive tornado of blue energy suddenly sweeps through the area, striking the monsters with lightning and forcing them back. As the wind dies down, Lu Sheng lands in front of the soldiers. Surrounded by blue energy and gripping his spear, he asks the men if they are all right and tells them to retreat if they are still able to move. The old man breaks into tears of relief, believing reinforcements have finally arrived. He and the other soldiers quickly retreat to higher ground, carrying their wounded comrades. As they look back, they realize there is no army, it is just Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng charges the horde, killing every beast in his path. He creates massive explosions upon landing and effortlessly slices through monsters, including one that tries to ambush him from behind. After clearing the immediate area, he sits atop a pile of carcasses to catch his breath, but a fresh wave of endless monsters emerges. Seeing this, Lu Sheng stands up and decides to change his tactics. The female spirit in metal armor appears behind him, granting him control over Frost Sparrow. He activates a cold spear technique and hurls his weapon into the center of the monster swarm. The impact shatters the beasts into fragments instantly. The remaining beasts begin to retreat as Lu Sheng exhales a cloud of frost. He smiles, realizing that he can now masterfully control both ice and fire elements simultaneously. He attributes this new level of power to the natural breathing method, which allows him to combine multiple elemental energies at once. As more beasts approach, Lu Sheng clenches his fist and channels thunder breathing and flame breathing together. He strikes the ground, creating a massive explosion of flaming lightning that vaporizes the nearby monsters. He then leaps into the air and prepares his next move. Gripping his spear tightly, he combines earth breathing and wind breathing. With a look of rage for the monsters, he hurls the spear into the earth with immense force. The impact kills the surrounding beasts instantly and leaves deep cracks in the ground. Just then, a mutant beast attempts to attack Lu Sheng, who is now surrounded by flames. He uses his spear to deliver a powerful uppercut to its jaw, causing it to scream in pain. As more monsters surround him, Lu Sheng leaps into the air, and a golden flash behind him erupts into a massive pillar of fire. This western front zone is now littered with the corpses of various giant and small beasts. The old man and the other surviving soldiers watch the battle. They observe that Lu Sheng has been fighting continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. Hiroko remarks that the guy is on an entirely different level, comparing him to a sun that vaporizes the insects drawn to its light. When a giant beast attacks, Lu Sheng leaps into the air and decapitates it with a lightning-enhanced strike. Our boy checks his large blood pill and notices that it has shrunk because the density of beasts in the area has finally started to drop after his massive cull. He looks at the piles of carcasses with regret, wishing he had the tools to extract their medicinal fluids. The gains from this much combat would have been massive if he had the right resources. Through this constant pressure, Lu Sheng has surpassed his previous limits. He has reached a state of invincibility, allowing him to combine master-level will with multiple elemental abilities simultaneously. This breakthrough is exactly what he sought in his martial arts journey. His internal reflections are interrupted by his wireless headset ringing. He is surprised the signal reaches this far into the war zone. As he prepares to answer, another beast lunges at him. Lu reacts instantly, channeling red lightning through his spear to slice the creature in half. General Yu is the one calling. Lu Sheng casually reports that he is on the battlefield and mentions he wants to stay a few more days because the area is excellent for leveling up his skills. In the command tent, General Yu is sweating and confused, but agrees to the request, noting that their own front line is currently stable. However, he warns Lu Sheng about a massive, uncontrollable beast stampede occurring on the western front. Lu Sheng, standing in front of a mountain of burning beast corpses, laughs and reassures the general. As he walks away from the fire, he tells Yu not to worry, claiming he is very obedient and has no intention of going near the stampede. Meanwhile, Tao wakes up in the trench, disoriented, and asks about the battle. The old man is relieved to see him conscious. However, their conversation is interrupted when the massive corpse of a mutant beast falls from the sky and slams into the ground near them. Lu Sheng lands shortly after, and seeing him, the soldiers are stunned by his strength and presence. Lu Sheng looks at them seriously and tells them he needs their help with something important. Expecting a tactical mission, the soldiers immediately salute and stand ready. However, Lu Sheng surprises them by asking if either of them knows how to cook. At the same time, at the Eastern 9th Combat Zone headquarters, officials report that the revolt in the double S-level cave has finally been suppressed, though it took 2 days longer than planned. A meeting is underway with high-ranking officers and their general, reviewing the battlefield map on a large screen to assess the aftermath. One of the officers provides casualty statistics to General He Dingjun, one of the 4 great generals. He Dingjun addresses the room sternly as he acknowledges that while the double S-level cave revolt wasn't caused by human error, it exposed major flaws in the Eastern Military District's supervision. He warns that defense must be tightened, and notes that the current military stars performed poorly during the operation, planning to reprimand them later. When a purple-haired aide rushes to carry out the orders, the general stops him, stating they haven't addressed the biggest issue yet. An anxious officer points out that defense line number 8 has collapsed and that Fang Bosi of the 883rd Regiment is requesting reinforcements. General, he reacts with fury, slamming his fist onto the table. He refuses to send help, pointing out that defense line 8 isn't even a high-priority level 2 zone. He considers Fang Bosi's request for reinforcements an act of cowardice or incompetence. He orders his subordinates to tell Fang Bosi to retake and rebuild the line immediately, demanding a report of its full restoration by tomorrow morning. After the subordinates acknowledge the order, the general studies the casualty reports. He notes that 12 of his 20 elite military stars have been killed, a significant loss of high-level human resources. Scanning the holographic map, the general notices a major anomaly. Amidst a sea of red emergency markers, the 1182nd Regiment shows a stable blue dot. An aide reports that General Yu's unit has not only held its ground, but has also been reinforcing neighboring lines, single-handedly stabilizing the sector. He Dingjun recalls that the headquarters recently recruited a candidate named Lu Sheng to be trained as a martial saint. He realizes that Lu Sheng, despite his young age, is a master-level combatant who has already killed other masters and even dared to provoke the Dao family. Amused and impressed, the general orders his staff to have General Yu report to him personally once the current crisis is over. He then returns to studying the map in silence. General He Dingjun points to the largest red marker on the map, the collapsed defense line surrounding the main cave rift. Because this area acts as a funnel for the monster invasion, its collapse is a worst-case scenario. He orders an immediate live site check. As the data loads, the general is stunned. The drone footage shows the defense line is completely quiet, with no mutant beasts in sight. Confused, he demands his technician search the surrounding area to find where the monsters went. The technician moves the camera toward the cave entrance, and the room falls silent. A massive mountain of beast corpses is piled at the mouth of the rift. Standing in the center of the carnage is Lu Sheng, radiating golden energy and holding his spear. Lu Sheng senses the drone and turns his head to stare directly into the camera. The general is left in total shock, unable to process how a single person managed to completely halt a double S-level beast stampede and annihilate the entire force. General He Dingjun loses his composure, grabbing his subordinate by the shoulders and shouting for the identity of the person on the screen. He orders an immediate investigation to find out who the warrior is. Meanwhile, in a different sector of the battlefield, a girl kills a giant beast by stabbing it with dual swords. She checks in via her earpiece, reporting that she has just taken down 3 level 5 beasts and 1 level 6. Her teammate confirms his own kills. She tells her partner that they are nearing the broken section of the defense line and coordinates a meeting point. As she stands atop a carcass, her body begins to glow with golden energy. She finds the situation suspicious. According to all reports, the defense line should have collapsed under a massive horde, yet she encounters very few monsters. Several hours later, the girl meets her team at a temporary camp and they are confused. They've been scouting for hours and haven't encountered a single high-level beast, despite reports that the front line had collapsed. One of them notes that the area is as quiet as a normal day in the desert, which contradicts the double S-level mission briefing. The captain suspects that if the monsters aren't in the open wild, they must be hiding inside the nearby ruined city. She warns her team that if the beasts are hiding there, the density of the horde will be extremely high. She signals the squad to move out, and they head toward the city ruins. Upon arriving at the devastated skyscrapers, the team goes on high alert. The bald man uses a handheld detector and reports that there are no threats within 100 meters to the south. The swordsman partially unsheathes his blade and confirms there are no anomalies to the north, and the city remains eerily empty. The captain is frustrated because the city is even more deserted than the plains. She doesn't believe the beasts moved to another sector, as their superiors would have rerouted her team to help elsewhere. Her smartwatch rings with a call from the Blue Star team, who report the exact same thing. They've been scouting for half a day and haven't found a single monster. Hearing that, the swordsman suggests they head directly to the mouth of the cave to find answers. The captain agrees but decides to play it safe by sending a military drone first. They deploy a drone equipped with high-precision cameras and a machine gun. The swordsman pilots the drone over a bridge toward the cave entrance. Per the captain's orders, he lowers the altitude and zooms in on the rift. As the image clarifies, he begins to sweat, staring at the screen in total shock at what he sees. Just as the team is analyzing the situation, their drone is shot out of the sky. Panic-stricken and confused by the sudden attack, the captain orders her squad to sprint toward the cave entrance to investigate the shooter and the battlefield in person. The shooter is actually one of the soldiers Lu Sheng rescued. He now has a mechanical arm and is casually whistling. When the old man angrily demands to know why he keeps shooting down reinforcement drones, the guy jokes that he thought it was an eagle and wanted to cook it for Lu Sheng. Nearby, Tao is already busy stirring a large cooking pot over a fire. He tells the old man to relax, confident that reinforcements will show up eventually anyway. While they prepare dinner, Lu Sheng remains on guard. He effortlessly slices another approaching beast in half with his spear. Surrounded by red energy, he stands atop a fresh corpse with an aggressive gaze. The old man watches him, deeply inspired by his power. Meanwhile, the captain's team finally reaches the cave. The air is thick with the metallic stench of blood, forcing the captain to cover her mouth. Ahead of them lies a massive mountain of beast corpses, all glowing with residual golden energy. The captain is visibly trembling, unable to comprehend who could have killed so many high-ranking creatures. A sudden noise nearby pulls everyone's attention. A moment later, Lu Sheng shows up dragging a giant mutant beast by the tail, asking if there's some kind of problem. 3 minutes later, Lu Sheng leads the team to the soldiers' camp. As he eats, he notices a tiger symbol on their gear and asks if they are the A-class star team sent as reinforcements. The captain and her squad immediately snap to attention and salute. Because High Command deployed multiple elite teams to clean up the region, she explains that they're only the first wave. As she talks, her eyes drift toward the cave entrance and she freezes in fear. The entire entrance is blocked by a mountain of corpses, mutant beasts stacked like a wall, all ones Lu Sheng clearly killed himself. Lu Sheng hops off the truck and asks when the army will arrive to rebuild the defense line, jokingly adding that the old man's cooking is much better than the food back at his regiment's cafeteria. The soldiers are baffled by his casual attitude. The captain explains that now that she has filed her report, the military will likely send a reconstruction crew in 2 or 3 days after a formal review. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng is relieved that his mission here is almost over. Stunned by his power, the captain nervously asks him what his actual military rank is. Lu Sheng looks back at her with a cold, intense gaze. He introduces himself as a new recruit under General Yu in the 1182nd Regiment, adding that he has been in the army for less than 2 weeks. The captain is completely shocked and asks if he is joking. When Lu Sheng stares her down and asks if he looks like he's joking, the entire team recoils in fear. They find it terrifying that a new recruit with less than a month of service could hold an entire double S front line alone. The captain invites Lu Sheng to return to headquarters with her team, promising that his performance will earn him an outstanding evaluation and far better benefits than a standard soldier. Lu Sheng considers his need to replenish his spiritual essence and agrees, though he insists on reporting to his commander first. The captain is secretly thrilled. She realizes that if he truly is a rookie, this is the best time to build a relationship with someone she believes could become the 8th star of the East. By nightfall, they arrive at the military headquarters. Lu Sheng is impressed by the high-end residential area, which features luxury mansions and a lively atmosphere. He realizes this would be a perfect, safe place to house his parents to protect them from the crazy Lian Shah. So, Lu Sheng asks the captain how he can get a room there, mentioning he desperately needs a shower. The captain blushes and explains that since he is new and doesn't have a headquarters ID yet, he can't officially check into a residence. She then offers to let him stay at her house for the night. After showering, the captain, Hong Yu, recalls her superior's advice that high-level martial artists have a duty to pass on their strong genes. As she dries off, she puts on a revealing red dress and feels nervous about the evening. Meanwhile, in the living room, Lu Sheng is waiting on the sofa with only a towel around his waist. When Hong Yu enters and calls him Sir, he tells her to just call him Lu Sheng. At that moment, he is visibly shocked by her choice of clothing. To avoid showing it, he looks away and asks if they are leaving for his certification. Slowly, Hong Yu steps closer and smiles while asking if he wants to eat before they go. Immediately, Lu Sheng becomes nervous and starts sweating. He agrees to eat, even though he admits to himself he isn't a saint and is tempted. However, he also feels like everything is happening too fast. As he gathers himself, he looks up and thinks about the famous star-level generals, noting that they were all much older when they reached their positions compared to him. Our boy asks Hong Yu how old she is, and she casually mentions that she is nearly 60. Immediately, Lu Sheng is shocked. She looks much younger, and he realizes she is the same age as his mother. As he processes this, he feels awkward and sips a soda, wondering why his subconscious is comparing her to his acquaintance, Shu. The next morning, they arrive at the evaluation center. Upon arrival, Hongyu's squad is already waiting. The team members whisper among themselves, assuming she and Lu Sheng hit it off the night before. Lu quietly observes that this center looks far more advanced than the simple dojos he is used to. Soon after, a captain approaches them and is amazed that Hongyu's team returned so quickly from a mission that only started the day before. Then, he notices Lu Sheng and asks if he is a rookie they are trying to recruit. In reply, Hongyu laughs and denies it, explaining that he isn't a typical new recruit. In fact, she would willingly give up her rank as captain if he wanted to lead her team. With that, the captain takes his leave, clearly impressed by Hongyu's high praise. After he leaves, finally, she guides him through the crowded building, noting that the first floor is for power certification, while the upper floors handle mission logistics. They approach a receptionist to begin Lu Sheng's star-level certification. When she asks for his official military documents and recommendation letters, our boy admits he doesn't have them. Instead, he explains that his commander told him he only needed to provide his name. At first, the receptionist is skeptical, but she still enters his name into the database. However, as his file loads, her expression shifts to total shock. Without hesitation, she bypasses all standard procedures, bows to him, and asks him to follow her to the testing area. As they continue, Hongyu glances at the receptionist's tablet to view Lu Sheng's digital file. The moment she sees it, she notices his age, 19 years old. Immediately, she begins to sweat and blush, overwhelmed by the realization that he is a once-in-a-generation genius. In her mind, not even the combined 12 combat districts of the East could produce another talent like him. Before long, they arrive at the testing room just as a captain strikes a massive testing pillar with a golden, energy-enhanced punch. Upon impact, a visual display of fire diamonds bursts out as the machine calculates the force. Instantly, his subordinates react in amazement, announcing that his combat strength has exceeded 16 million, placing him well beyond the second-star rank. Because of this, they speculate that he will soon unlock the barrier of heaven and earth to become a level 8 master. Even so, the captain remains modest and notes that unlocking a barrier is difficult, though doing so would boost a person's combat strength by roughly 30 million. Just then, Lu Sheng enters the room and asks if this is the standard way to test strength. In response, Hongyu explains that because a Grandmaster's power is so destructive, normal instruments would shatter. Therefore, they use a specialized synthetic crystal pillar to absorb and measure the impact. Right after, Lu Sheng wonders how they evaluate vitality. In reply, Hongyu explains that a master's vitality fluctuates too much, so the military stopped measuring it directly years ago. As a result, they focus solely on combat strength, since it provides the most accurate reflection of a warrior's total power. At that moment, the captain walks over, greeting Hongyu and asking why she arrived without notice. As he approaches, the captain immediately starts flirting with Hongyu. Though he tries to charm her, Hongyu forces a smile, while Lu Sheng simply finds the flattery annoying. Soon after, the captain turns his attention to Lu Sheng. Upon seeing how young he is, he assumes he is a new recruit for Hongyu's team. However, when the girl clarifies that Lu Sheng is simply a friend, the captain's expression shifts to visible jealousy. Suddenly, he inspects Lu Sheng from head to toe, noting that he is taller and more handsome than him. Because of this, he becomes aggressive, stepping between them and accusing Lu of trying to flirt with an older woman. In response, the boy just stares back, feeling exhausted by the cliché jealousy. To himself, he thinks that women always seem to complicate things. Inevitably, this thought makes him think of Shu again, which causes his face to heat up with a blush. Confused, he wonders why his mind keeps drifting to her in the middle of such a confrontation. With this, our boy ignores the bickering and walks toward the crystal pillar to start his test. The captain mocks him, pointing out that Lu Sheng doesn't even have a basic certification yet. He questions why Hongyu's elite Tiger and Scorpion team would hang out with an unranked rookie. Hongyu shuts him down by asking why he cares so much. She bluntly tells him that if she wants to date a younger man, it's her business. She also reminds the captain that he is nearly 80 years old, which visibly deflates him. Hongyu tells him to stop talking and watch Lu Sheng's test, promising that despite his age, he is about to do something impressive. The captain remains skeptical and proud. He boasts that he is a 7-star expert and ranked in the top 10 of the 9th Battle District. He argues that he is currently in his prime and expects to become a great master before he turns 150. He gestures toward Lu Sheng, claiming the kid has nothing going for him but good looks and abs, and asks Hongyu in what possible way Lu Sheng could surpass him. While the captain's men start acting like cheerleaders, calling their leader a top-notch mating partner, Hongyu's own bald teammate steps in and tells them to shut up. At the same time, he taunts the arrogant Captain Lan, asking how he would feel if Lu Sheng was not only more handsome but also significantly stronger. In response, Captain Lan, sweating and annoyed, dismisses the idea as nothing more than a delusion caused by lack of sleep. Right then, our boy strikes the crystal pillar. Immediately, the machine emits a blinding light that forces everyone to look away. As the energy surges, the pillar lights up the internal diamonds, one by one with golden energy, until every single one is illuminated. Finally, the monitor reveals our boy's combat power, 12.4 million points. The test recorder is so shocked he falls over and drops his tablet. He trembles as he announces the result that Lu Sheng has lit up all 12 stars, officially certifying him as a first-class great master. Captain Lan is left completely speechless and humiliated. He can't process how a 19-year-old could reach a level he expected to take another 70 years to achieve. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the center, a group of soldiers are reviewing the mission board. They are currently looking for a mission to help rebuild the recently collapsed defense lines. They notice that the beast-cleaning missions for the collapsed defense line have been abruptly cancelled. The military hasn't provided an explanation, so the team decides to pivot to a different mission involving the new cave instead. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the entire military district, knocking the soldiers to the floor. The captain realizes the earthquake isn't a natural disaster. The epicenter is coming from the strength testing laboratory directly below them. He recalls that years ago, General Chen caused a similar vibration during a test. The laboratory's crystal pillars are connected to the building's main structural axis, meaning a sufficiently powerful strike will shake the entire facility. At that moment, the 9th District Warstar Rankings Board updates. Immediately, the soldiers crowd around the screen, stunned as the new data appears showing Lu Sheng at 12.5 stars of power and ranked 8th, while General Chen is now behind him. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the second floor are in disbelief. It is unheard of for someone to debut at number 1 in the 9th District rankings. According to them, a combat power of 12.5 stars is unprecedented. Most top-tier experts they know peak at 11 stars. Just then, another captain joins and points out that Lu Sheng is only ranked 8th overall because he lacks merit points. Even so, he believes it is only a matter of time before Lu Sheng becomes an 8-star legend. Driven by curiosity, the entire group rushes toward the testing room to see the newcomer in person. Inside the testing room, Lu Sheng reflects on his performance. He is surprised that a single punch pushed him past the 100 million point mark. He recalls that the minimum requirement for a great master is only 20 million points, meaning his 124 million puts him far beyond the basic threshold. However, he remains humble, knowing that level 8 is a massive leap and that crossing a barrier can instantly add 40 million points to a master's power. As our boy heads for the exit, the test recorder, still trembling, stands up and bows deeply. He addresses him as Commander and asks if he wants to perform any additional tests. Lu Sheng simply waves him off, stating that one test is enough and continues walking out. As he prepares to leave, he looks back at the test recorder and casually mentions that he hasn't been sleeping well, so the 124 million score is just his current limit. The recorder breaks into a cold sweat, terrified by the realization that Lu Sheng wasn't even operating at full strength. Lu Sheng then walks over to Hong Yu, who is staring at him in a daze, completely mesmerized by his 100 million point power level. When he asks what they should do next, she is too starstruck to speak. Lu Sheng has to wave his hand in front of her face to snap her out of it. Blushing and embarrassed, she regains her composure and explains that since his merit points are still being calculated, his duties are done for the day. She tells him he is now free to go and select any residence he wants. Meanwhile, Captain Lan is completely broken. He falls to his knees and prostrates himself, repeatedly slamming his head against the floor while begging for forgiveness for his earlier arrogance. His subordinates join him on the ground, terrified. They try to make excuses for their leader, telling Lu Sheng that the captain is powerful, but suffers from mental issues and often talks nonsense. They tremble as they plead with Lu Sheng not to take offense at the captain's stupidity. Lu Sheng approaches Captain Lan and calmly accepts his apology, telling him to just be more careful in the future. Relieved and moved to tears, the captain and his subordinates remain on their knees, thanking him for his mercy. Privately, the captain is still terrified. He imagines Lu Sheng as a king on a throne and realizes that if someone that powerful had truly stayed angry, he likely wouldn't have survived. He also feels a surge of resentment toward Hong Yu, viewing her as an opportunist for befriending such a powerhouse first. At that moment, the door to the testing room bursts open. The captain from the second floor rushes in, followed by a large group of curious soldiers. They are all frantic and shouting, demanding to know which one of them is the Lu Sheng, who just shattered the district rankings. While Captain Lan and his men are still kneeling, the second floor captain and his group of soldiers crowd into the room. He demands to know where Lu Sheng is, but when he looks at the group, he assumes everyone present is too old to be the new record holder. He notices Captain Lan on the floor and is confused, then glances at Lu Sheng. One of his soldiers whispers that he looks like a stranger, but the captain dismisses the idea, thinking someone that young couldn't possibly be the great master they are looking for. He concludes that the person must have already left and asks Hong Yu if she saw a supreme grandmaster pass through. Hong Yu silently points to Lu Sheng and confirms he is the one. The blonde captain is shocked and tells her to stop joking, insisting it's impossible for a teenager to be a grandmaster. Hong Yu begins to explain when a new voice interrupts. Everyone turns to see General He Dingjun entering the room. The soldiers are stunned to see a 5-star general in person. He walks toward Lu Sheng and smiles, noting that true heroes emerge at a young age. Lu Sheng remains quiet, recognizing that the general's rank isn't just political, it represents the absolute peak of power in the Eastern Military District. The big boss congratulates the kid, officially welcoming him as a 12-star general and a great master of the Eastern Military District. The blonde captain and the other soldiers are paralyzed with shock, finally forced to accept that this 19-year-old possesses a combat strength of 12.5 stars. Our boy remains indifferent to the praise, feeling desensitized to the attention. The general informs him that his paperwork and merit point accumulation are already being processed and invites him to his office for tea. Lu Sheng politely declines, stating he needs to rest and walks away. As the general watches Lu leave, he reflects on the fact that he is younger than his own grandson. In that moment, he views Lu Sheng's talent as monstrous and believes the young man is a future martial saint who could finally fulfill the district's long-term goal of producing a level 9 powerhouse. Because of this, he decides to report his discovery to the marshal immediately. Afterward, the general turns to Hong Yu and acknowledges that she has been Lu Sheng's main contact since he joined the district, and instructs her to continue acting as his guide and mentor. The girl bows and agrees. Then, before walking away, the general pulls her aside and crudely suggests she should use her assets to ensure Lu Sheng remains closely tied to their district. General He Dingjun continues down the hall, clearly stating that Lu's potential is higher than she realizes, and that his genes are extremely valuable. In response, Hong Yu is taken aback but blushes, thinking to herself that she is more than willing to follow the general's suggestion if Lu Sheng is interested in her. Meanwhile, the other soldiers swarm around her, desperate for any information about Lu Sheng. Later, our boy arrives at the elite residential area reserved for generals. The zone is high-end and heavily guarded. Just then, an officer named Wang Yan meets him and shows him to his new home. Although not massive, the mansion is ranked among the top 5 in the district and was personally prepared by the commander. He also hands Lu a state-of-the-art smartphone to replace his old one, telling him to call if he needs anything. He mentions that his total merit points will be finalized by dinner time before bowing and leaving. With this, our boy enters the mansion and is greeted by a maid. He casually asks her to have the chef prepare a meal for him, and she heads off to fulfill the request. 10 minutes later, Lu Sheng sits down to a massive banquet prepared by his private chefs. Finally, he feels relieved to eat high-quality food, like fresh noodles, after weeks of surviving on canned rations and mutant beast meat. While eating, he checks his new phone and notices several unread messages. First, he sees a message from his sister, who tells him she is almost a level 2 martial artist and recently won a citywide student tournament. However, she also complains about arrogant challengers bothering her and asks why he hasn't been checking his messages, adding that their mother is worried. In response, Lu Sheng tells her he was busy on a mission and promises to visit for New Year's. Next, he opens the group chat from his friends. One friend warns everyone to watch their language, while another tells Lu Sheng to stay warm at the border and shares a news story about a level 5 martial artist who got sick. To reassure them, Lu Sheng sends back a laughing emoji. After that, he checks the message from his military team. He sees a photo from the femboy showing that he, General Yu, and Qingshu have successfully returned from the front lines. Naturally, Lu Sheng focuses on the image of Qingshu. He opens their private chat and sees an older message from her wishing him well. Quietly, he responds with a simple emoji. Then, he realizes she hasn't messaged him since the last martial arts tournament and starts to wonder if she lost her phone or if the battery died. Lu Sheng feels that his relationship with her has become distant and awkward, though he isn't sure why. Shifting focus, he calls Wang Yan and asks for help locating a specific recruit named Ming, who joined this year from Baihe City. Wang Yan explains that with so many soldiers in the district, the search will take some time, but he promises to report back as soon as he finds him. Lu Sheng tells him not to inform Ming once he is located and then ends the call. Exhausted, he slumps into his chair and quickly falls asleep, entering the dream realm, where he jokingly tells the resident zombies that he's too tired to fight them today. While there, he accesses the system interface to trade his recently earned merit points for new body improvement formulas, eager to put his resources to use immediately. At the same time, back at the 9th War District headquarters, the marshal slams his desk in disbelief upon hearing the report. General He Dingjun confirms that he personally verified Lu Sheng's 12.5-star power, noting it far exceeds his own. Ecstatic, the marshal realizes that a 19-year-old with such immense power is a guaranteed candidate for Martial Saint status. He also notes that General Yu of the 1182nd Division has just returned from the front and instructs General He Dingjun to officially congratulate him for discovering such an incredible talent. Meanwhile, the femboy and Qingshu return to the district. The guy, thrilled to be back, shouts for joy, while Qingshu watches him, embarrassed by his behavior. Deciding he needs a shower and a good meal, he suggests they go out to eat with Lu Sheng tonight. However, the moment Lu Sheng's name comes up, she blushes and immediately refuses, telling him to go by himself. Confused, the femboy confronts her, noting that she's been acting strangely ever since Lu joined the military, or more specifically, since the National Martial Arts Tournament. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he reminds her they've been friends since childhood, and bluntly asks if she likes Lu Sheng. In response, the girl snaps. She manifests a dagger with her powers, holds it to his throat, and threatens to sew his mouth shut if he continues speaking. The boy nervously backs off, but he doesn't let the subject drop. Following her as she walks away, he brags that he has dated hundreds of women and can read her feelings as clearly as the sun and moon. Angry, Qingshu manifests even more weapons, terrifying him. Realizing he's pushed too far, he quickly backtracks, insisting it's fine whether she likes Lu Sheng or not. He sighs and offers some parting advice. She needs to be honest with herself, and if she truly has feelings for Lu Sheng, she should just tell him. The boy continues to tease her, suggesting that she feels inferior to Lu Sheng because she is older than him, has a worse temper, and possesses less martial arts talent. Qingshu initially gets angry, but then sadly asks if there is any truth to his words. Realizing he hit a nerve, he drops the act and tells her he was just joking. He then mocks the taboo of their dynamic, reminding her that Lu Sheng was once her student and joking about how their relationship would be a scandal. Hearing that, Qingshu loses her patience and begins chasing him, taking out her spiritual energy to attack. The femboy eventually collapses from exhaustion, panting heavily, and begs for a truce. He sincerely tells her that he fully supports the two of them being together. He explains that in their current era, age gaps mean nothing, noting that it's common for masters over 100 years old to marry 18-year-old students. He buys a soda from a vending machine and tells her that they make a great couple, adding that he sensed chemistry between them since the early days of their training camp. Qingshui watches him in silence, clearly deep in thought. He assures her that he is serious and offers to investigate Lu Sheng's feelings for her. He jokes that every teenager in the world has a crush on an attractive master like her, causing her to blush deeply. However, she grabs her pendant and insists a relationship is impossible because her family would never approve. The guy is terrified when he realizes she is talking about her older brothers. One is a high-level supreme master from the central military region, and the other became a disciple of a supreme martial artist at 16. Qingshu explains that although they are her half-brothers, they raised her and have always been overprotective, reminding him that they used to beat him up when they were kids. The femboy agrees that their obsession with her is extreme and suggests they need medical help for their sister complex. Qingshu then shows him a message that her second brother, Dong Shengyi, is arriving at the eastern military region soon to visit her. Hearing that, the guy tries to stay positive, arguing that even her brothers would have to respect Lu Sheng once they see his 19-year-old master-level talent. She, however, remains sad and unconvinced, explaining that her brothers don't care about feelings. They have already decreed that any partner she chooses must meet their strict standards for lineage, strength, and martial arts. The guy tries to encourage her by crushing his soda can and cursing her family's interference. He claims that if he ever becomes a supreme martial artist, he'll make sure she can marry Lu Sheng regardless of what her brothers, Dong Potian and Dong Shengyi, think. Qingshu tells him to focus on becoming a master first, but she sincerely thanks him before walking away. Left alone, the femboy lights a cigarette and leans against a wall, reflecting on how their situation feels like a cliché romance plot burdened by family status. His thoughts are interrupted when he sees a group of soldiers running past him in a hurry. He stops one of the soldiers to ask what is happening. The soldier, recognizing his rank, salutes and excitedly explains the news that a new 12-star general has just appeared in the 9th battle zone, taking the number 1 spot on the star list and entering the ranks of the top 7 generals. The guy drops his cigarette in shock, then breaks into a wide smile. He is thrilled by the news, comparing the arrival of such a powerhouse to a celebrity coming from one's own hometown. Excited and proud, he decides to join the soldiers and see this new legendary figure for himself. As he enters the building, he is frozen with shock when he sees the updated rankings showing his friend Lu Sheng is now a 12-star general. The list confirms his incredible rise. Lu Sheng is first on the star list and 4th on the general list, with a combat power of 12.5 stars and 3 million merit points. A nearby soldier, shouting with excitement, explains that Lu Sheng earned those 3 million merits in less than a month. He recounts how Lu Sheng single-handedly defended a AA rank frontline for the 835th Division for 2 weeks, leaving the battlefield littered with monster corpses, and calls him a living legend. After brushing off the overexcited soldier, the femboy realizes that Lu Sheng's massive power shift changes everything. With him at this level, Qingshu's family no longer has any reason to look down on him. Excited, he immediately calls Qingshu, telling her to drop everything and join them for dinner, insisting that she won't believe what has happened. Meanwhile, back at the military headquarters, General Yu arrives feeling nervous and somber, knowing that the commander-in-chief has requested to meet him personally. Upon arrival, he meets General Hae-Ding-jun, who invites him to sit and hands over a stack of official reports. As Yu settles in, the general congratulates him on his unique vision in recommending such a talented soldier. At first, General Yu is confused, assuming he was called in because of his own battlefield performance. However, the moment he begins reading the reports, his expression changes. The documents reveal that Lu Sheng defended Line 23 entirely by himself for 9 days, killed more than 350 level 7 beasts along with 666 level 6 beasts, and now possesses a combat power of 12.5 stars, with the status of a high mastery great master. General Yu starts trembling, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of Lu Sheng's achievements. Seeing this, Hae-Ding-jun calmly reassures him, admitting that he was just as shocked when he first saw the data. He then praises Yu's eye for talent and delivers the final announcement that General Yu is being promoted and placed in charge of the 3-Corps division. He is promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General, and the weight of the moment hits him all at once. He finally understands that Lu Sheng wasn't exaggerating when he once promised to help him rise. He truly meant it. The next morning, Lu Sheng stands in front of his bathroom mirror, examining his reflection. His teeth have fully grown back and look denser, sharper, and stronger than before. According to the Immortal Stars technique, as his immortal cells multiply, his entire biological structure continues to evolve into something beyond human limits. The power feels incredible, but he can't ignore the worry lingering in the back of his mind. He has no intention of becoming some mutant-like martial arts fanatic who loses his human form. Golden energy slowly ripples off his body as he calculates how much essential liquid he'll need for his next breakthrough. At that moment, Wang Yan arrives and hands him a tablet containing his finalized reward report. The screen shows a huge amount of merit points, along with the current exchange rates, which shows that level 7 essential liquid costs 100,000 merits per liter, while secret gold goes for 1,000 merits per gram. Lu Sheng realizes that although 3.8 million merits is an enormous amount, it still isn't enough to buy everything he needs. In fact, he could only afford about 4 kilograms of secret gold, barely enough material to upgrade even the handle of his red dragon spear. Wang Yan explains that secret gold is a rare and finite resource, unlike mutant beast materials, which are practically everywhere. Because of that scarcity, even high-ranking stellar generals rarely receive any. However, he reveals that the commander has granted Lu Sheng a special credit line worth 10 million merits, free to use however he chooses. The news instantly excites Lu Sheng, and he decides to upgrade his weaponry without hesitation. He places an order for enough secret gold to forge a level 7 spear body, then plans to use the remaining merits to purchase essential liquid. As he scrolls through the catalog, he notices the complete lack of level 8 supplies and asks Wang Yan about it, realizing he may eventually have to locate his own secret gold deposits if he wants to keep advancing. Wang Yan grows visibly uneasy as he explains the risks behind these upper-level resources. Level 7. Essential liquid, he says, still contains traces of harmful mutant beast influences. Level 8, however, is on another level entirely. The side effects are so severe that the military hasn't found a single person capable of absorbing it without risking a permanent transformation into something closer to a monster than a human. Lu Sheng listens, but ultimately brushes the warnings aside and demands 5 bottles of the level 8 liquid. Wang Yan reminds him that the price is 10 times higher than level 7, yet he bows without further argument and agrees to process the order at once. When Lu Sheng hears that the level 8 liquid is 10 times more expensive, he changes his mind and decides to order just 1 bottle to test it first. Wang Yan then informs him that he has located Ming. Lu Sheng instructs him to ensure the recruit isn't sent to any high-risk battlefronts. He reflects on his school days, acknowledging that while he isn't a saint, he is happy to use his influence to protect people he cares about. He doesn't care if others accuse him of favoritism. His current power makes him untouchable. His phone rings from an unknown number, and it turns out to be Qingshu. She invites him to dinner with her and the femboy. Our boy happily agrees to meet around 8 p.m. and tells her she can pick the restaurant. After hanging up, Lu Sheng finds himself blushing. Despite having near-perfect control over his physiological functions, even he cannot deceive his own body's emotional reactions and wonders if this connection is a matter of destiny. Meanwhile, Qingshu returns to her room and glances out the window, spotting Lu Sheng standing outside on the ground floor. She finds herself distracted, unable to look away. Just then, the mighty femboy bursts in, immediately teasing her for being such a pro at flirting with her former student. He mocks the way she stares at Lu Sheng, right up until she sends him flying out the door with a single kick that slams him into the hallway wall. Once the room falls quiet again, Qingshu rests her fingers on the O-shaped amulet Lu Sheng gave her. Her thoughts drift to the Emperor of the East in the Central Military District, Dong Shengyi. The realization hits her hard that she needs to reach the master level as soon as possible. By the next morning, Lu Sheng is walking through his mansion when a message from Wang Yan comes in, confirming that the delivery has been completed. Several units of the level 7 otherworldly marrow liquid have arrived, along with a single tube of the level 8 formula, delivered with a strict warning to handle it with extreme caution. The speed of the delivery surprises him, and since the day is still just beginning, he decides not to waste any time. On the second floor, he locates the shipment. He barely glances at the level 7 tubes and instead focuses on the larger, brighter container holding the level 8 marrow liquid. Without hesitation, he drinks the entire tube at once. It tastes awful, but at first, he feels no immediate change, only a strange stillness gathering inside him. Suddenly, the residual wills of the mutant beasts manifest around him like ghostly spirits, flooding his mind with violent negative emotions. At the same time, his internal energy centers begin to expand at a dangerous pace, pushing him to the brink of collapse. In response, Lu Sheng immediately channels the divine illumination to regain control. Within his body, his immortal cells enter a brutal cycle of destruction and rebirth. Iteration after iteration, the process repeats millions, then billions of times, until the impurities are burned away, the refinement is complete, and a breakthrough has already occurred. During the breakthrough, the cells absorbed an immense amount of energy and carried out millions of internal transformations. The thought lingers in his mind that if this is the result of mere millions, then what will happen when those transformations reach into the billions, or even the trillions? However, he soon notices something unsettling. Despite the progress he just made, the marrow liquid he consumed wasn't perfectly purified. In the corner of the room, he spots another tube, this one filled with a yellow substance that radiates an ominous, almost evil energy. Since the previous 8 tubes only produced minor effects, he decides to push his limits even further. Without hesitation, he grabs the tube, opens it, and takes a drink. But the moment the liquid hits his tongue, he realizes something is wrong. The contents aren't yellow at all, but blood red. The violent shock that follows is so intense that he stops mid-swallow. Overwhelmed by pain, Lu Sheng collapses to his knees as a wave of dark energy erupts from him. That energy transforms into a demonic doppelganger, an eerie reflection of Lu Sheng made of black mist, whispering that they are one and urging him to surrender. Furious, our boy responds with a single punch that tears the apparition apart. The strike works, but the resulting shockwave rattles the entire mansion. The demonic energy surges out of control, and Lu Sheng's body begins to mutate. His muscles swell, veins coil like living wires beneath his skin, and his clothes rip apart as his frame grows into a massive, inhuman form. For a moment, it feels as though his body might tear itself apart under the pressure. At that critical point, Lu Sheng forces his mind to focus. He takes a deep, strained breath, closes his eyes, and starts the natural breathing method. A layer of blue energy forms around him, calming his body and keeping the mutation from taking over. Once things stabilize, he goes into a meditative state and enters the vacuum state, unlocking the second level of his power. Inside, his body rebuilds itself with muscles, marrow, and spirit, while the demonic energy is replaced with a cleaner, stronger force. When the transformation finishes, he peels off the last of his old skin, revealing his fully formed immortal golden body's third stage. Everything feels clearer now. He realizes his growth didn't come from small improvements. It came from breaking his limits and rebuilding himself from scratch. Just then, the boy realizes that he is too late already. With this, he quickly grabs his phone and sees a missed call from Qingshu. He calls her back quickly, apologizing and stumbling over his words. Qingshu, however, sounds calm, almost too calm, telling him she'll just go train as well. Lu Sheng hangs up uncertain whether she's genuinely fine or quietly furious. Before he can even take a breath, his phone rings again. This time, it's the femboy, and he is shouting at full volume, demanding to know where he was and declaring that Lu Sheng is finished for standing them up. The guy continued yelling that this was the first time Qingshu had ever invited a man to dinner and Lu Sheng ruined it. Lu covers his ear from the noise and explains that he reached a critical peak in his training and completely lost track of time. Hearing that, the femboy sighs, realizing our boy's monstrous talent means he is constantly breaking through to new levels, but he asks how he plans to fix this. Our boy, still somewhat oblivious, asks if missing a date for a few hours is really that big of a deal. The femboy is stunned by his lack of romantic awareness and hangs up. Confused, Lu Sheng enters the dream space. He pulls up the system interface and navigates to the personal profiles, actually searching the database to understand the social significance of standing someone up. He eventually finds Qingshu's profile. After looking at her information and reflecting on the situation, he decides that since the damage is already done, he might as well stay and continue training. He feels more powerful than ever. The third phase of the immortal golden body was completed much faster than the second. He reminisces about how easily he can now slaughter mutant beasts, treating them like mere ants, thanks to his new physical state. With this, Lu Sheng enters a deep meditative state where his eyes turn white, and his immortal cells begin a radical restructuring of his muscles and bones. He realizes that after completing the third phase, his physical form is technically superior to the original human blueprint, making him feel as though he is cheating. While surrounded by golden lightning, he analyzes different martial archetypes, the swordmaster, the palm specialist, and the powerhouse, and concludes that his own body is perfectly suited for peak physical training. His consciousness is then transported to space, where he stands before the massive spirit of the technique's creator, Master Wang He. Lu Xing realizes that simply following Wang He's path would limit him, as the original technique was tailored specifically for its creator. To surpass that limit, he decides to remodel his body entirely. Using the natural breathing method, he integrates various elemental energies, fire, ice, and golden force, simultaneously. He observes ice crystals forming in his palm and realizes that his compatibility with these techniques has reached 100%, actually surpassing the original creator, Wang He. Satisfied with this evolution, he decides it is time to give this new, customized martial body a unique name. Lu Xing visualizes a fetus floating in space next to a golden planet, representing the birth of his new form. He officially names it the Stellar Immortal Body, realizing that he has achieved a physical constitution on par with the legendary saint bodies, or primordial path bodies mentioned in ancient texts. He is now among the elite tier of existences in the universe. To test his new strength, he manifests a massive golden sphere of energy he calls the Immortal Star. The power is so immense that the shockwaves begin to tear apart the buildings within the dream space. A giant golden dragon appears behind him as he flies, and he confidently concludes that no top-tier expert could easily break his defense now. He estimates that his combat power has likely doubled. Searching for a way to verify this, he travels to a remote area of the ruined base. There he finds a high-level zombie, Gu Xuan, a master of the sword. Lu Xing challenges the swordmaster Gu Xuan by launching a powerful kick that shatters the ground. The swordmaster responds instantly by drawing his sword and releasing a massive wave of blue energy. The attack is so sharp it slices two nearby skyscrapers in half. The two forces collide, and Lu Xing is completely overpowered. His attack is neutralized, and he is sent flying through several buildings before finally skidding to a halt. Covered in wounds, Lu Xing realizes the true gap in power between himself and a swordmaster. However, he remains undeterred, confident that a single strike isn't enough to kill him. Lu Xing fully activates his power. Three massive martial spirits materialize behind him. First, the spirit of a praying god, followed by an ice phoenix, and finally, a fire phoenix. Using the natural breathing method, his muscles expand and he ignites with fiery energy. Gu Xuan, sensing the sudden shift in danger, gathers a purple aura around his blade. Dismissing Lu Xing's power as mere boasting, the swordmaster prepares to end the fight with a single lethal blow. Lu Xing realizes he can now sense Gu Xuan's thoughts. He activates his god state, creating multiple energy clones of himself, each representing a different discipline he has mastered, some wielding spears, others swords or gloves. He tells Gu Xuan that these clones represent the sum of his martial arts. With this, he leaps forward, and as he advances, his energy clones merge into his clenched fist. He names this unified technique Broken Void. Simultaneously, Gu Xuan charges his blade with massive energy, extending the size of the sword. He swings a final devastating strike that levels every building in the vicinity. The two attacks collide, creating a massive explosion and an expanding energy sphere that consumes the entire area. As the explosion clears, both fighters remain standing. However, Lu Xing's Broken Void successfully landed a direct hit on Gu Xuan's ribs, obliterating a portion of the zombie's torso. As Gu Xuan's spirit begins to dissolve into purple energy, Lu Xing bows and pays his respects, calling him an immortal spirit. Lu Xing collapses from exhaustion, realizing his arrogance. He admits that if Gu Xuan hadn't been a mindless zombie moving on instinct, the swordmaster's final attack would have killed him. Despite the close call, the fight proved his growth. His technique now generates over 200 energy copies of himself. He reflects that this move is too powerful for the real world and should only be reserved for a true martial saint. As he lies on the ground, Gu Xuan's corpse begins to release a strange energy that flows toward Lu Xing, wondering what kind of power or memory he is about to inherit. In a rainy, impoverished part of the city, a young boy sits on cardboard boxes under a staircase, shivering from the cold. Soon his brother, dressed in rags, returns with a tube of nutritious liquid he found in a garbage truck. He explains that he had to fight off a local gang called the Knife Group to keep it, and although they stole a second tube, he vows to get even with them later. The younger boy, Gu Xuan, cries and tries to share the liquid, begging his brother not to risk his life by fighting. His brother comforts him, promising that they will eventually return to the safety of the base. Days later, the gang returns to attack them. However, the older brother defends Gu Xuan with an axe and demonstrates surprising martial arts skill. Surrounded by the corpses of the gang members they just killed, the two brothers embrace. The older brother, still holding his axe, consoles a sobbing Gu Xuan. He tells him that survival requires ruthlessness and instructs him that in the future, he must only practice martial arts techniques designed for killing. The boy agrees. Suddenly, a man in the robes of a great master appears. Impressed by their survival skills and luck, he offers to take them in. Years later, the Gu Xuan, now a grown man, is shown on a mission. He has massacred a family and is about to kill the father. The injured old man begs for his life, showing him a photo of his 5-year-old daughter. Looking at the photo, he sees a reflection of his own brother. He experiences a rare moment of mercy, takes his foot off the photo, and allows the old man to escape. The old man thanks him, calling him a good person. With this, he leaves the apartment and meets his brother outside, who inquires about the mission's progress. Guxuan lies to his partner, claiming the mission is complete. His partner warns him that their targets are members of an apocalyptic cult who have lost their humanity. He pressures Guxuan to remain ruthless, reminding him that in their world it is kill or be killed. Later, while meditating, Guxuan receives devastating news that his big brother has died. The cult killed him as an act of revenge, and he died specifically to protect Guxuan. Their master hands him a sword and reiterates that the cult is a tumor on humanity that must be eradicated. Fueled by grief and rage, Guxuan descends into a state of near madness. Years pass, and Guxuan becomes a powerful warrior clad in red samurai armor. His master gives him a scroll for a wheel sword technique, hoping it will help him control his impulses. He is told he can only meet Lord Duan once his thirst for blood has faded. Instead of calming down, Guxuan spends the next decade massacring spirits and enemies. He grows old, but his internal darkness only intensifies. One day, surrounded by the corpses of his victims, he throws his sword down and screams in agony, realizing he is trapped in an endless cycle of killing that he cannot stop. After a while, Guxuan's master arrives while he is meditating on a rock to deliver a final message that Lord Duan has officially refused to ever see him again. Guxuan is told he is now on his own. He accepts this solitude, rationalizing that since martial arts are fundamentally tools for assassination, as his master originally taught him, his path of slaughter is correct. Back in the real world, Lu Sheng opens his eyes, still reeling from the intensity of the memories he has just absorbed. He realizes that Guxuan's will to kill was astonishingly pure and focused. While Lu had once believed that surviving 9 days on the front lines was the peak of intensity, he now understands that it pales in comparison to the life Guxuan endured. From this, our boy draws several profound realizations. Guxuan had followed a rare and radical martial path known as the Master of Slaughter, a path defined by relentless combat. Although Lu Sheng had slain billions of beasts, Guxuan had taken more human lives than he had ever even encountered. Yet despite the constant killing, Guxuan never lost his mind or became a mindless killer. As his spirit finally fades away, only his red samurai armor remains. Lu Sheng walks toward the armor, impressed that the warrior managed to stay sane despite such a violent existence. Our boy is deeply impressed by the legacy of the Master of Slaughter. He realizes that Guxuan was a genius whose peak power was far beyond what he just experienced. In fact, he concludes that even a level 10 master would likely die against Guxuan's sword. Lu Xing feels fortunate that the zombie version of the saint couldn't use his full array of lethal techniques. The intensity of the memories has a physical effect on Lu Sheng. He compares his current state to a movie character who spent 10 years killing fish until his heart became as cold as his blade. While searching through the remains of the armor, Lu Sheng discovers a fragment of a blade which is Guxuan's martial core. The moment he touches the fragment, a vision emerges within the metal. In it, Guxuan stands alone in a cornfield in another world, and he begins to speak. He explains that heaven will is like a sword, and human life is nothing more than grass beneath it. Then, without hesitation, he draws his blade and incinerates the entire field with a single strike, revealing both the name of his weapon and the ultimate path he follows, the will to kill. As Lu Sheng's immortal body is finalized, a large magic circle appears in the sky containing 4 smaller circles. Seeing that, Lu Sheng realizes this is his second martial totem. He compares a bloody sword totem to his previous divine whale totem and concludes that the sword is significantly more powerful and refined. He reflects on the 2 level 9 martial saints he has encountered, the swordmaster Gu and the white-haired Zhou. He determines that Gu, having followed the path of slaughter, was the superior warrior. Lu Sheng reaches into the magic circle and pulls out a sword made of pure energy. Until now, his spear had been his strongest asset, but this new weapon instantly feels on a completely different level. As he grips the hilt, the blade bursts into suffocating flames. Testing it with a series of rapid slashes, he watches as the attacks are so powerful they actually tear the fabric of the dream space apart. He quickly realizes that the refined killing intent of Gu has become his most lethal tool, transforming his combat potential entirely. At the same time, a brief wave of frustration hits him as he recalls spending 8 million merits to upgrade his red dragon spear, now made almost obsolete by this sword. Despite that financial regret, Lu Sheng feels a deep satisfaction, knowing he has already completely mastered the martial arts linked to this new blade. However, to continue his evolution, he needs more rare resources like silver and secret gold. The next morning, he exits the dream space and returns to his mansion. As he sips his tea and scrolls through military news on his tablet, he notices several updates. The riot in the northern military district's S-level cave has been successfully suppressed, and the 9th Front of the Eastern Military District managed to defend a rift, which has now been upgraded to a AA rank cave. He then spots a major announcement that the General District military exercise and the top military personnel competition are starting. The competition follows a specific hierarchy, comparing level 7 and level 8 general stars. The ultimate winner becomes a candidate for the position of Grand General. In the entire Eastern Military District, there are only 4 Grand Generals, and fewer than 30 in all of Dragon Country. As he takes a sip of tea, he is shocked to see a list of popular candidates for the next general. The article features him with a spear on his shoulder and predicts that, due to his immense potential, he will easily place among the top 20 in the upcoming competition. Lu Sheng studies the rankings on his tablet and quickly realizes that a combat power of 12.5 stars is barely enough to break into the top 20. He notes that the military is packed with elite experts, with the top-ranked candidate standing out, the Emperor of the East, boasting a staggering combat strength of 20 stars. Despite this density of power, the army has failed to produce a single level 9 martial saint, explaining their obsession with finding one. His attention, however, is quickly drawn to a horrifying news report detailing an apocalyptic cult attack in the Eagle Kingdom. An entire village was slaughtered in a gruesome ritual, where men were bled out and their bodies wrapped in women's skins. Infuriated, Lu Sheng accidentally cracks the screen of his tablet. As he recalls Guxuan's memories, the truth becomes clear that the cult is essentially enslaved to mutant beasts from another world, creating chaos within humanity to weaken them in exchange for power. With this, our boy decides the cult members are like insects that need to be crushed. However, he recognizes he needs better equipment first. His plan is to venture into the depths of a high-level underground rift to harvest secret mineral resources, earn more merit points, and then wipe out the cult once he is fully geared up. Since he is unfamiliar with the cave systems, he calls Hong Yu, and in return for their navigation services, he offers them 10% of everything he harvests. The team reacts with excitement. The bald man is ecstatic, noting that other A-level teams would be incredibly jealous to have the chance to work under a first-class general like Lu Sheng. Hong Yu, however, reminds her team that the minerals are secondary. The real priority is cultivating a solid relationship with him. The men can't resist teasing, joking that Hong Yu should use this private time to make Lu Sheng fall in love with her. She blushes and tells them to stop, though a hint of hope flickers in her expression. However, the reality of the trip is less romantic than the team imagined. Instead of a private car ride for 2, the entire team piles in. She remains stiff and disappointed, realizing there will be no intimate moment with Lu Sheng during the drive. Hong Yu is left disappointed because she and her team are stuck in a jeep while Lu drives ahead in a modern SUV. Before leaving, Lu Sheng explained that he had just learned to drive and wanted to practice alone, shattering her hopes for a private moment with him. After a 3-hour drive, they arrive at a remote area beneath a strange purple sky and park at the entrance of a deep underground cave. Hong Yu takes the lead, briefing the team on the cave's dangers. She explains that the environment is layered. The deeper they venture, the more powerful the mutant beasts become. At the very bottom lies the most dangerous section, known as the Abyss. According to Hong Yu, the Abyss is essentially a massive, single-eyed entity from another world, serving as the source of all mutant beasts. She continues that the Abyss constantly leaks essence from its home dimension, manifesting in the human world as a strange black mist. Lu Sheng quickly identifies its properties. The mist suppresses weapons, weakens firearms, and interferes with electronic devices. More alarmingly, it can physically corrode ordinary humans, eventually transforming them into beasts. She confirms that while the black mist is devastating to civilians, warriors are generally resistant to it. However, most squads retreat immediately if they encounter a rift connected to the Abyss, as the supply of mutant beasts emerging from it is infinite. Lu Sheng privately realizes that this black mist is identical to the one that blankets the world in his dream space, confirming that the source of the apocalypse originated in the Abyss. As Hong Yu prepares to lead the team into the cave, Lu Sheng stops her with a question that he wants to know what would happen if he bypassed the upper layers entirely and plunged straight into the Abyss. The question hits the squad like a shockwave, leaving their mouth wide open. Hong Yu and her team are visibly terrified by Lu Sheng's suggestion of entering the Abyss. She admits she has no idea what happens inside because no one has ever returned to tell the tale. She explains that 200 years ago, a coalition of 4 countries sent 4 powerful martial saints into different rifts to explore the Abyss, and all of them disappeared without a trace. This remains one of the Dragon Kingdom's most guarded secrets. One of the teammates warns Lu Sheng that even with 10 lives, they wouldn't survive such a mission. Hong Yu tries to steer the conversation back to safety by noting that their current AAA rank cave is manageable as long as they stay above level 30. Lu Sheng finds the mysteries surrounding the disappeared martial saints fascinating rather than deterring. Despite Hong Yu's desperate pleas for him to be careful, he ignores the warnings. Surrounded by a golden aura, Lu Sheng jumps directly into the cave entrance to begin his descent. As he drops into the darkness, he resolves to use his time in the dream space to dig up historical records about the rifts. He is convinced that in 10,000 years of martial arts history, someone must have discovered the secret of the abyss, and he is determined to find out what it is. As he scouts the area with his golden energy active, he tells Hongyu that he hasn't seen anything besides the abyss and asks if there are other threats he should know about. She informs him about the martial arts fanatics who haunt the underground. Lu Sheng stops to listen as she explains that these are rogue martial artists who hide in the caves for years to train, independent of the military. Hongyu describes these fanatics as individuals from various martial schools who are obsessed with finding the ultimate truth of the martial path. Because they survive in the harsh environment of the rifts and constantly fight mutant beasts, their combat skills and mental will often surpass those of the army's general stars. Since they operate outside of official channels, the military has very little data on them. She warns that these people have become so obsessed with power that they have abandoned their humanity, eating raw monster meat and drinking contaminated water just to survive and grow stronger. The most disturbing detail she shares is that these fanatics have devolved into cannibalism. They believe that by consuming the flesh and blood of other powerful martial artists, they can absorb their strength and break through their own limits. Lu Sheng is visibly shocked by the revelation that these warriors have resorted to preying on their own kind in their pursuit of power. Lu Sheng realizes that while Gushuan's path was one of pure slaughter, these fanatics have strayed into genuine evil. After an hour, the group reaches the 20th level of the cave. Hongyu and her team are exhausted and panting after clearing the floor of mutant beasts. They eventually arrive at a glowing entrance that leads to the deeper sections of the cave. Hongyu warns that once they pass through, the area will be flooded with thick black fog, making visibility extremely poor. As they prepare to enter, a powerful surge of evil energy appears, drawn directly toward Lu Sheng. He stands with his arms extended, intentionally pulling the corrupt energy into himself. This terrifies Hongyu, who reaches out and asks what he is doing. Lu Sheng calmly explains that it is only a test, and that the energy cannot harm him. His immortal body is so powerful that it naturally purifies the black mist upon contact, refusing to let any heresy or corruption take hold. He continues to manipulate the evil energy until it concentrates into a localized portal. As the beast attempts to strike, a golden barrier instantly manifests around his body, blocking the attack and leaving the beast unable to get near him. Hongyu and her teammates are stunned by the effortless power of his defensive energy, watching in shock as he continues to walk forward undisturbed. While her teammate, the bald man, points out that Lu's spiritual power is just as impressive. He reminds the team that the guy has been fighting for half a month with very little rest, yet his energy levels remain overwhelming. The rest of the team feels useless in comparison, with the orange-haired man realizing they won't even need to fight to earn their merits. Hongyu, looking at Lu Sheng with clear admiration, tells her team they should just consider this a privileged walk through the cave. Suddenly, our boy lunges forward and slams into a cave wall, shattering the rock and creating a massive cloud of dust. The team worries that he has been blindsided by a burrowing beast, and Hongyu rushes to his side to see if he is injured. She finds him standing calmly over the corpse of a blue mutant beast. Lu Sheng explains that he was simply testing his ability to kill monsters with his bare hands instead of relying on weapons. He then instructs the team to harvest the valuable liquids from the corpse so they can continue their descent. As Hongyu tries to catch her breath, she is stunned that Lu Sheng killed a level 7 giant mutant beast with a single clean strike without even using a sword. As she tries to figure out his technique, Lu Sheng notices a group of people approaching from near another monster corpse. This causes Hongyu and her team to panic, as they didn't expect anyone else to be this deep in the cave. Hongyu draws both of her swords and orders her squad into a defensive stance, but her terror turns to relief when she recognizes the newcomers as the Red Snail Squad. The arriving team is in bad shape, with members helping each other walk and covering various injuries. Hongyu greets their leader, a man named Yahello, who removes his hood and recognizes her. Once the injured squadron settles down to rest against the rocks, Hongyu asks them how long they have been in the cave and how they sustained such heavy injuries. Yahello looks at the ground in defeat, explaining that they have been stuck there for nearly a month. He admits they have achieved nothing during that time and have narrowly escaped losing more members of their team. Just then, he stands up and stares at Lu Sheng, asking him how much deeper he plans to descend. He warns the group with gritted teeth to stay above the 25th floor because the people below have completely lost their minds. He describes witnessing warriors with swords massacring other people without any mercy and notes that these fanatics have been hunting his team. He mentions that 2 other official military squads have already gone missing and were likely killed. To show the severity of the situation, Yahello removes his cloak and exposes his arm to the light, revealing 2 large bite marks. He explains that if he hadn't escaped the 26th floor immediately after hearing the news of the revolt, he would have been eaten alive. Seeing that, Hongyu expresses her worry to him, shocked that enemies were bold enough to attack generals as high as the 25th level. Yahello explains that the situation has devolved into a revolt, and that his team is retreating to report the chaos to headquarters. He warns her to be careful before his group departs. Watching them leave, Hongyu comments to Lu Sheng that Yaoyu is known for being extremely cautious and asks if they should really continue their descent. Just then, a centipede-shaped mutant beast lunges at Lu Sheng. He casually grabs it by the head and pumps it full of golden energy, decapitating it instantly. He tells Hongyu to relax and assures her that they don't even need to go past the 25th level to find what they need. As they move further into the 25th level, more mutant beasts swarm them, but Lu Sheng doesn't even slow down. Lu Sheng feels confident that with his current strength, nothing short of a legendary level 9 beast could threaten them. He begins to visualize a giant fish-like mutant he encountered before, and consults the map of the underground cave he remembers from Qingshu's book, which marks a valuable silver deposit in the center of the cave system. He closes his eyes and projects his purple energy throughout the cavern to locate it, tracking the energy through levels 25, 29, and 27 until he finally senses a powerful golden radiance on level 30, and he commands the team to follow him closely. He begins sprinting toward the deeper levels with his eyes glowing. Despite being shocked, Hongyu follows along with her team. Lu Sheng's speed increases. During the descent, Hongyu notices a dark, evil red energy moving toward them. Sensing the danger, she orders her team to stay as close to Lu Sheng as possible and warns them not to get separated. Our boy eventually reaches a smoke-filled area and stops abruptly, thrilled to find the silver deposit directly in front of him. A mutant beast guarding the site attempts to attack, but Lu Sheng casually extends his hand and blasts it with a concentrated burst of golden energy. The force of the impact slams the beast into the stone wall, killing it instantly. He tosses the massive corpse aside with one hand and smilingly tells the team to begin collecting the high-value biological liquids from it while they secure the area. The team begins moving the surrounding stones, and the bald man quickly discovers a shiny deposit. He holds it up, confirming it is indeed silver. The group drops their backpacks and begins collecting the minerals while Hongyu examines a piece herself and notes that the silver is of exceptionally high purity, suggesting the vein is quite large. As they continue to handle the silver, the atmosphere changes as greed takes hold of the team. The bald man starts imagining how the riches will upgrade their gear, while his teammates dream of expensive food and a high-level shield. However, Hongyu realizes that the mineral is negatively affecting their mental states and screams at them to be quiet. Just then, the bald man turns around and is immediately paralyzed with fear when he sees Lu Sheng staring at him with an intense, serious expression. Realizing he has overstepped, the bald man breaks into a sweat, screams an apology, and slaps himself across the face. He and his teammate quickly return the silver they had grabbed and bow their heads in shame. Hongyu approaches them and sternly reminds the team that they have contributed nothing to this discovery. Since Lu Sheng found the deposit and cleared the area alone, all the benefits belongs entirely to him. The three teammates feel embarrassed and admit that she is right, but Lu places a hand on the bald man's shoulder and tells him it is normal to feel greed. Terrified by his presence, the bald man drops to his knees, promising never to be greedy again and thanking him for his mercy. When Lu Sheng extends his hand and forms a glowing golden sphere, the bald man prepares for a physical punishment, and Hongyu even tries to intervene to stop him. However, our boy ignores her and launches energy slashes at the ceiling instead, revealing an even larger hidden deposit of silver. He uses his purple energy to precisely cut the silver into small cubes that fall and stack behind him. He then casually gestures for the team to stop standing around and help him pack the materials. Hongyu is immensely relieved that Lu Sheng chose to be generous rather than angry. As the group begins filling their backpacks, the group realize how strange their behavior was, feeling as if they had been briefly possessed by demons since they normally wouldn't take something they didn't earn. Hongyu tells them to stop talking and focus on the task, causing them to work even faster. The bald man ends up regretting that he gave away 2 extra supply bags to the Red Snail team earlier, as they now lack the space to carry all the silver Lu Sheng has provided. Watching them, Lu realizes that the atmosphere has changed. He finds it suspicious that the crew has suddenly abandoned their usual camaraderie for selfishness and petty greed. He concludes that the black fog in the 30th level must have a psychological effect on people, distorting their personalities. Lu Sheng notices footprints on the ground and goes on high alert. Several shadowed figures emerge from the various entrances of the 30th level, making sounds like predators that have just discovered food. Lu Sheng realizes these are the insane martial arts fanatics Hongyu warned him about. He briefly meditates to track their movements and senses their malevolent, obsessed energy. Instead of being worried, he smiles and challenges them to come out all at once. He decides it is more efficient to kill them all now rather than dealing with them one by one on the return trip. While our boy prepares for the upcoming fight, Hongyu and her team stay focused on relocating the high-purity silver to a safer area. As they work, Hongyu notes that there is still a substantial amount of the mineral left to extract, meaning the operation is far from over. Hearing this, Lu Sheng walks over and acknowledges how hard the team has pushed themselves to get this far. With that in mind, he announces that 10% of the total haul will be distributed among her team as their reward. Hearing that, the baldy man is thrilled, but Hongyu hesitates, telling Lu Sheng that they don't deserve such a large share. Lu stares at her and firmly insists that if he chooses to give it to them, they must accept it. He privately reflects on how power changes everything. When you are weak, even your anger is ignored. But when you are strong, people cannot even refuse your gifts. Their conversation is cut short when Hongyu senses a threat approaching. Lu Sheng calmly stops her, admitting he is already aware of the danger and has been waiting for it. Several zombie-like warriors with glowing eyes emerge from the shadows, drawn by the scent of human flesh. Hongyu and her team realize these are the legendary martial arts maniacs who attacked the previous military squads. She is confused because these fanatics usually act alone, but they are currently moving as a coordinated group. Lu Sheng explains that this only happens when a single individual possesses enough absolute power to lead the others as their king. Immediately, a man in a vampire-style suit appears, clapping his hands and praising Lu Sheng's intelligence. He stares at Lu Sheng and reveals his cannibalistic intent, stating that his flesh and blood must be incredibly high quality. He believes that by consuming him, he will be able to reach an even higher level of strength. One of the fanatics addresses their leader as Lu Moying. Hearing the name, Hongyu is paralyzed with fear and explains to Lu Sheng that Lu Moying was a legendary figure from the previous generation known as the Third Star of the East. A decade ago, Lu Moying was ranked third among the Eastern Military District's top geniuses, with a combat strength of 13 stars. He disappeared during a mission to suppress a cave uprising, and everyone assumed he was dead. Hongyu is horrified to find that he has survived all this time by degenerating into a cannibal who feeds on other martial arts masters. The bald man panics, remembering that Lu Sheng's publicized strength is only 12.5 stars, making him weaker than Lu Moying was 10 years ago. Hongyu tries to calm her team by arguing that Lu Moying must be weaker now due to a lack of resources and aging. However, Lu Moying bursts into manic laughter at this suggestion. He surrounds himself with a powerful, evil energy and mocks them, asking if they truly believe a high-level cave lacks the resources necessary to maintain or even increase his power. Saying that, Lu Moying decides to stop talking and prepare for his meal. He unleashes a massive torrent of energy that reaches the cave ceiling, forcing Hongyu and her team to shield their faces while Lu Sheng remains unmoved. As the energy peaks, Lu Moying undergoes a demonic transformation, growing horns and wings and roaring with a power that terrifies everyone except our boy. He explains that his former self, the Star of the East, was as weak as an ant. He claims that after being wounded and falling into the deepest part of the cave years ago, he received divine guidance who taught him that if eating beasts makes a warrior strong, then eating other warriors is the ultimate nourishment. Lu Sheng is initially stunned by the mention of this divine guidance, but before he can press further, Lu Moying brushes the question aside. Instead, he launches into boastful declarations, claiming he is no longer the Star of the East, but the son of the demon, destined to let his radiance spread across the entire world. Growing impatient, Lu Sheng cuts him off. He reminds Lu Moying that he has already asked about the divine guidance twice, and pointedly questions whether the cannibal has a hearing problem. Since he refuses to answer, Lu decides there's no point in talking anymore. With that thought, he starts walking forward. A suffocating pressure rolls off him. If Lu Moying won't reveal the truth, then Lu Sheng will simply drag the answers out himself, or find the divine guidance on his own. Under that crushing aura, Lu Moying suddenly freezes. Paralyzed by fear, he realizes he has no idea who or what he's actually facing. Before he can even attempt to strike, Lu Sheng moves at high speed and strikes him with his bare hand. Lu Sheng's golden energy bypasses Lu Moying's defenses and enters his body, causing the transformed warrior to explode into pieces in a matter of seconds. As Lu Moying's head falls to the ground, the remaining fanatics are paralyzed with shock. Lu Sheng, surrounded by golden energy, expresses his disappointment that someone claiming to be a son of God was too weak to survive even a single hit. Hongyu also is completely bewildered as she knows that Lu Moying had a combat strength of over 13 stars a decade ago, yet the guy killed him as easily as a fly. She realizes she has no idea what the true limit of Lu Sheng's power is. With their leader dead, the remaining fanatics panic and try to escape. Lu Sheng doesn't chase them. Instead, he lifts his hand and unleashes a massive wave of golden and blue energy. The blast sweeps across the battlefield in a precise arc, cutting down every fleeing warrior and mutant beast until the area falls silent. Watching this, the bald man finally understands that Lu Sheng's publicized 12-star power was nothing more than camouflage to conceal his true strength. This is the power he shows here, then his performance at the upcoming military exhibition will bring unprecedented glory to the Eastern Military District. Once the field is secure, Lu Sheng turns to the group and announces that the current layer has been cleared. He instructs them to stay put while he proceeds on his own. As he descends deeper, Lu Sheng reflects on Lu Moying's final words, trying to unravel the meaning behind the divine guidance he mentioned. His path eventually leads to a quiet, unsettling chamber, an underground lake fed by several rivers, all surrounded by an eerie green glow. Just as Lu lands, he can feel the heavy silence instantly. Moving forward cautiously, he discovers another passage veiled in pitch-black fog, so dense that even high-level mentalists would lose all perception. Despite the danger, Lu Sheng steps inside. The moment he crosses the threshold, with this, Lu Sheng is suddenly transported into a peaceful, vivid dreamscape filled with trees and butterflies. There, he encounters a beautiful, fairy-like woman who smiles at him and reaches out her hand. Lu Sheng is initially amazed, wondering if he has discovered an intelligent alien species, and he feels an unconscious urge to move toward her. However, just before he can take her hand, his forehead begins to glow, breaking the mental hypnosis and returning him to reality. As the illusion shatters, the beautiful fairy distorts into a massive, hideous mutant beast with tentacles and sharp teeth. The creature attempts to maintain the mental manipulation, using its tentacles to stroke his face while telling him not to be afraid and to embrace what he desires. Hands emerge from a hole in the cave as a voice urges him to join them. Despite appearing paralyzed with fear, Lu Sheng is actually in complete control. He breaks free from the creature's grasp and unleashes his golden energy, effortlessly severing the beast's head and tentacles with a single strike. Surrounded by his aura, he smiles and reveals that the act was just a joke to see what the monster would do. He mocks the dying creature, giving it the middle finger and calling it an idiot for thinking such a simple trick would work on him. The mutant beast, enraged by Lu Sheng's disobedience, vows to kill him and releases a massive surge of evil energy. It commands a swarm of hidden mutant beasts to emerge from the entrance and capture him. While this happens, back at the site of the previous battle, Hongyu and her team are searching the bodies of the fallen fanatics. Hongyu finds and confirms Lu Moying's identification badge, while her teammates discover the IDs of other famous missing masters, such as Hong Feng from the Thunder Gym. They realize that many legendary figures who had vanished over the years had actually ended up as cannibals in this cave. Hongyu instructs the group to carefully collect all the identification documents so they can report the deaths to the military. She notes the gravity of the situation, as nearly 30 high-level martial arts masters were killed in a single instant by Lu Sheng. The bald man dismisses the tragedy, arguing that since these masters had already abandoned their humanity, their deaths were of no consequence. Hongyu quietly agrees with his assessment. Suddenly, Lu Sheng lands behind them, carrying a backpack filled with silver deposits. Hongyu is surprised by his quick return, but his expression is urgent. He tells the team to pack up immediately because they need to evacuate the cave at once. He specifically orders her to contact all other active star teams in the area and warn them to leave the rift as fast as possible. He admits that he accidentally provoked some creatures in the lower depths. Almost immediately, a loud roar echoes from the tunnel, and a swarm of small monsters led by a giant female mutant beast charges toward them. Lu Sheng warns the group that a full-scale rebellion of the rift creatures is starting. The group begins a high-speed retreat toward the surface, with Lu Sheng leading the way and clearing a path. Soon after, they reach the exit, leap out of the cave, and land on the surface in a burst of dust. As the dust settles, the men cheer in excitement, thrilled that they managed to escape with the valuable silver. Lu Sheng watches as the mutant beasts gather at the cave entrance. However, they stop there, seemingly unable or unwilling to climb out after them. At his side, Hongyu repeats her question, wanting to know what exactly he did to trigger such a massive revolt. Thinking back on their escape, she realizes that the overwhelming number of beasts actually helped them. Instead of overwhelming the team, the creatures clogged the tunnels and slowed each other down, giving Lu Sheng's group a chance to slip away. In response, Lu Sheng simply smiles and tells her not to worry about the specifics, suggesting they focus on getting their haul safely to the military zone first. Encouraged by his confidence, the three men raise the backpacks of silver like trophies, and the team begins moving toward their off-road vehicles. Before following them, Lu Sheng pauses at the cave entrance, casually reflecting on how he essentially tricked the powerful mutant beast. Several hours later, a large crowd gathers at the Eastern Military District headquarters to witness the delivery of the silver. As the trucks unload, observers stare in disbelief at the sheer volume of the haul, while experts lean in with magnifying glasses to confirm its remarkably high purity. Meanwhile, the members of the Hongyu group soak up the attention, laughing, celebrating, and reveling in their sudden status and wealth. Just then, Yao Yu arrives, and his presence immediately quiets the crowd. Rather than praising their luck, he reminds everyone that their success didn't happen by chance. With clear certainty, he explains that he recognized the license plate on the mission leader's vehicle, which is a number assigned only to someone of extremely high rank. At that moment, the crowd finally understands that Lu Sheng isn't an ordinary officer at all. He's likely a supreme admiral. The revelation hits hard. The bald man tells the crowd that Lu Sheng's official 12-star rating is far below his actual capability. He estimates that he possesses at least 20 stars of power, a claim that leaves everyone present trembling in shock. 5 minutes later, Lu Sheng eventually returns to his private villa, where he instructs Hongyu and her team to handle the inventory of the silver. He promises to transfer their 10% share once the accounting is finished, and then dismisses them. After they leave, Lu Sheng goes to bed and enters his dream space to investigate the mystery of the abyss and the monster he encountered. In the dream space, he accesses the Project Fireseed database to research the cave's data. He discovers that the abyss is a spatial rift created by the collision of two different worlds. According to the records, these rifts create distorted gray zones, large enough to allow powerful beings from other dimensions or universes to cross over into the human world. The data explains that the world of mutant beasts is significantly more powerful than the human world, which is why beasts can invade easily, while it remains nearly impossible for humans to travel the other way. Lu Sheng realizes why he has absorbed so many memories from the zombies he encountered. He learns that the legendary level 10 and 11 experts, who are mostly considered myths by the general public, are actually fighting on the second battlefield. This is a hidden front where the strongest martial artists engage in a brutal, deadlocked war against the most powerful monsters coming through the rifts. He understands now that for every beast humans kill, many of their own top-tier warriors are also being lost in a constant cycle of violence on this secondary front. Lu Sheng reads further into the database and learns that the next 10,000 years of human history will be defined by a desperate struggle between two civilizations. The survival of humanity depends entirely on whether its elite powerhouses can defeat the top-tier mutant beasts. The system predicts a chaotic future where unprecedented monsters emerge, leading to an eventual human defeat. This is why the Fireseed Project was created. The greatest warriors of the past combined their efforts to produce a level 12 being. However, even with such a powerful warrior, the system remains uncertain if humanity can actually win or even hold an advantage on the second battlefield. Lu Sheng considers this and realizes that entering the second battlefield requires at least level 10. He reflects on his own history, noting that in his past life he practiced for 300 years without ever gaining access to that front. Initially dismissive, his mindset quickly shifts to a more determined perspective. He begins to wonder if reaching level 11 within 300 years would allow him to cross the abyss directly and eliminate the extra-dimensional threats one by one. He decides that his new goal is to simply crush them all. As he makes this decision, a powerful light descends on him in the dream space, and his golden energy expands, fueled by his martial will. Surrounded by intense flames, he realizes that having a clear, absolute objective has made his path forward feasible. He resolves to reach level 12 as quickly as possible so he can enter the second battlefield, invade the beast's home world, and destroy the source of the calamity once and for all. Lu Sheng contemplates the future and decides he cannot allow a 10,000-year war to persist. He resolves to end the threat of extinction within his own 300-year timeline by personally severing the connection between the human world and the world of mutant beasts. The next morning, Butler Wang and a maid enter the dining room of Lu Sheng's mansion while he is distracted by a report. They greet him respectfully, and the butler presents a gift of special tea. The maid places the green tea on the table, and as our boy takes a sip, he notices it emits a peculiar green energy. He finds it interesting that he has reached a status where people send him such specialized items. Butler Wang then signals for a waiter to bring in a cart containing a level 7 weapon Lu Sheng had previously ordered. Lu uses his power to levitate the briefcase toward him, surprised by how quickly it arrived. Inside is a spear that he examines closely and realizes that it is not a standard level 7 weapon and actually feels closer to level 8 in quality. Lu Sheng is very pleased with the new spear and informs Butler Wang that he has brought back a large amount of silver. He asks Wang to help him forge a new weapon and promises to send over the design soon. He then instructs the maid to escort Wang out and prepare food and wine for the friends he expects to visit later. After Wang and the maid bow and leave, Wang tells the maid she is lucky to work for someone like Lu Sheng. He encourages her to work hard and not betray his trust, noting that she has a bright future if she succeeds. The maid blushes as he walks away. While the maid is alone, a hooded man leaning against a wall startles her. He tells her not to be nervous, claiming to be an old friend of her parents who held her when she was a baby. He asks if she is working for Lu Sheng and invites her to talk. After a moment of hesitation, she agrees to chat with him. Meanwhile, at the 3rd District Airport in the Eastern War Zone, Qing Shu is waiting and looking around. A man with yellow hair and glasses notices her and, attracted by her appearance, asks which division she belongs to. Qing Shu notices his badge indicates he is a 7-star general. She immediately stands at attention, gives a military salute, and identifies herself as Colonel Dong Qingshu from the regiment of the 9th Combat District, expressing that it is an honor to meet him. The 7-star general smiles and claims to know the general of the 9th District, insisting that Qingshu join him for dinner along with her superior. Qingshu, however, refuses, explaining that she already has a commitment and is waiting for someone. This rejection causes the general to lose his temper. He angrily orders her to cancel her plans. As Qingshu tries to walk away, she warns him that the person she is meeting would be very upset if she missed their appointment. The general, now emitting a malevolent energy, mocks her and demands to meet this person. claiming no one in the 3rd district is more important than he is. Suddenly, Dong Shengyi, Qingshu's big bro, shows up laughing and casually drops a hand on the general's shoulder. Before the guy even reacts, he grabs him by the neck and lifts him off the ground, mocking how someone that weak made it to general. The general struggles, but big bro slams him into the wall, knocking him out and leaving a hole behind. He scoffs, saying he can't accept someone that useless trying to chase his sister. Just then, Qingshu calls his name and his whole attitude flips instantly. The aggression disappears and he turns into a gentle, overprotective big brother. Qingshu stays calm and decides to head out now that her brother has arrived. As she walks away, her brother smiles and notes that she is still acting distant toward him. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng and the femboy are at a lively bar being served by a waitress in a bunny outfit. While our boy drinks his wine, he asks him if Qingshu went to the 3rd combat district to meet someone specific. The guy finishes his drink and confirms that she did, then points at Lu Sheng and orders more wine from the waitress, promising to pay the bill. Lu asks why Qingshu had to go pick this person up personally, and if it was a friend in the military. The femboy explains that the man is actually her half-brother, Dong Shengyi. As he starts to get drunk, he describes Dong Shengyi as a genius prodigy on par with Lu Sheng. He mentions that the guy is the top disciple and heir of a renowned martial arts master. Lu Sheng admits he is impressed, but the guy laughs at him, noticing that his facial expression suggests he doesn't actually find the news that intimidating. The femboy puts his arm around Lu's shoulder and warns him not to get overconfident. He acknowledges that Lu Sheng is a 12-star combatant with great talent, but insists that Dong Shengyi is on another level due to his status as a martial arts master's heir. He then reveals that Qingshu has another brother, Dong Potian, who is ranked number 1 on the Central District's military stars list. He continues explaining that this brother has a combat power of 27 stars, more than double Lu Sheng's official rating, and is known by the nickname Emperor of the East. Lu Sheng listens indifferently and asks for clarification, confirming if the instructor's brother is indeed the person known as the Emperor of the East. He places a hand on our boy's shoulder, sending a sudden chill down his spine. As the boy gets progressively drunker, he asks if Lu Sheng is sweating. When Lu looks at him in confusion, the response comes with a smirk that if he wants to pursue a relationship with Qingshu, he'll have to pass her brother's tests. It won't be easy, but he's young, so he should work hard for it. Blushing, Lu asks who told him he was interested in flirting with her. The other scoffs, asking why a grown man would pretend otherwise. With no answer given, he clinks his glass against Lu Sheng's and casually claims that Qingshu isn't hiding her feelings anymore either. Shocked, Lu Sheng slams his glass on the table, spilling wine, and demands to know if she actually confessed something. Seeing the emotional reaction, the drunk boy laughs and says Lu Sheng just exposed himself. He stands and remarks that while he may be a master of martial arts, he's a complete novice in romance. Lu Sheng admits the point, insisting again on what Qingshu supposedly confessed. The femboy laughs at it, then he finally stops teasing and confirms that she is interested. He goes further, revealing that during the last dinner invitation, Qingshu had planned to confess, but Lu Sheng stood her up. The realization makes his heart race and his face burn bright red. More wine is poured, and he reassures him that since Qingshu is decisive, her feelings likely haven't changed. Still, he reminds him that the biggest obstacles remain, which are her 2 brothers. As they talk, 2 men enter the bar, casually discussing Qingshu's brother. The blue-haired one claims he already defeated the top 2 fighters in the Eastern Military District's star rankings, Sun Hengyu and Ji Shun, on his very first day. His bald companion mutters that with those 2 gone, it's hard to imagine who's left that could even stand a chance. They go on to say he plans to sweep through all 4 military districts to prove his martial path is invincible and eventually rise to the level of a martial saint. The bald man thinks that title is a ridiculous goal, but the femboy silently notes that issuing public challenges right before the Great Eastern competition is unbelievably arrogant. The guy then sips his wine, recognizing how useful the reputation of a martial saint could be. With the military powerless to stop anything, he can practically do whatever he pleases. The guy leans in and warns that if Lu Sheng is moving up the Eastern District rankings this quickly, he will end up on his list sooner rather than later. And because of that connection to Qingshu, the challenge is likely to be even more aggressive than usual. Curious, Lu Sheng asks what their sibling relationship is actually like. The guy snorts and jokes that he must be hoping she'll speak on his behalf so he doesn't get beaten. He immediately denies it, but the guy explains anyway that the whole point of these challenges is to crush every top warrior he can, build an invincible will, and carve a path toward becoming a true martial saint. He reflects on the fact that this man is effectively his future brother-in-law, which leaves the femboy confused. In his mind, he begins visualizing a scenario where he defeats Dong Shengyi and forces him to kneel. He realizes that if he can crush him before an aura of invincibility forms, it will break his spirit and stunt his future martial potential. Yet he also worries about trapping Qingshu in the middle of their conflict. Eventually, Lu Sheng concludes that he'll have to face the other brother too. even if it makes his relationship with the family more tense. Seeing the serious expression, the femboy starts to sweat, realizing just how ambitious and dangerous his plans are. The guy throws an arm over his shoulder, laughing, and admits defeat in their conversation. He notes that when it comes to boldness or showing off, elsewhere in the military district, a massive explosion settles to reveal Shengyi standing among dozens of defeated warriors. He brushes dust off his shoulder, clearly unimpressed by their weakness. The top 10 military stars have all fallen, leaving the remaining fighters in awe. Bored with the one-sided fights, he turns away from the fallen and waves at Qingshu, who watches quietly from the sidelines. A woman appears from behind him, greeting Qingshu and claiming that he's been hiding his true potential for 20 years and is now ready to shock the entire country. Qingshu recognizes her as Miss Lin Wanan and immediately senses that her presence signals a specific mission. She hugs Qingshu's arm and explains that she's researching exotic beast genes. She needs specimens for her experiments and traveled to the military district for that purpose. Leaning close, she whispers that she needs her help. She had originally planned to recruit local soldiers for the research team, but Shengyi has already defeated and incapacitated everyone available. Qingshu is surprised by the request, but Shengyi dismisses the local soldiers as clumsy and unskilled. None were worth remembering except for Sun Hengyu, whom he found only slightly decent. When Qingshu corrects him on the name, he reacts with annoyance, stating that someone who couldn't even survive 3 of his hits doesn't deserve to be remembered. He then reveals their true objective is at the Eastern Military District, to prepare for an expedition into the underground caverns. He grabs Qingshu by the shoulders and tells her they specifically need her because of her expertise as a psychic master. She grows suspicious as she looks at the woman, recalling that her mother is the famous martial saint, Lin Zhengyu. She asks which cave they plan to explore and how deep they intend to go. Shengyi explains they are targeting a triple S-level labyrinth and plan to go as deep as possible to collect high-level beast gene specimens. He warns her not to underestimate the research, believing it could revolutionize martial arts and give him the breakthrough needed to become a martial saint himself. However, Qingshu looks down, gripping the necklace Lu Sheng gave her. After a moment of silence, she agrees to join the expedition on one condition, that they must promise her one specific thing in exchange for her help. Dong Shengyi agrees to any condition Qingshu might have, even offering to help her ascend to the level of Grandmaster. Qingshu remains calm and clarifies that her request has nothing to do with her own martial arts training. She asks if he truly intends to defeat every top-ranked general in the East one by one. Dong Shengyi confirms this with confidence, dismissively stating that while they aren't real rivals for him, the fights serve as a good warm-up. Qingshu blushes and asks him to skip the fight against the 4th-ranked general. Dong Shengyi takes a moment to think, eventually realizing that the 4th rank belongs to the 12-star general from the 9th war zone, Lu Sheng. In a sudden move, he snatches the necklace Lu Sheng gave her. He examines the O-shaped pendant and notes that it contains a remarkably pure martial will, which he finds interesting. Qingshu aggressively demands he return it, and he laughs as he tosses it back, remarking that she hasn't changed since they were children. He decides to grant her wish, but only for the duration of the upcoming great military competition. He vows that Lu Sheng must be able to withstand at least one of his attacks before he will officially recognize him or stop interfering in their relationship. Dong Shengyi makes it clear that if Lu Sheng cannot pass his test, he will never allow the relationship to continue, regardless of her feelings. He warns her that while his own test is manageable, their other brother, Dong Potian, is much more dangerous. He reminds her of a childhood neighbor from the Qin family who tried to pursue her, only for Potian to nearly kill him on the spot. This memory leaves Qingshu visibly shaken and terrified. Dong Shengyi puts a hand on her shoulder, tellingly suggesting that he is the most understanding brother she has. Just then, Lin Wanan tries to comfort Qingshu by holding her hand and promising that she will help keep Lu Sheng's existence a secret from the more dangerous family members for as long as possible. Dong Shengyi jokes that Lin Wanan's future boyfriend will have it even worse, given that her mother is a martial saint and all her brothers are champion warriors. Lin Wanan confidently dismisses this, claiming her mother listens to her and her brothers listen to her mother, so she isn't worried. The group then sets a plan that Dong Shengyi will spend the next 3 days defeating every expert on the Eastern Star List before they all enter the Triple S Labyrinth together. Meanwhile, in the dream space, Lu Sheng observes the zombies wandering the city as night falls. He goes to the system room to research Qingshu's family more deeply, realizing he previously underestimated the social and combat standing of the people surrounding her. He begins navigating the system interface to pull up the detailed data files on Qingshu and her powerful brothers to see exactly what he is up against. Dong Shengyi is skilled, but Dong Potian is actually a level 9 martial saint. Lu Sheng notes, Potian reached that level after a century, which is impressive but not rare. Many martial artists stay at level 8 for decades. Still, he's unimpressed. According to his database of 10,000 years of martial arts, countless martial saints exist, and even the 3 in the Dragon Realm aren't that remarkable. Compared to history, Dong Potian barely stands out. Lu Sheng then thinks of Qingshu and admits he has feelings for her, realizing it might be destiny after seeing the system's spouse box. He quickly shakes off the sentiment and focuses on training. Confident in his progress, he considers his upcoming fight with Dong Shengyi. Since he's already made enough milk money, he plans to go easy, using varied techniques to win gracefully, rather than just brute force him. Knowing he'll see his future brother-in-law often, he wants to make a good impression. 3 days later, while relaxing at his mansion, he browses his phone and thinks about his social circle. He decides to focus his attention only on those listed in the spouse box of his system. He reaches out to Susu, whom he hasn't spoken to in a long time, but immediately regrets it when she begins bombarding him with an avalanche of messages and a thesis report. He finds her work-obsessed nature a bit much for a potential wife and sends a polite message telling her to take care of her health. Lu Sheng then checks the news to see why Dong Shengyi hasn't challenged him yet, despite the 3 days passing. He reads that Dong Shengyi has been busy defeating every expert in the Eastern Military District. Aside from Sun, everyone else was defeated in a single move. Lu Sheng realizes that he has intentionally skipped him, fulfilling the promise made to Qingshu to avoid a direct confrontation for now. He finds it amusing that he is experiencing what it feels like to be protected by his partner. Since Dong Shengyi is behaving, Lu Sheng decides not to confront him for now. However, he acknowledges that the upcoming Eastern competition and his future marriage will be expensive, including the dowry and supporting a family. He decides he needs to return to the labyrinth to gather more resources. At the same time, the expedition group arrives at a double S-level dungeon. Lin Wanan lands silently but finds the environment cold. Dong Shengyi mocks her, suggesting that if she focused more on martial arts instead of relying on her genes, she wouldn't feel the temperature. Lin Wanan ignores the comment and activates a glowing amulet, which surrounds her body with protective energy to keep her warm. Dong Shengyi compares these amulets to the necklace Lu Sheng gave Qingshu, claiming that the value and the martial saint's will contained in their current amulets are far superior. He tells them it is time to begin the exploration. With this, he instructs them to simply help navigate the cracks in the dungeon, promising to handle all the mutant beasts himself. A few hours later, Lu Sheng arrives at the entrance of an S-level cave littered with mutant beast bones. He notices that entering during the day feels less unsettling than his previous nighttime visit. As he prepares to enter, a voice echoing in his head claims that a single blow can destroy everything. Lu Sheng is confused but decides to leap into the cave regardless. He wonders if the mysterious consciousness he encountered before exists in every cave or just specific ones, but he remains confident. He views the consciousness as a paper tiger that can't actually harm him from the other side of the rift, despite its high level of power. As he descends, he reaches the bottom with enough force to shatter the ground upon landing. After surveying the area, he decides he will simply withdraw if the situation becomes too dangerous. He briefly wonders what Qingshu is doing at that moment. Meanwhile, in the other cave, Dong Shengyi effortlessly slices a mutant beast in half with his sword. Lin Wanan jumps with excitement at the display of power, while Qingshu remains silent and activates her perception technique. Her eyes glow with purple energy as she scans the surrounding area to confirm that no other mutant beasts are nearby. She informs the group that it is now safe to collect samples. Hearing that, Lin Wanan sets down her backpack and puts on a protective mask and gloves. She approaches the beast's corpse and uses a syringe to extract its blood, which is a green, acidic substance. After securing the sample in a test tube, Lin Wanan examines the high-intensity blood, noting that it is exactly what she expected from a level 7 mutant beast. Hearing that, Dong Shengyi approaches Qingshu and explains his martial philosophy, stating that a warrior's body is their greatest weapon. She ignores him and continues looking forward. Dong Shengyi sheathes his sword behind his back and boasts that, unlike other high-ranking generals, he focuses on melee weapons and physical limits to achieve extreme skill. He smugly tells her that if he weren't trying to speed up his advancement, he wouldn't even use a sword against these beasts, because he finds their blood too filthy to touch. Qingshu tells her brother to stop boasting and either stay quiet or help collect samples, as no one wants to hear his arrogant speeches. Dong Shengyi, visibly annoyed and sweating, stops talking and helps with the workload. After that, the group advances deeper into the cave, with Dong Shengyi effortlessly killing every mutant beast that crosses their path. As they reach the deepest section, a large group of beasts surrounds them. While Dong Shengyi fights them off at high speeds, Qingshu watches him with mixed feelings. Although he is her brother, she feels uncomfortable knowing his power might eventually be used against Lu Sheng. Just then, a dangerous spatial crack suddenly appears near Dong Shengyi. He manages to avoid it using his martial instincts but angrily asks Qingshu why she didn't warn him. Qingshu remains completely calm, claiming she didn't see it. She adds with a chilling expression that he shouldn't worry, because even if he hit such a small crack, it would only seriously injure him, rather than kill him. This response shocks Dong Shengyi and makes him break out in a cold sweat. He turns away, calling the situation incomprehensible. As they continue forward, Dong Shengyi remains on high alert, narrowly dodging another rift that opens nearby while he is occupied with more beasts. Furious, he realizes Qingshu is intentionally leading him into these hazards. He accuses her of trying to kill him, and notes that she specifically insisted they take this dangerous route. Qingshu offers a calm, insincere apology, promising to be more careful, but Dong Shengyi is now visibly panicked. He remarks that she is already betraying her family before she is even married, putting her own brother's life at risk. Lin Wanan is also shocked by the tension, while Qingshu ignores her brother's outburst and remains silent. This indifference angers the guy further. When Lin Wanan tries to calm him down, he warns her never to follow Qingshu's example, calling his sister black-hearted. The group eventually reaches the 34th level of the cave. As usual, Dong Shengyi is forced to cut through a new wave of mutant beasts. Despite his high level of focus, yet another spatial crack appears near him. He manages to react just in time to avoid a collision, though the frequent near misses are clearly beginning to wear on his composure. He warns Qingshu to stop playing around, pointing out that they are surrounded by level 8 mutant beasts, and if he gets injured, none of them will make it out alive. Qingshu looks away and offers yet another serious apology, claiming she didn't see the crack. This causes Dong Shengyi to panic, realizing she is indeed trying to sabotage him. Qingshu then notices a new crack appearing suddenly, and after inspecting it, notes that the space is becoming unstable. Lin Wanan and Dong Shengyi are both shocked by Qingshu's behavior, especially when she nonchalantly admits that this time she actually didn't see the crack, confirming she had been ignoring the others on purpose. Qingshu blushes and tries to deflect, telling them not to talk nonsense. She observes more cracks forming and decides they should leave immediately, as the cave is starting to collapse. Despite the danger, Lin Wanan insists on staying to collect the remaining samples. Dong Shengyi, no longer trusting anything his sister says, and tells Lin Wanan they will continue the mission despite the risk. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng reaches level 35 of his S-class cave. A mutant beast tries to ambush him from behind, but he kills it instantly with a single punch. He stands with one hand on his waist and begins extracting the biological materials from the bodies, a process he learned by watching the Hongyu team do it many times. Lu Sheng closes his eyes and covers his nose as a strange sensation takes over. His immortal cells are picking up unusual signals, and he remains still while he tries to decipher their meaning. After a few seconds, he successfully interprets the messages and is shocked to realize they are a warning. The signals indicate that either he or people close to him are currently in significant danger. He activates his mental power, knowing this sensation only occurs when he or someone close to him is in danger. As golden energy waves spread from his body, his amplified perception allows him to sense an impending crisis, a skill that usually helps warriors avoid fatal confrontations. He pictures his parents, his sister, Qingshu, and his friends, but he is frustrated because he cannot pinpoint exactly who is at risk. He checks his phone to investigate, but the signal inside the cave is too weak to make calls or send messages. Hoping the person in danger is nearby, Lu Sheng uses his spear and walls to propel himself deeper into the cave to finish his business quickly. He eventually reaches a section filled with gold and feels a brief moment of satisfaction. However, his inability to detect the person in danger with his mental power leads him to suspect that masters from an evil sect might be hiding nearby, or that the cave's separate sections are blocking his senses. To harvest the gold quickly, he ignites his spear with intense flames and strikes the cave wall with a powerful blow. The impact alerts a giant worm-like mutant beast, which emerges from the shadows behind him and roars. With a single, precise movement, he slices the creature in half. Nearby, another team finishes harvesting parts from several dead beasts. Their leader, a bald man, hears the sound of Lu Sheng's impact and notices a strong smell of blood, wondering if it belongs to a human or a monster. One of his teammates decides to head toward the sound to investigate. Elsewhere in the cave, a man stands over a giant mutant beast he just killed. Surrounded by a sinister energy, he feels humiliated and enraged rather than proud. Despite defeating a level 8 beast on his own, he is irritated because he cannot compare to Dong Shengyi's overwhelming power. As he vents his frustration by kicking another beast, a wave of golden energy, Lu Sheng's mental power, reaches him. He bats the energy aside and shouts into the cave, demanding to know who is making so much noise while he is in a foul mood. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng ignores the shouting, focused instead on the large amount of gold he has just extracted. As he controls the floating gold with one hand, 3 mutant beasts attempt to ambush him from behind. Just then, a powerful barrier manifests around Lu Sheng, causing the attacking beasts to harmlessly bounce off. He briefly thinks about Hongyu and his lack of assistance, realizing he'll have to haul all this gold back himself. Suddenly, he is hit by a sharp, squeezing pain in his chest that causes him to drop his spear. He recognizes this as a critical warning from his immortal cells. Someone important to him is in immediate, life-threatening danger that is so far away he might not arrive in time. He decides to abandon the horde, keeping only a single piece for himself. Just as he turns to leave, a group of men arrives, ecstatic at the sight of the scattered minerals. Without hesitation, one of them rushes past Lu Sheng to claim the mine for the group. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng watches them, quietly comparing their behavior to the stray dogs that once followed him home whenever he carried food. Willing to let them have the gold just so he can leave quickly, Lu Sheng asks them to step aside. The bald leader of the group picks up a piece of gold and laughs, asking if he's joking. The man points to the nearby corpse of a giant centipede beast, explaining that his loud mining likely attracted a massive swarm of mutant creatures to the area. He questions how Lu Sheng expects to leave, or how they will manage to extract the rest of the minerals with a horde of monsters on the way. The bald man suggests that he should hand over a portion of his gold so the group can all leave safely together. Lu Sheng walks toward him and coldly asks the man to repeat himself. The pressure from Lu's presence causes the man and his team to break into a cold sweat. At that moment, the man from before, named Jishun, arrives. He is carrying a sword and looks furious, accusing Lu Sheng of attracting mutant beasts with his noisy mining. The other men immediately recognize him as the second-ranked fighter on the overall military star list. When our boy asks if they know who he is, Jishun disrespectfully replies that he doesn't know and doesn't care. He tells him that he is in a bad mood and demands that he leave all the minerals behind for the others to collect. Lu Sheng remains silent and lets his piece of gold drop to the ground. Jishun smiles, assuming he has surrendered. However, Lu Sheng looks at the ground and mocks them, asking what use their martial intuition is if they can't sense the danger they are in. With this, his body begins to emit a terrifying demonic energy, and he looks Jishun directly in the eyes with a murderous glare, asking why they had to choose this exact moment to bother him. Jishun panics and takes several steps back, demandingly asking Lu Sheng who he really is. Lu Sheng remains silent for a moment before looking up with a sinister expression, deciding to grant their apparent death wish since they persist in bothering him. Suddenly, he releases a burst of power that causes all the men's wrist communicators to explode, leaving them shocked and isolated. Immediately after, Lu Sheng's body erupts in intense, scorching flames that fill the cave and create a physical pressure so strong it pushes the men backward. Jishun stands frozen with his mouth open, realizing too late that he has provoked someone far beyond his level. Meanwhile, in the other SS-rank cave, Qingshu and Lin Wanan reach a section filled with valuable gold minerals. After descending over 30 levels and noticing yet another spatial crack, Qingshu firmly tells her that they cannot go any deeper. Lin Wanan stops to consider this and, after checking her collection of beast blood samples, cheerfully agrees that she has everything she needs. Consequently, she puts her gear away and turns to Dong Shengyi to suggest they head back. However, the guy stands perfectly still and does not answer her. This silence prompts Lin Wanan to gesture toward him and repeat herself. Several minutes pass without a response from Dong Shengyi, forcing the women to call out to him again. Even then, he continues to stare straight ahead with a vacant, serious expression. Qingsu walks up behind him and taps his shoulder. The moment she touches him, he quickly forces a smile and makes up an excuse, saying he was just lost in thought and didn't hear them. Unconvinced, Qingshu explains with a serious tone that they need to leave immediately because new spatial cracks are appearing at an alarming rate. However, Dong Shengye dismisses her concerns, arguing that the cave revolt she predicted hasn't actually happened yet. When she tries to explain that her intuition has sensed something is deeply wrong, he turns his back on her and raises his hand to silence her. He coldly reminds her that her only job is to navigate the path while he handles the combat. Furthermore, Dong Shengye asks her who she thinks she is to question him. He gives her a terrifying look and orders her not to try and measure his limits with her insignificant martial arts power. He boasts that even if the cave does collapse, he is strong enough to save them all. Realizing that her brother is behaving completely out of character, Qingshu falls silent and simply agrees to his demands. Lin Wanan tries to intervene, but he clenches his fists and stops walking. He explains with a dark smile that if his sister were truly worried about them, she wouldn't have tried to sabotage him with the rifts earlier. Finally, as they stand before an entrance emitting a blinding light, he declares that they are not leaving yet. He insists that they must stay to collect samples from level 8 beasts, and they will only return once he is satisfied with the results. Suddenly, he grabs Lin Wanan firmly, insisting that he cannot afford to fail now. Dong Shengye eventually releases her and turns his back to walk toward the glowing entrance, leaving Lin Wanan trembling with fear that something is fundamentally wrong with him. Hoping to de-escalate the tension, Lin Wanan turns to Qingshu and sincerely asks her not to be angry, suggesting that Dong Shengyi didn't mean his harsh words. She remains calm and explains that since they have been siblings since childhood, she doesn't take his attitude too seriously. However, she remains suspicious and asks Lin Wanan if she has noticed the strange shift in his behavior. While Dong Shengye continues toward the entrance smiling like a madman, Qingshu crouches down and touches the floor, causing a purple energy to spread across the ground to track his movements. Qingshu points out that when they first entered the cave, Dong Shengyi never strayed more than 5 meters from them for safety. Now that they are on the 34th level, which is 10 times more dangerous, he has moved a considerable distance away without even realizing they aren't following him. As the cave entrance begins to emit a malignant energy, she realizes that his obsession has taken over. and she informs Lin Wanan that he seems to want to be alone as he pushes deeper into the most dangerous parts of the cavern. In the other S-level cave, Lu Sheng is using his psychic power to levitate Ji Shun and begin choking him, but Lu Sheng simply slams his hand downward, shooting his body into the floor with enough force to shatter the ground and create a cloud of steam. When the steam clears, the bald man and his team are horrified to find that Ji Shun, the second-ranked fighter in the military district, has been knocked unconscious with broken ribs and arms. Realizing that Ji Shun never stood a chance, the bald man begins to panic. Knowing that such an event would cause a massive scandal in the Eastern Military District, the bald man immediately prostrates himself, hitting his head against the ground while begging for his life. He is so terrified that he actually pees himself, fully aware that with their communicators destroyed, any corpses left in the cave would be eaten by mutant beasts within hours. Consequently, he continues to plead for mercy, desperately asking if they are going to be left to die in the darkness. Our boy looks at him calmly and assures him not to worry, claiming that he is no longer angry and isn't a bad person. Relieved by these words, the bald man and his teammates begin to smile and rejoice, believing they have been spared. However, his relief is instantly cut short when a golden energy slices through the air, causing the bald man's ear to be severed instantly. As he falls to his knees screaming in agony and clutching his bleeding wound, Lu approaches him and coldly warns the man to remember his face so that, in the future, they will know to fear him. Terrified and trembling, the bald man and his team prostrate themselves once more, acknowledging his warning while Lu Sheng leaps away to leave the area. Initially, the bald man cries out in hatred and vows to remember Lu Sheng's name for revenge. However, his expression quickly shifts to one of pure shock as he finally realizes that he identifies him as Lu Sheng, the 4th-ranked stellar general and the dominant powerhouse from the 9th war zone. Upon recognizing that he possesses a staggering combat strength of 12.5 stars, the man begins to weep, realizing that his hopes for vengeance are completely unrealistic. His teammates are equally horrified to confirm Lu Sheng's true power level. After approaching the smoking crater, one of the goons check on their decimated boss and realizes that our boy intentionally held back his strength. Although the internal energy grazed his heart, the blow missed being fatal by only a few centimeters. Consequently, Ji Shun eventually regains consciousness and stares at the ceiling in a daze, vividly imagining Lu Sheng and Dong Shengyi standing as equals atop a mountain of corpses. Meanwhile, as Lu Sheng moves further away, he acknowledges that he is still too soft-hearted to kill indiscriminately like the warrior Xuan. However, his calm is short-lived when he suddenly feels a sharp increase in the strange, unsettling energy he sensed earlier. This surge of unease causes him to grip his chest tightly as he realizes that the danger to his loved ones is reaching a breaking point. He becomes desperate to identify exactly who is in trouble. At that same moment, Dong Shengyi has moved far ahead of the two women in the double S-rank cave. Lin Wanan runs to catch up and grabs his arm, breathlessly pleading with him to stop because the descent has become too dangerous. In response, his eyes begin to glow with a beast-like light, and he violently flings her off him. Terrified by this transformation, Lin Wanan stumbles back just as Qingshu intervenes. She orders her friend to get out of the way and manifests several sharp energy icicles. She launches the projectiles directly at her brother, but Dong Shengyi doesn't even turn around. Instead, he releases a burst of malevolent energy that forms a barrier, causing her attacks to shatter harmlessly upon impact. Dong Shengyi turns back with a sinister expression and coldly asks if she is looking for a death wish. Despite the threat, Qingshu steps closer and firmly insists that they must return now that Lin Wanan's samples are secured. However, Dong Shengyi ignores their pleas as he tells the women to leave first while he continues toward the source of the energy. Suddenly, claws made of dark energy emerge from the entrance and reach toward him, but rather than being afraid, Dong Shengyi watches them with a look of intense pleasure. He begins to grin like a madman, convinced that the peak of martial Tao is calling to him from the depths. Qingshu desperately shouts at him to snap out of it, warning him that he is being deceived by a mental illusion, yet his mind is too clouded by the sinister influence to listen. Dong Shengyi moves even closer to the entrance, repeating his delusion that ultimate power is within his reach. Seeing that, Qingshu realizes that her brother has completely lost his mind, while Lin Wanan covers her ears in despair, terrified that they cannot leave to get help. Consequently, Qingshu tells Lin Wanan to stay put while she heads into the darkness to forcibly bring him back. With this, she plants her feet firmly and uses her mental strength to slice several sharp rocks from the ceiling, causing them to crash down and block the cave entrance. This creates a thick curtain of dust and smoke that successfully halts Dong Shengyi's progress. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lin Wanan rushes forward to block his path with her own body, sternly threatening to tell his mother about his behavior so he will be punished. But his body soon erupts with a surge of dark energy that forces Lin Wanan to step aside in fear. He then delivers a powerful kick to the fallen rocks, effortlessly shattering them into pieces before continuing his walk toward the entrance. Watching him disappear into the smoke, Lin Wanan is overcome with sadness and realizes he has truly lost his mind. She turns to Qingshu and asks if they are truly helpless, but she responds with a serious expression, stating that there is one other way to save him. Without hesitation, she runs toward her brother as the smoke thickens and catches him from behind in a tight hug. This unexpected gesture causes Dong Shengyi to stop walking, and he turns his head back with a look of genuine confusion as the malevolent energy fades a bit. His sister sincerely explains that they are currently at the dangerous bottom of the cave and tells him that the mission to assist Lin Wanan is already finished, pleading with him to stop his descent. Lin Wanan approaches them to confirm this, which causes Dong Shengyi to break into a sweat and shake his head in confusion. He begins to wonder how he ended up leading them so deep into the cave, eventually remembering that a mysterious voice had been calling out to him. However, the cave entrance suddenly releases a fresh surge of malevolent energy that quickly erodes his newly regained self-control. Suddenly, a red energy barrier erupts around his body, violently throwing his sister backward and causing her to scream in pain. At that exact moment, a massive worm-like mutant beast bursts from the cave wall and swallows Qingshu whole. The creature immediately burrows back into the ground while Lin Wanan panics and begins to cry as she watches her friend disappear. Witnessing his sister being eaten finally snaps Dong Shengyi out of his trance,